Hey there, everyone. Welcome back to Utility Sports. Really excited to be live now for NBA Free Agency here in 2023 with our 2023 live stream. As we typically do every single free agency process, we go live on the channel, and we're going to talk about the NBA and specifically free agency with some trade rumors involved as well throughout the entire day. Free agency doesn't start for quite a few hours. As you can tell, I'm live on the channel. Plan is to be live for a good amount of the day. So I'm using pretty much my whole day here to stream, but I think it's going to be well worth it. I think we're going to have a lot of great discussion discussing NBA free agents. We're going to look at a bunch of different options, different avenues for teams to get better, for teams to improve. We're going to look at Fred VanVleet, a bunch of different players as well, and where they could theoretically go in this 2023 NBA free agency live stream. Very, very excited. Let's get some hype in the chat for some of those who are just in here. Fuzzy Simpleton says the best in the biz. Happy free agency day. Happy free agency day to you guys. Meat says, yeah, boys, we're getting some hype in here today. Harden is getting traded. We're going to talk a lot about James Harden, as you can tell from the thumbnail. Eric Pacino, who's a big-time Spurs fan, says, let's go. Nick Perez says, let's go Spurs, make your move. They do have a good amount of cap space as we quickly take a little look at the teams with the most salary cap space going into today. The Houston Rockets are number one. The San Antonio Spurs are following them at number two. The Pacers, Pistons, Jazz, and Magic are the next most notable teams for cap space. The Magic have a process that they could execute to open up even more money. We'll see if they do it, but they could actually leapfrog the Jazz, who Utah had a ton of money before trading for John Collins. They're a little bit more limited now. We'll see what happens. Tilo says, Orlando, the 6th seed next season, I think they're in a position where they could definitely take a big step forward. Yake says, Cap, talking about I think this comment here about Harden probably is what he's talking about. Brady Thompson says, yo, welcome, Brady, to the stream. Love it when our members are in the live stream, so shout out to Brady. ATG Rico says, go Pacers. Davis Johnson says, what's Portland finna do? We're going to talk about the Portland Trailblazers. We're going to talk about some potential trades. I have one from the video today that we're going to start on relatively soon here. Game Nuts says, shout out to the Noti gang. And you guys heard him. Hit that notification bell. You have to do that after subscribing. That way you get updated on all of the uploads here at Utility Sports. Would love to have you guys in there. Eric with a little bit of Go Spurs Go hype. Van Lee here says, so much parity. The league is in a really good spot right now. There's a lot of really good talent across the board. Spade says, what's good, Shelton? Welcome to the stream, Spade. Glad to have you in here. Chaco says, my Bulls made a pick somehow. Yeah, they ended up going out and getting the Tennessee defensive player who I think has some interesting upside. We'll see if he actually ends up panning out or not. ATG Rico says, do you think the Pacers trade for Obi Toppin? That's a rumor right now from Mark Stein. Now, the one thing I'm going to say is be careful. Mark Stein's been a little off so far. The beginning of this free agency, look at what they ultimately lost. What he's gotten wrong so far. He's got Andre Drummond wrong. I think that's the really most recent one that he's been completely wrong about. He thought the Mavericks were going to get him, and they opted into his player option. Depleted Mind says, go Spurs, go. We got a lot of Spurs fans in here, but also some Thunder fans. And I know we got a ton of Pacers fans as well. Shout out to M and K Smart. Let's talk about the Pacers very quickly. I think they've been linked to a lot of players. They've been linked to Max Strus on a reported potential 3-year, $48 million deal. Now, for me, I don't know if that's actually likely or not, but I do think it's worth noting that they could be a potential Strus landing spot. And you think about Tyrese Halliburton's game and specifically putting more shooting around him. The more shooting, the better in Indiana, so that could make some sense. Of course, they were linked to Harrison Barnes before he ultimately re-signed with Sacramento yesterday. And what was kind of surprising to me, I was not expecting him to get $18 million a year. I thought he'd be a little bit cheaper, probably closer to 14 to 16-ish. But I think it's reasonable. And then the Kings, they sacrifice having cap space. So we'll see what happens with them. But it was definitely an interesting situation. Phil here says it's finally here, free agency. So excited. We already got 150 people watching, and we are 3.5 hours, away from NBA free agency. Nathan Drake from Uncharted here says, Brooke Lopez to the Rockets, please. That's going to be definitely something to watch for. Texas Sports says, yeah, let's get it. For those of you who do not know who Texas Sports is, he's our moderator, one of our main moderators over at the Utility Sports Discord. Link is in the description for that. I'll actually send that in the comment section right now, too. So if you guys are interested in joining that, you can chat some hoops with a whole bunch of awesome people. The chat's always popping off over there. So you definitely want to be there for that. Go ahead, click that Discord link. It's now in the comment section. It's also in the description if you're looking for it. Going forward to this comment here, we see Peter here saying, praying the Bucks re-sign their guys. They're going to be really focused on getting Brook Lopez. From my understanding, I've not reported this yet, but from my understanding from my sources, which I do have some within the Milwaukee Bucks, Chris Middleton is going to be back with the Milwaukee Bucks on a long-term deal today at some point. And if not today, it would be tomorrow when it gets reported. But my assumption is pretty much right when the bell strikes today, we're going to hear something about Chris Middleton back to Milwaukee. Toronto here says sell a trade by the Kings to bring in Duarte. I haven't even seen the I was looking for it. I have not seen the assets that the Kings gave up to get Duarte. Does anyone have any info on that? Stan here says, what do you think is best for my Rockets? Well, what I think is best for them is not going to happen now at this point. So what I ultimately, from my understanding, from what I have heard, and I want to emphasize heard, they're going to get Fred VanVleet today. Fred VanVleet is going to be a Houston Rocket today. And from there, then I think it's important that they continue to flesh out the team with a few more defensive-minded players. Brook Lopez, Dylan Brooks, two guys that come to mind. In my video for yesterday, I talked about how I thought those two guys were going to be joining Fred VanVleet over in Houston. So ultimately, Stan, that's what I think is going on for the Houston Rockets. Depleted Mind says Fred VanVleet would be a good addition to the Spurs young core. He would be, but I don't see the Spurs doing that. Zach says, I'm excited to watch Orlando next season. A lot of fun pieces there. They're really well positioned long term. Justin says, I bet no one seen that Harden situation happening. Actually, not that I necessarily called that. So here's the thing. I didn't think Harden was going to opt into his player option. I was just kind of surprised by that. I would have been, I don't know. I was just kind of shocked to see that he was going to be like opting into his player option. I thought he was going to focus on getting a long-term deal, whether that was with the Sixers or via a sign and trade. But in my video yesterday, I actually talked about the Clippers as a potential landing spot. This was before any reports came out on that. Just because I had a pretty strong feeling about the Clippers being a realistic Harden landing spot when you look at their actual team composition. Barry Allen says, plot twist, Harden gets straight to the Rockets. That would be disastrous for Houston. Don X says, watching at work. Let's go. Shout out to you, Don. Appreciate you being in here. Goyo Falcon says, Rockets have the best young talent in the league. They have a lot of young talent. I really like a lot of their pieces. I really, really love Amen Thompson. And shout out to all 250 of you awesome people watching live right now. Make sure you guys are subscribed to Utility Sports. Would love to have you continue to be a part of what we do here going forward at Utility Sports. Again, really do appreciate each and every one of you. Check out some of those links in the description as well. Go give us a follow on Twitter. Go join our Discord. There's a lot of great NBA discussion to be had pretty much 24/7 here at Utility Sports. Brandon S. says, does anyone take on Ben Simmons' contract today to free up cap from Brooklyn? I wouldn't be opposed to my Pistons doing it and getting 30 wins this year. We're not making the playoffs anyway. So ultimately, if Ben Simmons gets traded, my assumption would be that there's some type of Damian Lillard deal. I think Brooklyn's looking to make some big splashy move, bring in some high-end piece. They have the draft capital to do it. They have some other young players to throw in there, like a Cam Thomas. You could attach him in. Edmund Sumner, I mean, he's in his mid to late 20s already, so he's not really young, but he's a maybe back-end fringe rotation player teams could take in for cheap. They've got some players that they could theoretically move out with Ben Simmons to get a deal done for a bigger player like a Damian Lillard. Derek Stein says, how much do you like Fred VanVleet in Houston? Feels like a done deal. I still value his defense decision-making, even if his efficiency is down. So, Derek, here's the thing. I think VanVleet's a pretty solid organizer. He's going to get them into sets. The issue, though, is when you're talking about the efficiency, that comes into part of his decision-making. He shoots a ton of long threes. And it's not that it's necessarily terrible. He makes a decent amount of them, but sometimes it just doesn't pan out very well. Especially when you look at his efficiency, he shot sub 40% from the field this year. Like, I think that realistically, Houston needed something. They needed some veteran. So I don't hate VanVleet. Now, here's the thing. Based on my understanding, my understanding is he's in Houston. Like, I feel like it's a done deal as well from what I've heard. But the one thing I'm going to say is I don't know the term. Is it 2 years? Is it 4 years? And I think there's a massive difference between those two things. If they sign him to a 2-year, $83 million deal, which is what my assumption is, I love it for Houston. There's nothing bad about that. He goes into, this year it's okay. We got 2 years left on him. The next year he's an expiring contract that probably could flip somewhere if Houston feels enough development from their young guys to ultimately replace him. It's a home run on a 2-year deal. On a 4-year deal, it's a disaster. And it really comes down to the flexibility. Q-Dog, thank you for the $5. He says, I know you're a Mavs fan. What is success in your eyes? What is plan A and plan B for you? So to me, plan A, and like this would be like a home run offseason where the Dallas Mavericks have already made some good moves, getting off of Bertans, pivoting to Holmes and getting 24, getting the mid-level exception back. A home run offseason is signing Bruce Brown as a mid-level exception player, and then going from there and trying to turn Tim Hardaway Jr., Rashawn Holmes, and JaVale McGee's contracts into a significant upgrade into the starting lineup in the front court. Now, it's a very difficult thing to do. You might have to attach that 2027 first, which is the only tradable first right now Dallas has. It's tough. That's a really difficult thing to get done. But if they can go out and do it and get a good player, that makes some sense. Otherwise, another thing to watch would be maybe flipping those 3 guys straight up for Tobias Harris, or if there's a Harden deal, maybe being the team that helps out Philadelphia by taking in Tobias and maybe sending out and maybe Philadelphia sends some second-round picks to another team to take on the contracts of McGee and Hardaway and some of these other players, which I think would ultimately be a huge home run for Dallas if they're able to pull that off. Q-Dog, again, thanks for the 5. Really appreciate you for that. And I also really appreciate your question. Really great question. And I'm glad I got to talk about the Dallas Mavericks a little bit. Going on to Zach, he says, always surprised me how many Pacers fans there are in your community. I know, it honestly is crazy. I feel like I get tagged on Twitter like all the time by Pacers fans, which I love. I've always kind of had a sweet spot in my heart for the Pacers. I remember like back in 2012, 2013-ish range when Paul George was really elevating into the player that we know him as today. I was cheering for those Pacers teams so hard with Lance Stevenson, who was one of my favorite players at the time. I did like Roy Hibbert quite a bit for how Frank Vogel utilized him. So it's awesome having so many Pacers fans in here. It's just a lot of fun. Danny Granger was one of my favorite players back in the day too. So it's been something I've liked the Pacers for a while. So it's actually pretty sweet. Like, even though I'm not a Pacers fan, having Pacers fans in the community is super great. And that's really, I think, my favorite thing about Utility Sports is I feel like we have fans of all 30 NBA teams. This isn't like one of those other channels where we just cover one squad, which I love. I love the fact that there's so much variety. And to me, I think that, it holds me accountable to making sure I'm watching plenty of games to know all of these teams and really understand the ins and outs of their roster as well. So I have a lot of fun with it. It's awesome to me talking about the NBA in general, not just one organization. I feel like I would get bored just talking about only one team, but I think talking about all of them and kind of having that versatility and that understanding of how the league is working and how these teams could potentially work together to find deals, that's really the most fun part of NBA discussion in my eyes. Sean here says, as a Harden fan, it's getting kind of hard to keep defending him. Shaw, I understand that, but I think one thing about the Harden situation is I know people are going to say, oh, he's team jumping. Every team that he leaves and ends up falling apart completely. Brooklyn, he left them. They still had 2 superstar players, and they got Ben Simmons. And last, 2022 trade deadline, I told everyone that was a disaster for Philly, and everyone told me I was wrong. Or for not for Philly, for Brooklyn. And everyone told me that I was stupid for thinking that. Ended up being 100% correct. The Simmons thing has been a disaster for them. But now Philly, after losing Harden here, unless they execute this trade flawlessly and making a big deal. Oh my gosh, we have a trade. Holy cow. We have a trade to the Mavericks. Or no, to the Nets. Or to the Nets and Pistons, it looks like. Let's go ahead and get that up on stream now. I'm going to also update the YouTube real quick. Nets trade go. Wow. We have a trade. I'm going to get this up on stream. This is pretty crazy. So we have a trade to announce already, which is awesome. I love when we get trades early on in streams because that just makes my life so much more fun. Let's go over to Twitter. Let's get this up on the screen now because I want you guys to be able to see everything that we're talking about. So let's go over to Twitter. Let's go to Sham Sharania here. And we've got reporting here. The Nets are trading Joe Harris to Detroit, sources tell The Athletic. Along with Joe Harris, Nets send a 2027 Mavs second rounder and 2029 Bucks second rounder to Detroit. So the Pistons get shooting. They use some of that cap space that we've talked about with Detroit to take in a couple of second round picks and get a player who, yes, Joe Harris has his flaws, but ultimately this gives them the pathway for Brooklyn opening up some money, but for Detroit, you use some of that cap space, which is interesting. Maybe this, with like all the situation too around Cam Johnson, I think this ultimately means Cam Johnson is probably not going to Detroit now that they are eating some of the money with Joe Harris here, which is an interesting decision. If I was Detroit, I would have aggressively pursued Cam Johnson. But Sean, for you, who could the Pistons sign that won't block the development? They could trade for Joe Harris. That's what they could do to not block the development of players. And that's exactly what we see happen here now as the Nets trade Joe Harris to the Detroit Pistons along with 2 second-round picks. So a lot of notable transactions. A lot of stuff going on, moving around here. So first notable trade of the day, the Nets trade, second notable one, but first one of the live stream where Joe Harris is sent to the Detroit Pistons, which is crazy. Chaco here says, I want Mavs to do stuff. Go Mavs. Trevor Hodgkinson, welcome to the stream. Trevor, don't know if I've seen you in here before, so shout out to you. Says, what would be the return from the Clippers for Harden? We're going to talk about that in just a second, okay? So stay tuned for that. Brady here says I low-key like the Pat Bev fit with the Celtics on a vet minimum or something like that. I think Pat Bev would do probably 60% of what Marcus Smart does, which is nice for Boston to get a little bit of that return. Andrew says, Magic fan here, so sad we couldn't have Black and Dick along with Suggs. That would have been a really dynamic trio all in a row there, Andrew. Jordan here says, would love Bruce Brown on the Pacers. Jerry says, 76ers fan in the house. Welcome, Jerry, to the stream. Morgan says, Dylan Brooks to the Rockets. I definitely think that's a strong possibility. Philip says, since the Hawks trade John Collins, you see the organization either rebuilding from scratch or trying to sign some players. I think that they're just trying to open up long-term financial flexibility. I'm not sure if they're going to be super aggressive today. They've been linked to Pascal Siakam, which I'm not going to rule out. I think that is a potential landing spot for Siakam if we were to see a Pascal Siakam trade. But ultimately, I think John Collins, they had to dump him. Looking at their cap table was really, really difficult to make work, along with, the idea of keeping DeJounte Murray. So ultimately, really good for them. Mason says Pat Bev to the Celtics. Definitely think it's a possibility. Texas Sports, the GOAT. I agree 100%. Van Lee says, give me an honest opinion on Wemby. Feels busty to me. The guy's great. Wembanyama is going to be a top 10 defender maybe of all time when it's all said and done. He's that good defensively. He's just ginormous and lengthy. He's going to be one of the best rim deterrents we've ever seen play in the NBA, and he's mobile. Truth Teller says Max Strus's shooting skill is highly overrated. Yeah, he shoots some difficult shots, so I understand what you're saying here a little bit, but still no info on the Duarte compensation according to Zach, which is interesting. Hopefully we find out. Compensation for Duarte not finalized. Pacers just looking for a second roster spot. Yeah, Pacers opening up some roster flexibility does make some sense. But again, crazy that we have our first trade of the live stream here already. Glad that they waited for me to be live on the channel to execute it. Kaylan Shell says not better young core than the Thunder. Talking about probably the Houston Rockets, I would guess. Barry Allen says Lopez, Fred VanVleet, Bruce Brown to the Rockets. I don't know if I see Bruce Brown to the Rockets. Nick Perez says Utility Sports merch, we need it. So at first I did have some Utility Sports merch. I'm undergoing the process of changing some stuff around, and there's going to be some brand new merch coming out soon. Mel says, hey, it's my man, Shell Dog. What's up? Welcome to the stream, Mel. Glad to have you in here. Yes, ESPN fired Max Kellerman and Jalen Rose today, as well as Jeff Van Gundy, which is pretty sad because I liked listening to him on broadcast. Spade says, what are your thoughts on the Kings re-signing Barnes? It was kind of surprising to me. I don't think that it's bad. They didn't pay him a ton. 18 million's a decent amount, but it's not like it was a drastic amount of money. So it's really not that bad. But I was just kind of surprised by it in general, to be completely honest with you. So $19 million expiring contract and a couple of seconds to the Detroit Pistons. So again, 2 second rounders go to Detroit with Joe Harris. Also notably here, the Nets do open up a trade exception of around $19 million, assuming no salaries coming back in. So that's also something to watch for, which we'll talk about a little bit later on. Georgia Bulldogs, one of the awesome members here on the channel, says they need to please Luka as much as possible, or else 2025 will be the worst year in Mavs history. I think that's a realistic possibility. And ESPN hired Sheldon Woolman of Utility Sports. Not yet. Maybe at some point, but hopefully, hopefully that Utility Sports just grows to a point where I can continue doing what I do because I like the flexibility of what I have. Toronto here says Hoops Rumors saying Pacers may offer Bruce Brown more than $20 million per year. That's the thing, is they have the money to do it. I had an episode here on the channel with Dane Moore, who covers the Minnesota Timberwolves, and he talked about them. Talked about the Timberwolves as a potential Bruce Brown landing spot, and I kind of my rebuttal to that was, look, there's some teams out here with cap space that are looking to make a jump forward. The Houston Rockets, the Indiana Pacers are really two examples of that, and I specifically mentioned Indiana is a team that might offer north of that $12.4 million mark. They could offer 14, 16, 18, whatever number they really felt comfortable with to try and lure Bruce Brown away from a quote-unquote contender. And I think ultimately, if you're looking at it from the Pacers' point of view, like, it might be worth getting Bruce Brown because he can do some interesting things for you. He could be a screener for Tyrese Halliburton, which is very unique when you have a guard-to-guard screen action game that is doable. Like, Bruce Brown's a very good roller to the rim. He's a pretty good connector out of those situations on short rolls. I think holistically, Bruce Brown would be a great fit into Indiana. He brings a lot of toughness, defensive versatility, and of course he can handle the ball a bit too, which is something I still think Indiana needs a bit. Now with Ben Shepherd and Andrew Nembhard, they've addressed that a little bit, specifically the Ben Shepherd selection. I think people are going to be surprised about how good Ben Shepherd is. I think the Pacers are in a really, really great spot going forward. Mike says, don't love Damon and Maxey backcourt. Besides, Maxey doesn't need to get paid, or besides, doesn't Maxey need to get paid next year? He does, but ultimately teams are going to be willing to spend for players like Dame and Maxey. Morgan says, what will the Warriors do? I think the big thing for them is to make sure that they keep Draymond Green, which ultimately I'd be surprised if Draymond Green's playing for a different city next year. I think he'll be back. We have another $2 donation here from QDog. Shout out to QDog. He says, if Mavs pay Kyrie Irving more than Luka, let's not use that word on stream. But hopefully Kyrie Irving, they get a little bit of a discount on him. Rahul said with the 5, thank you, Rahul, says, as a Raps fan, I want Gabe Vincent and re-sign Jakob Poeltl. Raps need to move on from Siakam and get more shooting around Scotty. I think Gabe Vincent is the perfect type of Toronto Raptors player, so I would not rule that out in the slightest. ML Miles says, Trey Jones is a better pickup than Fred VanVleet. He's more of a backup organizer. He's a steady player with massive upside, especially with a bit more strength and improved jumper. I don't know if I would say massive upside for Trey Jones, but I think he's got a massive floor. Worst case, I see him developing into one of the best backup point guards in the league, and we'll see exactly what happens from there. Going on now to very interesting. Okay, so the cap implications, this is from Bobby Marks. They're $32.4 million below the tax and $47.8 million below the second apron. A projected new salary for forward Cam Johnson will determine if Brooklyn has the 12.4 non-tax mid-level, which ultimately I'm not sure if they're going to have it because I think they're going to have to pay Cam Johnson a pretty good amount. Depleted Mind says utility bomb. Yeah, we dropped one of those earlier today, and then people don't believe me because I don't have enough followers, but trust me on that. It's like the source is trust me, bro. Potentially rizzing. Well, hopefully you are rizzing. Hopefully we get some Riz in the chat. But there is a trade. Yep, we talked about it with the Harris deal. Did I see the Chris Duarte trade? Yes, I did. But we don't have any full information on what the assets back to Indiana are at this point. Nick Perez says Utility Sports should hire Jeff Van Gundy for co-host. I would love to have Jeff Van Gundy on the... You guys, everyone right now, go on Twitter. Go take Jeff Van Gundy and tell him he's got to get on the Utility Sports podcast, so we can talk some NBA, because I think Jeff Van Gundy, very smart, obviously was a former NBA head coach, so that's kind of what you'd expect. But I think Jeff is a really, really bright guy, and I think him and I look at basketball very similarly. So huge shout out to him. Even though, ESPN let him go, I think that's a sad day, honestly. I hope that he ends up getting picked up by another broadcasting company like TNT potentially. DTP says W Pacers love. Pacers are hype, man. Let's get some Pacers hype in here. Georgia Bulldog says Stephen A and Sheldon equals A+ sports. I'm not sure if I want to be associated with Stephen A or not. He pretty much anytime he's not sure what to talk about, he just yells louder. So, and he also just like a month ago was saying that Nikola Jokic is not a good post-up player, despite finishing second in the NBA in points per post-up in the NBA. Key King says, what's good, Utility? Welcome to the stream, Key Kings. I feel like we have a lot of Kings fans in here too, so shout out to the Kings. Daniela wants to know if we have a podcast. Sort of. If you go on Spotify and look up Utility Sports, some of our like videos are in there. I haven't been as committed to doing that. I've been more focused on just posting on YouTube, but we could potentially bridge over to Spotify. I know like some people already listen to the YouTube videos almost like a podcast, if that's something that works for you. Otherwise, we could probably try and bridge out to Spotify a little bit more and maybe get our content on there a bit. Morgan here says, what will the Warriors do? Will Dre come back? I think so. So just a really important thing real quick too. As we go through these, I've only got, right now I'm 10 minutes behind on comments. So don't spam stuff. I'm going to get through all of the comments. Okay. So just make sure to be patient. If you put something in there, I'm going to get to it. You don't have to throw it in there 4, 5, 6, 7 times. Okay. And if you really want me to see something like really pronto, like the moment you send it, you want me to see it, go ahead and send a super chat or join as a member, something like that. Cause it's going to help me a lot, just being able to see your comment right away. Shout out to Ryan for becoming a YouTube member once again. He's been a YouTube member for quite some time in the past, so huge shout out to Ryan for re-upping there as a YouTube member. Zach says, as someone who's not at all a Harden fan, it gets annoying having to defend him to people who are just talking stupid about him. Yeah, like literally, like I don't think people understand how good he was in Houston. I might want to prove my point here on this a little bit. Let's go ahead over to Warriors playoff history. Let's see if I can find a way to show this. Here we go. I think this is probably, just using Basketball Reference will probably be the best. This is going to be an indication on how good James Harden is. Okay, this is the one thing I want to show. Okay, let's go to their playoff year by year if I can find that. 2017. So look at this. This is what they accomplished in these years. Let's go to 2018, 2019. And let's see, can we find playoff stats on this team? I hope that we can. Because if we find them, you guys are going to see exactly what I'm talking about. I don't know why they're not showing any playoff stuff, though. Oh, here. Okay. So here's the thing. They won the first round versus the Clippers. Let's go back a previous season. Here we go. So this is the stupidly good team with Kevin Durant in Golden State, okay? They blow through San Antonio, not even close. They blow through the Pelicans, not even close. And then the Rockets, they get to this spot here against the Rockets where they win in 7 games. Remember, Game 5, Chris Paul pulls his right hamstring. The Rockets were up 3-1. They were up 3-2, 3-2 after Game 5. And then Game 6, they lose. Game 7, they lose. This is how close James Harden got them. Okay, this is how close James Harden got them. And then they go on to sweep the Cavaliers. So, like, James Harden was so close to winning a title, which would have, like, here's the thing. People are going to, like, completely base Harden off of winning a title or not. Like, that's a team accomplishment. Like, look at the numbers this year. This 45% from the field, 37% from 3, scored 30 points a game with 9 assists. Almost 2 steals a night, almost a block a game because people love to knock the defense. Look at this. He was only behind, Brandon Wright doesn't even count. He was behind Clint Capella. He was second on the team in blocks per game for guys who played more than 1 game that season. He was number 1 in steals per game. He was number 1 in points per game. He was number 1 in assists per game. What was he in rebounds? Second. So he was top 2 in literally every single statistic on the Houston Rockets the year that they won 65 games. That's how good James Harden is. This team, the Rockets that year won 65 games. Mike D'Antoni won Coach of the Year for saying, hey, Harden, go dribble. Like, he didn't actually coach that team, really. He just said, go dribble. And that's how good James Harden is. Like, people are just kind of stupid about how low they are on James Harden, honestly. A-Dot says, what do you think Bulls will do? I think they're going to be a team that we see linked to they're going to be a team that we see linked to Russell Westbrook. Ryan Hillier says, W. Sheldon the GOAT at this. We appreciate you so much, bro. Waiting on the CBA vid, though. Yes, that'll come out soon, okay? I'm still working on reading through the 676 pages. So make sure to slow down. Make sure to wait on that because it's going to take me a little bit of time. You know, I think this weekend's a little ambitious, especially with my live streams here. So probably looking closer to early next week is kind of when that video would probably come out. Hobbs here says, do you think Brown to Dallas meeting is a smokescreen? No, I think that's a possibility for sure. I do want to shout out real quick. She calls me Jax is now following over on Twitter. If you guys go and hit that follow button on the Twitter right now, I will shout you out here in this live stream. So I'm going to send the link here to the Twitter. I want you guys to go follow over there, okay? And then if you do, I will pull it up on stream and I will share or shout you out, excuse me. I'll shout out each and every person to go hit that follow button over on Twitter right now. We have over 600 awesome people watching. Shout out to all of you in here right now. Make sure to hit that subscribe button for more. I don't care, says LeBron to the Hawks. Probably not happening. Sam says Joe Harris and stuff for Hunter. Joe Harris is getting traded to the Detroit Pistons. Felix here wants to know about a Portland signing. I think their biggest thing is going to be watching for Jeremy Grant. Otherwise, we could see them potentially blow it up. Philip says, do you see the Pelicans cutting ties with Zion Williamson because it looks like he doesn't want to be there? No, I think that they're going to keep him through this offseason. That's kind of been my position on it the entire time. TJ Dub says, as a Mavs fan, do you want them to re-sign Kyrie or would you rather see them sign and trade him? They have to sign him at this point. With what they gave up, they have to sign him. Signing and trading him isn't good enough. Joe here says Pacers must be working on a starting small forward trade. We'll see if they're able to get something like that done, Joe. We'll have all the information on Indiana as it comes in today. So we'll definitely keep our eyes out for that. Let's go back over to the Twitter now. Shout out to everyone for following. Quinn, Pistons Hype, shout out to him for the follow. Let's look at Gabe Mullen here. Huge shout out to Gabe for the follow. Thank you so much. Derek Stein, thank you for the follow as well. Chef XD, thanks for the follow, as well as of Nate and Ryan Oglesby. Huge shout out to you guys. Look at that. We are getting close to 1,000 followers on Twitter. So make sure you guys go over there, hit that follow button right now. And again, I'll be shouting out everyone who follows on Twitter within the next couple of minutes. So make sure you guys go follow right now. Link was in the description. Justin Ford, thank you for the follow as well. Huge shout out to you. Sky Davis says, appreciate the stream. I appreciate you guys. You guys have been absolutely awesome. So really, really thankful for you guys. Mosin says, agreed. Sounds like the Pacers are prepping for a move, including the moves made before the draft acquiring 2024 picks, plus what they get for Duarte. They do have long-term assets to move. So we could see what they are. Like Anunoby's the guy that's been, name dropped a ton for Indiana. I still like that as a potential fit. I think he would be really good with that team. And of course, he's got a little bit of history there. Shout out to Justin Ford for following here on that account. And then also Gravedigger as well. So shout out to Justin Ford twice for hitting the follow over there. That's absolutely awesome. Michigan Maid says Joe Harris must be trash. Nets fans are happy. Yeah, that's a salary dump. Okay, that's pretty standard. We've seen that happen before. We Are Cav says Joe Harris to the Pacers confirmed. Definitely would be interesting if he got rerouted to Indiana, but I don't think I think the Pacers are more focused on building their defense up. So I'd be kind of surprised. Shout out to Sal Callie as well for the follow, as well as Quincy Sands. We've also got Joey D here. Thank you, Joey, for the follow. And then also Heisenberg. Thank you for the follow over on Twitter. We are growing. Look at that, 633 followers. You guys are awesome and absolutely killing it. Let's keep that number growing moving forward. 20 mil a year for Bruce Brown. It's a lot, but if you have cap space, like you could theoretically make it work to guarantee you get him. Unspoken Hoop Knowledge says, it's been a minute, but what's up, Sheldon? How have you been, my man? Much love. Well, Unspoken Hoop Knowledge, shout out to you for being back in the streams here today. As you can tell, another Pacers fan, part of that awesome Pacers community we have here as well. Cole Sturgill says, I think Grant Williams may be a better fit than Bruce Brown in Indiana. I think Grant Williams would be pretty solid. He doesn't screen the same way that Bruce Brown does, and he doesn't have some of those like secondary playmaker capabilities, but he's a little bit bigger. So maybe a little bit more reliable shooter from above the break. Gabby says, Timberwolves are going to end up signing Karis LeVert. I do not like that for them. I really, really do not. So I hope for their sake that they don't. Dummy Fries, thanks for the follow on Twitter, as well as Mark Wells. We've got King Koopa here, Michigan State, or not Michigan State, excuse me, Mississippi State fan, looks like. And then John as well. Thanks for the follow over on there. Huge shout out to everyone who is hitting that follow button over on Twitter. Again, huge shout outs to you guys. Helio says, when does free agency start? Free agency starts at 6 p.m. Eastern time. So we are just about 2 hours and 56 minutes away from free agency kicking off, which I'm very, very excited about. Zach Aldridge says, I'm a huge fan, believer in Trey Jones, but huge stealing is wild. Yeah, I don't think that's ultimately going to be the way that shakes out. Todd Packer says, Kings got Barnes and Duarte. Yeah, it's solid. It doesn't hurt the Kings. They've got stability, which I think is always good. If you're a stable team, it's a pretty good thing to be. Shout out over here to Mark as well for the follow. Huge shout out to them. Maurice, thanks for the these are likes. Excuse me. I'm reading the wrong thing. Sperry Things. Jazz fan. Look at that. We got a Utah Jazz fan in here. Shout out to the Jazz. And shout out to Sperry Things for giving us that follow over on Twitter. Again, link is in the description for that if you guys are trying to join, and in the comment section. Huge shouts to you guys. Ryan says, been an elite. My stuff don't renew for some reason. I don't know why, but Ryan, I'm glad that you're re-upping again with it. I know you were just on it this past month, though, so I appreciate you again for that. Daniela says, I love Jeff. Why, yes, Ben, why? No, it's sad. He's always so, he just goes off on tangents during games, but they're, kind of funny, so I like it. Brady Thompson says, W. Ryan. Let's get some Ryan hype in the chat for becoming a member. Let's get some W. Ryans down in the comment section below, like we're seeing here from Brady, who's also a member, which means we got to drop some Brady hype down in the chat, too. Let's get W. Brady and some W. Ryan in the chat. Those two guys definitely deserve it. Shout out to them. Those guys are absolutely awesome. Alex wants to know, hey, did free agency start already? No, it has not. We're actually just a few hours away, about 3 hours away at this point, so we're getting closer. Astronaut Kid says Eric Gordon to the Suns. Definitely could see that as a possibility. Otherwise, I would look at Minnesota as a potential landing spot for Eric Gordon. BP says W Pacers. Yeah, we're getting some Pacers hype in here too. Joe SRNSN says, I think Joe Ingles is a great pickup by the Magic, veteran presence that can shoot lights out. How was he for the Bucks last year? He was solid for the Bucks. Now in the playoffs, he kind of faded a little bit, but he was holistically good for Milwaukee when he came back from his ACL. So, I think he'd be a really, really solid get for them. Shout out to shout out to Papa here. I didn't want to go with either of those names. I'm saying them out loud on stream. So ultimately, just thank you for the follow, though. Appreciate that. Dylan wants to know what realistic players might Lakers land. I think for them, it's going to be about keeping Austin Reeves and Rui Hachimura. That's really the top goal for them. Justin here says, what's your favorite undrafted player and signing? I like Oscar Tshiebwe quite a bit because he has one really good tangible tool that comes into the NBA as a rebounder. I think Adama Sanogo was a pretty good grab. There's a few guys too that, I'm not going to go through and name every guy that I like that was undrafted, but there was a good amount of players that were undrafted this year that I think can make impacts in the NBA with the right development. TJ Dub says, as a Mavs fan, do you think they should re-sign Kyrie? I think that they should re-sign Kyrie. Mosen says the Kings are slowly becoming the Sacramento Pacers. Yeah, low-key they are. They're working their way there. The real one says, according to Clutch fans, Fred VanVleet and Brook Lopez have agreed to terms on a contract. I have not heard anything definitive on Brook Lopez, although my sourcing suggests that Fred VanVleet is going to Houston, which let's actually go take a look at that quick on our profile at Utility Sports. Also included that on the thumbnail, which is awesome. But looking at it here, I have word that the Houston Rockets have agreed to a deal with free agent point guard Fred VanVleet. That's my sources. That's my understanding, my intel on the situation. Typically, I don't report a lot of stuff because I don't have a bunch of locked in sources. But from what I have as intel and information, I feel very confident in sharing this, which I typically don't do. But I do feel very good about this one, which is why I ultimately did share it. So I think VanVleet is a done deal to the Houston Rockets at this point. So that'll be definitely something to keep our eyes on. Colin says, hoping the Wolves make some moves where it is going to be another slow free agency period for the team as usual. They've lined up for the mid-level exception, so I wouldn't say it's going to be completely slow. In fact, I think it's going to be somewhat active for them, actually, which is definitely interesting for sure. Because with them waiving Taurean Prince, that points to another move going on. Gabe says, do you think the Timberwolves are going to trade Karl-Anthony Towns? If you look at their cap table, I think it's best for them to do that, but I ultimately don't think that they're going to. They've kind of lined up in a way that they're positioning their cap with Karl-Anthony Towns on the roster. Jaden says, do you think the Warriors are going to make any moves? They're going to be most focused on keeping Draymond Green. They're likely going to lose Dante DiVincenzo, but that's something they're content with. Brandon S. says, beat writer from Detroit just said no player from Brooklyn headed to Detroit. Don't know what that means. 3-team deal. I'm not sure on that yet. I don't have any situation, but yes, this is AJ from the stream here. If you're in here, that is real. So that's my sources on the situation right now, which as long as my sources aren't misleading me, that's right. I feel very confident in that. Jerry here says Harden plays very slow and he no longer gets those cheap foul calls. He shoots a lot of free throws still. Zach says Sheldon and Kenny Beecham would be a very interesting duo. Shout out to King of the Fourth Quarter. I haven't watched any of his videos for a really long time, but seems like a chill guy. So maybe you guys need to go at Kenny Beecham and tell him to get on the Utility Sports podcast. John Piner says, hit those likes, guys. Yeah, make sure you leave a like on the stream. And again, if you haven't, make sure to subscribe to Utility Sports as we discuss the moratorium period here in the NBA. Remember, free agency start times at 6 p.m. Eastern time. And I do want to talk about a couple of things. First of all, let's start with the mid-level exception. What is it and how does it work? It's basically a written rule in the CBA that teams that are over the cap can still look to add players, add through free agency. It's a really good mechanism to help continue team building. It also helps some of those like mid-tier free agents who they're not stars, but they're not minimum level players get paid. So that number this year is around $12.4 million for the non-taxpayer, and then taxpayer is around 6.7, I believe. So it's really nice little tool. Sign and trades are something else to watch for. If a team doesn't have money, they could still theoretically sign somebody in free agency by making it work. We Are Cavs says, can I tell you a knock joke? Sure, send it in there, Cavs. Well, let's see what you got. As long as it's appropriate. Kesey says you got to consider that you're referencing James Harden in his prime. Harden is not as hungry and is on a decline now. Are some people overstating his decline? Maybe. Yeah, people are 100% overstating his decline. He led the NBA in assists. I think like 99% of the NBA would love to be on a decline and still lead the league in a statistical category, especially one of the major 3 statistical categories. QJ Smith says, as a Hornets fan, should we re-sign Bridges? They probably will. TLGS says 900 liked and we get that elusive hot tub stream. TLGS services wants to see me in a hot tub stream. Well, I'm not sure if we're going to be able to get there or not, but you guys need to go smash the like button. Let's see how many likes we're at right now. I'm going to check. We're at 105 likes already, which is crazy, but I think we can do better. We've got almost 700 people watching. So that means you guys got to go actually smash that like button right now. Let's get that number to at least 300. That means half of you, like not even half of you, just go hit the like button. It takes like a half second. It's completely free. It doesn't even really do anything for us on YouTube. It doesn't make us get more views or anything. It just lets me know I'm doing a good job and that you guys are enjoying it. That's all it really does. So it would be definitely helpful. Ryan says, if y'all new to this channel, let me tell you, Sheldon loves Harden. I do like James Harden a lot. I'm a big James Harden guy, but I think it's because of his talent level. It's not like I'm just biased to him for no reason. He's very impressive. Quendo says, what's up, Sheldon? How have you been, my guy? I've been doing great, Quendos, and I'm very happy to have you back in the stream here. It's nice seeing you again. Welcome back to the stream. Zach Aldridge says, gotta love them in the middle of writing about why Colby Jones will have a role next year, and then they trade for a guy at his position. Yeah, like literally might not actually end up having a role now because of that. But it's okay. Like at the end of the day, they got better, which is the whole point of doing it. Shout out to Victor Leone for the follow over there. I like your profile picture, little Kate Cunningham, Jaden Ivey action. So shout out to all the Pistons fans watching. Right now, what I want you guys to do, I'm going to go ahead and make a banner for this. Comment your favorite team. I want to see who your favorite team is. So everyone drop your favorite team down in the comment section. And when we get through them, I'll talk, maybe one nice thing I like about your team, something I think could potentially happen with them in free agency. Drop your favorite team down in the comment section right now. I would love to see it. Will Curtin says, I know it's a long shot, but since Harden's value has declined due to his contract or due to his extension restrictions, can you see the Celtics making a trade for him? My answer to that is outstandingly no. I think that there's zero chance that James Harden is playing for the Boston Celtics next season. Sir Gris says, if LeVert signs elsewhere, what does that do for the Cavs cap space? Ultimately, with the Cavs cap table, which this is a good question. Let's go over there quick and share what the cap table would look like for Cleveland. Because like for some of you guys probably know how to like pull it up, but I'm not sure if everyone knows how to properly read a cap table because there's a few things you have to like actually look for on this. Given this team. So right now their practical cap space is negative $45 million. So it's very unlikely. And the reason why is because they're paying these 3 guys significant amount of money while also having a cap hold here of $28 million. Now they renounced Windler. So you're really looking at this being negative 33. You lose LeVert to be like negative 5. And they could potentially have a pathway here of opening up a little bit of money. Now they did guarantee Cedi Osman's deal. But if you looked at them potentially trading Rubio, which I know they don't want to do, Rubio's an important piece for Cleveland. They like him in the veteran presence category. Cedi Osman's important. Isaac Okoro's important. But realistically, if they wanted to find a way to cap space, it would be trade Okoro, trade Cedi, trade Rubio, let Levert leave. They already renounced Windler. You're looking at, through that pathway, you're opening up $13 to $22 million in cap. So they could go out there and make a massive addition. They could add a really significant player. The other thing about losing Levert as well, just with where this team is currently at, they have the non-taxpayer mid-level exception. So I think they are a team to potentially watch for as a Dillon Brooks landing spot or players in that similar tiering. If they're looking for another depth piece, a guy who could play off the wing, Dillon Brooks could be the option. So if you do go out and you decide, okay, we're going to, explore trading Chetty and Okoro and Rubio to open up money, there's pathways here to improve the team through free agency with cap space, but I ultimately think the most likely thing is through the mid-level exception. Preach says, question, do you think the Lakers are still trying to get Kyrie Irving? I know they said they weren't going to engage in him. That's where he would be a good fit. I wouldn't rule out the Lakers for Kyrie. I know there hasn't been firm reporting on it. Now, I think ultimately, if I had to be guessing, if I had to put money down on it, Kyrie Irving will be a Dallas Maverick next season. But realistically, with them waiving Mo Bamba and then not picking up the team option on Malik Beasley, they would essentially have to renounce D'Angelo Russell. So let's go over to the Lakers here real quick using Spot Track. Shout out to Spot Track, by the way. I'm hoping that in the future we have another site that we can go to. A little bit of a thing. This is so funny to see, by the way. The Lakers have 4 guys basically under contract. But like you look at the cap hold here on these players, like gone, that opens up significant money. So if they let D'Lo go, like there's your Kyrie Irving slot, which Kyrie Irving would have to sign for around this number then, but that could theoretically work. So it'd basically be a 1-for-1 if they're able to get it done. Mark Friedman says, Sheldon, you do a great job. Watch all your podcasts. Will the Heat get Lillard? I think the Heat should be considered one of the 3 favorites for Damian Lillard. I think there's 2 other Eastern Conference teams that could emerge, though. Bobby Decken says, thoughts on the Pacers rumors. They've been on lots of rumors today, and they have over $36 million in cap space. Part of the reason why they have so many rumors is because there's a lot of people right now writing about, oh, well, this team has cap space, so they could get player X, Y, or Z. Like, yes, theoretically they could. They're not going to get all of those guys. So to me, I thought Harrison Barnes was one of the more likely options until Sacramento extended him. So because of that, now I'm not certain what they're going to fully do. Bruce Brown, a player that I talked about as a potential option over a week ago, I thought he made some sense, and I still believe that. So Mason here says, since it looks like Bruce Brown is no longer an option, who else do you think the Wolves are looking at? Dante DiVincenzo, another name to watch for there. Texas Sports says W. We're getting some W, that Ryan Brady hype in the chat. Love to see that. Justin here says, any moves San Antonio should make today? Shout out to you, Sheldon. Love the consistent and A1 content. Always watch each video live that comes out. Well, Justin, huge shout out to you. Appreciate you. Such an awesome community we got here, and it's people like Justin that really go a long way in making this really special NBA community where we get to talk a lot of hoops and just have a great time. So like it's crazy to me because like when I started this, I wasn't sure if I'd find a bunch of people that like basketball in the same way that I do, where I can sit and talk about it for hours and hours and hours and hours straight without getting bored. And I just feel like all these ideas come into my head. I get super excited about every little thing. But then this is now at the point where like, hey, we're 2.5 hours before NBA free agency starts, and we've got 700 awesome people in here live watching. That's sweet. That's so awesome. And it's a huge shout out to you guys, which is why you guys should definitely subscribe to Utility Sports, because we're going to do more stuff like this in the future. I just have a lot of great ideas, things that we're going to end up utilizing more and more stuff in the future, like this whiteboard. We're going to have some more X's and O's breakdowns. So some of that stuff. So like, if you guys care about any of that, I think it'd be like a great place for you guys to be for future content. Quentin Vega says, what do you think about Ausar and Cade together? That team's athletic. I like Ausar. I wasn't as high on him as I was on Amen Thompson, but I think like the reasons why I wasn't as high as on Ausar as an individual prospect was like the ball handling, decision making stuff. And when it comes to landing in Detroit, you're not going to be tasked with that playing next to Cade Cunningham, Jaden Ivey. So it's really good for him. Really do like that quite a bit. Preach says the Lakers need to go for Buddy Hield and Miles Turner. I swear we've been talking about that for about 3 years now. I'm tired of talking about Miles Turner to the Los Angeles Lakers. The Atlanta Analyst says, hello, welcome Atlanta Analyst to the stream. Glad to have you in here. Essential Classic says, do you think Detroit keeps Joe Harris after acquiring him? I mean, if they could find a way to move him for something, they would. But I think for Troy Weaver, all he's talked about this offseason has been adding players who fit around the current existing pieces, and Joe Harris is one of those more seamless fits because of his three-point shooting. David Smith says, first time in your live chat, love the channel, keep doing your thing. What's your prediction for Knicks moves? Well, David, shout out to you. Glad to have you in here. Glad you found the channel, and I'm glad you're enjoying it. So let's get some David hype down in the chat, too. Let's get some W. Davids down there for sure. But when it comes to the Knicks, things that I could see them do, they've been linked to James Harden. I don't see that happening. I would be pretty shocked, honestly, if James Harden went to the New York Knicks. Now, I don't have any sourcing or reporting against that, but I'm just telling you from a logic standpoint, it doesn't make sense to me. The Knicks a year ago didn't trade for Donovan Mitchell because they didn't feel like it was the right star to go get. They're looking for an A1 mega superstar player to build around to be the best player on the team, with Brunson and Randall being the second and third best players on the roster behind that guy. I don't think 33-year-old James Harden is necessarily what they're after. I think it's more likely they'd explore something for Joel Embiid or a player of that magnitude if they were to become available. Hoop Knowledge here says, thoughts on Duarte trade. Who you think ultimately the Pacers sign? Strus, Bruce? Maybe Strus and Bruce. Let's get a little bit of rhyming in the for the Indiana Pacers. Strus and Bruce. I like that. Or you think they trade for someone? They need to get to the salary floor. Much love. Thanks for covering free agency. Worst case, people are all freaking out about the cap floor. Like, let's go into, like, if we look at free agency quick, which I actually should pull this up. Let's just have the best free agents up on the screen for a little bit here. This is from Spot Track as well, so shout out to Spot Track. But, like, let's say worst case, like, Indiana doesn't get any of their actual goals done. Like, they could go into free agency and just say, look, we're going to pay Wesley Matthews $10 million, and we're going to pay Bismack Biyombo $10 million on one-year deals. Like, people are freaking out about the cap floor. It's just going to be long, like, expensive one-year deals for teams that don't want to commit to money. They're going to be like, oh, look, let's give you a massive amount of money for no reason, which isn't great, which is part of why I think the NBA is stupid for having that be a rule. But it does help out the players. The players are going to get more money because of this. So, like, realistically, if Indiana doesn't get the guys they want, they're not just going to spend to spend. They're going to spend on, like, one-year deals to just eat up the money that they have to eat up. But, like, Strus does make a lot of sense for them as a shooter type, and he's, stronger, physical. He's, like, a bigger framed player than Duncan Robinson, not as tall, but, like, stronger, which is why he could make some sense there in Indiana for the, kind of the shooting and then a little bit of the defense. But I think, like, for me, the other thing about Indiana, it's hard to give my thoughts on the Duarte trade just because we don't have the actual assets in yet at this point. Texas Sports says 654 streaming currently. Big W Sheldon. Let's get them on Twitter and in the Discord. We love your work and we love talking basketball. Like he's saying, make sure you guys go check out the Utility Sports Discord. I would love to have you guys in there. There's no reason not to join it. So if you like talking basketball, which I'm guessing all 714 of you do, since you're in here listening to me talk about the NBA, trust me, you're going to want to join this Discord. We got over 200 active participants in there. Talk basketball every single day. A lot of great conversation. So make sure you guys go join that right now. I'd love to see you guys in there. And when you get in there, make sure to send me a message and say that you're in, because I'd love to hype you guys up. We talked about this one already. Van Vleet is a Rocket, says Eric Olson. TJ Dub says Fred Van Vleet, bad fit in Houston. Too many guards already that need touches and shots. I think TJ, you have to look at it from the defensive side. Van Vleet's a defensive playmaker, very active hands, quick feet. I think he's a good defensive fit for sure. Fame says Lopez is definitely a Rocket, will be in ballpark of $43 million per year. I don't think that's happening, Fame. But I think Lopez could go to the Rockets, but it's not going to be for that much money. Alex says, who do you think is getting Javon Carter? Javon Carter would be a really good get for a bunch of teams. I would love to see him in Dallas, to be honest. I think his defensive point of attack capabilities, and I think one really underrated element of Javon Carter's game is his transition pull-up. He's actually a very good pull-up three-point shooter, which is really weird because you wouldn't think, oh, Javon Carter, what a good pull-up three. He's very, very good in transition in that. So I think, like, Dallas would make some sense. Otherwise, if you're looking for some other teams like San Antonio, I could see being a Javon Carter landing spot. That makes some sense. Just getting another guard into the room there. Those are two of my better situations, I think. Julian here says, at Utility Sports, Kyrie's meeting with Lakers Miami today as soon as free agency starts just got reported. I did not see that, but I don't have notifications on for a bunch of different reporters that you guys probably do. I only have notifications on for the people that I fully trust. So Interesting. Zach says, do you think Nas getting traded at some point? Probably within the next 2 years, it's a possibility, either that or Cat, but they're not trading any of them this offseason, I don't think. Jaden Holmes says, bro, he's not Jaden. I'm Jaden. Well, Jaden, shout out to you for being in here. Really appreciate that. Dwayne says, what are you hearing on the Blazers front? They have had very quiet free agency signings over the past several years. First of all, there's a report here. Several teams will keep a close eye on Giannis Antetokounmpo's situation in Milwaukee if he doesn't sign an extension. So that's going to be a down the road thing. That's not going to be for today. Dwayne talking about the Blazers here. So I think the Blazers, they're going to be mostly focused on Jeremy Grant. Now, is it possible they could get some sign and trade type of thing done there where maybe they try and find a way to bring in Draymond Green? Yeah, but I just think Draymond Green's going to be in. I think ultimately Draymond Green's going to be back in Golden State. Pedro says, "Are you going to Summer League?" Not this year. I'm not. I went last year. Wanted to this year, but just couldn't really. I don't know. It just for me, like with the timing of it, I feel like there's things I'd rather do, and like I'm gonna watch from television because I'd rather just like continue pumping out content. Whereas like traveling makes it a little bit more difficult to record consistently. So, and I've got some plans here for the next couple of weeks for content that I think is going to be pretty good. Sam here says, does Joe Harris get bought out? I would be surprised if he gets bought out. Mid-level exception is a tool, 110%. Easy Green says, who should the Bulls sign? Watch for Russell Westbrook. That's where it's going to likely go. Mr. Jones, I did cover the Joe Harris trade, but quickly to talk about it again, because there's nothing wrong with talking about it. Let's go ahead and put that back on the screen for you guys. I would love to share that. Make sure you guys get to see everything going on. Also, let's get some shout outs. Sports Fanatics, thanks for the follow over on Twitter. Nick, thanks for the follow, as well as James Galloway. Look at that with the Blooper Brave mascot. I love that. That's sweet. Glad to see that. But let's go over to Woj here. Let's share what Woj tweeted. Along with Harrison's $19 million trade expiring contract, the Nets are sending the Pistons a 2027 second round pick and 2029 second rounder. So, for Detroit, I think it makes sense. They're using some of their money, but ultimately that's what I could see happening. And I also do think that let's talk real quick about Toronto too. I think for the Toronto Raptors, with them losing Fred VanVleet today to the Houston Rockets, I think my current expectation would be that Gabe Vincent lands in Toronto. To me, he feels like a Toronto Raptor like type of player. I think that there's a legitimacy to that with his size and frame and his skill set that he could fit Toronto. He fits what Masai Ujiri's typically been looking for. So I think that's what I would lean toward, but I don't have firm reporting on that. That's just kind of more speculation. Shout out to Dave as well for following over on the Twitter. Huge shout out to you, Dave, for that. Really do appreciate you. So huge shout out to Dave. Let's get some Dave hype down in the chat. Bluegill says, it seems like OKC Thunder will wind up with more picks than they can use. Is that a good or bad problem? It's a good problem because they have a lot of trade flexibility. They can pivot. They can trade for better players. They could trade out to future years. Realistically, if Sam Presti manages this right, he could perennially have the most picks in every single draft. Because let's think about it going into 2024, he could theoretically trade them all out to teams and say oh, we're going to trade this 2024 first for a 2028 first and maybe a 2030 first that's protected. If you have the most picks and you continue to trade them out backward and backward for 2 picks, way down the road, it makes sense for the other team moving up. They're oh, well, we're giving up 2 future long-term assets for something that can help us right now. But for OKC, it's oh, at some point they could literally have 40 first-round picks if they went that way. Now, it's going to be difficult to do, and at some point teams might stop trying to trade with you because of the fear of that. But if you're helping other teams accomplish their goals, there's ways to get there. Chaos says, Pistons' biggest targets were Nets. Why save them cap space and screw your chance to the other guys for a couple seconds? That's the interesting thing about this is with the reports that they were going to maybe go in on Cam Johnson, this deal probably limits that now a decent amount, which is a little unfortunate, honestly, just given that, the fact of the matter that that's not happening now. Someone here says Denver trade 2 second picks and trade player exception to Washington for DeLon Wright. I need to go look at what the Nuggets have for a trade exception because I was not fully aware of what that number looks like for them. because you can't combine salaries with the trade exception. So let's go over to the Denver Nuggets quick. That's not what I wanted to do. Denver Nuggets update. Okay. So the Nuggets right now, their trade exceptions. If I can find it even. Oh, here we go. They have a $9 million trade exception from Monte Morris. So that's interesting. And you want them to bring DeLon Wright back? It would be funny if they brought back Monte Morris himself, but DeLon Wright defensively makes sense. I actually would like that quite a bit for them. Wouldn't be bad. Shout out to Trigo for the follow as well. Shout out to Trigo. Let's go forward here. Hope the Pistons buy Joe Harris out and he goes to the Suns. Definitely would be solid for Phoenix if they could get that. Zach Aldridge says, don't know whether to be a fan or hate Tari Eason for coming in and stealing TJ McConnell's 2022-2023 NBA loose ball recovery player of the year. Dude, Tari Eason's awesome. I love Tari Eason. I'm like the biggest Tari Eason guy. Here we are now with some of the fans of teams. So John's a Warriors fan, Blazers fan, Heat fan for Ankit. Sir Grizz says Cavs. Not what I would have expected for Sir Grizz, but shout out to him. Brendan Sutherland says Kings, baby. One of the biggest Kings fans I know. Sam says Lakers. Preaches the Lakers fan as well. Mega here says Spurs. Essentials a Bulls fan. Pelicans, Timberwolves, Lakers, Spurs, Pistons. Atlanta analyst, of course, a Hawks fan. Discard Lakers. Jonah Ramirez says Los Mavs. El Dice Los Mavs. Okay, bueno. Valio says Jazz. František says Spurs. Tilo says Orlando Magic. Look at that. Don X says Hornets. We got a Celtics fan here. Kings. We got a Dubs fan, Pistons fan, Blazers fan, Spurs fans, Pistons fans, Spurs. A lot of Spurs fans. Zach S.A. Spurs. I wonder if he's a Spurs fan or not. Shout out to him. Spurs Nation here says JD3 the Great. Kevin's a Jazz fan. Bobby's a Pacers fan. Lakers fan. We got a lot of Lakers fans too. Shout out to the Lakers fans. I didn't know we had that many of them on the channel, but that's awesome to see. Suns in 4 is a Magic fan. Not necessarily what I was expecting from Suns in 4, but funny enough, he is a Magic fan, which I wasn't expecting. Terrell Mitchell, thank you for the follow over on Twitter. Mark's a Miami Heat fan. BP's a Pacers fan. Wizards, Pelicans, Celtics, Raptors, and Caps, says Ryan Hillier. That's awesome. Red Nation, Rockets, Dubs, says Roman. Houston, the best rebuild in the league. The Thunder, baby, says Deshaun. Shout out to Deshaun here for the Thunder hype. This guest card is a Lakers fan. Quentin Vega with the Warriors. QJ Smith. This is awesome to see. I love seeing this. So huge shout out to all of you guys for letting me know your favorite teams. Got a lot of awesome comments. Jesse is a Wolves fan. Kyo's a Knicks fan. Eugene Brown's a Pistons fan. That's awesome to see. So shout out to you guys for coming out strong. Let's see how many likes we are at on the stream too. I'm expecting a lot more. Let's see if we're there. How many likes are we at now? We're at 193. You guys are still kind of slacking, but definitely not bad at all. So shout out to you guys, and also a huge shout out to Alex for the follow over there. He's a Mavs fan, MFFL, Mav fan for life. Love to see that hashtag. Every time I see it, makes me pretty happy. Ryan here says, bro, you're getting swarmed. This is amazing. So well earned. Well, Ryan, thank you for being in here. Thanks for being a member on the channel. And thank you again for the 5 here too. Really, really do appreciate it. And Zach says, that's a lot of messages flooding the chat. We got a lot flying in here. But you guys are absolutely awesome. Very, very awesome seeing the you guys and just sharing how many, awesome different fan bases we have in this community. That's what really is my favorite part again about the channel is we just talk about every single NBA team, which is great. Juan and C says Mavs prediction. So they're going to use the mid-level exception for sure. Shout out to Jurin for the follow as well. The Mavs are going to use the mid-level exception. I'm not sure on what. And then I think the big thing to watch for is a potential trade for Dallas, which we're going to talk about some potential trades here too. But let's actually go ahead and pull that up now. So let's go over to Fanspo. We're going to use their trade machine for this stream. And let's talk about the Dallas Mavericks a bit, because I think, people want to know about Dallas. We have a lot of Mavs fans in here, which I love to see. And realistically, before we even put in a second team, I want to highlight some contracts. Tim Hardaway, $17.8 million. Tradable number, okay? 2 years left on his deal. Definitely movable. Then we get to Richaun Holmes. $12 million, 2 years left on his deal. That's a movable contract. Now, it's not a valued contract, but it's movable. You can like realistically see a team potentially taking that in, like going forward, which that's the whole point of this, right? Is like, is that something that is tradable? And the answer to that is yes. Tim Hardaway Jr., his number actually descends. So next year he's only making $16 million. Rashawn Holmes has a player option for next year, as does JaVale McGee. So that's really the other deal contract we're looking at here of McGee, Holmes, Hardaway. And if you do the math here, that's $29.8 million plus another 5.7. So you're looking at around $36 million in tradable money, right? Like now, realistically, like if you're looking at this, well, James Harden, that money would work. But the Mavs would have like a pathway here to trying to find a way to get out of these deals for like a Tobias Harris. And this is one that I floated around a little bit that I do think actually makes some significant sense for all sides involved, is if you could pull something like this off if you're Dallas. Now, this is going to say it doesn't work because of the recently traded thing with Rashawn Holmes. I don't know if they've actually finalized that deal yet or not through the league office. But if they haven't, like Rashawn Holmes could still be like flippable. They would just have to expand it to a separate like trade or include it to a 3-team deal with Sacramento, which is possible. This is one where Dallas gets a player who helps them. And for Philadelphia, you're getting, I think, a playable backup big in Rashawn Holmes, who, if you look at Philadelphia every single year, one of their biggest issues has been backup center. Now, Paul Reed has kind of emerged as that. So maybe Rashawn Holmes isn't necessary for them. But then Tim Hardaway Jr. is kind of a bucket getter on a cheaper long-term deal. Like you could, if you're Philadelphia, look at, oh, well, this is a descending contract. Next year he's going to make in the like $16 million. Is that something that's worth getting, moving from Tobias Harris's 1-year deal to a cheaper, more manageable 2-year deal? And I think the answer to that could realistically be yes for Philadelphia. That's something to like kind of look for Dallas, is if they can take these 3 players on the right and trade them into 1 or 2 players coming back in. That's really, I think, the biggest thing to watch for. Corey says, who do you think the Grizzlies get during free agency if they make a move? I hope they get a small forward to replace Dillon Brooks, but I want to know what you think. I think that for Memphis, it's less about who they would sign and more about making some possible trade. So let's go to the Memphis Grizzlies here, and let's go to a team in Toronto. Ryan, I'm not sure if you're going to like this or not, but we're going to talk about the Raptors, okay? We're going to talk about the Toronto Raptors, and pretty easily they can get to this OG Anunoby number, $18.6 million. Very manageable, very easy to get there. Zaire Williams would be one of those key pieces in it. And then you maybe look at a contract kind of in the middle of, like, you know, realistically they could do Brandon Clark if they wanted to. I don't think that's necessarily the direction they would go. But theoretically they could trade Luke Kennard for this to get the money close enough to work. And then you could also attach in a couple of other pieces. Santi Aldama. You could throw in Xavier Tillman, give Toronto like a collection of younger players that have some, you know, value or whatever. And the nice thing is about Toronto is they have a bunch of these in here, the Thad Youngs, Otto Porter. They've got some of these smaller contracts, which can help balance out the money here. So let's trade Otto Porter back. And it actually gives Toronto a little bit more leeway here to take in another young player. So let's perhaps throw in a David Roddy. Okay. So we're seeing 4-ish young players going out. And then this Golden State Warriors pick was already traded. Fanspo doesn't have that updated for some reason. But let's trade this 2024 one to the Raptors, a 2026 one to the Raptors, and then maybe a 2028 like top 10 protected to the Raptors as well, in a deal for OG Anunoby, where the Raptors walk out of this with Kennard, who's a good shooter, could fit next to Grady Dick and give like some really good floor spacing to the team if they decide to keep Pascal Siakam. I think one issue with Toronto the last couple of years is they just don't have enough perimeter shot making. Kennard and Grady Dick are going to help with that. Zaire Williams, an intriguing young player, former lottery pick. Tough for the Grizzlies to swallow that he hasn't panned out, but I could have told you that on draft night, that wasn't going to be fantastic. The Sixers are not planning to extend Tyrese Maxey this summer. He is still seen as a big part of their future, but the team wants to delay an extension for him to preserve flexibility, which is interesting. And it also puts them in a spot where they can see how Maxey operates. So that's an interesting report from Wojnarowski there, which we'll put up on screen. That's actually from Ramona Shelburne, excuse me. David Roddy, Santi Aldama, young players, Xavier Tillman. These 3 guys, Roddy, Aldama, and Tillman, can definitely help the Raptors on the offensive glass. And then you're getting, 2.5, 3-ish first-round picks for OG Anunoby. It's like pretty good value. This is what I would think most likely Memphis would look to do if they're making some type of move. Ryan says scorching hot take since they're basically locked in for Van Vleet. Yeah, that's what I think is going to happen. Preach, shout out to you. Thanks for being in here. Jay says you keep saying that Phantom misleading stat of him league in assists. Ball hug doesn't move the ball, stunts players' growth like Maxey. Harden is washed. I don't know. I don't really agree with that. Zach says, man, I just want to know what KP is cooking up right now. KP, in this case, is Kevin Pritchard. For those of you who do not know, he's the lead decision maker for Indiana. I know something is coming with the lack of reporting on the Duarte trade. And, man, it'd be crazy. We got him on the screen. Should we? Yeah, let's just do it. Let's just do it. We're going to talk about it quick. Zach probably wants to know about it, and I'm sure a lot of the other Pacers fans in here too. So OG Anunoby, a return to Indiana. He played his college basketball there. Now he'd be with the Indiana Pacers. Of course, there's that famous video of OG Anunoby whispering to Tyrese Halliburton, people speculating he's saying, hey, come get me. Realistically, that could be potentially what it is. Who knows? You never really know what it is, right? So the nice thing is, again, about this is like Daniel Tice gets you a good amount of the money there. Trade Jalen Smith, and with Chris Duarte out, like if it's a 3-team deal, which like honestly, let's actually build it that way. Let's get the Kings in here. Okay, just because it's going to be easier to kind of show what I'm trying to talk about. So let's send Duarte to the Kings. Okay, so you look at the money now. The money is almost spot on, which is important to note. The Raptors get a former top 10 pick in Jalen Smith, probably not deserved one. Remember, he was taken one pick before Tyrese Halliburton, which is hilarious because shouldn't have happened that way. Phoenix screwed that up pretty big time. A lot of teams screwed up that draft, but that's how it is. And then the Raptors here, like the Kings, what they could give up theoretically in this is, maybe they give up like PJ Dozier goes to the Raptors, make the money work here a little bit. Not that they necessarily have to, but it's funny seeing Corey Brewer with a cap hold still because they just haven't renounced him yet at this point because there's not been a lot of reason to. But they probably will this offseason, I'm guessing. We'll see what happens. But let's say second rounder goes to like what are we getting here for Duarte? Like Duarte is going out from Indiana to Sacramento. What does Duarte fetch? Like it's probably not a first. So let's just do like 3 second rounders. And we're gonna send them all to Toronto. Like 3 second rounders might even be a lot. Like Duarte might get traded for like 2 second rounders. I don't even know. But something along the lines of this. And then Indiana sends 2024 first to Toronto, as well as like a 2026 like lottery protected pick to the Raptors as well. So the Raptors are walking out of this with 3 seconds, 2 firsts, and a young player in Jalen Smith and a couple of other like pieces, I guess, and they get a little bit of cap relief. Kings get Duarte, Pacers get OG Anunoby. And if you look at it from the Pacers perspective, you're essentially turning in from your rotation Jalen Smith and Chris Duarte and Daniel Tice into a near all-star level player. It's like a home run for Indiana. It makes a lot of sense for them, which is interesting. Todd Packer here wants to know best landing spot for Kyle Kuzma. I think the Kings were that spot. Now it's a little cloudy to me. I think he ultimately lands back in Washington would be my guess currently, which is a little weird, but I ultimately think that's what we could see happen at this point. Blue Gill sends $5, says Thunder predictions. Will Sam sit tight or make a minor move? Well, Blue, thank you so much for the $5 and also the 3. He sent 3 earlier. So, Blue, huge shout out to you wanting to know about the Thunder. Will Sam sit tight or make a minor move? I think that the Thunder are going to make some small signing. I don't think that they're going to be very active. They have to spend a little bit of money to get to the floor. I just think like 1-year deal, get to the floor, sign some veteran or something. And from there, they're going to be pretty quiet. I just don't see Oklahoma City being a super active team right now because I think that they want to see what Chet Holmgren looks like with their current core before they make something, some like big long-term decision, honestly, moving forward at this point. So we'll see what happens. Let's keep going forward here. I need to get back up to where we were at. So Lil Tree here says, high utility question. Does Portland make a move for Lou Dort? I know they have to do something, and he has came out and personally said that Lou is the best defender he has played. I think he was talking about Damas came out and said that. OKC drafted Case. And so, yes, theoretically, the Thunder could afford to give up Lou Dort. I just don't – right now, there's not really a big reason for them to with Portland. Like, the Thunder almost need that contract to stay around the floor anyway. So, I just would be pretty surprised to see anything actually come to fruition. Anna here says, in how much time does it start? Timeout free agency. Free agency is just a little bit over 2 hours away. So we are getting closer and closer every single second. Om Patel says, has Portland done any moves? Chat, please tell me. Portland has not done anything yet, so you haven't missed out on anything, Patel. Another potential free agency curveball, according to Mark Stein. There's been a good amount of chatter circulating today about a potential return to Washington for unrestricted free agent Kyle Kuzma. Exactly what I just said. I think it's a possibility. So, people can say that I'm not a source. I wouldn't call myself a source, but I think I'm pretty locked in to what's happening. Why says, no. Dallas needs to give Kyrie the bag, flip Wood if you can, or keep him and Tim, but oh boy. I'd be going after Cam Reddish as far as low-risk, high-reward free agent. I would not be going after Cam Reddish. Darren says, as long as the pudgy pastry-eating Harden doesn't come back to Houston, I'm good with whatever free agents we get. This is a good time to remind everyone that the Rockets have not won 25 games in a year since trading James Harden. Like, if that pudgy pastry-eating player is the only reason that this franchise has been actually relevant in the last decade, I'd probably put a little bit more respect on him. Jonathan here says, Kyrie going to sign with the Suns. So Kyrie Irving. Here, let's talk about Kyrie Irving a little bit and how he could potentially get to Phoenix. There's two options. One, a sign and trade for DeAndre Ayton, where the Mavericks would get Ayton. That's not happening. Okay, the Mavericks are not going to sign and trade Kyrie Irving to Phoenix. I just don't think that's going to happen. So the other option is looking at a potential signing of the minimum contract. And if Kyrie Irving was any other superstar, I would say immediately, no, that's not happening. But since it's Kyrie Irving, I don't want to say 100% without a doubt it's not happening. Now, 99% of me believes it won't happen, but 1% of me has a little bit of like a pit in my stomach of Kyrie Irving is Kyrie Irving. He can do what he wants, and he might sign for the minimum because he's Kyrie Irving. Zadrian says Kyrie to the Lakers. I think that's still a semi-possibility. Salty Solution says apparently Drummond could be traded to the Mavs for McGee in a second. How are you feeling about it? I don't hate it. Do not hate it. Actually, the Mavs don't really have seconds to give, though. So that's the one issue. Derek Stein says, respectfully, the Sixers should not want that Mavs deal. I understand that thought process. Realistically, the thing about the Sixers, though, is like, we've seen teams do this where, like, Minnesota just did it where they traded D'Angelo Russell for Conley because there was an extra year. It gives you a little bit more time to figure out what you're doing. Like, that's kind of the idea behind the Tim Hardaway Jr. and Tobias Harris flip. Why says Bane should be the trade bait that lands them abundance. I don't think that the Grizzlies are trading Desmond Bane. Ryan says we only need Kennard from that. Kennard would be solid there in Toronto. Norrin Rat says Santi Aldama could be the best player out of that return for the Raptors. I like Santi Aldama a lot. Santi is very, very good. Some guy says that is a lot, but does OG fit with Marcus and Bane? 100% he does. And the whole point of that is, like, probably at all times you have two of the following players on the floor: Smart, Bane, OG Anunoby. Like, that's really, really good for your rotation. Zach says I'm like 5 minutes behind, but I see my Twitter in the corner. Yeah, it's funny about the Twitter thing there. Let's see. Some guy says this is terrible. There's no system of fit. Plus, they'll have Morant later on. Why not? Says good value, but Raps won't trade OG. That's what I think, honestly, too. But I just want to touch base on it. Knicks want draft picks for Obi Toppin. They're trying to, according to Pacer, like their discussions with the Pacers. So let's go back here to our trade machine and look at a potential Pacers trade for OG Anunoby. So let's can the Raptors. Let's change this to the New York Knicks, which if I could ever find them, for some reason my brain just doesn't work on the trade machine sometimes. And the reason that they want more picks, and I've talked about this for quite a while, that the Knicks are a team that is loaded with assets. Look, they have 4 2024 firsts. They've got 2 2025 ones. 2026 they've got one, and they've got all of their own the rest of the way. And these picks have backups on them. So theoretically, this Dallas pick could go back to 2025. This Detroit one does. The Washington one goes through 2026, I believe. They're loaded with assets. And the reason that they would maybe make a deal is if they can get this 2024 first for Obi Toppin. And the whole point of that is they add one more pick that they can open up in a deal. And let's adjust this. So this would be the framework of a Pacers-Knicks trade. And we're going to add a third team in here. Now, this isn't going to happen, okay? So you guys have to hear me on this. This is not going to happen this offseason. But the whole point of it, the reason that they'd want 2024 first-round pick is because they're ultimately making a lineup move to go get this guy, Joel Embiid. He would go to the New York Knicks at some point. This is not happening this offseason. I want to say this 100 times. It's not happening this offseason. But they're lining themselves up with future assets to ultimately pour out the door, where this would actually get rerouted to the Sixers. And what we would see is RJ Barrett's contract would go to Philadelphia. Evan Fournier's contract would go to Philadelphia. The money's already pretty close. We'd see Emmanuel Quickly go to Philadelphia. And actually, we could maybe even see Mitchell Robinson go to Philadelphia instead of Fournier, which is interesting because this is actually probably a stronger actual package. And then we send that pick to the Philadelphia 76ers. We trade that one to the Sixers. We trade that one to the Sixers. Trade that one to the Sixers. We go to 2026. We trade that first to the Sixers. We go to 2028. We trade that one to the 76ers. And you're probably quickly seeing here, holy cow, that's a lot to give up. But the Knicks could realistically land Joel Embiid without giving up Julius Randle or Jalen Brunson and maintaining a good amount of their core pieces. They'd still have Quentin Grimes. They'd have some of their important players still under contract, a good amount of their starting lineup currently under contract. And they have the assets to go out there and do it. We see that first from Indiana going over to Philadelphia now, and then all of these other assets too going out the door, where the Pacers walk out with Obi Toppin. The Knicks walk out with Joel Embiid. The 76ers get good young players. They get a ton of draft picks, and they would ultimately be restarting the process again, but with a pretty significant head start from where they were originally. And if you want to look at a deal that's very similar to this and framework that actually went down, it would be when the Rockets traded James Harden to Brooklyn. And ultimately, this Obi Toppin player was Jared Allen, who went to the Cavaliers for a first, which ended up going to the team that was trading the big player, James Harden. So that's ultimately what we're looking at here. This could be a nice deal for the Pacers. This could be a very nice deal for Philadelphia with just the fact you're giving up the league MVP. You're also getting 3 good young players and a crap ton of picks. And then the next, you're getting a player who is your 1A go-to guy, which is the whole point. Solid Jakin says, who can the Kings add to help with the defense and rim protection? Re-signing Barnes for 18 made no sense to me. I think it was a little rich. I think there's a lot to be said about continuity and keeping guys around. But I was just kind of surprised by it. I don't know. I just couldn't really see that making a ton of sense. So let's look at the Kings specifically. And when it comes to free agency, Bruce Brown would still be good for them. Bruce Brown would be a pretty nice addition. Otherwise, one thing that I do think makes some sense. Let's go off of this here. Let's just pivot over. Hopefully, you guys understand kind of the point of this 3-team trade. But let's go over to let's can all 3 of these teams. We're not talking about the Knicks, Sixers, or Pacers at this point. Now we're going to go talk about Sacramento specifically. And with Sacramento, again, Harrison Barnes is now on an $18 million deal. So we should modify this contract. Standard contract, what was it? 3 years, $54 million. So this is what? 16, 17. Oh, whoa. 18. That's why I rewrote it to, okay. That was not supposed to happen. So 17 million. Let's actually just make this 18 because this is ultimately what his deal's going to look like. So 3 years, 54, right? This is right in the ballpark. Okay. So that's his contract now that he's on. Okay. That's his new custom contract. So from there, if you're looking at the cap space, this is what they have now. And it's going to be difficult to find a player out there that they could theoretically sign. Now, one that is a restricted free agent that I think could make some sense and it would put Portland in a very tough spot is a potential not a sign and trade, but he would ultimately go to the Kings on some type of overpaid deal. Right now, they could realistically afford to give Matisse Thybulle about $12 million, which is a pretty significant amount of money for a guy who isn't super productive. But the reason they would do that is defensively, he makes a lot of sense as a playmaker. And I think in their offense as a cutter, they could find a way to make that work. That's interesting. But overall, it's, I think that's one of the players to watch for when it comes to defense, shot blocking, and getting him on an affordable deal, like that's a guy that makes some sense. Otherwise, like I said, like could you go to steal from the Denver Nuggets and try and get Bruce Brown on slightly more? Like again, they have 19 million cap space. Now the reason I don't want to operate with using all 19 million is they're going to give a pay bump to Domantas Sabonis. What they're going to do here is they're going to give him a standard extension of 4 more years, and in 2024 the issue is they can't go ahead and give him a ton more. Like right now they can only give 140% more, which gets them to like 27 million. So what they have to do is they have to get this number to like 25-ish. So they have to save about $6 million, which is why at the $19 million mark, I could see them using about 16 million or something. Okay. If that makes sense. So that's kind of what to watch for. Bruce Brown could make some sense. So like they could use like 13 million, which is slightly above the mid-level to go get a guy like Bruce Brown theoretically. Like pretty much you're looking at any guy who's like a mid-level or restricted free agent that maybe overpay. Blue, glad that you appreciated that. Hoop Knowledge says, I would love that trade as a Pacers fan for OG. The only way that trade would go down as bad as a bad move is if OG doesn't re-sign with Indy, which I think he would, though. Yeah, I think he would, too. Eric says, who can Hornets trade Terry and Bouknight for? To be honest, I'm not sure if there's a lot of suitors out there right now. Let's go talk about that quick. It's a pretty good question. Let's go to the Hornets and let's talk about the Spurs, who have a pretty massive amount of cap space where they could see Rozier and Bouknight come in. And this doesn't really hurt their cap picture. This helps them get to the floor. I don't love Rozier's contract, but it is what it is. Devontae Graham back to Charlotte? Probably not. But maybe like Khem Birch goes back to the Hornets or something and like, a couple second-round picks? Something like this. The Spurs get a little bit better now. They get some pieces that could theoretically fit around Victor Wembanyama, but realistically, Rozier's contract's not a big positive, and then Bouknight hasn't really shown much. He's probably out of the rotation this next year for Charlotte. So Matthew says, how many free agents do you think move teams, players getting more than the mid-level? That's a great question. I would say probably anywhere from like 8 to 12 players, which isn't a lot, but it's important. Those players go a long way in changing the dynamics of the league. Bucks expected to keep Jay Crowder. That's a good one. And that's part of why I don't think it's that many players changing teams, because like a lot of teams would just like to keep their players. There's a reason that we have that they have them on their team to begin with. Delio says Paul George and Buddy Hield to OKC. That's not happening. Mel says Sam Presti's had 4 Hall of Famers, no chips. That is 100% true, and he traded James Harden super early in his career for no reason. Darren says, no, sir, he quit on this organization. Talking about Paul George. Development says Kyrie signs in Philly. I don't think so. Ryan says Brooks locked to the Rockets, I think. I'm not fully locked on that. I think that the Kings are a team to watch for as well for Brook Lopez. Alex says if Indiana ended up with one of OG, Kuminga, or DeAndre Hunter, I'll be happy. All 3 of those guys would be awesome there. AJ Analysis, brother, saying my Sixers ain't extending Tyrese. He's our future man. He's never been the second option. He'll be great. They're gonna keep him. It's not like Maxi's gonna be gone. It's just they're not committing money to him yet, because then they could theoretically go into next offseason with cap space and sign guys and then bring him back using restricted free agency status. So AJ, I wouldn't worry too much about it. Bruston here says, I know I'm salty about that wave. I like Trent and Watford. I was surprised by that as well. Austin here says, amen, give Harden his respect. He deserves it. Zach says, I expect Portland to make a move today. Don't understand why they'd waive Watford otherwise. I was surprised by that. I was very surprised by that. So I think that they are a team we have to keep our eyes on. David says, yo, Thunder fan here, and do you think we'll make the playoffs next year? Love the content. Yes, I do. In fact, if you go back to a year ago, David, I was saying that I thought the Thunder were a realistic threat to make the playoffs last year. They almost did. They lost in that second playing game to Minnesota, but that team, they're good, and I think Chet Holmgren's going to be absolutely awesome for them. AJ Analysis says they better keep him or I'll be pissed. They're going to, don't worry. Norman Rat says Jimmy Butler's greater than James Harden. He just proved it. No, he did not. Here's the thing. Here's the thing about this. Like, Norin Rad, like, I understand, like, oh, well, Jimmy Butler made the finals. Like, The only thing that kept James Harden out of the finals for like 3 out of the however many years he was in Houston was the Golden State Warriors. He lost to the Warriors more than any other player in the Western Conference playoffs because he just kept running into them. The Rockets were consistently the second best team. James Harden was clearly the best player on those teams every single season he was on that roster. And if the Warriors didn't exist, the Rockets maybe walk out of the 2010s with 2 or 3 titles. So it's, the Warriors existed. They had a tremendous trio of Curry, Clay, Dre, and then they added a crazy fourth player in Kevin Durant. So BS Express says my OB to the Pacers might actually happen. Yeah, BS, I'm sure you've been talking about that for like a whole year. So shout out to you, BS, if it actually comes to fruition. Preston Curry says, yeah, that Watford move was a surprise. Yeah, I was just not I just did not expect that. LeBron James says, I just woke up. Can someone explain how the Harris trade went down? So ultimately, Joe Harris got traded with 2 second-round picks as a salary dump. That's really all it is. We're up to 250 likes on the stream, but we got over 660 people watching. So I definitely think we can get that number a little bit higher. Go smash the like button. And if you guys haven't already, you got to make sure you subscribe to Utility Sports. Make sure you guys hit that sub button. Let's see how many subs we're at now, too. That number's growing. We're almost at 20,200. So we are climbing up there for sure. Let's see if we can get there. Going on to our next comment, Echo says, as a Rockets fan, I want to try to trade for Tyus Jones. I don't think Tyus Jones will be in Houston. I think Fred VanVleet is a Houston Rocket. Some guy says, not a Blazers fan, but they deserve Draymond Green. That'd be wonderful for the young talent. I'm just curious on how do they land him because I don't think Golden State's going to be super receptive to a sign and trade. The rise of Knicks says Harden and OG will be on the Knicks and we will lose RJ, OB, and quickly Fournier, Hartenstein, and draft options on these trades. Harden and OG and OB to New York. We'll see. I'm not sure if I buy it. Sylvester says, hey, do you think what the Sixers can really get for Harden knowing he's a rental? And there it is. There's the question. We're going to come back to this, Sylvester, in just a second. I want to shout out Texas Sports, our Discord moderator, with the 5. He says, if the Rockets get Fred VanVleet, Dylan Brooks, and Brook Lopez, what's your prediction for us? For the season, I think that they're going to be much better than they've been. Now, the West, if you look at the West currently, it's very hard to see the team making like a deep run in the playoffs, and it's almost possible that they still miss the playoffs, which would feel really bad if you sign all 3 of those players to miss the playoffs. But defensively, like it's going to come down to how Ime Udoka coaches the team. And realistically, like I think he's, I just think Ime Udoka knows what he's doing. So I think the Rockets would be pretty good, honestly. I think the Rockets would be quite good. Let's go back now over to, again, thank you, Texas Sports, for that. That's our Discord moderator, by the way, guys. So make sure you join the Discord. Links in the description for that. But let's get back over to this potential trade here for James Harden. And I wanted to float this 3-team trade. I had it in a video. So if you watched the video that was out on the channel today, you've already seen this, but it's a massive multiple team trade, 3-team deal. And it really hinges on one important thing. And that's Damian Lillard basically giving management a trade request, a trade demand. Now, if Damian Lillard requests a trade, my thoughts on the situation is that it's not going to become public. I think he's going to work in-house with the Blazers. They're going to focus in on 1 or 2 teams that they can realistically see themselves trading him to, places he would be open to playing. And I think one of those situations would actually be the Philadelphia 76ers alongside Joel Embiid, who is the MVP of the league this past year. And this is a massive 3-team deal with a lot of moving pieces. So let's break it down. The Sixers get Dame, Norm Powell, Robert Covington. So they get 3 guys who are significant rotation pieces. Covington probably fills in as like kind of a backup center, backup 4 a bit. Norm Powell's an off-the-bench scorer. Damian Lillard, of course, the point guard. Then so when you look at these, you might say, well, how are they getting picks? These are not getting picks. These are owing pick swaps, which we'll talk about here in a second when we get over to Portland. The Clippers would also owe some pick swaps, but they get Tobias Harris and James Harden. So the Sixers see Harris and Harden leave. They walk in with Dame, Powell, Covington. Feels pretty good to me. The Clippers get Tobias Harris, James Harden, significantly upgrade their starting lineup. The Blazers take in Marcus Morris's contract. They take in Nick Batum's contract. They get Terrence Mann, probably the best young player in the deal. Amir Coffey, a solid young player who's gotten a lot better every single year he's been in the league. Kobe Brown, who was just the 30th overall pick. They get his draft rights. BJ Boston and Jason Preston, two young players who haven't really proven a ton, but I think that there's a lot of skill between these two guys. Preston's a floor general type. Boston is a lethal downhill scorer with good size, which I think, if you're looking at Portland as kind of starting a rebuild, a collection of good young players in Man, Coffey, Brown, Boston, Preston, it's where you want to start. And the reason I use these three teams together, the Sixers don't have enough to trade for a star themselves. The Clippers do not have enough by themselves to trade for a star. But together, they can work to lure a star from Portland in Dame. And the Clippers look at themselves trading a bunch of good role players for a star themselves too. And it's a good cost control measure for both of these teams where they ultimately strip themselves of all their remaining assets. But working together, they have enough to actually lure the Blazers with 7 total draft picks. What they're offering here, a 2028 unprotected first from the Clippers and a 2030 unprotected first from the Clippers, as well as a 2029 and 2027 pick swap. So the Blazers get in this process 2 unprotected from LA and 2 swaps from LA. They also get a fully unprotected first from Philadelphia in 2029 and 2 pick swaps from the Sixers as well. So you're looking at massive value here for Portland, getting 3 unprotected firsts, 4 pick swaps, a collection of good young players. You could probably find a team that would want Nick Batum for a couple second-round picks or something. Maybe you could reroute Amir Coffey somewhere if you wanted to. Marcus Morris, maybe there's a suitor. I don't know if I see one, but I know this is a massive deal. It's kind of hard to see this coming to fruition, but I do think ultimately this is a very interesting trade to kind of look at and talk about. And it's one that these 3 teams, like if they find a way to make it work, this is like a really crazy like culmination of pieces going around with high money. Like you look at how much money's in all of these trades, like 75 million, and the Blazers are taking in $39 million here because it's just like a lot of money's going between the Sixers and Clippers, and then the Blazers, based on what they're giving up of 45 million, they're taking in a decent amount of money too. So it's a lot going on, but it's a pretty interesting move holistically. Let's see what some people think about this one as well. Mel says, I'm going to show my support for Sheldon by hitting that like button. Shout out to Mel. Thank you for that. Rogue Brother says, rumored package from the Clippers for Harden is Powell, Morris, and a future first-round pick. So you think Clippers could flip Covington and Batum and possibly Zoo for more depth pieces? I don't think that there would be a need to flip Covington, Batum, and Zoo if they're just being able to work out a one-for-one trade with the 76ers. The question is, like, if you're Philadelphia, does Powell, Morris, and a future first do enough for you anyway? Like, I don't know. I don't really know if that does go a long way. Zach says, if Zach brings in another combo guard /3, I'm hitting Command A and delete on my Kobe Jones piece. That's literally. I'm sorry. I probably shouldn't have put that out into the air because now I'm jinxing it for you. YYY says Scoot and Maxey just seems ideal in my head. Yeah, like it'd be interesting. Jesse here says, hello Wolves fan here. What would you recommend Wolves do over free agency? Also, what are your thoughts on Wolves fans? I think Wolves fans are pretty good fans, actually. The team just hasn't given them a ton to cheer for the last 10 years. So I think they're pretty good fans. And I think the Wolves are going to look to use their mid-level exception. Scotto says, will Ibaka finally stay in the kitchen, or will he be back in the NBA for 23-24? He might be back. We'll see. I hope he stays in the kitchen. Doug McMenamin says Pistons could have over 50 million cap space in 2024. And that's seemingly what they're lining themselves up to. This would be now the second year in a row that they did this. Doug, thank you for the 2. A year ago, they took in the contracts of Burks and Noel and ate up some of their cap space that way. This offseason, they're doing it again with Joe Harris. Dylan here says Suns trade 8 into Portland for Nurk and salary fillers. I don't know if I see that. I don't know. I'm not sure. RT Shaggy Squid says Chris Murray's an upgrade on Watford. That's why we waived him. Yeah, it's an upgrade, but it doesn't mean you have to waive the other guy. Like, there's still some room on the roster, but it's interesting. Colton Dodd says at Utility Sports, what is your team? I'm a Mavericks fan, but I like covering the whole NBA. I like talking about the NBA more than just the Mavericks. Grape Ape says KD Thunder would have had those titles, not the Rockets. I'm talking about 2018, 2019. I don't agree with that, but I don't know. KD, I don't know what titles do you think he would have ended up with, because he hasn't ended up with any other than the ones in Golden State. So Aaron Bryan says Anthony Simons gets traded the next week. I think that's a realistic possibility. I do think Simons will realistically get traded. Let's go down to some of the thoughts on the trade here. Matt Sands says the Nets can make a better offer for Dame. Yeah, they can. Are they going to, though? That's the big question. Forum here says, reminds me of the ill-fated 4-team Dwight Howard trade. Yeah. Scotto says, I love Terrence Mann's game. I think he'd be really good. Y'all think Dwight Howard comes back to the league? Probably not. YYY says, Dame and Zach make all the sense in the world. Dame extends Chicago's window to some degree. Zach goes home, or at least west. I don't know if I definitely do not like Dame to the Chicago Bulls. No, we are not ignoring Super Chats. Doug, it just takes a little bit of time to get to them. So thank you again, Doug, for the 2. I really do appreciate it. And I'm glad that I was able to answer your question. Rogue says, Clippers say no. Clippers said they aren't trading Mann or Highland or none of their upside young players or their future draft picks. Okay, so you're saying that they don't want James Harden, which all the reporting says otherwise. You're not getting James Harden for, I don't know, a bag of Doritos and a Pepsi. Okay, you're going to have to give up something for it. Torstar says, why would Clippers give another 2 firsts? Because they are turning all of these players who don't play real playoff minutes for them into James Harden, who's played 160 playoff games in his career. So this is not true, Ankit. CBA would allow this trade. So it's not true. The Clippers are opening money. Like, the Clippers are shaving money off their book. So the CBA does allow this trade. Trust me. And even all the CBA rules aren't even applied right away anyway. So it's a 110% rule right now. M. Pipkin says Rockets need to trade for Ben Simmons versus signing Dylan Brooks. We'll see what happens with Simmons. If he gets moved today, that would be pretty crazy. David says Ben Simmons costs twice as much, plays a fraction of the games, and is worse at almost every aspect of the game than Brooks. The one thing about Simmons, though, is neither Brooks nor Simmons are good shooters, except Simmons knows it and doesn't shoot. Brooks doesn't know it and shoots a ton. Braden says, do you think the Warriors sign Brook Lopez? No, I do not, Braden. I think Brook Lopez, teams that are going to be most interested in him would be Houston, Sacramento, Milwaukee on a return. Those are the 3 teams that make the most sense to me off the top of my head. Caden says the Wolves need to get rid of Cat. Too bad his trade value is too low. Gumby says Katie got that Metro Pass bus card. Yeah, he's needed it the last few years. Brendan Sutherland said, let's get more guards, baby. Call us the Kings guard. Yeah, like literally the Kings have a bunch of guards, but they're all good. Keith Ben Simmons says, why? Torstar says, will Harden be healthy, though? I mean, like, if you're talking about like the regular season, which has been the big issue with the Clippers, like, I don't know, James Harden last few years, like, he's played a significant amount of games most of the seasons. Like, I don't know, 58 games last year. That's like one of his lowest numbers ever. 65 the year before. Back in his last year with the Rockets, played 68, 78, 72, 81, 82, 81, 73, 78. Like, I don't know. I think it's one of those things that I don't know. I think he would play. Great Babe said, you said if he wasn't on the Warriors super team that the Harden Rockets would have won those titles. KD Thunder were even closer in 2016. Yeah, that was before a guy named Chris Paul went to Houston. You might have to look that trade up though, because that happened. And then the Rockets won 65 games. And I'm telling you right now, I'm picking Harden and Paul over Durant and Westbrook in a playoff series. And that's interesting too, because right now there's a lot of slander on James Harden. You guys might want to go to that 2016 playoff run that where the Thunder blew a 3-1 lead. And you might want to look at Kevin Durant's numbers over those last few games. Because if James Harden did that, the media would talk about it every single day. But for some reason, we forget that Kevin Durant did that. Scoob says, Lakers fan here. I'm not holding my breath. I feel like the Lakers signed Cam Reddish, Kevin Love, and maybe Dennis or Lonnie. You know, possibilities. I could also see Kevin Love going to Phoenix. So Shay says, chances my best score. chances my Heat score big this free agency after doing nothing last year, probably not very high. Brady Thompson said, "Who's going to be the Bruce Brown of this free agency?" Probably Bruce Brown, but that's not really the fun answer. So, looking at some other guys out there, like first of all, Miles Bridges is probably going to go for cheaper than he should. Like it's going to be pretty good value. Gabe Vincent's going to probably go on a pretty fair deal. I like that. Dante DiVincenzo might go on a fair deal. We'll see what happens. I don't love him at like 12, but if they get him at like 9, it's pretty good. Otherwise, like maybe a Seth Curry for cheap. Like there's a good, like Javon Carter is going to go for probably cheap. Trey Jones is going to re-sign in San Antonio for cheap. Like those are going to be good deals. Those are going to be deals that age pretty well. Captain Obvious says Pistons will lose 40 plus games again. Yeah, I mean there's 82 games, so that's like you're saying, it's going to probably be pretty possible that they lose half the games. But it's as long as they take a step forward, that's all they're trying to do right now. So Mel said nobody wants Ben Simmons. Yeah, I don't think so either, really. Jeremy says, well, bring Cat to Golden State. I don't think that's going to happen. But it is interesting to note that Klay Thompson was almost a Minnesota Timberwolf through a trade for Kevin Love. So who knows? Maybe a trade for a big man would be interesting. Zach says, I don't even want to hear Harden's name right now. The talking points just hurt my head at this point. Yeah, they do. They do. Great Babe says, and KD and Russ's teams were better than those. Whole NBA said the 2016 Thunder were the best team that year, except for the fact that they weren't, and they blew their series, and it's because Kevin Durant crapped the bed. So, like, you know, you can sit here and say, oh, they're the best team. They're the best team. You know, the Rockets, at least it took a Chris Paul hamstring injury to lose, and they still were competitive the last 2 games of that series. Like, the Thunder just lost. They weren't injured. They just lost. And Kevin Durant literally crapped himself up 3-1 in the series. So people trash on the Rockets for blowing a 3-2 lead. The Thunder literally blew a 3-1 lead. Thunder versus Warriors 2016. Like, I don't know. It's just, I don't know. It's just funny to me, honestly. It's just funny to me. OKC, they're up 3-1. They were coming off of a huge 24-point win over the Warriors in game 4, and then they lose by 9, they lose by 7, and they lose by 8. And if we look at those games, sports data is temporarily unavailable for some reason. But here, let's actually we can just pull it up on stream. I'm pretty happy with showing it. Actually, those final couple of games, because I think more people need to know about this series that happened. 2016. Kevin Durant averaged 30, but he shot 42% from the field and 29% from 3. So, not great. And if we go to the game-by-game look, let's go to game 5 first, because this is where they have the 3-1 lead and then they blew it. Kevin Durant at 40 points. This is his good game. Oh, wait, no, he shot 31 times. 38% from the field, 27% from 3, 3 of 11 from 3. Oh, and 13 of his 40 points were free throws, because he gets all the calls in the playoffs. Okay? So, again, Harden's had plenty of games, too, where he scores a ton and they lose, and people point to efficiency, so let's do the same thing with Durant. And then here we go with Durant in this game. 29 points. He shot 12% from 3, 1 of 8, and he shot 10 of 31 from the field. He was less efficient than Russell Westbrook that game, who Russell Westbrook also had more rebounds, way more assists. Like, I mean, whatever. Like, cool. He didn't have a good game. Again, now this 3-3, they go into game 7. Hopefully Durant, who people say is the best player in the world. Hopefully he steps up big time in this game. And let's see, what does he do? Oh, he goes 10 of 19, 3 of 7 from 3. Actually, probably his more efficient game, and they lose. He was a -4. So those final 3 games, he crapped himself, had really bad games for his standard, and then ultimately lost. So, whatever. If you want to say those Thunder teams would have won, I don't think that they're beating the I really don't think that they're beating the team that won 65 games in Houston. I don't believe that for a second. So if you want to compare 2016 Houston, where it was Patrick Beverley as the other guard, sure. But, man. Jonathan Rivera says, are the Clippers only going to have 8 players on the roster with this trade? Yeah, but they could fill it out with some of their other pieces and stuff. They also drafted at 48. They drafted Miller from Miami. So George wants to know if any trades happened. Yes, we did have a trade. We had the deal of Joe Harris to the Detroit Pistons. Shy Sports Fan says Katie's burner account enters the chat. No, Grape Ape. He likes to leave comments all over. Yeah, Grape Ape. Yes. I know that they lost to the injured Warriors. You know, we're gonna do a little bit more. We're gonna do a little bit more history study here. 2019 Warriors playoffs, because I think that this is important to show, because you know, he can say, oh, well, you know, they blew it against the Warriors. This is how good the Warriors were, guys, and this is why you can't believe that Kevin Durant was ever the best player in the world. Okay, here's their playoff series. Okay, let's look at it. Oh, this is the Eastern Conference. This is playoff summary. Let's go down to, can we get to the Warriors? Let's look at their playoffs. Round one, they faced the Los Angeles Clippers. Let's look at the series stats in this. One of the first few games in this series, I think it might have been this one. This is the game where I believe he had 8 turnovers. Let me see if I can find it. Where's the numbers here? Where is Durant? Kevin Durant, 21 points. It's not this. Oh, yeah, no, 9 turnovers here. 9 turnovers that game. Kevin Durant had 9 turnovers because of Patrick Beverley. So that's their first round series. That's okay, though. They ended up winning the series in 6 games against a competitive team. They blew a 31-point lead in that game, in one of those games that they lost. It's at the end, whatever, end of the world, whatever. Then we go to this series against the Houston Rockets, and this is the game that this is the game right here, Game 5, where Kevin Durant gets hurt like right before halftime. The Rockets end up losing by 5 and 5. Okay. Now let's see what this Warriors team did, because this is quote unquote blowing it without Kevin Durant. Let's see what this Warriors team did the next series. Oh, they freaking swept the Portland Trailblazers without Kevin Durant playing a single second of this series. Let's see. Did Durant play at all? Oh no. Oh, Steph Curry went for 36, 37, 36, 37. Oh, look at that. No Kevin Durant. This is how good the Warriors were without Kevin Durant. That in the conference finals, they swept the Portland Trailblazers without Durant. This is how good Golden State was. And Harden took this team to 7 games and 6 games in back-to-back years. 7 games and 6 games. LeBron James and the Cavs didn't do that. They lost in 5 and 4. Like, you can sit here and say, oh, well, you know, this, that, and the other thing about Durant. Like, this is how good the Warriors were without Durant, that they swept the conference finals opponent without him. This is how good they were. And honestly, they might have won the finals if Klay Thompson didn't tear his ACL too. So, Grape Ape, he got better because he had the 2 best shooters of all time around him. It was impossible to double team him. Okay, it was impossible. He didn't just magically improve his game. He didn't just, like, if you look at his efficiencies year by year, it's obvious. It's obvious why his efficiency improved. And it's not because he all of a sudden got significantly better. Otherwise, it would have sustained through Brooklyn, which it didn't. It didn't. Man, just like ridiculous. Sudsy said, bro, will go to the ends of the earth to defend Harden. It's just like, what do people expect? Like, he lost to this team. He lost to the Golden State Warriors. Like, probably the best team on, like, the actual best talent we've ever seen on a team. Literally, like, the best talent. It's ridiculous. It's just, my gosh. Grape Ape says, sounds like Luka against the Suns crapping himself. You mean when they won in 7 games and blew out the Suns by 30, the Mavs didn't blow a 3-1 lead. The Suns did there. So, Grape Ape, I think you have it a little backwards. I think you're just trying to be a troll, honestly, which is really funny to me. Joe Mapes, we're not taking any breaks here. I'm going to be dealing with the haters like Grape Ape, who loves to, if I pulled up all of his comments on the channel, like 99% of them are negative, which is just the way he is. So, Javante says, yo, welcome to the stream, Javante. Glad to have you in here. Solid says, Rockets. Clearly a Rockets fan. Glad to have you in here. MSKN says, any info on the Duarte to Sack trade? Nothing yet, which makes me think that it could potentially be roped into a 3-team trade. Otherwise, we just don't have good reporting at this point. Lights Camera says, who's getting picked up first, Kyrie or Harden? Probably Kyrie tonight on a 4-year deal with the Dallas Mavericks. Jay Anderson says, Joe Harris, I'm sick. He's an okay fit. He shoots the ball. He fits around the other players. Ryan Hillier says, best player in the world in 2018. Yeah, like, this is the other thing is, how many other players in the world have ever had a year where they average 36 points a game in the NBA? How many other players? Like, we're talking about Michael Jordan, Wilt Chamberlain, like the most insane guys ever, and James Harden. So it is what it is. Matt Sands says Bamba to the Wizards makes sense. They need a center. Yeah, I'm not sure if they're going to be trying to win, though. Ryan says Sheldon has the receipts, guys. LOL, I've been through this speech before. I was once like you guys, and I got a speech, and I respect Harden now. Look at that, Ryan. I'm changing. I'm turning minds just a little bit. You know, at the end of the day, you guys can like who you like, dislike who you like, but the fact that people just say like Harden's trash because he got to the conference finals and lost to the Warriors in 7 games is like ridiculous to me. That's just like actually stupid in my eyes. Like, if you actually like firmly believe that, it just is ridiculous. Just, you know what? I didn't want to do this, but we'll do it. We'll do it. We'll do it. Man, I don't know. The ideas here are just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. I don't understand that. If Kevin Durant got so much better, why didn't he ever win in Brooklyn? He had Kyrie Irving and James Harden in Brooklyn. Why didn't he win? He didn't even touch the conference finals, let alone win. He hasn't touched the conference finals since playing for the Warriors. But like, yes, great. Like, here's the thing. So you're completely vindicating KD because he lost to the best regular season record team of all time. Listen, KD's one of the top 25 players to ever play the game. He joined that team, and then they barely beat Harden. That's my point. That's my point. Oh, my God. Ross Bell says, do you think the Spurs will sign any free agents? No. They will. They're gonna definitely sign a free agent, but I don't know exactly who. Yeah, Harib, I just took care of the spam bot, so hopefully that'll be taken care of. Silence says, hello, big thank you from France. I love your channel so much. Great job, best quality. I hope you will replace Woj one day. Well, we'll see. We'll see. I'm not sure if that's in my future or not, but I'd love to coach at some point. So we'll see what happens there. Brennan says, use all the facts you want. What's more likely? Someone who grew up playing, watching basketball, and now covers and teaches it for a job, knows what he's talking about, or YouTube live chat does. Idiot. Yeah, that's the thing is YouTube live chat always knows best. Like, that's the one thing I have to learn clearly is, you know, a guy like Grape Ape just comes in and he knows everything. Joe Maeve says, all these mini players we're discussing, where's the heroes in the NBA? Not exactly sure what you mean with that. Zach says, saying Harden is really good in defending him against people who unreasonably discredit him doesn't equal being a stan. Exactly. And listen, I have no issue saying that I'm one of the biggest James Harden fans out there, but it's not just like I'm saying, oh, well, it's because I like James Harden that he's good. It's like literally like, I think, rationalized points of he took the team that was 73-9, added Durant, and he took them to 7 games and narrowly lost, even though his team, Trevor Ariza specifically, went 0 of 12 from 3 in that game in Game 7. Like, man, tough. AJ Analysis says BS Express hater as usual. Mr. Robot says Harden was very good back then. Harden was insane back then. Harden was unreal. J Peach says that doesn't make Harden better. That could be the team not meshing or a lot of other things. Okay. Here's the thing. This isn't a scheme thing. Okay, Mike D'Antoni, everyone critiqued the Rockets. What was Mike D'Antoni's offense? High isolation, high pick and roll. Okay, sweet. Astronaut Kid says he could have won. Bro, foot was on the line when he almost ended the Bucks season. Yeah, and if James Harden was healthy, they would have won. I just want to point out that the Nets were not playing great to start that year. They traded for Harden. They went on a crazy run. I believe they went like 35-16 over their first 51 games with James Harden. So, like, I don't know. Game Not says, never seen Bro mad before. Love the content. Well, I hope you guys are appreciating it. I've been having a lot of fun with this live stream still. I mean, it's fun talking about hoops. Like, even if you disagree with me, it's like not like I like hate you or anything. It just like I'm gonna hold my opinion because I think my opinion holds some weight. I think that it's fairly accurate. Unspoken Hoop Knowledge says, why y'all ruffle Sheldon's feathers like that, bro? Stop trying to get under his skin. Yes, is James Harden declining in skill from his prime? Yes. However, he is still good and was really good in H-Town. That's exactly what I'm saying. Like, here's the thing. Like, does a 4-year max contract for Harden age well? No, it does not. But he's like, at this point, like, would I want to sign Harden through 2027? No, but it might be worth it if you're a team that could theoretically win in 2024. So Jared wants to know where Seth Curry's going. I think the Timberwolves are a good spot for him. Phoenix would definitely love to have him. Otherwise, I could see another team like San Antonio valuing his skill set. Orlando could make a good deal of sense too. So those are some of the teams that I think realistically make a lot of sense for Seth Curry. A return to Dallas would also be very good. That team needs more shooting. Other than that, like, I don't know. A return to Philly makes some sense, but I don't think I see that happening. Lights Camera here says, do you think that teams will be going crazy trying to get Bronny because that means they also get Bron? I think some team will draft Bronny pretty high, but I think it's because he's a good player. Great Babe says, I wasn't trolling. You got such... Okay. Yeah, that's a little weird. I don't know why you want to think that I have one of those. It's a little sus. I'm an OKC fan, and I love Harden. That combo was never about Harden. It's about Harden being good enough to beat those Thunder teams. Like, the Thunder teams had significant flaws, like Andre Roberson playing significant minutes. Like, those Thunder teams had players you could really help off of. The Rockets didn't have that as much. So, and with, like, I prefer Chris Paul over I prefer Chris Paul over Russell Westbrook for a playoff series. So Preston Curry says, okay, KD did lose to the best record but LeBron and Kyrie beat the Warriors with the best record that year. Matter of fact, came back from 3-1. So what does that say about KD? Like, at the end of the day, I don't think everything should be based off of winning or losing one series. Like, my point is, we hold Harden to the standard of, he hasn't won against some of the best teams ever. But when Durant lost to him, when LeBron lost to some of the best teams ever, we say, he was playing that team. For some reason, Harden's the only guy who doesn't get the benefit of the doubt, which is the only thing I dislike. And like Rossville saying here, bro, Harden was almost unstoppable when he was with the Rockets. Yeah, he was literally like a one-man offense. It was insane. Caden Saxon says, you can't put any of the blame of the failed big three in Brooklyn on KD. I don't know why you can't. KD was actually one of the most unavailable players during that entire stretch because of injuries. So if Kevin Durant was out there on the floor consistently, I think that Harden maybe would still be there, and maybe all three of them would be. Windy City says Harden is a choke job team killer who never won anything. Okay. He won 65 games in one individual season with Clint Capella as the starting setter, Trevor Ariza, and PJ Tucker. Like, good players, not great players. Unspoken says, I hate Harden, but you got to respect how good he was in Houston. Y'all forgot he was an MVP. Joseph wants to know, do I expect the Spurs to compete? I think the Spurs are going to be better than people expect. They're not going to be like a 20-win team anymore, as my camera tries to refocus. Thank you. But I don't think they're going to be like a playoff team, but I think they're going to be much better than people expect. I kind of view San Antonio this offseason as I viewed OKC last offseason. The GOAT says, I think if we run 2018 back, the Rockets win the ring. They'd at least be like right there in the discussion again, which, again, if you're facing the Warriors who won 73 games plus Durant and you're at least even in the conversation of winning it, like, really there was only two teams that could have theoretically won it that year. It was Houston or Golden State. And whoever won that series was going to win the title. The Rockets were a sliver away. And they had some really bad luck. They get CP's injury. They missed 27 straight threes. Most of them were Trevor Ariza. Like, really, really difficult. Alessandro says, will Bruce Brown stay with the Denver Nuggets? How long before he makes his decision? I don't think he'll stay with Denver. I don't think that they can afford to keep him. He would have to take a massive pay cut, which is possible, but I don't know. Forum says, how long are you going to be on? I'm going to be on for quite a while. I'm going to be on pretty much all day. So this is the place you want to be, Forum. Nora says, can we get back to free agents? Yes, 100% we can. Free agency starts at 6 p.m. Eastern time. So we are just about an hour and a half away here, which I'm very, very excited about. We're going to have some crazy moves, some crazy signings, a whole bunch of good stuff. So make sure you guys stay tuned for that. George says, Nets trade Harris. Yes, Harris is gone. Lavathan says, 76ers not planning to extend Maxey. I think the important thing to add to that is this offseason. They're going to wait on him. Anthony says Kuminga to Toronto. Interesting. I don't know if I see that, but very interesting. George here says, can Toppin play next to Jarris Walker if traded to the Pacers? Yeah, I think so. Both of them are athletically gifted, and Toppin's quick, freakishly like bouncy. Walker's firm, and their skill sets are different. Walker's more like touch-based and can handle the ball a bit. Like, Obi has a little bit of that to him, but he's more of like a transition, like rim presence, like roller type of player. I think that the two of them work together just fine. Brendan says, arguing about the wrong reasons behind all the Harden hate. It's not a series MVP, scoring title, blah, blah, blah. With great beards come greater expectations. There it is. That's a great little comment there. Ryan here says, guys like the stream make this guy love his job, y'all. Show him the love. Brady Thompson said, I would like a Kispert trade to the Cavs. Nice fit, but I don't think the Wizards move him. Yeah, I'd be surprised if the Wizards moved him too. Windy City here says, is Harden a top 15 to 20 player to you all time? It's hard to put him in that, just because he doesn't have necessarily the title to get you there. But I think from a skill set perspective, if you were to line up 15 to 20 players all time, from a one-on-one basketball skill set of who is the best ball handler, shot maker, shot creator, passer, facilitator, Harden has legitimacy to that conversation. Fred the Jig says, get those likes up. You guys heard him. Make sure to smash the like button. Let's see how many likes we're at on the stream right now. Jaziel says, we don't need Kispert. Kispert would help them for sure. PG says, just join. Can free agents talk to NBA teams before 6 p.m.? No, they cannot technically, but they all do. They all do. Yeah, Ryan, sorry, I just about had an aneurysm on stream trying to read that. Which is, it's always funny. If there's one or two typos, it just makes reading so much more difficult. Jaden says, Clint Capella to Houston to give us the veteran presence. They'd have to trade for him. I don't know if I see that. Kyle Kuzma to the Nets for Simmons and 2 first-round picks. The money would have to be pretty significant. I don't know if I see that because Ben Simmons makes $45 million. So the money would have to be pretty high. But let's talk more about some of the free agents out there. I would like to sign Max Strus to a cheap contract, man, but I really wanted Cam Johnson as a Pistons fan. Strus would be pretty solid in Detroit too. Boss here says, you think Pacers sneak in and give Bruce Brown the bag? Definitely a possibility. I think the Pacers are one of those cap space teams to watch for Bruce Brown. Sky Gavin says, what do you think are the best moves for the Lakers this offseason? Realistically, their best move is trying to turn D'Angelo Russell into Kyrie Irving right now. That's the best thing that they can do. If they renounce D'Lo by signing Kyrie Irving, that would be the best thing that they could pull off. Zach said, I recently got Grammarly keyboard on my phone and the slight variance in key location has wrecked my typing. I have so I speak 3 languages. So I have a Portuguese keyboard and I have a Spanish keyboard, and occasionally they pop I end up getting on the wrong one, and with the Enye from Spanish, it completely shifts the keys over half an inch. It completely screws me over. I just can't type on that for some reason, which means I probably should just type more in Spanish, but it is what it is. Not Giannis. Holy cow, my brain. Juan says, when does free agency window open? The free agency window opens in 1 hour and 23 minutes. So free agency starts not too long from now. Make sure to go give us a follow on Twitter. Links in the description, and go join that Discord. We'd love to see you guys in there. And let's take a look at some of the teams with the most salary cap space. The Houston Rockets are number 1. The Spurs are well positioned at number 2. Pacers at 3. Pistons at 4. And then the Jazz and Magic line up at 5 and 6. Aki Dragon says, at Utility Sports, you should do a stream with Slightly Biased. He's also a Mavs fan. So I've never heard of Slightly Biased. But if you want to, go tag Slightly Biased in on Twitter or something and tell him to message me. And then that way we could try and get something set up if he's interested in doing that too. Windy City here says, valid point. I respect the points and understand your passion for favorite player. Katie is mine, so I can understand where you're coming from. Harden, I wouldn't even say is my favorite player. I just like him. I think part of it is because of all the hate he gets, that it makes me respect him more because he has to deal with all the hate. Dober Investment says, what should Hawks do next, if anything? The Hawks probably are just going to be focused on keeping a majority of their team. Otherwise, Dober, watch for a potential Pascal Siakam trade. If there's a team that gets Pascal Siakam at this point, my expectation would be it's Atlanta, but it would be a pretty massive deal, and there'd be a lot yet that has to come from that. There'd be a lot of moving pieces there. Anthony wants to know, who do I think the Lakers go for today? Well, Anthony, thanks for being in the stream. When it comes to the Lakers, I think ultimately they'll just keep D'Angelo Russell. I'd be surprised to see them move off of him, and I think that they're going to keep Austin Reeves. They're going to keep Rui Hachimura and essentially run it back. But I think that if they were to go do something, renouncing D'Lo to get to Kyrie Irving would be very interesting. Max Hill says Jabari Parker to join Bucks Summer League team. I like that. I like that for Milwaukee, and I like that for Jabari Parker. Michael James says, can you see Jeremy Grant leaving Portland? And if so, where to? No, I think he'll be back in Portland. Unlimited Range, shout out to Unlimited, says, wait, any moves since the Joe Harris trade? Nothing yet. It's been pretty quiet, which is good. Every time it's quiet, that means there's a lot of stuff coming to fruition. So, it'd be awesome if, we got this trade and this move's already happening. But right now, I think everyone's got their ears to the ground trying to hear the next possible move, because I think there's a flurry of deals coming here very, very soon. As we near free agency, I think the closer and closer we get, the more likely it is we see something crazy big happen. So we'll see if we can ultimately get there or not. But it's been a really crazy whirlwind and time here where a lot of stuff has changed and happened. So Rafael Gato says, hi from Brazil again. Yes, good Portuguese. Rafael, glad to have you in here. Again, Alessandro says, if KD is your favorite player, who's your favorite team then? And I think he's asking the comment from earlier to Windy City, wanting to know about favorite player and favorite team. Caden says, do you think any team would be in the market to get Karl Anthony Towns? Karl Anthony Towns. What team would possibly line up to get Cat? I just don't know if I really see one. I don't know, Orlando. I just don't know if the Magic make a big trade like that, though. Joe here says, heroes to me make personal sacrifices for the bettering of the team over their money, their brand. They don't jump ship every year to join other super teams. Giannis, Dame, and Jokic are heroes to me. I see what you're saying, Joe. Okay. Very interesting. Dirk Nowitzki, then, probably one of your favorite all-time players, if I had to guess. Unlimited says, I'm in Spain, 6-hour difference, so I am ready. Yeah, you're going to be sitting there over there chilling, waiting for free agency to start up. Derek says, who do you think are the most underrated free agents in this class? And let's go over and let's actually take a look at some of those potential free agent options out there when it comes to the free agent tracker. Let's go back over to Spot Track here. And let's look. So top of the line, you get the Kyrie Irving, Draymond Greens, Chris Middletons, Fred VanVleets. The list, the guys that most people have talked about. Herb Jones, as a restricted free agent, he'll be back in New Orleans, of course. The one thing would be interesting is if he gets an RFA offer, kind of like a poison pill similar to Austin Reeves. That would be something that's very interesting to watch for going forward. But when you look at some of the underrated guys, I think Javon Carter's an underrated player. I would like to see him go somewhere where he can have a good impact on winning. Yuta Watanabe is very underrated. I think he'll end up in Phoenix. If I had to guess, I think Yuta Watanabe is a very, very good NBA player, as a role player. I think he fits a role rotation piece very, very well. Jeff Green back to Denver just feels like what's going to happen. Kevin Love's an underrated one. I still think can do some nice stuff out in the NBA going forward. Ish Smith, as a backup, third point guard, it's not bad. Lindy Waters, the fact that they didn't extend the qualifying offer to him, making him an unrestricted free agent. He can shoot the basketball. I wonder if I click this, is it going to show his stats? I don't know if it does, but I don't think it does. But he shoots the ball pretty well, so he's pretty solid. And then, outside of that, though, Dennis Smith Jr. is kind of a point of attack, athletic defender, makes some sense. Nathan Knight's restricted. I think he'll ultimately probably stay in Minnesota. Looking at some of the other options, Jalen Noel would be one I'm very interested in. He's unrestricted. I don't think Minnesota keeps him. I would really, really like to see the San Antonio Spurs sign Jalen Noel. That would be awesome. Omer Yurtseven is a pretty solid option too out here. Interesting that he's in unrestricted. Trenton Watford just got waived today. He's still very young, 22 years old. So we'll see what can happen with him. Toronto, Delano Banton here is unrestricted. So we'll see what really goes on with him too. There's some interesting young players. I think right now, with the amount of players that probably won't end up getting jobs, it probably speaks to the need for more NBA teams. I think that we need 2 or 3 more NBA teams, honestly. Probably 2. I do have an expansion video on the channel, which I would really recommend checking out because kind of break down what 2 more NBA teams could do for the league and how that would look. Otherwise, Malik Beasley, I understand turning down his team option because he was owed a lot of money at $16 million, but this guy can shoot. Malik Beasley is one of the better movement shooters. He shoots a ton of tough shots. He has never seen a 3-point shot he doesn't like. He is willing to pull the trigger on pretty much every little on pretty much every little opportunity he has. Also, Seth Curry, I think he would be a good signing. Dwight Powell likely goes back to the Mavericks, which I'm not stoked about that. I wish there was something different for the Mavs to do, but ultimately I think Dwight Powell will probably stay with the organization, and he'll probably be starting in like 2 months into the season, because that's what the Mavs do every single year, is they try and replace him, never find something they like, and then they just start him again and again and again. So we'll see. Adrian here says, where do you think Kelly Oubre will go? I could see him staying with the Hornets. Mark says, Blazers need centers, so I'm rooting for Nick Richards or Jackson Hayes. Am I crazy? Hayes isn't a bad one. I don't know if I would be rooting for Nick Richards, unless it's on a pretty cheap deal. Max says, who do you think will be a bust in this year's draft? My bet is Bilal. I think Bilal is going to end up being solid. He might not live up to the high-end potential, but I think he's going to be solid. I don't know. For bust, Keontae George at 16 has some of that, but I don't know. Nick Smith Jr., I wouldn't say 27th overall is a bust, but Nick Smith Jr., if he's just not ever good, would shock me. The GOAT says, is Cam Whitmore the biggest steal of the draft? Yeah, probably. Just getting him at 20 is pretty insane. I also really like Trace Jackson Davis at in the 50s for Golden State. That was nuts. BS Express says, King still going after Kuz, even after re-signing Barnes. The answer to that is no. I don't think so. I think Kuz is going to end up back in Washington now. True Sports Live says, remember last free agency when KD requested trade? That was awesome. Yeah, that was unreal. I was looking back at my old streams today, and I was like, oh, yeah, this is literally the Kevin Durant trade request stream. Pretty crazy. A lot of crazy stuff going on. So hopefully this year we have some crazy stuff too, because it always makes the streams a lot of fun. Tom says, what would Harden on Knicks change? Nothing really. I think the Knicks aren't going to do that. I just would be pretty surprised to see that come to fruition. Georgia, you're funny here. No, I'm not replacing Nico Harrison as GM of the Mavs. Not yet, at least. Max Hill says, Suns trade Ayton to Orlando for Bull and Cole Anthony. Yeah, I don't know if I like that for Phoenix. The last thing Phoenix needs is another guy who feels like he should create his own shots. Forum says, do the Knicks try to go for a superstar here or wait until next offseason? They probably wait until next offseason, because they're going to wait for a guy like Joel Embiid. Maurice says, what sharpshooting free agent you see the Bulls getting? I want Seth Curry or Malik Beasley, to be honest. I think either of them would be solid options. I think Minnesota is going to be interested in those two guys too. Actually, no, I don't think Minnesota is going to be interested in Beasley, because Tim Connelly's traded him away twice. Yak says, GM Sheldon, what's up, bro? Well, glad to have you in here, Yak. Welcome to the stream. Doing really well. Really excited for free agency here. The GOAT says, should the Pels still stay with Zion? That's what they're going to do. George says, who is your dream realistic small forward target to join a starting unit of Ty, Mathurin, Jarris, Turner? For me, that's OG Anunoby. They need a really good point of attack defender. Otherwise, a guy who I thought was going to opt out of his player option but didn't was Gary Trent Jr. I would have thought that he would have been a solid addition for them too, but he's still in Toronto. Alessandro Ryan said, should the Denver Nuggets try to sign Dylan Brooks? If they can get him, but I don't think they'll be able to. Oh, fourth tab shows stats. So if we click into Kyrie Irving here, oh, here we go, statistics. I see. So that's actually pretty well laid out. He's got fantasy points on here too, but very interesting. So very clear, easy way to seed players. Okay, not bad. Thanks for commenting that, just so I could see. That way, if we need to pull it up, then we'll have a way of getting there. But ultimately, we'll be in a pretty good spot going forward. Lindy Waters should stick in the league, says Scouts. I agree with that. I think he's got enough of a shot to stick. Error up says Rockets, please. The Rockets are going to probably sign Fred VanVleet. That's my intel on the information. VanVleet is going to be a Houston Rocket. Jaden Holmes says Cat to the Pacers would be mutually beneficial. They could literally get him for Hield and two young players, then sign more talent with the rest of their cap. I don't know how that's mutually beneficial for Minnesota. I don't think Hield and two of the young players, unless you're getting Benedict Mathurin and Jarris Walker, which the Pacers aren't doing that. So. Perpetual Timepiece says, can Lakers get Giannis, KD, Jokic, Dame? LeBron really needs more help. No, the Lakers aren't getting any of those guys. Texas Sports says, meet the girl who lets her man stream free agency all day without making him sleep on the couch. W. Yeah, let's get some meat pipe in the chat. Make sure you guys comment meat down below. Let's get some of that meat pipe in there right now. Brennan says, being the discount hometown hero is a lot harder to do now with the amount of money involved in so many pockets. That is true. Ryan says, Meep W. I like to see that. Norin says, Dario Saric is probably going to the Warriors. Very interesting. I'm not sure where you saw that. Saric is an interesting free agent to watch for. I feel like Jake Fisher has reported everything this offseason, and I'm very interested to see how many of his reports end up being accurate or not accurate, because it'll be a good tell on, because he's grown a ton. I think like he's grown like a crap ton of followers this offseason, which is good for him, especially if it's accurate. But if not, then we'll see. Max Hill says Spurs get Watford. I could see that. I could see them getting Watford. Zach says expansion needs to happen for sure. Scout says can't wait for my Sonics to come back. You guys are definitely going to want to check out that video then too. Let me go over to YouTube and let me see if I can grab that link for you guys, because I would love for you guys to be able to see exactly what it looks like, just so you guys can know what video to go look for specifically. It's right here. Let me pull it up. Let me copy this link too, because this is a really good video on expansion that I would actually love for you guys to check out. Maybe pull that up, watch it at some point, but let me share a screen quick with it just so I can show you guys what the thumbnail looks like, and two of the teams that were in that video. Very, very hyped. So it was the Las Vegas Outlaws and the Seattle Supersonics. So it's a little outdated now because we included the 2023 NBA draft into it, but I think it's a really fun discussion. It's an hour long, so it's a quite lengthy video. It took a lot of time to edit and record and everything, but I definitely think it was well worth it just because it was, I think, a really fun video, really well-produced video too. So hopefully you guys check it out. Noran says, Meep W. Yeah, Meep's awesome. W girlfriend for sure. Let's get some Amber hype for always never letting Sheldon sleep on the couch after long streams. We're getting some of that awesome Meep hype in here, which I love to see, and I'm sure she does too. I'm sure she's happy to see some of the hype coming in the chat for her too. Not sure if she's watching right now or not. Sometimes she tunes into the stream. Braden says Seattle and Las Vegas would most likely be the expansion cities. That's exactly what I did in my video. Scout says think it's not too far away. 25, 26 expansion. I'd say 2 at a time. I hope they don't do what the NHL did with 1 at a time. That was stupid, in my opinion. Virus GSG says if things sour in Milwaukee, they won't. It's hard to find a better personality fit than Giannis in San Antonio. Dude, Giannis and Victor together would be ridiculous. That would be unreal. Perpetual timepiece sends Steph, Giannis, Jokic, KD to the Lakers, please. The Queen needs more help. I'm not sure if he's trolling or not. Douglas Margitza says, what are the Pistons doing with Joe Harris? They're getting a couple extra draft assets, and they're getting a player who shoots. That fits their team anyway. Kirk Roy says, Kings very disappointed they signed Barnes. Yeah, it was an interesting move. A says, who is the free agent that could complement the current Rockets roster, especially pairing with Şengün? Brook Lopez. Derek says, I know the Rockets are in on Brook Lopez, might not sign him. What good centers do you think the Rockets should target if they can't land Lopez? This is a good question. Let's go over to the center position. Let's update this here. So Jakob Poeltl is another name that comes up. Now, I prefer Lopez over Poeltl for them because Lopez can shoot. You could theoretically play Lopez and Poeltl, or Lopez and Şengün together a bit. Wood's not going to happen. Plumlee, nah, I don't like that. Really, the center spot is really weak. I'd probably like Kevin Love, but I don't think he'll go to Houston just given the fact that he wants to win. So it's either Brook Lopez or Jakob Poeltl, and I don't know. To me, it's like Brook Lopez or bust a little bit for the center spot. Michael James wants to know if I have any news on Christian Wood. I 100% promise. I shouldn't say that. I 75% promise Christian Wood will not be a Dallas Maverick next season. 75% sure. And I could see the Miami Heat being a team that jumps in on him. Scout says, why can't the Bulls ever just pivot and tank? Because they want to win, which they're not going to. Elijah says, do you see the Pistons making any more moves? They'll be a little bit more active for sure. Kirk says, heard Phoenix is interested in Eubanks. Any chance Blazers get Ayton? No, I don't think there's one potential pathway to the Blazers getting Ayton, but I just don't know how likely it is. I'm going to take a quick 30-second break. I'll be right back in just 30 seconds. I am back here. Just give me 1 second. I'm just working on fixing one little thing here for the purpose of the stream real quick. So just give me 1 second. Just making a couple quick adjustments to some things. And we should be back now. Let me take off my banner. Here we go. We should be back. Okay. Thank you guys for your patience there. Quick. Just needed to make a quick adjustment to a couple of things. Max Hill says loves the vids. Shout out to you, Max. Really appreciate that. Mosin says if Vleet does go to Houston as expected, what does that mean for Amen Thompson and Jalen Green? Do you either move to a bench or possibly Amen at point forward? I think, Amen Thompson has the size and skill set to play on the wing a bit. Now, I don't know if he's going to do that. Probably Amen Thompson comes off the bench early anyway. So it's not going to change too much of how the team would have probably operated to begin with. We're seeing a lot of me pipe in here. Love to see that. Shout out to everyone who dropped in a me comment. Forum says this is a stream chat for legit and practical trade and free agency moves, not impossible pipe dreams. That's the thing is I don't want to, clickbait and say, oh my gosh, player XYZ is going to this team and it's going to happen right now. It's, that's not really the way the NBA works. The GOAT says, how do you feel about the idea of 8 into the Mavs? I don't like it. I don't like it that much at all. Unless they get him for very little, but I don't think that's going to happen. A says, do you think Luka will get moved soon? No, I do not. Not soon. Probably within 2 years is probably the soonest. Josh says, out of all the free agents and front leaves, who do you think the Raps sign outside the ones the analysts are saying Javon and Gabe? So Gabe Vincent's really the one anyway for me. That's the one I've been saying. That makes the most sense. That's ultimately where I would point them to. But if we want to look at other point guards out there, on the market, Kobe White, maybe, I don't know. I'd like them to keep Delano Banton, but I'm not sure what's going to happen with that. I don't know. None of these feel great, outside of that. So just really, it's Gabe Vincent to me. That's the guy that I think ultimately they would probably be the most likely to keep. Dennis Schroeder would be interesting, but I don't know. Max Hill says Spurs going to spend big. Look at Kyle Kuz or Brooke. Interesting. I've not heard that myself, so I'm not sure where you're getting that, but we will see. We'll see what happens there with that. Very interesting. Very, very interested. Efren says thoughts on Sixers, Mavs, and Clippers 3-team trade. Not sure what that would really look like, Efren. We can go talk about that, though. Let's go ahead and get over to Fanspo right now, and we'll talk some more trades because I think it's an interesting thing to do. So let's go to the 76ers, the LA Clippers, and then we'll add Team 3, the Dallas Mavericks. So with these three organizations here, let me slide this up so you guys can see this a little bit better. With these three organizations, very interesting agencies. That's neat that that's in there. I didn't even realize that was a thing in here. Very, very neat. So let's trade James Harden to the Clippers. That's really the beginning point for this. Eric Gordon was waived, so we're looking at a significant amount of money having to go back out. Let's trade Tim Hardaway to the 76ers along with Norman Powell to the 76ers. And let's trade to make the money work here. Let's send not Marcus Morris, but let's do Nick Batum to Dallas. And we're going to send Robert Covington to Dallas. And the Mavs are going to also send out, let's see, for money purposes, they need to send some money to the Clippers. So about $6 million, JaVale McGee goes to the Clippers. Something along the lines of this. Probably the Clippers give up 1 first-round pick in this deal, trade that to the 76ers, and maybe you get a framework that looks like this. Norm Powell, Tim Hardaway, and a 2029 first to the Sixers, Harden and JaVale McGee to the Clips, and the Mavericks walk out with Batum and Covington, which is pretty good. Maybe the Mavs even have to give up a little bit of something in this too. You could argue the Mavericks probably should give up something. But if we're looking at it from a framework perspective, it's somewhere around that range. Plus those uniforms are fine. Yeah, the designer did a great job with those. Absolutely great job. BS Express says, I can't leak my source, but OG doesn't want an extension with the Raptors. Interesting. Alex says, bring Giannis to Dallas with Luka. Would love to see that. Lights Camera says, Joe Cronin, the worst GM of all time. I mean, we'll see how you feel after you watch Scoot Henderson play in the NBA. I think the Blazers are doing pretty well, honestly. Bobby says, when can Tyrese Halliburton, Ant-Man, and Melo sign their contracts? I think that they become extension eligible. That's a good question. Let's go to they might all have the same date, or it's possible that they have different dates. I have not checked on that yet. That's a very good question. Let's see if I can get that information right now on a potential deadline for an extension. I think the deadline, like, I don't know what the deadline's not for a long time, but the beginning point is probably relatively soon. I would expect this offseason at some point. So just loosely, that's what I would say. Efren says, hashtag MFFL. Well, shout out to you, Efren, for being a Mavs fan in here. Meek Peak says, any moves for my Thunder? If not, who does fit on OKC the best? Oklahoma City's probably not going to make any big moves, but if we go back over toward free agency and we look at some of the top free agents available, and some of the guys that are out there, specifically, just like probably would like be looking for size. Like Draymond in OKC would actually be really, really solid, but I just don't see that happening. I'd be pretty surprised by that. But outside of that, like, I mean, could they make an offer sheet to Herb Jones? That would be sweet. Like, I don't know. There's just not a lot of guys that I see Oklahoma City actually having any interest in. Maybe like a Jalen McDaniels a little bit. Keita Bates-Diop could be interesting because he's lengthy and athletic. Like, those are some of the guys. But realistically, they're going to spend like a small amount of money. Like maybe Bates-Diop is actually the guy they end up landing on. Zach here says Wemby. Nick says Luka safer bet already proven. Mavs front office just sucks. Yeah, they've struggled. Icy Demp, welcome to the stream. He says Icy Demp's here. He's letting us know that he has arrived. Shout out to Icy Demp, who's been watching the channel for a very long time. So big shout out to him for joining the stream here now today. Efren says if Mavs paired Luka with a decent center, he would be a champion already. We'll see if he ever gets there. Max Hill says Killian Hayes will be good. Just send him to the Spurs. Not sure about that. Not sure about Killian Hayes. Joe says you should sound a horn or a bell when there's a trade. Maybe we could do something like that. We'll see if we can figure that out. Santi here says, what's your thoughts on Mo Wagner? He had a very good year. A much improved year from where he had been as a player. I think he'll end up sticking in Orlando for the long haul. A says, will the Rockets start Fred VanVleet, Green, and KPJ together, or Amen will be a third-string point guard? Well, KPJ would probably be the backup, like, off-ball guard, like shooting guard, and Amen would be the backup point guard. So it's not like necessarily like that he's third string, like, and also just like the ball moves. It's not like it's a quarterback where the guy would never ever play. Brendan Sutherland says also the Harrison Barnes contract isn't a flashy thing, but it's a win-win. We keep him and he plays all 82 games again, or the All-Star break, a team wants a proven veteran on a cheapish contract. He goes, yeah, it's tradable. It's like not that bad of a deal. Jay Anderson says he sent me a trade on Twitter. Let me see if I can pull that up now. And we'll keep our eyes on Twitter because there could be theoretically a lot of moves that go down. Of course, something to keep our eyes on. But let's go over to Twitter now and share what Jay's trade is. Let's get this pulled up. If you guys want to go message me a trade on Twitter, go ahead and send it in here, just like how Jay did. Mention us and then say a solid trade, dump, and get some picks. Okay, so Bojan Bogdanovic goes to Dallas, and let's see what's the other part. Some assets. So a couple issues with this, Jay. The Mavericks would have to renounce Kyrie Irving to do this, which they're not going to do that. So this financially doesn't work. The Pistons would have to take in the contracts of Rashawn Holmes and JaVale McGee to even make this a starting point. And then secondly, the Mavericks can't trade 2026 right now because they have a 2025 backup to the Knicks. So you'd have to trade 2027 round one. And I don't even know if the Mavericks would do that for Bojan Bogdanovic, honestly. So not sure. But again, this is the news I broke earlier today that the Houston Rockets have agreed to a deal with point guard Fred VanVleet. I 100% believe that at 6:01 Eastern time, right as soon as the news can get reported, we're definitely going to see news that VanVleet is going to be on a new contract. Raymond says, yo, Alex, he's not overrated. He's overrated. has been since he got to the NBA. Blazers should rebuild now around Scoot and Shaden. I think there's a good argument to that. Max says Anthony Edwards is the best shooting guard in the NBA. He needs help. He's very good. Oh, he said he meant overhated. Overhated. Okay. Zach says finally off work. Perfect. Just in time for free agency here. We are 55 minutes away from NBA free agency. If you guys are excited right now, comment down below who you want your team to sign. So comment the name of your team and comment who you want them to sign. I'll sign. I'll do this. I want Mavs. This is what I want. I want Mavs sign Bruce Brown. That's what I'm hoping for. Something like that. Okay. Who Pete says Harden and Kawhi going to have strip clubs going crazy. Yeah. It's going to be definitely a vibes team down there in LA. Joseph says, what should the Spurs do and what are their rumors? Spurs are probably going to be patient. They're going to probably keep most of their guys. They're going to keep Trey Jones. That's really the most important thing for them. And then going from there, they're going to look to just continue to build out their team a bit as they go. Bell says, do you think the Timberwolves should sign Seth Curry when Mike Conley is gone? I would love to see Seth Curry in Minnesota. Noran says Amen can play 1 through 3. Elijah says, should the Pistons trade Bojan? If they can, but I don't know if there's going to be a huge deal out there for them. Ray says, do you think a contender would bring in Dwight Howard or Rondo? Probably not. Michael says, what the heck? I just got here. What's this about Maxey not being extended by Philly? This is just like a patience thing. And this is something that Miami could have done years ago with Bam Adebayo if they were smart, but they didn't, and then they had difficulties to flesh out their roster outside of that, which it hasn't hurt them that bad because they did a good job finding guys on cheap deals, and development, like the development side of things has worked out very well for them. But realistically, there's been some issues along the way, like of teams who, if you commit money right now, you could go, like, instead of going into next offseason with cap space and being able to add players, you're essentially taking in a big contract. Whereas if Philly, who won't have Harden next year, they won't have Tobias Harris next offseason, like, they could go into free agency with actual cap space, and then they could use Maxey as a restricted free agent, match his offer sheet, save some money on him, keep him in the building for quite a while, and continue to add actual talent to your team. Joe Mape says, what's the money Pacers can offer Cam Johnson that Nets can't match? 4 years, 120 is going to be the difficult spot for Brooklyn to figure it out. Although with dumping Joe Harris, it gets them a lot closer. So Gifted Card says, who's the point guard for Toronto now? Probably will be Gabe Vincent. Norman Raz says, less than an hour to go. We are getting closer and closer. Brian K says, Udoka will have a competition for starting spots in training camp. None of the Rockets' young guys, automatic starters, including Green. Yeah, I agree with that. I think that ultimately, though, like, you do have, like, you have to think about it from this perspective of, like, yes, Udoka is going to make some of those decisions, but at the end of the day, his boss is Raphael Stone, who drafted Jalen Green second overall. So, like, Raphael Stone doesn't want to look like an idiot and have the guy he took second overall not be a starting level player in year 3 of his career. So there's like a little bit of that relationship thing there that's going to be important. Colton said, I want Mavs to sign Yuta Watanabe. I think that would be really great. Bulls signed Dante DiVincenzo. I don't know how to spell his last name. So DiVincenzo is D-I-V-I-C or N-C-E-N-Z-O, but very close. I understood who you meant. JJ says, I want Kings to sign Grant Williams. Would be solid for them. I want the Spurs to sign Mo Bamba. Mason Wright says, Grant Williams, Cavs. Zach the Potato says, go get food. I ate before the stream. I'm probably going to be good for all day. I'm going to just keep rolling through it. Unless my girlfriend brings me food, that would be awesome at some point, but we'll see. Kale says, I want Lakers to sign Cam Reddish. Interesting. Thomas says, I want the Rockets to sign Fred VanVleet, Dylan Brooks, and Brook Lopez to 2-year contracts. And I really want to emphasize those 2-year contracts. If they are, in fact, 2-year deals, I don't have firm information on that at this point. My expectation is that they are for at least Fred VanVleet, but I'm not 100% certain on that. 2-year deals is good for Houston. There's nothing wrong with that. Lights Camera says, I think that the Blazers trade Dame and Ant for Siakam and OG. So, wow. Okay, so a really big trade. I don't know if I see that. Whoa. George here says, Pacers, Jeremy Grant. Max Hill says, Cam to Miami. Wizards, Kuzma, sign and trade for picks. Good idea there, Matt. I like that one. Austin Law says, I want Kuminga or Toppin in a Pacers jersey. Make the trade Kevin Pritchard. We'll see if they're able to pull that off or not, Austin. Texas Sports says, can a team decide to not spend the floor? Are they penalized if they don't, or do they force them? How does that work? So I'd rather us keep our cap through next year's free agency class. So a couple of things here, Texas. A team can decide to not spend the floor. The only thing is, though, when the league goes through with the luxury tax, part of the tax is to kind of give the teams that spend less money a little bit more benefit. That money gets redistributed throughout the league. So if you do not spend the floor, you don't get that tax redistribution, which teams, because of that, they're going to spend the floor. Because if you're a GM and you tell, hey, look, we could have got you to the owner, if you say, we could have got you this amount of millions of dollars extra just by spending a little bit more money, like the owner's going to be mad if you don't do that. So that's an important thing to keep in mind. So we're going to see a lot of teams actually spend the floor. They're going to get to the floor because there is a penalty. They're not forced, but it's going to be kind of like a thing that we just typically see because teams are going to, GMs specifically, decision makers are going to feel a little bit of pressure to do that. But you can do that on one-year deals. You can sign a guy to a one-year $8 million deal, one-year $12 million deal to get to that floor. So I wouldn't worry about it too much. I think, teams are going to get there. Efren says, I want Mavs to sign Bruce Brown and trade Tim Hardaway Jr. and McGee for something. Good idea. AJ Analysis says, who do you think my Sixers sign? This is a really difficult question right now because I don't even know who's going to be on the roster after trading James Harden. I have no clue. I think that realistically Tobias Harris and James Harden could both be traded and a lot of crazy stuff would change. Aiken says, what would a Dame to Philly trade look like? A Dame to Philly trade would be something along the lines of this, which is, I'm glad you asked, Aiken, because this is actually something I've had prepped on the channel for this exact situation that we talk about, where the Sixers get Dame, Norm Powell, Robert Covington, and they send out 2 swaps to Portland. The Clippers get Harris and Harden. They send out 2 swaps to Portland. The Blazers get a collection of young players. They get 7 picks. 4 of them are swaps. 3 of them are actual unprotected first. Pretty interesting overall conglomeration of deals and assets for sure. Shout out to Smoking Gun for the follow on Twitter, as well as Trident for the follow on Twitter. Huge shout out to you guys. And we have another trade to potentially discuss here, and one that I'm not sure if I see it happening, but this was sent to me on Twitter. So again, I'm going to be sharing everything on Twitter. So if you guys go follow me and then send me your tweets, I'll take a look at them. At Utility Sports, the Magic could trade one of their point guards and need shooting in this deal. I think all teams benefit. Magic gets shooting and a pick for Fultz. Mavs get to save a little bit of money and get a big power forward / center. Pelicans getting their starting point guard in Fultz and CJ backcourt. So Magic get a first rounder in Tim Hardaway Jr. This one's via Milwaukee. I don't know if I see that. Mavericks get Larry Nance, Garrett Temple. Pelicans get Markelle Fultz. I don't hate the framework. And with the Pelicans pushing back Garrett Temple's guarantee date, I do think the Pelicans are going to be looking for a Garrett Temple trade. They're going to try and use his salary somewhere to move. But I think the Pelicans would have to give up more than just 1 first-round pick to get Markelle Fultz, honestly. So that's just one thing I have to say about that. Gray Matter Exchange, thank you for the follow over there on Twitter. Really do appreciate you for hitting that follow button. And let's continue talking about NBA free agency because we are just now at this point 47 minutes away. We're getting closer and closer. I'm super stoked as we are closing in on that timeline. Let's go through some of the top free agents and let's maybe give some last minute predictions of who goes where, what's happening. Shout out to the Golden Child Life as well for the follow on Twitter. Toronto still views Fred VanVleet as a top priority during free agency. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get it done. So you guys should be able to see this now. Let's look at each free agent. I'm going to guess as we go down the list where they end up going. Kyrie Irving, I think, will stay with the Dallas Mavericks. Draymond Green will stay with the Golden State Warriors. Chris Middleton will stay with the Milwaukee Bucks. Fred VanVleet will be a Houston Rocket. Brook Lopez, my prediction right now, will be a Houston Rocket. Jeremy Grant will stay with the Portland Trailblazers. Bruce Brown, probably the biggest wild card. I'm going to say, a day ago I felt like it was the Minnesota Timberwolves. At this current point in time, I feel a little bit better with projecting him to be an Indiana Pacer. Kyle Kuzma will be a Washington Wizard. I thought he could originally have been a Sacramento King. They decided to keep Harrison Barnes instead. So Kuzma ultimately does not go to Sacramento. At 9, Cam Johnson. I think he will now stay with Brooklyn given the fact that they were able to get off of Joe Harris's contract. Austin Reeves, Likely will be a Laker, but I think some teams should pay him big time. Shout out to PDX Rachel for the follow. Rip City Rachel, thank you for the follow over on Twitter. Yaka Pirtle, another big question. Where could he go? Theoretically, he could return to a Texas team that just traded him, which would be interesting to see something like that come to fruition. But not sure. Dylan Brooks, I think, will be a Houston Rocket, although two teams to watch for would also be the Dallas Mavericks and the Cleveland Cavaliers as well. Herb Jones will stay in New Orleans. Miles Bridges will stay in Charlotte. D'Angelo Russell will ultimately stay with the Lakers. Strus will go. Let's see. So I projected Bruce Brown to the Pacers. Max Strus. What are we doing with Strus? Strus, you're staying in Miami. Grant Williams to Utah. I'm going to say Utah. Christian Wood to Miami. PJ Washington will stay in Charlotte. Karis LeVert to the Minnesota Timberwolves. Kelly Oubre will stay in Charlotte. Gabe Vincent to the Toronto Raptors. Russell Westbrook will either be in Los Angeles with the Clippers or he will be with the Chicago Bulls. Those are really the two landing spots that make sense to share. Max Hill says Keontae George will be like Donovan in Utah watch. I mean, I hope so. I hope he's great. I don't think I don't want Keontae George to be bad. Dutchinson, here's the thing about Fred VanVleet. If Woj and them report it right now, there'll be tampering stuff. If they report it like 45 minutes from now at 6:01 Eastern time, there won't be. They're going to report it at that time. ML Miles says, didn't Brooks sign a deal in China, or did I mishear that? You misheard that. Jake says, run on Trent and Watford being waived. Yeah, so they waived him. I was kind of surprising. I wasn't expecting that. Could open them up to another deal. Max Hill says Nikola Vucevic to Phoenix for Ayton. That's not happening. Maurice Drake says, I think it's safe to call Cam Reddish a bust now, to be honest. Probably. Santi Leon says, I want the Magic to sign a solid backup center. Dwight Powell makes some sense because of his connection to Coach Mosley. Wouldn't be terrible, but I think ultimately the Mavericks keep Dwight Powell. Isaac Steer says, what's your thoughts on if Bruce Brown goes to the Pacers? I think it's really good for them. They need a strong, physical, tough defender, someone who can screen and roll and do a lot of different things. In that regard, I think he's going to be a really nice get for them, honestly. So definitely could see Bruce Brown having a really positive impact for Indiana. Goat says, wait, is that official? I turned off my phone for a minute. No, it's nothing official yet, but I have word on it. So Aaron says, how have they agreed? We still have an hour left. Tampering. Every single team tampers. Here's the thing. There's a reason some players opt out of their deals. They've been talking with teams. They know what the market looks like. Do you think Orlando signs anyone? They could be aggressive. They could also have been a Fred VanVleet landing spot, but ultimately they're not. Jay sent another trade. James Harden to the Clippers for Norm Powell, Nick Batum, Robert Covington, and a second rounder. Not terrible. What do Gray Matter Exchange wants to know? What do you think? Nets sign and trade Cam Johnson to Detroit for Bogdanovich, Marvin Bagley, and future second-round pick. I don't see that happening at all. I think that the Nets are going to be focused on keeping Cam Johnson now at this point. But it's an interesting framework. S.Y. Gray says, at Utility Sports, what do you think? Nets sign and trade Cam Johnson to Detroit for Bogdanovich, Marvin Bagley, and future second-rounder. Like I said, just not enough value there. Troy Dilworth, can you make Brooks to Houston make sense? Recently, Red Rockets analytics showed Easton was the best rookie last year. Why try to sign Brooks to play in front of him? Because I see Brooks is more of a wing size player. He's going to guard 2s and 3s, whereas Tari Easton's a 4 who guards 3 through 5. I think the two of them can play together. And I think Dylan Brooks kind of brings an attitude to the team that would be good for them. AJ Analysis says, you think the Nets can give up Finney Smith and Seth Curry for Tobias Harris? Probably not what's going to happen there. I don't think the Nets are signing up for a $39 million deal. Zach says, for this year, they got 50% of the tax distribution share this year. Still a bad deterrent. Okay, yeah. So it's that's the thing is with the tax distribution, they're going to want the money. So Brian says, Kobe White supposedly coming back to Bulls for 3 years, 30-something million. If so, that's cheap and makes me less upset about Vucevic deal. Yeah, Kobe White's solid. I think, the Vucevic deal was a bad overpay in my opinion. I think Vucevic is going to slowly get a little bit worse and worse, and they're paying him pretty high dollar amount compared to other centers in the league. So it's not great, but like if you can get the other guys back on like fair deals, it makes you at least feel a little bit better about the team. Mark Hutton says, what are Kyrie Irving realistic options? Signing in Dallas. That's his most realistic option. There's not really anything else there. Blazers don't need 50,000 players. Well, they tried to have 50,000 players last year while they were tanking. So replacing a whole bunch of G League guys on the end of your roster with good young players is probably a better move. Javon, you're probably new to this. You don't nothing is confirmed. Like even today when Adrian Wojnarowski reports something, like it's not confirmed until July 6th when the guy actually signs the contract. So that's why. I'm literally reading through all the. I'm not ignoring anyone. I'm just reading through the comments. There's more people commenting than just you, Javon. I'm like 5 minutes behind. It's okay. Just be patient. Ray says, after Sacramento gave Harrison Barnes 3 for $54, could they still get a headline free agent? No, I don't see the Kings in a spot to actually do that. Brian K says, Woj said expectations Van Vleet signs with the Rockets that close enough. Nothing can be confirmed until 6. I mean, like that's the thing is like with the way that it works. Like that's just how it is. He's not going to report anything way ahead of time. Mel says, until Dame says so, he goes nowhere. I 100% agree. JP says not offering the extension Maxey. It actually just makes sense. It's not the end of the world. They're going to keep Tyrese Maxey long term. It's not a problem. Cole says, I hope the Rockets do the absolute bare minimum, keep the young squad. That's not. Trust me here. The Rockets are going to get Fred VanVleet. Okay, that's just my understanding of the situation. Larry Nance Jr. is not getting traded. If the Pacers overpay, Bruce Brown will have a meltdown. It's not the end of the world if they overpay him. Like, it's really not. Look at Michael Grange, big news. I don't know who Michael Grange is, but I will try and pull him up on Twitter now, and let's see if there's anything that he's got that's interesting. Michael Grange. One agent I spoke with today said as many as 15 deals are already done league-wide. Could be busy at 6:01 p.m. That's literally what I'm saying. Like, thanks for sharing that. Yeah, like there's a bunch of stuff that's gonna happen here soon. Like, that's what I've been saying. Insight, don't spam though, please, because like you just sent like 8 messages in the span of a half second. Okay, it doesn't make me see them any quicker. Eric Johnson says Wood doesn't really seem like a Heat culture type of guy. Yeah, the thing is the Heat turn guys into their culture. Like, and then if they don't work out there, like, remember Michael Beasley was at one time a Miami Heat. So, I don't know. They'll give guys tries. Ashaf says, wait, what's going to happen to Dylan Brooks? I think he'll sign with the Houston Rockets, although I don't have firm reporting on that. Javon, this is not how this works, okay? You just got to chill out here. And at 6:01 Eastern time, you're going to be like, dang, this guy knew. Steven said the other guy played politics on subscribing without having input. Much appreciation. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed today. Make sure you guys do subscribe to Utility Sports for more content like this. Brendan Sutherland says the name of the tampering game is don't tweet and don't get caught. 110%. Okay, so tampering is fine now just because everyone does it. Welcome to the Adam Silver NBA. Well, yeah, everyone's done. I mean, remember like 4 years ago when Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving signed in Brooklyn? It got announced 3 hours before free agency. Everyone knows that, like, teams have been talking to players for a week at this point, honestly. Like, just think about this. If you're a team and you're negotiating a 4-year, $90 million contract, how do you get that done in 3 minutes talking with the guy? Like, logistically, everyone understands. Like, these agents, like, the players aren't actually talking to the teams, but the agents of the players are. Like, everyone knows that. It's just, like, it's not ethical. It's not how it should work, but it just is. It is how it works. Tom Graham says, will Raptors make any trades outside the Fred VanVleet, Vincent stuff? Watch for possibly Siakam to Atlanta. That's really the only thing. But I don't think that's the most likely. So ultimately, if I had to guess, I'd say Raptors are quiet outside of that. But I wouldn't rule anything out. Tamaron says, Bulls need to rebuild, trade Caruso, Levine, DeMar, Vooch when they can, get some younger guys and picks. I mean, that would be great, but I don't know who's signing up for Vucevic at this point, who's signing up for DeMar. Like, what are you getting for Levine? Like, I don't know. We'll see what happens. Mosen says the league can't stop players from talking to each other. That's where tampering happens. Oh, that too. You think about Kawhi Leonard and Paul George. Like, those two guys were hanging out, talking about playing together with the Clippers before And then that's when Paul George was still on the Thunder. He was under contract. Captain Obvious says, just read Kings are trying for Harden. I don't see that happening. AC says, is Memphis going to do anything with Kenneth Lofton? Seems like they have too many bigs and they're going to play him in the G League again. Yeah, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. He's a G League player right now. He needs to continue growing and developing, especially defensively. Ariah Cruz says, what do you think about Strus to the Cavs? Wouldn't hate that if they're able to do that. Danny Lewis says, James Harden trade for the Lakers, Clippers, and Knicks. I think he's going to go to the Clippers. So, Lakers, like maybe the Lakers are a secret team in there, like dark horse team, but I don't know. Jay Anderson says, if Kyrie signs to LA, would cause chaos in the future because he wants to be a superstar still. Kyrie Irving to the Lakers would be good for the Lakers if it just means flipping out D'Angelo Russell for him. Muhammad says, do you think a Kyrie sign and trade happens? No, the Mavericks are not going to sign and trade him. So a team that signs him is going to have to find a way to get to cap space. Gifted Card says, not a better move when it nets you Scoot Henderson. Not exactly sure. I don't know. Not sure. Magic 44 says, what channel is NBA Free Agency on? Right here on YouTube, this YouTube channel. Slow-mo Joe Ingles to the Magic. Wouldn't be bad. Max Hill says, the mention backcourt of Scoot and Anthony Edwards, that would be killer. Yeah, it would be insane. Oh, talking about like a Karl Anthony Towns trade. Liam says, Harden Clippers trade. That would look something like there's a couple of ways to look at it. Let's look at the other way. I've shown the one way, the 3-team deal with Portland being involved as a potential option. Let's go to the other one here, and let's get rid of this, and let's just work around this. So we got Harden to the Clippers. We got so far Norm Powell to the Sixers. Let's also throw in Batum. Let's throw in Covington. And we'll have Furkan Korkmaz go back to the Clippers to make the money essentially work here. The Clippers give up a little bit more money, which is important in a deal right now like this. And maybe there's a swap in here to protect less favorable, which means they would get the lower pick. That's the one that's protected for them in 2028. And then the Sixers would get that swap essentially. So it's 1 first, 1 swap. Norm Powell, Batum, Covington for Harden, Korkmaz. Not bad, right? Something along those lines. Sixers get some players who can be competitive with them and maybe fill roles and maybe Tyrese Maxey takes a step forward. That's kind of what you're projecting here. And the Clippers significantly improve their starting lineup with Harden. Otherwise, outside of this, if you're looking for something a little bit bigger, which there's a pathway to that as well, we would probably see no inclusion of Korkmaz, but we would see the inclusion here of a bigger contract than Tobias Harris. And then you look at trying to fill in $30 million more. Yet Marcus Morris would be in that deal. And then perhaps some other, a Terrence Mann. And you're getting pretty close money-wise already. You throw in, Bones Highland. And the money here, you're getting to a spot where theoretically it could work. You're going to have to move some stuff around. The money's a little tight, but something along the lines of this would be semi-functional. So I don't know. It's an interesting deal. I think the 3-team variety works best for all the teams involved, but that's and yes, I do, J-Mom. I'm not going to share my source on stream. That's not a good idea to do. Los Angeles, according to Ralph Mason Jr., the Los Angeles Lakers want to re-sign Dennis Schroeder, but also have other point guards on their radar, including Javon Carter, Shake Milton, Corey Joseph. Very interesting. Giant Corn here says D'Lo might walk out of free agency as a Jazz. I don't know. With Clarkson still there, I'm not sure. Domo says, how would Christian Wood to Miami work deal-wise or trade-wise in your opinion? Christian, well, it would just be cheap. It would be a pretty cheap deal. Christian Wood's not going to get paid that much. Matt here says, do you see Denver trying anything in free agency outside of Bruce Brown? A couple minimum guys, keep Jeff Green, stuff like that. Wine Notorious says, Cat to the Blazers for Scoot and Simons, no. That's not going to happen. Max Hill says deals between now since the draft is over. Yeah, I don't think the cat to the Blazers thing is going to happen. Aaron says, I understand it's not a joke. It's just a joke that Adam Silver doesn't enforce any rules. He's known as super soft commissioner. None of this happened. Yeah, Silver is terrible. I'm not saying you're dumb here. I'm just saying, like, you're basically asking me to out my source, and I'm not going to do that. Okay, like, I'm not going to say, oh, this is where I heard it. Like, that's not how that works. Okay. Woj never ever says who tells him anything. Okay. And there's a reason for that. Liam Bennett says, any Clippers news other than Harden at this point? No. Other than the fact that Russell Westbrook staying is a real possibility going forward. Brendan Sutherland says, I didn't talk to my client. I talked to a guy who talked to a guy who was overheard by another guy at Chick-fil-A who told the guy what happened to who happened to tell my client. That's literally, that's like literally tampering to the perfect that's a perfect explanation of how tampering doesn't happen. Joseph here says, how good will Wemby be this year? All-star level player. He's an all-star. TJ Dub says, what do you think of Strus to Oklahoma City? Wouldn't be bad. I'd actually like that quite a bit, TJ. William Parham says, Wizards, please get someone. Wizards, I don't know if they're going to be active. True Sports Live says, what do you think of Nick Wright? Proposed trade. Harden to the Clippers. Philly gets Lillard. Portland gets Maxey, Norm, Powell, Zubats, 2 firsts. I mean, it's okay. I just don't know if I see Maxey getting traded this offseason. That's a little interesting. Bob Smith says, won't be surprised if Miami gets Wood and another young big. Definitely could see it. Liam says, I love the streams, bro. Much love from the UK. Realistic target for my Clippers next season. If you're looking at like realistic free agent target, like the realistic guy that they're going to go get is James Harden. If I had to guess right now, James Harden is a Los Angeles Clipper to start next year. We are just a little bit under half an hour away, so very excited for that. Anthony says, do you think Caruso could return to the Lakers? Probably not. Otherwise, they would have used Mo Bamba's contract to make a deal there. The GOAT says, do you think Rockets getting Harden is completely off the table? Yes, 100% off the table. Cash Out Isaiah says, do you think there is a way of a 3-team trade between Clippers, Sixers, Mavs involving Kyrie and Harden? Let's talk about it quick. Let's go over to this, and we're going to include Kyrie Irving, which I don't know. Like, to me, this is a little weird. Like, I'm just not sure why Dallas would want to really get involved in this. Like, sending Kyrie, like, why do the Mavericks want to sign and trade Kyrie Irving to the Sixers? Like so that they can walk out with these pieces? Like, I just don't really understand this from Dallas's perspective. So my immediate answer to that is no. I don't see that ultimately happening. Scout says the Ingles to Magic thing is much of a done deal as anything can be before things are official. I have not heard anything on that. I don't have any reporting on that myself, but that's interesting to hear. Mark Stein tweeted, an increasingly likely scenario for Cleveland's business in free agency, league sources say, is signing Georges Niang away from Philadelphia, along with completing the signing or sign and trade for Max Strus. So Cleveland potentially could get Max Strus, which is very, very solid. And they also would get Georges Niang, who can fill in as kind of like a forward for them a bit. Let's go over to Twitter now. Make sure to go give us a follow on Twitter. Shout out to Eric here for the follow over there. As well as Rip City Rachel again. Huge shout out to all of them. Let's go over to Sham Sharania. What does he got going on? Nothing here. Let's go over to Woj, or let's go over to Mark Stein, actually. That's where we wanted to go next. So Mark Stein, from the Stein line, let's see what he's got to say. An increasingly likely scenario for Cleveland's business and free agency, league sources say, is signing Georges Niang away from Philadelphia, along with completing the signing or sign and trade for Max Strus, which is a pretty good get. Definitely could use some more shooting. Strus is a player that fits them. Charles here says, what do you think about Spurs getting Brook Lopez to give the Spurs some three-point shooting and help Wemby bang down low and guard the bigger fives? I like that for them quite a bit. Although I'm not sure if it happens. S550 says, how about Yusuf Nurkic and Simons and 2 first-round picks to the Sixers for Joel Embiid? That's not going to happen. That's not enough assets. Arif here says, what moves will the Raptors make? Toronto, they're going to be focused mostly on a deal around Gabe Vincent, I think. Aaron S. says, Pistons seem to be stacking expiring contracts for a future move. We need a starting power forward, and this rebuild is complete. Yeah, they've got a ways to go, though, to get there age-wise. Daniela says, you believe Spurs culture still is special. Being a Spurs fan, I got choked up seeing Wemby with Tim Duncan and the Admiral in a photo. I mean, yeah, I think the Spurs are still a very prestigious organization because they do things differently. Alessandro says, Aaron, how did you become a Pistons fan? Very interesting question for Aaron. Aaron, make sure you answer that. Wavy Clam says, out of all the rumors, who should Pacers' number one priority be? To me, I would like to see Kuzma there a bit, but ultimately, coming out with Bruce Brown, I think would be really, really good still, too. Ghost wants to know, when does free agency start? We are 25 minutes away from NBA free agency. AJ Analysis says, if CP3 was never injured and never traded, Harden would have 2 rings. You could argue that. Neil Coleman says, what do you think about Kuz to Milwaukee? Probably not going to happen. Daniel says, thoughts on Van Vleet to the Rockets? I know it's short term, but don't know how to feel. I think it's okay. They need to get better defensively. They're going to sign players who make them better defensively. S.Y. Gray says, what can or should the Pistons do to relieve the logjam at the power forward position? They're probably just going to hang out for a year with it, honestly. They could just trade Marvin Bagley somewhere as a salary dump, but I don't think they're going to do that. H.E. Pennypacker, he wants to know if Clarkson is more likely to be traded after his extension. I mean, instead of losing him in free agency, yes, he's more likely. But realistically, I don't know if something actually gets done because I know ownership really likes him there in Utah. Brady Thompson says, Phoenix looking to pull the contract from Landale. Where did you see that? I have not seen that at all. So we'll have to keep our eyes on it. But free agency is just a little bit away. I'm super, super stoked for it. Free agency is less than 30 minutes away. Come join the live stream. I'm sending this out on Twitter. Come join the live stream. Ask your questions for live analysis. Hopefully you guys are enjoying this stream so far. It's been a lot of fun. Huge shout out to everyone that's in here. Vincent says, what should the Rockets do with all of their cap space? I think the Houston Rockets are going to spend a lot of it on 3 players: Dylan Brooks, Brook Lopez, and Fred VanVleet. Now, you could argue, is that what they should do? Maybe not, but that's what they're going to likely do. Scout says, do you think more of the teams that won't be competing this season rent out their cap space like the Pistons did, or actually become players? I think some of them are going to rent out cap space. Like Utah could. I really think San Antonio could. Watch for a potential Kyle Lowry dump to San Antonio. I tweeted that a couple of weeks ago. I think those are all options. Marcus Cologne here says, can we get Harden to the Knicks and pair him with Brunson? No, I don't. Yes, the Knicks can. They have all the assets. The Knicks are the best positioned team to make trades right now. But the thing is, no, I don't think they're going to do that, because I think the Knicks are mostly focused on just keeping their players and keeping their flexibility open for something bigger. Michael Orlando, he steps up big time again. We need to get more Michael hype down in the chat. Make sure you guys comment right now down below. Michael hype in the chat. Let's get some Orlando Magic hype in there too, because he's a diehard Orlando Magic fan. Huge shout out to Michael. He says, bro, have you eaten today? Here's some pizza money. I've been live for 3 hours. I'm planning on being live for quite a few more. So huge shout out to Michael for the $25. I'm going to leave that one on the screen for just a little bit here. So that's crazy. Michael coming in with a $25 donation, the biggest one of the stream. I doubt anyone can even top that, to be honest, because $25 is it's a lot to donate. So a huge thank you, Michael. Those donations go a long way in helping support the channel. I know you've always stepped up big time in supporting us at Utility Sports. So, Michael, a huge shout out to you. We've had a lot of awesome donations. We're going to run through them again here. Q-Dog with the 5 and the 2. Raul with the 5. Ryan became a member again for another month. Ryan with the 5 and another 5. Bluegill with a 3 and 5. Jake with a 5. Then we saw Doug with 2. Texas Sports with a 5. Dober Investment with the 5. And then Michael comes off the top rope and says, I'm going to top everybody here with 25. So huge shout out to Michael again. Thank you so much, Michael, for that. It really does mean a lot. So huge thank you to you. Aaron S. says, Alessandro Rhymes, I was born in Michigan, started watching the NBA in 2003 and won the championship in 2004. Been a Pistons fan and NBA junkie ever since. Well, that's a great reason. You know, watching the team like back then, those Pistons teams were really good competitive teams. So it was probably really awesome for you, Aaron, to get to see that. Arif says, what big news from Michael Grange about the Raptors? It's not necessarily about the Raptors. Jake Fisher here says Lando would become an unrestricted free agent. Sounds like Phoenix is moving forward with the idea of targeting centers on the vets minimum to back up DeAndre Ayton as their current front court plan for 2023-2024. So Landale will likely become available. Oh my gosh, we got a couple more in here. Ryan here with the 20 says, add it up. Thank you to Ryan. Huge shout out to him for the 20. That's absolutely crazy, Ryan. Huge thank you to you. He's now up to 30 in the stream. He sent 2 5s and he has a member in there. So really 35 in this stream alone. So now Ryan's our top dog, but Michael still number 1 in the single donation department. But Nav steps up with 10 as well and says, don't forget the breadsticks. So we got pizza money and breadsticks money in the chat right now. Huge shout out to Michael, Ryan, Nav, and again, everyone else who has sent super chats so far. Again, they're super helpful in supporting the channel and allowing me to spend an entire day of my life being live here on the channel. As I'm, not working right now, obviously the day that I'm here. So it really do appreciate it. It helps go a long way. As at some point, I'm hoping that utility sports becomes my long-term full-time gig. Right now, I think I'm putting full-time hours into it with how much I record every single day. Pretty much a video comes out. Today, I'll end up being live for like 8 or 9 hours, and then I'll probably have to record a video afterward on free agency winners and losers from day one. So, it really never stops for me. I put in a lot of work here, and at some point, hopefully, it gets to the point where I don't also have to have a job while doing YouTube, which would make my life a lot better, honestly. Danny Lewis says Fred VanVleet to the Rockets. Yuta, welcome to Phoenix. Yes, sir, says Dustin. I like that quite a bit for them. Again, now Landale would become an unrestricted free agent. And AJ, yep, I see what you're saying here with CP. Crypto says, do you think the Harden and Clippers is almost a done deal, or Daryl Morey will hold them off until the middle of the season? It's not going to be a middle of the season thing, but I think Daryl Morey is going to be patient here, and he's going to make, I think the deadline for it's probably July 6th. So very interesting to keep our eyes on. And we got another 5 from SOI Gray. He says, here's the soda money. Look at that. Now we got pizza, we've got breadsticks, and we've got soda money. Look at that. We are set up for a utility sport. Maybe I'll do a live stream sometime of me just literally eating pizza on stream. Is that something you guys want? To be honest, I would think not, but I don't know. Someone earlier asked for a hot tub live stream for the 3rd time. So you guys seemingly want to just hang out here. We'll do a lot more live streaming for sure. But Mel says, shout out to Michael Orlando for feeding my boy. Giant Corn says, I'm also interested in seeing what Utah does about their ball handler problem. Utah has a lot of guards, but no playmaking guards. They have 16 guys. Monte Morris would be a great fit. Yeah, I'm not sure if I see them taking in a lot more players, though. We'll see what ends up happening. But I'm glad to see that we got a lot of that Michael hype in here from you guys. Shout out to you guys for hitting him up with some of that hype, too. Mike here says, which teams do you think have an interest or would be a fit for Dillon Brooks besides Houston? I think Dallas would have significant interest in Dillon Brooks. I think Cleveland was a team that I would have targeted as a potential fit, but now with Strus likely going there on their mid-level, my guess is now that Brooks is not an option for them at this point. Unless if they work out a sign and trade, theoretically they could bring in Strus and Dillon Brooks, so the team could look quite a bit different, which would maybe be really good for them going forward. The GOAT says W, love to see that. Michael says, Sheldon's awesome, man. Got to support the cause. Really, really appreciate you, Michael. From the bottom of my heart, really does go a long way. Likes says, what's the trade details? Not sure. Oh, Tyler Hero, Duncan, and picks. Under 20 minutes. We are 16 minutes away now at the time I saw this comment. Unspoken Hoop Knowledge says, I've been a subscriber for a minute now. There's no one like Sheldon on YouTube, man, covering this content. Man deserves his own TV show for real. I do work in TV. I would love, being on TV would be fun at some point if something like that ever comes to fruition. But, being on here is actually honestly more fun because when you're on TV, you're just talking to the camera. Right now, yes, I'm talking to the camera, but you guys are all responding. It makes it a lot more fun for me. So I really do appreciate you guys. Send the link to the trade details. I haven't seen any trade details yet. So let's go back over to Twitter. Let's see. Has anyone given us a follow on Twitter lately? Make sure to go give us a follow. I will show you on stream. Shout out to Mavs fan for the like over there, and also to Brad. So I'll show your profile on Twitter. I'll hover over it just like this. So if you guys want to be on the stream, if you want your Twitter profile on the stream, make sure to go give us a follow right now before free agency starts, because I'm sure there's going to be a flurry of deals coming in. We're going to have to keep our eyes on. I might turn on my notification bell. I might have to turn that down, though, a little bit. We'll see. All signs have pointed to a new Draymond Green deal in Golden State since the story. Here we go. Let's go over to Mark Stein again, and let's get him pulled back up here. All signs have pointed to a new Draymond Green deal in Golden State since Monday, and league sources now project Green to land a contract in the 4-year, $100 million range from the Warriors once free agency commences. So definitely something to watch for going forward. Ryan says the donos are fire. It's been absolutely crazy. Michael says Sheldon is literally going to be eating soon. I hope so. Pizza stream would be lit. That's Max is all in on the pizza stream. We'll see if we can coordinate something like that in the future. Max says, guys, believe him. He got real. Justin says, Messam says, Justin Archer just came out, so you probably didn't see it. Unspoken says, Ayo, pause, hot tub live stream. I mean, that's an A-tier comment, Unspoken. That actually is making me laugh a lot, because I couldn't believe it when I saw the one comment of the guy asking for that. I was like, I don't know if I'm the person who typically you'd see a lot of people asking for a hot tub stream from, but I guess so. For my Discord people in here, you guys will remember what H-Town used to always say in there, talking about me. So Ryan says, anyone want to pass me? I'm leading. He's talking about donations. Right now he's at 35, so we'll see if anyone can pass Ryan. But he's challenging you guys right now, it seems like. Max says Orlando will move one of the guards. Definitely would be interesting to watch if they do. Jalen Suggs could be an option to move. Cole Anthony, although I think he makes some sense as a backup guard. Danico says, so even though Rockets draft Thompson and probably bring in Fred VanVleet, what do you think happens with KPJ? Backup guard role, backup off-ball guard. We'll see what happens. We got another 5 here from Ryan. He's saying he's at 40 now. He's challenging you guys big time to see if we can get there, but he's hitting us up. Ryan, huge thank you to you. And he also adds, I know someone's cooking a banger donation to go with it. Ryan, huge thank you for the super chat again. Really do appreciate that. It's even just like the small ones go a long way, but 5 is a pretty significant amount, honestly. So huge shout out to you guys. Really do appreciate all of the donations. It does go a long way in helping support the channel, like I've said. The GOAT says, do you think Rockets should move KPJ? No, unless they're getting like good value for him. Here we have a Twitter follower I want to show as well. I think a couple of them, maybe not, just one. I believe here. William says, William with the following in his bio. He's got a lot of those currencies, and he says, I'm here for a good time, not a long time. Well, thank you, William, for the follow. Really do appreciate you. Let's see how many followers we're at, by the way. 961. So we are getting really, really close to 1,000 followers on Twitter. I would love to see that go up as we continue moving forward. Dustin here says, Kyrie signs with my Suns for the minimum, and then us in Suns Nation going to come all together to pay him some bread under the table. Who says no? I don't know if that's legal. I don't know if the NBA CBA allows that, Dustin, but I like the sentiments. Now, if you screw my Mavericks over like that, I'm going to be probably a little upset. But if Kyrie Irving signs for the minimum in Phoenix, I'm literally going to lose my mind on stream. Ricky here says, any news on the Pelicans getting a rim protector? As of right now, I've not heard anything specifically on them. So we'll see what ultimately happens. But I think the Pelicans, they have a lot of players already under roster, so I don't think that they're going to be super active today, unfortunately. Bruce Brown to the Pacers is done, says JJ. I have not seen that myself. So if I see comments like that, I'm going to try to do my best to hear it out. Devin Devine, thank you for the follow over on Twitter, as well as Alexander, who's a San Antonio Spurs fan. I like that profile picture there of Victor Wembanyama. Den Devine, you got to get a profile picture in there. Let's get Den Devine a profile picture so he's not just looking like a random out here. Black Pinoy says, hopefully my Nets don't mess this up. I'm going to go ahead and like that. If you guys mention me in tweets right now, maybe I'll retweet or quote tweet them. Send me some of your favorite free agency landing spots. Let's see what you guys have for ideas. Brady Thompson says, we need some sauce for the pizza. He's throwing it in. Maybe I can get napkins too or something with that, Brady. Huge thank you to you, Brady, for the $5. He's been a long-time member on the channel, always supporting. I think he was a member, just obviously was in here for NBA draft as well. So huge shout out to Brady. He's been watching the channel for a really, really long time. So Brady, I really do appreciate you more than you even know. Quendo says, you're going to eat good, boy. That's a great comment there, Quendos. And Max Hill says Jalen Suggs is raw. They better not move him. I live in Orlando. I like Suggs a lot too. I watched Suggs in high school a bit. And Gonzaga, who's really, really good. Sam from Brooklyn here with the follow says he's a big fan of the Yankees, Nets, Jets, and Tony Hawk. Okay, that's an interesting quartet. I wasn't expecting Tony Hawk on the end there when I started reading that, but okay, I like it. I'm hoping your Jets have a good year. And for what it's worth, I'm a New York Jets fan too. I lived through all the bad years, but trust me, Mark Sanchez is my favorite quarterback ever. And then Brady says, yes, sir, with a $20 super chat. Look at that. All the super chats are coming in. And my chat right now is saying, look, teams are about to spend a ton of money in free agency. How about we drop some money right now? You guys are giving me max contracts, it feels like. You guys have been absolutely awesome and just really, really crazy to have in here. But let's go over now to this over here. Mark Stein has another tweet. Heard the same as the esteemed Monte Pool NBCS reported below. Dario Saric very likely to land with the Warriors as well. So Warriors landing Saric is a very good possibility, and one that is definitely worth noting because he is a pretty prevalent player. That's why Grace says, Killian Hayes, what's his market value? Still hasn't fully developed, but has all the tools to become a very good floor general. Should Detroit move him or stand pat? They should only move him if they're getting like something like actually substantial back. So good question there. That's why Gray, make sure I'm going to leave a like on that one. Here Zodrop says, at Utility Sports, Phil Handy going to turn Cam Reddish into a demon. Most improved player watch. I hope so. I like it. I like that message. Jamie Farr here with the follow. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you. Zodrop, thanks for the follow as well. So we are getting closer to that 1,000 mark. Let's see if we can get there in this stream. That would be absolutely crazy. And then we're going to keep skyrocketing from there. Robert Cisneros says, is there any more players, contracts that could get dumped to a team with cap space? That's a great question, Robert. When it comes to if there's more players that could get dumped to a team with cap space, oh my goodness, hold on 1 second. Brady Thompson says, bang, he's dropping all the money, and Big J as well with the 5. He says, sup, bro, shout out the commitment you give to the community. Any news on Kuz staying with my Wizards? So, Jay, after the Kings gave Harrison Barnes that 3-year, $54 million deal, I think it's ultimately a lot more likely now at this point that the Wizards do retain Kyle Kuzma. So if you want Kuzma back, I think they're going to be able to get him on a pretty good deal, something that's tradable, which is important for that franchise to potentially trade him later. And Brady, I can't believe it. Look at that. He's come in recently. There was a challenge from Ryan who said, he's at 40, nobody can beat me. And since then, we've had some huge step up here from Brady with some big donations. He's sent 5, 20, and 20, which puts him at number 1 right now with 45. That's absolutely crazy. Brady, huge shout out to you. Let's get some Brady hype down in the chat. I'm going to start us off here with some Brady hype. Let's get some W Brady's in there too, because he is a legend for sending in everything he's sent in so far. Rumor, Lakers trending toward bringing back D'Angelo Russell on a 2-year, $40 million deal. That's not too bad. That's not too much money for him. BS Express says, drive home complete what I missed. Well, we've had a crazy run on donations and super chats, BS Express. So that's what you missed. Also, I think one really important thing. So, Robert, just looking at if there's any more players that could get dumped to a team with cap space, Kyle Lowry to the Spurs would be another one I would watch for to get to your question, Robert. Thank you for tweeting at me. But here's one of those things that you missed here. BS Express, Dario Saric, very likely to the Warriors. That's one to watch for. Ryan here says, LFG Brady, love to see that. And we're just getting a lot of Let's Go Brady in here. Brady is the GOAT. Absolutely crazy. 10 minutes. We're now 6 minutes away from the start of free agency. So absolutely crazy. If you guys don't mind too on Twitter, if you want to retweet my stream, that would be absolutely awesome. Maybe I'll send a link to my stream here too so we can share it. If you guys want to share this, feel free to go ahead. I would really appreciate it. I'm going to send it down in the comment section below because I would love for you guys to be able to share it with everyone in the world. Actually, I'm not going to be able to drop it in the comment section. So let's just go tweet it. Let's just tweet it out. I don't want to tweet at the Stein line. No, let's not do that. Let's just tweet. For some reason, my thing does not like to copy paste. So we're going to try and make this work. I don't know why it doesn't like it. But we are going to ultimately make it work if we can. Now, we'll see, because this is, for some reason, this is just giving me a lot of issues and difficulties for no reason. But, actually, just you guys just do whatever you want. Share it, whatever you want to do. And we got 10 more coming in from Brady. Oh, my goodness. Just one more. Let's get it. Brady, huge thank you to you. He's up to 55 now in the chat. That's absolutely crazy. Really appreciate that. Illuminati Gaming with the 5 says, I feel that my Spurs will use the remainder of their cap on getting salary dump and get more draft capital. This coming year will be another down year. Nothing wrong with that. Look, Kyle Lowry, I think, would actually be a really nice addition to the team. Ryan Hillier says, over the top, sending two. Listen, every little small donation, the $20 ones, $25 ones, they all make me lose my mind. Those are awesome. That's crazy. And I really love and appreciate that. But look, if you have two that you want to share, whatever it is, I really do appreciate it. So huge shout out to you guys. Honestly, I feel like this is the best community on all of YouTube. I feel like this is the most collaborative place on YouTube. We talk a lot about free agency. We got some free agency hype in here. Let's get some free agency hype down in the chat right now. I want to see it spelled out just like this, free agency hype, and let's get 3 of those exclamation points in there. And if you're really excited, maybe send some more. I think I might have sent 4. I don't even know. I'm just excited right now. I'm on top of the world. We are 3 minutes away from the start of free agency and probably 4 minutes away from a whole bunch of multi-million-dollar deals being already negotiated and reported on, which is crazy. Central Powers Production says, what players should the New York Knicks get? I think Dante DiVincenzo is a player to watch for the New York Knicks, as I think he would be a really, really nice option. Shout out to Black Pinoy for sharing this. Really appreciate that, Black Pinoy. If you guys do quote tweet me or mention me and some stuff, I'll leave some likes on your guys' tweets right now too, because I really do appreciate all the hype. Norman Rad, you've been in here all day. Let's get the hype. Ryan Hillier says we're tied at 45. Ooh, and then he topped you with the 10 though. Oh my goodness, he topped you with the 10. Pushed the 2 over the top. I see now. Okay. Daniel says thoughts on Jalen Green video. If you're talking about the Paul George video, that was probably not good. I think that's partially the reason why James Harden in my thumbnail today is wearing a Clippers video, a Clippers jersey and not a Rockets jersey. Although let's get over here to Twitter right now. Adrian Wojnarowski tweets new NBA salary cap numbers for 23-24, 136 million, tax levels 165.2, apron 172.3, second apron 182.7, non-taxpayer mid-level exception 12.4, salary cap and tax levels will rise 10%. Definitely very interesting to note. Very crazy. Shout out to SY Gray for sharing as well. Let's make sure to leave a like on that. Thank you so much, SY Gray, for sharing and giving me a little bit of hype there. Shout out to all 600 of you awesome people. Let's get going here. We are right here. And Ryan says, dang, Brady wins. Brady went absolutely crazy over the top. And here comes the action, guys. We are just a couple of minutes away. So excited. We're within a few minutes, just now 2 minutes away from the start of free agency. And let's see how everything goes here. We're going to be keeping our eyes on a lot of stuff. The Lakers are expected to offer Austin Reeves a 4-year, $52 million deal when free agency begins. Now, he's a restricted free agent. He could sign a Gilbert Arenas poison pill provision contract with another team. Shout out to Jack, by the way, says ties to the T-Wolves. Nothing legit there yet. But as Joshua was saying, I love free agency. And Austin Reeves is going to be one of those interesting names to watch because he can sign for a lot of money with an organization. The first 2 years can be maxed out at $12 million. But then after that, he could sign up to about $30 million for years 3 and 4. So if you do the math on that, something in the ballpark of 4 years, 84, 4 years, 90-ish is kind of the max that Austin Reeves is going to be able to get, which is absolutely crazy. Tom Graham says, I finally put a Twitter photo for you on Dead Devine. Now, let's see if we can get that up on stream right now before we get going. Brendan here with the tweet says, dude knows what he's talking about. Give it a watch. Really appreciate you, Brendan. Huge shout out to you. And let's see if we can get back to Dead and Devine here. Where is this at? Let's see if we can find it. Dead, maybe let's see. Here it is. Where is Dead and Devine at? I'm looking for it right now. Although We are getting tweets coming in. Dead and Devine, just go leave a like over there on something, Tom. And thank you also for the 3. Really do appreciate that. Rick Roney says, you are my favorite basketball YouTuber. No BS from your takes. Really appreciate that, Rick. Huge shout out to you. Final countdown, 1 minute left. We are just about there. Super excited for that, as we are just narrowly inching in toward the beginning of NBA free agency. So stoked. Shout out to everyone who's been in here so far. I'm excited to have hopefully more people even come join us and hang out with us. Troy here says Paul George kind of led Green down that path on the podcast. I'm almost positive Harden is pivoting because Rockets wouldn't go full max and give him the keys like he thought he would get. I think those are, fair points on that as well. Travis here with the 5 says, who should the Pistons look to sign? Right now, I'm expecting them to be relatively quiet going into free agency after trading now for, let's see if it's up. It's still not updated for me here, but maybe it will at some point. I'll keep my eyes on it going forward. But huge shout out to everyone in here right now. Make sure you guys go give us a follow on Twitter. I'm also going to real quickly send a link to our Discord. I want everyone to join that Discord right now. We got 622 awesome people in here. Let's all go join the Discord, and it's 5 p.m. Central Time, 6 p.m. Eastern Time. That means free agency is underway. So we are going to be keeping our eyes here on NBA free agency and just really watching for every little thing that could potentially come to fruition today. Let's keep our eyes out on it now. We're going to be watching Adrian Wojnarowski. We're going to be watching Shams Charania. And here it is. We have our first news. The news is in. We've got it. Let's go over to Shams right now. Shams Charania. He tweets, free agent Draymond Green and CEO of Clutch Sports Rich Paul have agreed on a 4-year, $100 million contract to return to the Golden State Warriors. The $100 million deal contains a player option in year 4. So it sounds like there's going to be pretty much fully guaranteed money, I'm guessing, on this. And we're started off, and there it is. We are at the point now. Warriors W contract with Draymond. I think this is a really good contract for them. It's not too expensive. It's not in the ballpark of $30+ million. $25 million annual average value. Definitely a fair deal for him. And if I had to give this a grade, which we're going to be doing as we go here throughout the day, let's give this Draymond Green. Oh, I need to edit that. I'm going to get this up as a banner. Draymond Green signs with the Golden State Warriors on a 4-year, $100 million deal. That is going to be an A grade for me. I like that quite a bit for Draymond Green, and I like that for the Golden State Warriors. It gives Draymond a good amount of flexibility. With that player option, it also gives him a good amount of upfront money. 4 years, $100 million at this point in Draymond's career is nothing to scoff at. It's a pretty good offer. It ties him to the organization for a long haul going forward. If I had to give this a grade, again, I'm going to give it an A. I think that this is good. Draymond Green's a very good player. Now, maybe you might say, oh, this is a pretty boring signing. You could argue that. But he signs with the Golden State Warriors on a 4-year, $100 million deal. I like this quite a bit for Golden State. The defensive engine for their team, the guy who makes everything defensively work, the guy who they run their offense through quite a bit, actually, as like a facilitator and point forward type. Works out really, really well. He's staying in Golden State. It's the reunion that needed to happen, and it is a great way to start free agency as we're now just a few minutes in, and we've only got one out of here. Ryan's giving it a 0 out of 10. Goes and saying, all I want is Fred gone out of Toronto. We'll see what happens with Fred VanVleet. Like I said earlier, I had reported earlier on that he is headed toward Houston. We'll see when that actually becomes finalized and reported on by some of the bigger names in the industry. Packers Goat says, can signings start happening today? Yes, they can agree to deals. No one will actually have signed a contract. This is what we call the moratorium period, but deals are being agreed upon right now. Dre is decent for the system. The Warriors got it. It makes sense. It does. I think so for sure. Ryan here says, Ghost, are you in the Discord? Make sure you guys do join that Discord. Again, here's the link to that right here down below. So make sure you guys go join that Discord if you haven't already. Shout out to you guys. 750 awesome people watching. Make sure to leave a like on the stream if you do enjoy. And if you're excited for free agency, what I want right now is I want everyone to comment. Again, real quick, for the start of free agency, comment your favorite team. I need to see who your favorite team is right now. Comment your favorite team down below. That way we can talk about all of them as we go throughout free agency. So if you want your team represented, make sure to leave a comment. Maybe you can make some friends here and see them in the Discord later on. But make sure to comment your favorite team as we go here at the beginning of free agency. We're going to be keeping our eyes on all of the news. And we do have another report, this one from Chris Haynes. Let's go over to Chris Haynes right now. And if you guys, listen, if there's any reports, you guys need to tweet them to me so that I can see it. So go mention me in all of these tweets. But here's another one. Chris Haynes reports free agent forward Trey Lyles with CEO Rich Paul of Clutch Sports and agent Lucas Newton has reached an agreement to return to the Sacramento Kings. This is one of the more no-brainer decisions in free agency. Trey Lyles had kind of a breakout year for himself in Sacramento, playing for Coach Mike Brown. Really good decision for him and a good get for the organization after trading Rashawn Holmes. It was pretty clear that ultimately we would see the return of Trey Lyles back into Sacramento. There was no surprise there. And we actually, we have another news to break here from Shams Charania. We have a flurry of deals coming in here, which is really exciting. Some of these are smaller ones. Trey Lyles, assuming it's a decent value contract, I'm going to give it a B+, A-. Nothing wrong with that. Free agent center Drew Eubanks has agreed on a 2-year deal with the Phoenix Suns with a player option in the second season. Sources tell The Athletic. Eubanks is represented by agent James Dunleavy of Excel Sports, not Utility Sports. Huge shout out to Atlanta analyst for Sharon. We are right here, guys, and it's been absolutely crazy. Super excited. And we have another one from Shams. Let's go ahead and refresh here. Restricted free agent Kobe White has agreed to a 3-year, $33 million deal to return to the Chicago Bulls. So we have a lot of stuff going on right now. A lot of crazy situations coming to fruition. But Alex Golden, oh my gosh, we've got a lot of stuff going on. Shams Charania with another one. Shams Charania is dropping a bunch of bombs left and right. He is way ahead of Adrian Wojnarowski right now. You're getting lapped. But here's the news. Free agent forward Taurean Prince is finalizing a deal with the Los Angeles Lakers. We see a lot of crazy stuff. Keep tagging me and stuff so I don't miss it, okay? Keep tagging me and stuff, but I do want to show something else. We're going to go over to Alex Golden, who covers the Indiana Pacers. Let's see if I can find him. Alex Golden, Pacers. This might be him right here. He's got 10,000 followers, so I'm not sure. Do we fully believe this? I'm going to trust it. First source, the Pacers are signing Bruce Brown Jr. I'm not sure if true. Very good get for the organization. Let's get some Pacers hype in here. Very good get for the Indiana Pacers. Make sure to leave a like on the stream. And if you're a Pacers fan, you got to be pretty happy right now if you're actually getting Bruce Brown. Vassell for 3 with the follow. Thank you so much on Twitter for that. And here it is, a very tradable contract. Adrian Wojnarowski drops a huge bomb. Adrian Wojnarowski heard me talking crap, and he said, "Shut up, Sheldon. We got a new deal to announce. Kyle Kuzma staying with the Washington Wizards." Let's get some J hype down in the chat right now. Also, huge shout out to Jay Fenteri here with some Blazers hype and the $10. Thank you so much. Guys, let's all get some J hype in here. Let's get Big J52 hype. We need to get that in there right now. Big J, big time Washington Wizards fan. So Kyle Kuzma heading back to the Washington Wizards on a 4-year, $102 million deal. Crazy. And Karis LeVert, for more than the mid-level, actually ends up staying in Cleveland. So now this is going to be really interesting to watch what happens with the Cavaliers. But we have to go back over. Let's see, where is this at? Where is this at? LeVert. Let's look up LeVert latest. Here it is. Wojnarowski. Cleveland Cavaliers guard Karis LeVert has agreed on a new 2-year, $32 million deal with the Cleveland Cavaliers. So he is staying there in Cleveland. We got a lot of notifications coming in. Here's a report from Robert Cisneros. Josh Okogie stays with the Phoenix Suns. That was a very big-time no-brainer for them. Makes sense. He had a pretty solid year for them, kind of a big breakout year. Joseph here tags me in the Cavaliers deal. Thank you guys so much for all tagging me. It does go a long way. BS Express, thank you so much for tagging me in the Kyle Kuzma one. Atlanta Analyst as well, thank you so much for that. Make sure you guys hit that follow button on Twitter too if you haven't already. But the Indiana Pacers, this is something you got to be hyped about. That's what I thought, Zach, too. I was pretty confident I trusted Golden as a source. So I felt pretty good about quote tweeting that and actually showing that on stream because I do think he is a very good reporter. Let's get some of that hype in here, okay? I'm going to keep trying to show you guys his comments, but as long as deals keep coming in, I have to stay on top of that too. Poor Cleveland, LeVert's a hindrance. So 16 million is a lot for LeVert. I thought he would be a little bit closer to the mid-level exception than 16. I thought maybe like 13, 14-ish. But Big J, I know you are excited. Kuzma staying with the organization. According to Chris Haynes, DeAndre Jordan has reached an agreement to return to the Denver Nuggets. And actually, Wojnarowski here, we have to go back to Twitter quick. Let's get over to Woj. There's a little bit of discrepancy here now. He's saying 3 years, $40 million for Kobe White, which is a little bit more annual average value than what was reported by, I believe, Shams Charania at 3 years, $33 million. But it's not a big difference. It's really $2 million a year difference roughly between those two deals. So not crazy, not too bad. But ultimately, Kobe White looks like he's staying with the Chicago Bulls regardless on either 3 years, 33 or 3 years, 40. Perhaps it comes in with some, like non-guaranteed money, some of the stuff like that. Very notable, though. And we're off to a great start here in free agency. Shout out to all 912 of you awesome people watching. Remember, we're going to stay on top of all of the rumors, all of the situations where players are going this way, that way, all over the place. And we'll see what happens. Ultimately, there's a lot of money to be spent yet. The Houston Rockets are loaded with a ton of cap space. If we look at some of the other teams with a ton of money, you'll see teams with the most salary cap space. The Houston Rockets, San Antonio Spurs, Indiana Pacers, Detroit Pistons, Utah Jazz, Orlando Magic. The Pacers supposedly are the team going out and getting Bruce Brown. So far, there's been no report from Woj or Shams on that, but I think that's definitely something to watch for. Roy Couch says, I like the Bruce pickup now. Shifting to Obi or Williams, would love to see Obi top in. And I think Taurean Prince, one that's going to be a little under the radar, but will probably get talked about quite a bit during the actual season, is Taurean Prince to the Los Angeles Lakers. I think that's a very, very good signing for the Lakers. DeAndre Jordan staying with the Denver Nuggets makes sense for them, just given the fact that he did play some playoff minutes for them, which I was not expecting last year when they signed him at this time of the year last year. I was shocked last year when he was one of the first signings off the board. But ultimately, Denver, they did everything they had to do. And I want to tweet on this quick. I love the Kyle Kuzma signing for Washington. Movable contract for a very good player. I love Washington's offseason. Washington's had a very good offseason, in my opinion. So I wanted to tweet that out there. Let's get some Washington Wizards type down in the chat, too, because I'm very happy for some of the Wizards fans who've been watching on the channel for quite some time. Let's see if we can keep our eyes up on some things. Keita Bates-Diop goes to Phoenix as well. So let's go refresh on Adrian Wojnarowski. Keita Bates-Diop has agreed to a 2-year, $5 million deal with the Phoenix Suns. Co-head of CAA basketball, Austin Brown, tells ESPN deal includes a player option. Bates-Diop will have a chance to earn a starting forward spot. Keita Bates-Diop is very lengthy, athletic, and I think took a big step forward this past year in terms of his play finishing capability as kind of a cutter slasher type. Improved a little bit with the ball in his hands, but not enough where you're going to rely on that. But if you're Phoenix, of course, you already have the ball in the hands of guys like Beal, Durant, and, of course, Booker. So Bates-Diop is going to be like a pretty intriguing player for them to watch going forward. But ultimately, pretty good for them. Taurean Prince, I do like a lot for the Lakers. I do want to say that. I want to make sure I'm very clear about that. I think Taurean Prince to the Lakers is a very, very good deal. Now, if you guys keep tagging me and stuff, that'd be really, really helpful. That's a really funny tweet from Robert here. I want to pull this up on stream quick. Let me go over to my mentions. This is a really funny tweet. Me waiting for Clippers to drop news. Look at this little cat. That's just adorable. But let's stay focused. We're gonna stay attentive on everything. Let's go back over to Shams quick. I've been showing more Woj lately. Shams was lapping Woj to start, but Woj came in with a big bevy of news too. Shams hasn't had anything for 7 minutes. Shams, you're slacking. You're slacking, Shams. But free agent forward Taurean Prince is finalizing a deal with the Los Angeles Lakers, and I think that's a really good get for them. Prince is a really solid player. I think, he's a guy who's willing to put his body on line, steps in, takes charges, can knock down corner threes, has an awesome celly where he's like sending out a huge kiss like that. Just sweet. Very, very sweet. Keita Bates-Diop to the Suns. I do like that quite a bit as well. Eubanks might be getting a chip before Dame. We'll see if Phoenix has enough, but so far Phoenix has prioritized size, getting Eubanks and Keita Bates-Diop. I do like both of them. Okogie staying there too. Really, really good. Remember, tonight I'm going to be doing my free agency winners and losers. We'll be giving grades as I go. Biggie Steve says, I love Kuz in Washington. I predicted $25 million a year. He gets, I think, a little bit more than that. Let's go back to our profile here on Twitter. If you guys aren't following us on Twitter, make sure to go do that. I'm going to send the link here right now. My expectation is everyone goes and hits that follow button over on Twitter. I would love for you guys to be a part of what we do here moving forward at Utility Sports. So make sure to go give that follow over there. DJ is the locker room hero. Culture signing for the Nuggets. Big role off the court like a player coach. Yeah, he definitely had a really nice role for them. I was surprised last year. Trey Lyles is 2 years, $16 million. So it's a little rich. But ultimately I can get on board with it. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. But looking at the Kuzma here, he gets a little bit over 25.5 million a year. Kind of roughly what I was projecting for Sacramento. I thought Sacramento might have had to give him like 26, 27, I believe. I think I had a couple DMs out where I was telling people were asking me what I thought. I was saying anywhere from like 23 to 27 million is going to probably get the deal done. And ultimately that's exactly where we are. Shout out to Alfie for the follow. I'll be still showing all of you for following. DeAndre Jordan re-signs with Denver. We've had a lot of crazy moves. Let's see. Does Shams have anything new yet? Nothing yet now for 9 minutes. Shams Charania has been quiet. And Damian Lee has agreed to a 1-year deal to stay with the Phoenix Suns. So far, Phoenix came out, targeted a good number of players. They've made 4 signings already. And for an organization that was significantly lacking depth, definitely a good move for them all in all. Damian Lee staying with the Phoenix Suns on a 1-year deal. The Suns, of course, just making a run at some of their own guys, keeping a good amount of their own players in, but they've also been able to get players like Jock Landale. This is actually their 5th signing. Jock Landale comes in too. They made a lot of signings, so they've been very, very active. Jason here wants to know, are Clips handcuffed in free agency trying to pull off the Harden trade? Yeah, they're probably going to be relatively quiet right now at this point. Let's go back over to Twitter. Atlanta analyst here tagged me in something from John Krasinski. All signs point to Nickeil Alexander-Walker remaining in Minnesota. My guess is this is going to be somewhere. This is going to be like pretty rough guesstimation, but looking at the cap table for Minnesota, this is going to be 3 years, $15 million, maybe a little bit more, 3 years, $17, $18 million, or something at 4 years into like the low 20s, mid to low 20s is what I see as a potential option. Huge shout out to Texan for Life as well for messaging me on here. Shout out to Robert. Thank you for that. Really appreciate it. Cisneros, I really appreciate that. You are the best. Thanks for all the kind words on Twitter. And let's keep staying attentive here on Free Agents. We have 1,000 people watching and a $5 donation from Biggie Steve. Huge shout out to Biggie. Says Tyus, Jordan, Kuz, pick up Bruce Brown at $15 million a year and Brooke Lopez for another 15. That's 4 of 5 starters with rings in a 5-year span. Interesting. We'll see if the Wizards can pull that off. Could you imagine if the Wizards try and turn this around into a real winning team this year? It'd be crazy. I think that they're more focused on development and letting Kuzma probably build his value up for a future trade. And they took care of him by paying him. So it works out quite well. So far, I think it's pretty good. Lee is a 2-year deal, actually, with a player option. So that's a little interesting. I don't know if I'd be lining up to give Damian Lee a player option or not. But so far, I think the best deal in my eyes has been Kuzma on a 4-year 102. I haven't loved this LeVert one at 2 for 32. It's not terrible, but since it's a short-term one, but I don't love it. I do like the Draymond at 4 for 100. I think that's a pretty good deal as well. And then just looking forward at some of these others, like Kobe White 3 for 40 is a pretty solid deal too. So I do like a good amount of these. Again, huge thank you to Biggie Steve. Flexer says, can teams make trades today? Yes, they can. And we actually have news. It looks like the biannual exception here for and this is important to note. The biannual exception is getting used now in a deal here. Adrian Wojnarowski, I believe, he reported this. Let me refresh here. Let's see if we can get it on the stream. Here it is. Oh my goodness. Holy cow. There's the deal. That's a lot of money for Bruce Brown. That is a lot of money. But as I talked about earlier, and if you go back to my Minnesota Timberwolves offseason preview, I said a team like Indiana, who has cap space, literally the Pacers are the exact team I mentioned. I said they can come in, blow other teams out of the water, blow all of these mid-level exception teams out of the water, and pay Bruce Brown significantly more than other teams. And if you look at it from Indiana's perspective, people are going to say, holy cow, overpay. It's too much money. Don't get me wrong. They paid him too much money for what his actual value is. But if you're Indiana, you're not searching for 3 or 4 rotation players. You don't need to split $20 million across 2 or 3 guys. You need it for one key player into the rotation. You look at their actual roster, this actually does make significant sense. It's not a long-term commitment. It's not like it's a 4-year, $90 million deal. It's 2 for $45. He'll become an expiring contract as early as next offseason. So it's not bad. It's a lot of money. I know it's pretty crazy. And yes, he is a role player, but he's a really good role player. He's one of the best role players you can get. And if you look at it, this is actually very, very smart, because given the fact of where they're at with contracts, like Tyrese Halliburton, but by the time he gets his rookie max extension, this will have basically no overlap. Okay. So essentially the Pacers are going to be completely out of, they're avoiding any financial long-term issues. It's more than I like BS Express is saying here. It's a little too much, but it's Bruce Brown. It's a good player, somebody who I think deserved to get paid. I was surprised last year when he signed for only the taxpayer mid-level exception. I understand it's $22.5 million a year for a role player. The thing is, though, it's 2 years. It's 2 years. It's not like it's terrible. And Taurean Prince here, I do want to touch on this, goes for the biannual exception, 1 year, $4.5 million, which I think is very important to note. Suns in free agency so far: Damian Lee, Josh Okogie, Drew Eubanks, Keita Bates-Diop. At this point, no Jock Landale. I think my brain was backwards there for a second, so don't listen to me on that. But ultimately, a lot of money here in this deal, a lot of money. But ultimately, if you're looking at it from a standpoint of does this actually make sense? I think so. A lot of money. Let me tweet this out here. A lot of money for Brown, but the Pacers get the best role player on the market, and he fits their team beautifully on a short-term deal. You guys are going to maybe be surprised by my grade. Grade A+. I think it's an A+ signing. Would you rather have them go out and split, go get Trey Lyles and some other pieces at $8 million? I don't think so. I think Bruce Brown is just fine. It's more money than I would like, but I think he's going to be a really good fit. I think he's going to do a lot of the stuff that Indiana needed. This team was really bad defensively. Oh my God. Oh my, and this is partially why. And this is the overpay that I was worried about. And this is the one thing I've talked about this for a very long time. I've talked about it for quite a while. I don't know what that is. Let's go over to Woj here. Or is it Shams? It's Shams. Let's go to Shams. This is the overpay I was really worried about. This is the one that I was scared of. Free agent forward Jeremy Grant and Clutch Sports CEO Rich Paul have agreed on a 5-year, $160 million deal to return to the Portland Trail Blazers. Massive money, $32 million a year for Jeremy Grant. Massive overpay. And this is the perfect example of the difference between Bruce Brown's contract and Jeremy Grant's. Bruce Brown becomes an expiring 1 year from today. Jeremy Grant becomes an expiring 4 years from today. This is a massive overpay, very similar to Bruce Brown, how that's a big overpay. And long-term deal with likely no outs. And mostly guaranteed, I'm guessing. The D- grade. Jeremy Grant's a good player. Jeremy Grant's a very good player, but that's too much money, and there's no long you can't get out of it. You're stuck. If it just becomes a widely perceived badly contract, it's just not good. It's really, really not good at all. Oh man, I can't buy into that in any way. I really, really cannot at all, in any sense of the word, buy into that. Holy cow, that's a lot of money to give. And look at wow. Let's go over to Chris Haynes. This is really good news. This is really, really good news for Celtics fans specifically. Let's go to Chris Haynes. Let's get him pulled up here. Celtics fans should be very happy about this. Boston Celtics and Kristaps Porzingis are expected to finalize a 2-year, which is the maximum he could do. He can only do 2 years currently after being traded. Approximately $60 million extension, league sources. Great annual average value for the Boston Celtics, who extend Porzingis, and I can't type on stream, guys, who extend Porzingis for the maximum of 2 years that they were allowed to after trading for him last week. Grade A+. That's an A+ signing for them. They traded for him. They get him locked in. Makes a ton of sense. I really, really like this for them. Bruce Brown now has a higher annual average salary than Domantas Sabonis and DeJounte Murray. Yes, that's true. But ultimately, like, it actually makes sense, and it's a significantly better deal than the Jeremy Grant one. The Bruce Brown deal is significantly better. Let's go over here. Troy Brown has agreed to a deal with the Minnesota Timberwolves. Kelvin Andrews of Clutch Sports tells. Clutch Sports is making a lot of money today. Clutch Sports is making a ton of money today. And it's panning out very, very well for them. So they should be very, very happy. They should be very happy. They're getting a lot of their guys paid. Troy Brown going to Minnesota, dressed as a wing spot, probably should be a cheap contract. If this isn't cheap, then I'm going to have some real questions about Minnesota. But it better be cheap. It better be cheap. Now, the one thing about this is if there's non-guaranteed in this deal for Jeremy Grant, man, holy cow. 5 years, $160 million. For those of you who've been watching the channel for a while, how long have I been talking about it? How long have I been talking about Jeremy Grant getting overpaid this offseason? Lights, camera. Yeah, you're right. I take it all back, lights, camera. I like their drafts. I've loved their drafts, but I hate this. I really do not like this. W extension for Porzingis. He agrees, or he deserves that. I think so for sure. This is really, really good for Porzingis. Oh, and we have a trade in baseball. Aroldis Chapman's going to the Texas Rangers. I'm sure not a lot of you are here for that, but Aroldis Chapman's now a Texas Ranger, which is interesting. I do like baseball, but I don't cover it like that. I care about the NBA. We're going to keep it to NBA stuff, so don't worry. Don't be freaking out here. But I think this is really good for Porzingis. Make sure you guys are subscribed to Utility Sports if you haven't already. Also, make sure to go check us out on Twitter. Link is in the description for that, but I'll also send that into the comment section right now because I would love for you guys to go all give us a follow. Let's see if we can get to 1,000 followers on Twitter. Just go smash that like button. I'll show your guys' Twitter profiles on stream too if you go hit that follow button right now. Monte says, how's the Vooch trade and overpay at $20 million a year, but Porzingis at $30 million a year is a good deal? I disagree. Because Porzingis protects the rim. I know that's something that you don't think of with Vucevic. Porzingis was top 10 in the league in blocks last year. He actually has a functional skill set that contributes to good team defense. Vucevic does not. That's the big difference. Shout out to Amrit for the follow over on Twitter. Shout out to Salam Aliaga. Shout out to Gabe as well for the follow. Shout out to Javante Logan and Rant as well. So, like I said, I'll show you guys his Twitter profiles. Shout out to Frank, too, for the follow. Shout out to Yogurt for the follow over on Twitter. Let's see how close we are to 1,000. We are just about there, 19 away. I bet we can get there. And if we don't, I'm going to be pretty disappointed. Leave a like on the stream. Shout out to Carl Lorenz as well for the follow. But trust me, Vucevic at 20. And the other thing is Vucevic is on the wrong side of 30. Porzingis is on the right side of 30. So you don't give contracts based on what guys have done. You give them based on what they're going to do. Porzingis is entering his prime. Vucevic is well out of his prime. So I don't think it's going to backfire. I understand what you're saying, but from a Pacers cap perspective, it's not that big of a deal. It actually isn't really that problematic for them really going forward. There's only 1 year of overlap with Halliburton and his rookie max extension. So it's really not that bad, even though I know people are going to react to it in a way that's bad. Trust me, they gave him too much actual money, but it's not going to be long-term bad because it's only a 2-year deal. It's think about when the Sixers gave JJ Redick a 1 year, $20 million deal. It was an overpay, but it was for 1 year. So it doesn't actually matter for your cap table. Guy named Dana, thank you for the follow. Also, huge shout out to Alex Card. Shout out to Bray for the follow over there. Shout out to Kentucky. And then also huge shout out to Chris Cantrell for the follow. Q Jala, huge thank you. And Landon, thank you for the follow over there on Twitter. We are growing. Hearing Max Strus to the Cavaliers as a potential option too at this point. We'll see if that ultimately happens or not. Shout out to Corey Banks and Adrian Royer, Delirious DD. So we're getting a ton of followers on Twitter right now. Huge shout out to all of you guys for the follow. RD Backup, Graham Smith. He likes basketball. Shout out to Graham for that. Corey Banks, shout out to him. And Adrian, huge thank you for the follow as well. So shout out to all of you guys. Let's see what this report is here. Max Strus is finalizing a 4-year, $64 million deal with the Cavs. Evan Massey's reporting. And this is another one of those where this is my point. Strus to the Cavs. I would rather have Bruce Brown on a 2-year 45 than Max Strus on a 4-year 64. And this contract's not bad. This isn't a terrible contract for Max Strus. It's okay. I can accept it. $16 million is a little rich, but it's whatever. It's not that bad. It's not the end of the world. But realistically, like, I would rather have Bruce Brown on 2 years than the Strus one on 4. And that's the thing is, like, you can sit here and say they overpaid Bruce Brown. Look, they had cap space. What else were they going to do? Who else were they going to go sign? Because, like, giving him $5 million less, like if he was coming in at $18 million, would everyone be fine with it? But at 23, everyone's like, oh my gosh, it's a disaster. What are you doing with that $5 million of cap space? To me, I don't think that they're doing anything, honestly. But I think this is an overpay, but it's not like a terrible one. Huge shout out to Steven Malero here. And supposedly with the team option, look at this. This is genius this is genius. This is really genius for the Indiana Pacers. This is a really, really good move for them. The Pacers are genius. The Pacers did a very, very good job. Like the term of it's really the important part. Like that's the thing people need to realize too. With how fast stuff changes in the NBA. Shout out to Lawrence here for the follow. Shout out to Steven. Shout out to Ross for the follow. Shout out to Jack for the follow over there too. Shout out to Mitch as well for the follow. So huge shout out to all of you guys. I think that all in all, everything's going really, really great. Reggie Jackson signs 2 years, $10.25 million deal with Denver via Shams Charania. Let's go back over to Shams' report here. I believe there's a player option in the second season. So kind of a lot of money for Reggie Jackson. I was expecting him to sign for a little bit cheaper. Honestly, shout out to Baby Benz here as well. But with Shams Charania reporting, I mean, keeping Reggie Jackson's not bad for Denver. There's nothing wrong with this. This is fine. Like, it's kind of like your standard deal. Shout out to everyone in here, by the way. Make sure to leave a like on the stream if you are enjoying the actual stream itself. And then also subscribe to Utility Sports on it. To Utility Sports as well. That would go a really long way in helping us out here at the channel. Just lets me know that I'm doing a good job and you guys are enjoying the content. I'm having so much fun today. This has been absolutely crazy. Really, really good so far. So we've had a lot of crazy stuff going on. I'm having a lot of fun. So let's see what else is going on here. Krasinski, Nickeil Alexander-Walker. Okay, so we do have reports on Alexander Walker. I thought it was going to be for a longer term. Ended up not having that accurate. Durant here, thanks for the follow. Also, huge shout out to Brawls and then Baby Benz again, as I said. But let's go over here. Nickeil Alexander-Walker signs 1-year deal with Minnesota. 2-year deal. Okay, so this has been updated via John Krasinski. Let's see what this says. Let's see what John's saying here. Biannual exception, like I said. Also signs point not acquired in the deadline. It's done. Agreed to terms on a 2-year deal with the Timberwolves. League sources tell The Athletic. Okay, so definitely a good get for the Minnesota Timberwolves, keeping him around. Again, my guess is that annual average value is around $5 to $6 million. The Lakers are interested in signing Eric Gordon with their $12.5 million mid-level exception. That would be $12.4 million. The little typo there from them, I'm guessing. But we got a lot of crazy stuff going on. Jason Tatum tweets and deletes. Money time. Love seeing everybody get paid. And then he deleted that. Interesting. I'm not sure why. Maybe he saw Porzingis' contract. I don't know why he would delete it though. Because I think Porzingis is actually a pretty good signing for them. But we have a lot of crazy stuff going on. Make sure you guys do leave a like. This is the best place to be for all of the NBA free agency content. Pretty crazy. Trust me, Dutchington, it's solid. It's solid. Just be patient for it. Georgia wants to know my favorite signing so far. My favorite signing so far, I like Kuzma a lot. I really like Bruce Brown a lot. I think both of those are good signings for those teams, just given where they're at respectively with their organizations. And we're over 1,000 followers, by the way, on Twitter. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much for that. Let's go back over to Woj. Javon Carter has agreed on a 3-year, $20 million deal with the Bulls. That's actually a pretty good signing, too. $7 million a year. I'm very happy to see Javon Carter, who's bounced around team to team to team, finally get a deal that is going to put him somewhere for a while. I really like this. Javon Carter, good payday for a player who has had to work for everything he's gotten up to this point. Fits Bulls as well. So a pretty good signing for them. They needed a guard. I still think Russell Westbrook could be a potential team there. But all in all, I think this is really, really good for the fact that this is a second-year team option. They're paying him a lot up front, $22 million. But if that was 18, we'd be like, oh yeah, they just kind of jumped over the mid-level exception. It's barely more. My least favorite is Jeremy Grant, 5 years, $160 million. $32 million a year is crazy. Jack here is a Timberwolves fan, says Troy Brown Jr. supremacy. There goes Javon. Yeah, I feel like Javon Carter going out is rough. I do like the Kobe White deal too. 3 years, 40. There's nothing wrong with that. I think that's really good value. I think that's what his market value should have been, which is good. Henry Rojas here. Thank you for the follow. Huge shout out to Justin Smith as well. And Rev L Master Plus. Really appreciate that. John Rudyard. Appreciate you. And Jake Dougherty. Huge appreciation from my heart to you guys. I really do appreciate each and every one of you in here. Can we get an update on who got signed? Let me see if we can get some. We're gonna go through. Well, let's go through some of all the reports right now. Chimezie Metu going to the Phoenix Suns. I actually like this quite a bit for Phoenix too. On a 1-year deal, probably the minimum is what I'm guessing. But Metu can play. He's athletic, a big body. That's been Phoenix's goal so far, is signing a lot of big players. So they've been able to get that done up to this point. So let's do a little recap of the deals. Metu to Phoenix, Javon Carter to the Bulls. Going on, Blazers keep Jeremy Grant. Bruce Brown to the Pacers on a 2-year deal with a team option on the second half. Taurean Prince to the Lakers. Damian Lee to the Suns. Keita Bates-Diop to the Suns. Kobe White stays in Chicago, 3 years, 40. Kuzma stays in Washington, 4 years, 102. Eubanks to the Suns on a 2-year deal. Cavaliers keep Levert on a 2-year, $32 million deal. This is one of my least favorite ones so far, $16 million. It's the nice thing about it, the reason why it's better than the Jeremy Grant one is one, it's significantly cheaper and it's significantly shorter, which is very important. Draymond Green, 4 years, 100. I like that too for Golden State. So far, so good for a lot of these moves. I do like Chimezie Metu quite a bit. Shout out to D as well for the follow over there on Twitter, and Tommy Palmer. Huge shout out to you guys. Let's see what this one is. This is the Chimezie Metu one as well. So thank you, Jay. Thank you, Atlanta Analyst, for sharing. But I think so far the Pacers have done a good job. I like what the Suns have been able to bring in. Other deals that have gotten done: Reggie Jackson, 2 years, $10.25 million. Prince again to the Lakers. Kobe White to the Bulls. Remember, we have a little bit of a discrepancy here for money. So if it's 3 years, 40, I still like it a lot. If it's 3 years, 33, it's a home run for the Bulls. It's already almost a home run at 3 years, 40, in my opinion. Drew Eubanks again to the Suns. Draymond Green staying. So that's kind of the collection of deals that we've had so far. Nikhil Alexander-Walker staying in Minnesota. Sam Downing. Yuda, thank you for the follows over on Twitter. Mateo, thank you for the follow over on Twitter too. Really, really crazy what we've seen so far. Breaking the Lakers are signing Timofey Mozgov to 4-year, $64 million deal, JK. But I went through this, and now so did you. Yeah, this is actually hilarious. This is back when the cap spiked, and teams didn't know how to use money at that point. So pretty funny to see that. Monty says, I'm sorry, but Jeremy Grant and Porzingis are kind of valued the same, but you love Porzingis for some reason. He's just going to get hurt. Because the thing is, if it doesn't work out for the Celtics, he becomes expiring in 2 years, whereas if it doesn't work out for Portland, he becomes expiring in 4 years. There's a pretty significant difference. If you're Portland, you've literally tied yourself to Jeremy Grant for the first 4 years of at least probably the first 4 years of Scoot Henderson's career. I think there's a reason that there's a massive difference there. Whereas Porzingis is like the finishing piece. Jeremy Grant's supposed to be a building piece. And I just think that you have to consider circumstances between those two things. Like if Porzingis got 5 years, 160, I don't know if I'd love that either. But they didn't sign the same deal. They signed the same annual average value, but they didn't sign the same deal. Javon Carter, like probably a little bit of a slight overpay, but I still like it for them quite a bit holistically. So there's been a lot of good deals going on. I think that so far there's not like been a ton that I hate. I don't like Jeremy Grant at all. That I was afraid of that. How many times did I talk about that this year? And I referenced Portland as like being the team to overpay. Being told the key option for the Lakers with their MLE is guard Eric Gordon, a longstanding trade deadline target for Pelinka. Gordon is believed to have several offers at that range. Yeah, I think Minnesota is also one to watch for. This is funny. Jay, thank you for taking me in those. A lot of stuff going on right now. A lot of crazy things kind of coming to fruition. Very excited for everything that we're seeing up to this point. Adrian Wojnarowski here. Let's see what he's got to say. Let's just look at the Javon Carter deal again. 3 years, $20 million. Kind of surprising. I wouldn't have expected him to sign for that much, close to $7 million. I think that's the taxpayer mid-level. Kind of surprised about that. It's pretty interesting to me. Zach wants to know what I think the starting lineup looks like for Indiana. It's going to be Halliburton, Hield, Brown, Jarris, and Turner, I would guess. I don't know. I'm doing off. Mathurin. I'm not sure. The nice thing is for Indiana, you've probably got like 8 or 9 guys that can actually play now, which is good. I think Bruce Brown, like adding one good player is going to go a long way for that team. Carter contract comes out at 12.4 non-tax mid-level. Chicago's now projected $9 million below the luxury tax and are hard capped, $15 million below the first apron. This isn't great. The fact that there's all these like other stipulations with that I wasn't necessarily in tune with for Chicago, just because like I don't know, the Vucevic trade happened and then the Vucevic signing happened and in my brain I thought, I don't really care about Chicago anymore. I don't know why we keep getting Bruce Brown's a sellout. Yeah, he left, but he got paid huge. So I think Bruce Brown's going to make more money next year than he's made in his NBA career so far, probably. Didn't Porzingis have years left on his deal before getting extended, though? Yeah, he had 1 left. So, like, giving him a 2-year extension puts him into an expiring 2 years from now. Like, where his contract ends in 3 years, you're giving Grant a 5-year deal, so his contract ends in 5 years. It's just naturally 2 years longer than what we're currently at. So that's just kind of what my thoughts been on. Like, it's just shout out to Mateo. I love that tweet. Thank you for that. Really appreciate you. And appreciate everyone who's been in the stream all day long. You guys have been absolutely killing it. Here we have Bruce Brown leaving the Nuggets for the Pacers, and he's sprinting. Especially if you get in that type of bag. I mean, I'd be running too. Heck, let me get sprinting for that. Huge shout out to everyone following us on Twitter. 1,016 followers, which is just crazy. Huge shout out to you guys. As we're going forward. But again, the Bruce Brown, like it's about term. Like if you're gonna pay money, like this is exactly what Burger Does Sports is. What he's saying is what I agree with too. By the way, Burger Does Sports has been watching the channel for a long time, so huge shout out to him. AFRPA says don't forget Brown bet on himself by taking a 1-year deal last year. Well, he took a 2-year deal. He had a player option in the second year, but Jack Garner says things just got real quiet. Don't worry, there's gonna be something coming up here, Jack. At some point, we got that first wave of like, oh my God, everyone needs to go sign. Like the first 40 minutes of free agency are already passed. Like it's pretty crazy. Watan says Strus missed 90% of his threes in the finals and he got all that money. He got a lot of money. I think that's a little bit of an overpay for Max Strus. I like the Bruce Brown deal significantly more than the Strus one. Carter here, who's a Vikings fan and presumably a Timberwolves fan, says, what do you think about Troy Brown to Minnesota? I think it's pretty solid. He's athletic player, can defend a bit, can knock down some shots every once in a while. I don't think he's going to be the most reliable, like night-to-night guy, but I think, given the fact that they moved off of Taurean Prince to save money, they've got another move coming. Minnesota's getting Nickeil Alexander-Walker on probably a pretty team-friendly deal. They're getting Troy Brown on what I'm going to presume to be a pretty team-friendly deal. So I would look for them to potentially land Eric Gordon or Dante DiVincenzo at this point. Those are 2 of the players that I think could make the most sense, and they're looking to replenish some of their depth around that. Yeah, Jeremy Grant got a ton of money. Like, Troy Brown's not great, but like for depth, he's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. Monte, I understand this. Like here's the thing about Porzingis, though, is like, for me looking at Boston, like I like the fact that they're going to have rim protection all the time. So even if you're not like the biggest Porzingis guy, like, and is Porzingis a number 1 build-around player? No. But I think for Portland here, the issue is you're trying to still build this thing out. And now you've committed money to Nurkic. You've committed money to Jeremy Grant. And you have Damian Lillard and those players eating up your entire cap, and you really don't have a lot of flexibility to make trades now. Whereas Boston, you have the Brown-Tatum combination, which is that's your center point. That's your, hey, we're good enough to win with these two. And then Porzingis is like the finishing touch on top. He's like the icing on top of the cake that I think you can afford to do that with, which is considerably different in my opinion, which I think that's the one thing is like, if Portland were to spend compared to Boston spending, I feel better about Boston because they already had a better infrastructure there to spend around anyway, which I hope that makes sense. Here we go. Free agent forward George Niang has agreed on a 3-year, $26 million contract with the Cavaliers. The Cavaliers have spent a lot of money today. So the Cavaliers have spent, look at it, $16 million annually on Levert. Oh man, this is not great for. I don't like this for Cleveland. This is an overpay for Niang too. It's not like a crippling one, but it's like not great in my opinion. 8.667. Hopefully my math's right. Annually on Niang. Interesting strategy is all I'm going to say with that. I don't want to be too pointed, but I don't know if those are the collection of players I would have walked out of this free agency with, which is very interesting. But Ben Devine, thank you for following. There we go. We got the profile picture. Look at that, Scotty. We got Scotty Barnes on here. I love to see that. Thank you, Atlanta analyst, as well for sharing. Appreciate that. So a lot of stuff going on. Again, this tweet's really funny, but. I don't know if I would have spent my money. Think about they're spending about $40 million a year on these three players. I don't know if I would have done that. Another overpay by the Cavs. $8 million per. Constantine here wants to grade probably a D-. Probably he's like an NBA player, but this is not great at all. This is really not great. Monte says, let's get what did Monte say here. I hear you though. I don't get what Portland is doing. Shouldn't they trade Scoot after making the signing? No, that would probably be worst case. Just because, like for me, I'm a big believer in Scoot. I trust his talent. So it's like if you're doing all this other stuff, obviously the idea is, oh well, might as well try and win with it. But the thing is, I don't think they're good enough to win anyway, even if they do something big. So it's like for me, I just roll into the future. Like the best thing they could have done, in my opinion, was try and find a Jeremy Grant sign and trade. But I don't even think that there was one out there. And we have a deal. Holy cow, we have a deal. We got to get this out on the stream right now. We will continue talking about those other players later. Let's get over to Shams Charania on what is a very, very important deal. Kyrie Irving has agreed to a 3-year, $126 million contract to return to the Dallas Mavericks with the player option in the third season. This is great for Dallas. This is great for Dallas. Not a 4-year deal is good. Player option is okay as a negotiation piece. And the money matches the talent. I like this for Dallas. Like losing Kyrie was going to be the worst case scenario. So ultimately, pulling this off is really, really good. Shams Charania, again, sharing that Kyrie Irving is back on a 3-year, $126 million deal. It's $42 million a year, which makes me feel a lot better when I say that's only $10 million more than Jeremy Grant. W for the Mavericks. That's exactly how I feel too. Great move. I think this is good. Now, there's always the risk. You sign Kyrie Irving, you run the risk of him burning the franchise. Like I'm gonna go tweet that too. Actually, I need to go back over there. Oh, I don't want to retweet my own. I don't want to retweet my own tweet. Burning down the franchise exists. I've liked the offseason Dallas has had. He's going to wear number 11 for the organization. I think it was pretty clear that he was going to be back. I talked about that pretty much at length. I never really wavered from the possibility of Kyrie Irving like being a Dallas Maverick. My initial reaction when they first traded for him was he might just leave. But kind of with how the season ended and all the news that was coming out, that it felt like, hey, he's going to be in Dallas. This is good. I mean, if you think about it from this perspective, Dallas is paying about as much per year for Kyrie Irving as the Cavs are for Strus and Levert and all these other players. So I do like that quite a bit. Ultimately for Dallas, it's a lot of money. Here's the risk. You do risk the chance of him just like destroying the team. And this is, I'm gonna quote tweet this. That's a funny tweet from Sperry Things, who's obviously a Jazz fan. So maybe Luka finds his way to Utah at some point. We'll see. But I don't trust that Max Strus signing. And here's the thing about the money. Like with Kyrie, like would I rather pay him or Strus, Levert, and Niang? Like I'd 100% just rather choose Kyrie. And Alex wants to know, does Dallas still have the mid-level exception? Yes, they do. And they could sign players on the minimum. They have also the biannual exception. The Mavericks still have some room to improve. Bruce says, stop at the Grant. He's a very good player. Who else is going to want to sign with Portland? They should have done a team option on the last year. Yeah, or they should have just not given him 5 years. Like, the thing is, who was going to sign Jeremy Grant to $30 million a year? I don't know. I think there was one team. And as I reported earlier today, I said pretty quickly on into free agency, we were going to see this occur as well. 3-time All-Star Chris Middleton has agreed on a 3-year, $102 million deal with the Milwaukee Bucks. A player option as well on that. So, sensible contract deal Middleton might retire on. Like, it's a pretty good deal. I mean, 3 years, 102 is a lot of money, but it's not like too bad. It also gives them a little bit of flexibility this year. And here we are. Here's the deal. Thank you, Atlanta Analyst, for sharing this. Secretly, I like this a lot for Orlando. Perfect mentor to Jett Howard. To be honest, if I would have had to give Jett Howard like a comp, it would have probably been like a more athletic Joe Ingles. So I like that quite a bit, actually, for Orlando. I think they get a player that can play, can help them this year. D wants to know what the Pistons should do. I'm very interested to see what happens with oh my God. Whoa. That's a lot of money. Yeah. Jakob Poeltl, 4 years, $80 million. Excuse my misspeak there for a second, but that's a massive deal. Jakob Poeltl agreed on a 4-year, $80 million deal. Holy cow, Jakob Poeltl. That is a massive signing. And leverage goes a long way. When you know that a team traded a future pick for you, Strus is a solid defender, by the way, Grizz. He's not like great, but he's solid. Timmy, is that legit? Tag me on Twitter if that's legit. Cam Johnson, 4 years, 108. Ryan, just because it's the same price point as Nikola Vucevic. Like Jakob's good, don't get me wrong, but like when you sign a center at $20 million a year, like you better be getting a pretty darn good center. With the way that the center market works right now, like this is a good deal. This is good for Brooklyn. $27 million annually. They can afford that. That's a little bit more. That's 20. What is that? $29 million annually? No, 20. Yeah, that's 27. Why am I done with myself? Not $277 million. $27 million annually is solid. Like that's about what I thought his market was going to be. I thought like possibly a team could sign him to a 4-year, 120 at $30 million and get him for longer. So I think it's fine. But the reason it's a lot. Thank you, Patrick, too, for that. The reason why that's a lot for Jakob Poeltl is like, just like if you go look at every single contract in the league right now, I get he's better than Vooch and he's defensively significantly better. But if you go look at the center, like the thing is, I don't want to say that the Poeltl deal is great because it's better than Vooch's deal. Like Vooch's deal is really bad in my opinion, and I think this is how I feel too. Like the thing is, you're committing to him long term, and the similar situation for Toronto here is how I kind of feel to Portland is like, how is this team going to get better? Like like it's probably just hinging now on Scotty Barnes' development. Like, can Scotty Barnes become really, really darn good? Like, I just think it's like a little much. Like at 14, 15 million a year, it's like a good deal, like something I could see. Shout out to everyone who I'm showing on the screen too for following, and Adam and Johan and Corey, and then also Mark. Huge shout out to all of you. Cleveland still hopes to work a sign and trade scenario to bring Max Strus to the Cavaliers, in addition to bringing back Karis LeVert and adding George Niang. So just like we've been reporting all day, we'll see ultimately what happens, but I just think that's a lot of money for Jakob Poeltl. And I understand maybe the Rockets were in on him or something, but like if you just compare that, like I wonder if I can pull up here NBA salaries by position. I want to see if I can pull up the value of all of these players at certain positions. So let's go to centers. Okay, and this is what I want to show. Center, it's like all or nothing. Okay, Jokic, Embiid, Gobert, Davis, Cat, Bam. Those are like the best setters in the league. They all make 32+ million. Then Ayton's overpaid at 32. Turner at 20, I would say is significantly better than Poeltl because of his offensive versatility. Capella at 20, is like a slight overpay. Like, even though Capella is good, Jarrett Allen at 20, whatever you want to say about it, to me, if you compare it to something else, like Mitchell Robinson at 15 is a good contract. Wendell Carter at 13 is a very good contract. Naz Reid at 13 is a good contract. If you would have gotten Poeltl at 16, 17 even, I could talk myself into it, but 20 is just a little bit much. And I think the big reason is Poeltl is just you're limited offensively with what you do with him, which hopefully that makes sense. Jared, thanks for the follow. Jay Wilderness as well, thanks for the follow. Huge shout out to all of you for the follows over there on Twitter. We keep seeing the Twitter grow, which is awesome. But here's the thing. Hear me out. I'm not mad at Poeltl. I think Poeltl's a solid player. Poeltl's good big. I didn't mind it when they traded for him. Now, I didn't like the fact that they gave up a 2024 first for him. But now with Grady Dick, you're going to have a little bit more spacing anyway. But the issue is, I think had they just organically had him and there wasn't leverage there, he probably signs for 16, 17 million. But an extra 3 million, and I know it doesn't sound like a lot, but with every single dollar being important with tax thresholds and getting out of the tax or into the tax, it could cost you a young player at some point. It really could. So it's interesting. And the Bucks are going to, by the way, fill out their team with a whole bunch of rookie contracts. If you look at this, I don't know, they could do the non-tax mid-level, but it's going to be pretty tough, especially with Brook Lopez. But I think Brook Lopez is likely headed somewhere else anyway. So we'll ultimately see what happens with that whole situation. But realistically, I don't know. I just think it's a slight overpay for Poeltl. It's not terrible, but Roland wants to know if there's anything on the Spurs yet. Not from what I've heard so far. So we're keeping our eyes out on it. Free agency's up to the point where, it kind of comes in waves. We get news, a little bit of lulls, news. So we'll see what happens. Ryan said, I'm not at all believing anything you say right now, brother. Here's the thing. The worst case scenario, the one thing I'm going to say, worst case scenario was for Toronto was Poeltl left in free agency. That was their worst case. So, I don't, if you're a Raptors fan, you shouldn't be mad. It's not brutal. It's not like it's an F signing, but I think leverage does go a long way in paying guys. And I think he got paid probably more than what, in a vacuum, I would have given him. That's just my whole point on it. It's it's not like it's Jeremy Grant where you're paying $32 million. I think Jakob and Jeremy Grant are comparable players. So that's, it's not like it's brutal, but as some says, Middleton took a huge pay cut from 40 million down to 25 per year. This could pave the way to bringing back Lopez. It could, but they'd have to fill out their roster with pretty much all cheap guys. So Chong here wants to know thoughts on Taurean Prince and his contract. Really good for the Lakers. I think really, really good for them. And decent for Taurean to get the biannual. Ryan, he averages 10 and 9. He's solid. It's just 20 million is a lot. Ice Cold says anything on the Celtics. They extended Porzingis. So he got 2 years, $60 million in addition to what he had left on his deal, which is 1 year, 36. So he's now on a 3 year, $96 million deal, but the numbers actually get cheaper after this season. Chitaka says, wait, can teams do trades at this moment? Yes, they can. They can make trades right now. Nick says, who's the Bucks coach? The Milwaukee Bucks coach is Adrian Griffin. They brought him over from the Toronto Raptors. in what was after Nick Nurse got let go there. So Adrian Griffin, I think, is going to be a good coach for the Milwaukee Bucks. We'll see what ends up happening with them. But I think Middleton being back, he was a part of their head coaching search, so it was pretty obvious that he would be probably there long term. Jordan Thackeray says thoughts on Joe Harris to the Pistons. I think we flip him for 2 more seconds of the deadline. I'm not sure if Joe Harris is getting flipped for seconds, but I think he's a solid fit. I think getting him for seconds was good. Zach says, I think it's a good enough deal. I would have done it, honestly. Interesting. Maybe I have to go turn on the Jakob Poeltl film again, but I don't know. I'm just like, it's just like a little rich to me. But I think part of that is it's the center position. So Fred the Jig says 4 years, $108 million for Cam Johnson's crazy. He was going to get more if it was like an open market. Like if there was no restricted status, he would have gotten paid big time this offseason. So it's not like actually that crazy, I don't think. Shout out to Sam Kursman as well for following. I'll go show on Twitter here quick. Huge shout out to everyone that's hit the follow button so far. Let's go ahead and refresh the notifications here and see exactly what we got going on. But a lot of awesome follows. Durant here at 35-7 says, kind of wish Kyrie came to Phoenix, but I might just be a biased Suns fan. You probably are a biased Suns fan, but it would have been fun to see him there. I definitely understand your position on that. Thanks for everyone hitting up that follow over on Twitter. Huge shout out to you guys. Let's see. We're at 1,025 followers. That's crazy to see ultimately. I will be back in just 30 seconds, and we'll see you right then and there. We're back. Thanks everyone for your brief patience there. I had I just had something I had to take care of real quick. So we're back now. No, not anything like that. Knock. Ice Cold said, what are the Celtics waiting on Jaylen Brown? Just working out the deals. We'll see what that ends up looking like. Anthony here says, any news for the Lakers besides Prince and Eric Gordon? At this point, no. Monte says, every time I hear you talk about the Porzingis deal, my stomach hurts. 3 years at almost 100 mil is so gross, especially since he's just a stretch big. He's not just a stretch big, Monty. Here's the thing about Porzingis. He was number 1 this year, above Nikola Jokic in points per post-up possession, which is elite. He was number 1 in the league. He was top 10 in blocks. He was, I think he improved as a passer this year. I think he had his career high in assists, and he shot 40% on catch and shoot threes. All of those things fit what Boston needs and wants to do. So I think it's really, really good. Unlimited Range says, yo, what do you think about keeping Kuzma? I like it too for the Wizards quite a bit. Let's get back over here to Woj. We got some news here from Adrian Wojnarowski on Trey Jones signing a 2-year, $20 million deal with the San Antonio Spurs. I like that quite a bit. I'm kind of surprised it's not a little bit longer, to be honest. Maybe something like 3 years, 27 is kind of what I was thinking he might get, $9 million a year. So 2 for 20, like price point wise, is right where it is. If I was San Antonio, I'd probably want Trey Jones locked down for an extra year, honestly. So I think it would have been fine if they did that. But ultimately, I like this quite a bit. Nav, huge shout out to you, Nav. Thanks for being in here with us today. And we got that Woj Trey Jones news right now. There's a lot of money going around. Yeah, Kristaps played 65 games this year too, so he was like actually on the floor quite a bit, which is good. Josh Hives here says Spurs are gunning for a play-in with their signings. So far, I haven't seen anything else. Wish it was longer. That's exactly what I feel, Brian. I wish it was like 3 years. 30 would have been good, but I like Trey Jones. I think Trey Jones is a good player. Justin here says, yo, what's going on with Fred VanVleet, bro? Just be patient. Trust me on that. It's coming. Okay, could be tonight, could be tomorrow. But it's coming. Okay, he's going to be a Houston Rocket, from my understanding. The Rockets have the most cap space. They haven't done anything with it yet, but I trust my sourcing on it, and I think he's going to be in Houston ultimately. Jesse says, "What do you think Houston does?" I think Houston is going to be Fred VanVleet. I think that they're going to push for Brook Lopez, and I think they're going to get Dylan Brooks. I would guarantee almost 2 of those 3, but I think 3 out of the 3 are pretty possible, honestly. at this point. But I don't know. Sacramento could be a team to watch too for one of those last two guys between Brooks and Lopez. Shataka says, "Do you think Bucks will trade Drew for Sexton?" No, I don't think that's going to happen. Sports Guy says, "What do you think Pels do with Jonas Valanciunas?" I could see him getting traded, but ultimately, if they keep him, it's not bad. Workable Manatee says it's working like Portland isn't doing much outside of Jeremy Grant, or it's looking like Portland isn't doing much outside of Jeremy Grant. Like no players are really interested so far. Part of it is they don't have a lot of ways to get players in. So with Draymond Green going back, it was pretty difficult to see an option here for them to get better, really. So that's like one of those tough things that you have to like consider with the whole situation. So realistically, like that's a challenge for them to overcome. On Twitter here, let's make sure we thank everyone for the follow. Scooby, thank you for the follow, as well as Ferrari Pit. Huge shout out to you. Sam Kursman, thank you. Nick Van Exel, the GOAT. It's been a while since I thought about Nick Van Exel. Huge shout out to that follow. Jared Eads as well. And Jumbo again, thank you so much for all the follows. Really do appreciate each and every one of you as we continue to grow here at Utility Sports. Patrick says, let's manifest Kuminga to Indiana, please. Let's manifest. Let's see if we can get that in there. Nessim says, Nick Friedel fired by ESPN. He was such an innocent man. ESPN could be firing everyone these days. Why can't they just fire Malik Andrews? Look, I mean, they got to shave some money somehow, I'm guessing. I don't really know what their financial picture looks like. So Shrek says, what do you think Hornets do? I think Hornets are going to keep Miles Bridges, Kelly Oubre, probably Dennis Smith Jr. That's probably their goals this offseason. B-Love says, Kyrie and Luka didn't mesh as well. I don't get why he's in with the Mavs. They were the team willing to give him the most money. That's why. That's why Gray says, what is Boston going to do about their point guard position? Patrick Beverley, I think that rumor has some legitimacy to it. Fear Rude says, I wouldn't mind Sexton on the Spurs. He'd be pretty solid there, I think. But I with Trey Jones, I think that makes some good sense too. Remember, keep tagging me in news as it keeps coming in. Ryan says, imagine paying Fred VanVleet $40 million a season. Exactly right. Like that's the thing. Fred VanVleet's good. Like, and this is kind of what I felt about Pirtle is like here's the thing. Like paying $40 million a season for VanVleet. Like VanVleet's good, but that's a lot of money. Like, so I'm going to grade that deal kind of harshly if he signs there for a long term. Like a 4-year, $160 million deal would make me throw up on stream. Jack Garner says Portland needs a backup 5. Bad. Yeah, they do. They really, really do. They lost Eubanks today, and you could have argued Eubanks was their best center last year. So we'll see what happens. Knock here says, where's Taco Fall and Bull nowadays? I think Victor might take their path, all hyped. Victor's going to be really darn good. Victor's going to be very, very good. Jesse Cooper says, where do you think Harden goes? I think Harden is going to be a Clipper. You guys want to see a potential Harden trade? And this is a 3-teamer, one that I think makes a decent amount of sense. I made it in my video yesterday for today. Sixers get Damian Lillard. Now, listen to me. This is very important. You guys all hear this. You all need to hear this. This all hinges on if Damian Lillard has said to Portland, trade me. You could say the Jeremy Grant signing suggests that that's not happened, which I think is fair. But realistically, this is a potential package where a bunch of assets go to Portland. They walk out with 3 firsts, 4 pick swaps. Harden goes to the Clippers with Tobias Harris. The Sixers get Lillard, Powell, Robert Covington, kind of balance out their roster a little bit more. Probably you could say upgrade from Harden to Lillard at this point of their careers. And the Blazers get a whole bunch of young guys. That's like that would be something about Harden going to the Clippers. Otherwise, you could also see maybe a deal centered around, some of the other pieces that they have there too. So in LA, if the Sixers feel like that's what they want to do, which I don't know if that's what I would do, but you could maybe argue that that's something they would look into. B to Boss says, want to see Russ sign either with Miami, Milwaukee, or Boston. Ultimately, I think that the 2 teams that are going to be in on Russ are going to be the Bulls and the LA Clippers. Joe Mape says, your production's spot on. Great work. Yeah, so far I feel like I've gotten a lot of different things pretty accurate. I even floated the idea of Harden to the Clippers before anyone else. So I wish I pushed on that harder because I do think that's ultimately going to happen now. But, I'm not saying I take credit on it, but yeah, Monte, I don't think you're hating on Porzingis. I just think that you're lower on him than I am. I think Porzingis is very, very good. Monte, I'm curious, have you gotten the chance to watch Porzingis in person yet? So I think, like if you haven't, watching him in person will kind of blow you away a little bit. Norman Rad says, with Trey Jones and now the young core building around Wemby for the Spurs, how many games do they win the upcoming season? Probably like 35. They're gonna be like good, not great. Like, and not like playoff good, but they'll be like close to playoff good. I think they're gonna be a lot closer than people expect. So the Cam Johnson 4 years, 108. It reaches 108 with some incentives. So, Sports Guy here says, what do you think Pelicans do? I think the Pelicans are going to probably stay pat. They have 14 guys under contract. The only thing to watch for is maybe a Kyra Lewis Jr. trade, which is what got floated the other day. Cosmo Father says, I want the Magic to go after Zubats. I think Zubats would actually be really good in Orlando. Would be interesting to see. Savage Wolf Gaming says, what moves do you think the Lakers will make? It's really going to come down to Eric Gordon as a possibility. Thank you to Brock as well for the follow. Thank you, Brock. And then also thank you to Free Band Key. Thank you for the follow over there as well. Jesse here says, Cavs are trying to sign and trade Max Strus. Yeah, that's going to happen. I think Strus is going to be a Cavalier. So I'm not sure what's going to go back to Miami yet, but we'll see what ends up happening. Player option on that, the third year of his deal, as reported, for Kyrie Irving. So seems like he's going to be a Dallas Maverick for at least the next 2 years. And then also let's go back over here to the Twitter and update this now. Hopefully my Twitter keeps updating itself. But shout out to Synth Pop for the follow, and also shout out to Josh for the follow as well. Let's go back over to Woj. Let's recap some of the deals quick. If you guys are curious or just joining, you might want to know what's happened. So Trey Jones, 2 years, $20 million deal. The Spurs. Cam Johnson, 4 years, 108 with incentives to the Nets. Okay. Let's look on here. Jakob Poeltl, 4 years, $80 million to stay with the Raptors. I'm interested too. The one thing is, if for Toronto, if this deal is descending, whereas like as the years go forward, the money gets less and less. Like let's say you make like 22, 23 the first year, and the number like descends downward going forward. I'd actually like it quite a bit more, just for their long-term like space, because when they have to give an extension to Siakam potentially, and then also an extension potentially to Scotty Barnes, this is where the number on the back end would maybe be a little questionable. So we'll see what that money ends up looking like. Chris Middleton, 3 years, 102 to the Bucks. Niang, part of a long line of overpays for the Cavaliers, 3 years, 26 to Cleveland. Metu, 1 year deal to Phoenix. I do think the Cavaliers are going to be good. Like this team needed more depth, and they've addressed that. They got 3, I'd say, rotation players, but I just think they did it on kind of steep price points. Javon Carter, 3 year, $20 million to the Bulls. This is the really rough one. 5 years, $160 million for Jeremy Grant. Troy Brown goes to the Timberwolves, as does Nickeil Alexander-Walker staying with Minnesota. Bruce Brown on one of the better deals in free agency so far. 2 year, $45 million deal with the Pacers, but there's a team option on the second year. Essentially, the Pacers use their cap space for one important piece, and it's a guy that I think fits their team very well. Taurean Prince, 1 year, 4.5. Damian Lee goes to the Phoenix Suns, as well as Keita Bates-Diop. Kobe White stays in Chicago with the Bulls. Kuzma, 4 year, $102 million deal with the Wizards. Eubanks to Phoenix. LeVert stays in Cleveland, 2 years, $32 million. And Draymond Green, 4 years, $100 million. That's how we opened up free agency from Woj. And then let's go over to Shams quick and talk about some of the other signings. So Shams has actually been relatively quiet. Reggie Jackson, 2 years, $103 million, or not 103. $10.3 million deal. Kyrie Irving, 3 years, 126. So those are some of the most important ones ultimately here in note. So huge shout out to everyone. Also, Brock Nelson, thank you for the $5 with the super chat. Really do appreciate that. Really, really nice, to see some of the donations coming in today. You guys have absolutely killed it. We've had 30 super chats in this stream, which is unreal. So huge shout out to all of you. Each of you really make, days like this awesome. So huge thank you to everyone that's in here right now. Carter here says, when are the T-Wolves going to get their backup point guard signed, Dante DiVincenzo? That's probably what we're waiting on next. One of the next moves I would guess is Dante DiVincenzo probably choosing somewhere to go. We'll ultimately see what that is. Let's see what Robert tagged me in here now. Heat are trying to get a third team involved in a potential Max Strus sign and trade. So Heat and Cavs are working to get other teams involved. Harry Goat here says, what are the Hawks' best moves to add just a little more depth? Well, Harry Goat, thank you for the $10. Really do appreciate that for the super chat. What are the Hawks' best moves to add just a little more depth? If you're looking at some players that realistically could make some sense, like after trading out Collins, you can maybe use like a depth big, like someone who's like a 4-5 combo. Maybe like an Omer Yurtseven. You take a stab on him out of Miami and see if he can come in and give you a role. Luka Garza could be a guy that could make some sense in that type of role capacity. I also think you're looking for a little bit more shooting, like long-term backup shooting, like Buddy Boeheim is like the 15th guy on the roster, or a two-way contract could be pretty solid for that. He shoots the ball well. Otherwise, I would maybe like a swing on like Jalen Noel as like a bench scoring piece for them, which would be pretty interesting. We'll see if anything like that happens. Fred VanVleet, another Bismack Biyombo case. Yeah, probably going to be pretty significant pay. Norman Rat says Hawks need defensive studs and franchise players that play as a team, not depth. Like here's the thing: the team doesn't have the pathway to get there. They don't have the money to do that. So the Hawks, if they had the money to do that, they wouldn't just go dump John Collins. So you can say they need it, but what's like a realistic solution to their needs? And you can't just go sign Dylan Brooks if you're Atlanta. It's going to be pretty hard to do. Ryan here says, if anyone on earth, his mother included, would overpay him, it should be the Raptors. Talking about Fred VanVleet. Or perhaps you're talking about Pirtle. Priest says, who do you think the Kings will end up getting? I think Sacramento is going to probably make some small, low-level additions, and then they're going to use the rest of their cap space to renegotiate and then extend Domantas Sabonis, which is a good practice by them. They should do that. Rogue Brother says, I have to leave, going to take the wife out for her birthday. Thanks for the awesome stream. Rogue, have a great dinner. Hopefully you guys have a great time, and tell the wife happy free agency day for me. Sam Gibbons says, Delano Banton meets with Boston. Thoughts on him signing elsewhere in the league? As a Raptors fan, I still want to keep him. Him leaving somewhere, I think, would be pretty sad for Raptors fans. I feel like there's a whole cult of Raptors fans who just love Delano Banton to the end of the earth. So him leaving would be rough. I would like it for another team. Like Boston getting Banton would be interesting. Knock Twice says, we ain't paying Fred VanVleet, door opening. Swan Lake says, who will get the second tax apron? Right now, teams that are in the second tax apron are probably going to end up being the Clippers. The Warriors might be close. I need to go look at their picture. I'm sure they're in it. And then I need to check Phoenix's. But right now, Phoenix, like they had 4 guys on their roster. But I'm sure Phoenix will end up being in that second tax apron too. But actually, I'd almost guarantee it. But we'll see. Peyton Austin says, can the Mavs sign or trade for a good wing defender? Any available? Grant Williams would be a guy that they maybe like to get, but I'm not sure if there's a deal out there. Oh boy, William, thanks for that comment, William. Do we have any news? So far, we're kind of at the quiet point in free agency right now, where we're looking. View says my Rockets moving a little slow. Just be patient on them, okay? There's stuff that's coming through the woodworks here for them. Brady Thompson says, thoughts on the fit of Pat Bev to the Celtics possibly? I like it. Notably, the Celtics also still own the rights to Yam Madar, who they drafted in the second round a few years ago. I would like Yam Madar to play. A lot of people might not even – I don't even know if Celtics fans know who Yam Madar is. I'm sure some of them do. But Kevin Rick, shout out to you for the follow. Let's go take a look at this. Free agent forward, Joe Ingles is expected to reach an agreement with the Orlando Magic. I like that a lot for Orlando. Pretty good. It took an hour and 2 minutes, but already over $1 billion has been spent today on signings based on reported money. Yeah, that's a lot of money. That is a lot of money. Holy cow. Fishing with Jeremy says, hopefully my Pelicans make some moves. No Life Demi says the Nuggets need to sign a better backup point guard to because they keep running Jamal with the bench unit until which backups are still available. I mean, yeah, they could look at a backup point guard, but they kept Reggie Jackson, so it kind of shuts down that door a little bit. Jack here says, do you think Pirtle comes off the bench if Anunoby gets traded? No. No, they're not going to do that. I'd want Benton to get with months of NBA games to make our decision. And also, we have to get some me pipe in the chat. Look at what Meep just brought me. That's my girlfriend. Amber just brought me a strawberry acai lemonade, so huge shout out to her. She is sustaining my life. So let's get some me pipe down in the chat right now. Definitely deserves some of it. She's the best. So huge shout out to her right now. Ghost here says, please, any of the 29 other teams sign Fred VanVleet, I will pay for his Uber to the airport. That's awesome. Messam says, utility, do you know what Tobias Harris? Do you know that Tobias Harris is traded to the Pistons? I have not seen that, Messam. I think you're probably trolling me a little bit. Brent, thanks for the follow over there on Twitter. If you guys want the link here to our Twitter, I'm going to send it right now in the comment section. Make sure you guys go give us a follow over there. We've got 1,279 awesome people watching. So huge shout out to each and every one of you. Just been awesome having all of the support on the channel. Brock says, keep dream chasing. You were born to do this. Now that Grant is back with the Blazers, do you think it's more likely that a Towns deal gets done? I'd be fine with Simons plus Nurkic plus picks. And Brock's a Wolves fan. Okay, well, Brock, getting Simons and Nurkic and picks would be good. Now, the issue is the Blazers actually don't have a ton of flexibility when it comes to trading future picks because they owe some selections already out the door. If I'm not mistaken, for the deal centered, they owe 2024 first already. So they can't trade 2025. The closest they can trade is 2026. So there's a little bit of like if Minnesota were to trade Cat, they'd have to wait. But I just don't know if I see it actually happening. And wow, okay, Gabe Vincent surprised me here. I thought Gabe Vincent was going to Toronto. I felt like I had pretty good sourcing on that. I was wrong, and my sourcing was wrong where I was getting my information. This is not good. Gabe Vincent. Well, this is good for the Lakers. This isn't good for me because I was wrong, but it's okay. It's not the end of the world. It's the Lakers got Gabe Vincent. That's a pretty good signing for them. Now the question I have is, like, is this the mid-level? Are they using the mid-level here, or is D'Angelo Russell potentially getting renounced? Like, if this is the mid-level, it's solid. Andrew, I didn't mean this is not good like for the Lakers. I meant this isn't good for me because I was wrong. This is I do think this is a big W for the Lakers. I like this a lot. 11 million a year is good for him. Okay, this is a good signing. I want to be clear. Like, I said that because I was thinking about like my own, like, oh, I was wrong about it. Okay, this is just fine. I thought this was going to be mid-level exception too. The question is, what do they do with D'Angelo Russell now? So, and what does his number end up looking like? If it's like 20 million a year, it's like, okay, it's D'Angelo Russell. But it's probably the mid-level exception, which is okay. But I think this is a good signing. I don't know if I'd call it an A+. First of all, Den Devine, thank you for quoting me on this here, or for sharing it with me. Let's not do it like that. That looks like I'm saying a grade. Grade A, good player on a good value deal. So yeah, I don't think this isn't good for like the Lakers. I think this is very good for the Lakers. I'm very happy for Gabe Vincent. He deserves a signing. So I'm going to say it's a very good signing. I think he did it's a great deal. An A-level signing, that's awesome. That's exactly what it should be. It's very, very good. The Warriors are interested in James Wiseman and Joe Lacob. Oh, this is a parody account. It said, okay, dude, the blue check marks, man, they just screw me over every time. I get excited, especially on stream. Like, what am I supposed to do? I'm just reacting. Fred VanVleet is believed to be leaning towards returning to Toronto per clutch points. I don't know. Clutch points, all they do all year is make jersey swaps. So I don't know. Like, I just be careful about that. Like, look at this. Within a minute, they had jersey swaps out. That's all they do. They make jersey swaps the entire time. So I don't know. And they just make funny pictures. I'd be careful about it. We'll see what happens with Toronto. We'll see what happens. I feel pretty good about VanVleet. And Theme says, are the Warriors signing Dario Saric? That is the expectation currently. NFL Draft says Knicks got to trade for Harden. Rename the arena Madison Square Harden to seal the deal. That's pretty funny. Harden in the Garden. I feel like that would probably be his first Instagram post if he got traded there. Julio says, no, Wiseman is ours. Oh, man. Wiseman is ours. Crazy. Crazy. So let's go back to this one. Who originally posted this? This is a parody of NBA Central. Okay, this dude, like, I hate parody accounts. Why is that even a thing? Like, why is that something that even happens? I don't really understand. I don't know. But there's no reporting yet on Van Vleet actually back to the Raptors. So just be careful here. Just be cautious. Like, he's probably just trying to get the bag out of the Toronto Raptors. Let's see what happens here. I don't know if the Raptors are going to give him the bag. So we'll see. The whole time it felt like it was another Kyle Lowry situation to me. Mosen said, considering the Pacers are bottom feeders in free agency and overpaid Bruce Brown isn't total Armageddon. That's exactly what I feel. Yeah, parodies and trolls are a waste of space. I 100% agree. It's terrible. Felipe, here's because of the revamped verification system. I mute parody counts now, sadly. I just, there's so many of them. You can't block them all. Nick says Knicks would be building an all left-handed lineup with Harden. That's one of the first things I thought too, is because they got Barrett, Brunson, Randall. They've got like all lefties. That's literally all they've got. So it's funny. Harden, Sheen, they're loaded with left-handers. Johnny Applesauce, why did Pistons acquire Joe Harris? What's his contract like? 1 year, $19 million. They got him because they were getting second-round picks for basically free. They got incentivized to take him. So shout out to Man and B for the follow over on Twitter. Huge shout out to you. AJ Money wants to know, I wonder what the Heat are going to do. Right now, I think that they're focused on a sign and trade around Max Strus to the Cavaliers, because currently the Cavaliers looks like they're using their mid-level exception, or at least part of it, for a deal for Niang. So not official yet. There's a little bit of workaround right now. Oh, Messam says, I got mixed up with Joe Harris and Tobias Harris, but Joe is traded to the Pistons. Yeah, so Joe Harris is to the Pistons. Yes, not Tobias. The left-hand garden. That's exactly what that is right now. Struck said, because of that sign, does that mean Lakers don't have money for Reeves? No, the Lakers have money for Reeves. They have bird rights on him and restricted. They have early bird and restricted free agency rights on him, so they're fine. Tom Graham says, with the Vincent signing, worries me if Fred VanVleet is to leave Raptors, then they sign Russell. Yeah, let's see what happens with D'Lo. I think D'Lo is going to be one of the important players to watch now over the next little bit. The GOAT says, bro, Houston needs to make a move. They're gonna get there. Joe Mabe says, are the Pacers at the salary floor yet? Let me go look at the Pacers contracts quick. They came in with, how much did they come in with? $32 million. So the 22. Yeah, they're at the floor. Pacers got to the floor, which is smart. So AI Mac here says, are you happy you got to keep Kyrie? It's better than losing him for nothing. If we lost him for nothing after this whole thing, it would have been terrible. Lisa Tomlinson says the Heat are about to do something big if they're dumping these players. I don't necessarily think so. The Heat were actually in a really tough spot because they were super close to the second apron, and keeping Strus and Vincent was going to be a really, really difficult thing for them to sustainably do. Eddie says Lillard just needs to request a trade. Yeah, that's the thing we're all waiting for. We've been waiting for that for about 2 years now. Arda here says, what about signing and trade VanVleet for D'Lo and Hutchifino? I don't know why the Lakers would do that, honestly. And I don't like D'Lo. I'm not a D'Lo guy. But I don't know, like how much does VanVleet move the market for you right now? I don't know. Like he makes them better, but I don't know. I'd rather long term, having Hutchifino is interesting to me, and D'Lo is he's okay enough, whatever. Kind of throw up in my mouth good enough. He's okay. Don't love it, but. Am says, what else do you think Pacers might do? I think the Pacers are going to be a team to, let me look at their roster again just real quick. They already had 12 players under contract, so really it's probably just sign one more player on a cheap deal. They're probably not going to do a ton. Norenrad says, are the Nuggets a championship team again? I don't think they got better yet between signings and draft. They do have Joker, though. Neil Coleman says, Gabe Vincent to the Lakers. We did report on that. As a Thunder fan, I'm stoked the Rockets aren't doing anything. Looking forward to their pick next year. Den Devine here says, a reminder, the Rockets need to spend at least $50 million of their cap space. For what it's worth, the Raptors have maintained confidence that they will or can re-sign VanVleet, but that Houston offer may end up being even richer. That's the thing, is they've got a lot of money. They're just going to probably do it. So that's my expectation, is they're going to give VanVleet the bag. Jack Green says, as much as I love Joe Ingles as a player because he's Australian, we let but we let Ross 32 go for nothing. Yeah, but Ingles fits the team. Terrence Ross doesn't. Bruce Brown wasn't the key to the Nuggets. Chip, please stop, guys. I think he's an important player, not like the key, but important. Zach Aldridge says the Pacers are within a minimum away from the salary floor per Tony East with one roster spot open. Yeah, like that's the thing. They're gonna just close the door on that and just be good. They're gonna be it's like perfect execution. They gave the exact amount of money to the one guy that they wanted to get to where they needed to be. It's like literally perfect management. Josh Hive says, wait, so in a span of a few hours, the Heat lost two of their best players in the playoffs. That sucks for Miami fans. Yeah, but they're still lined up for a potential trade if there's one out there to go execute and get. So we'll see what ends up happening there, but I think we're going to keep our eyes on it for sure. Jay Robbins says, why do the Blazers suck? Just because they are not deep enough. So that's part of the issue, and they don't have enough top-end talent either. So if you're not deep and you're not great at the top outside of one player, it's going to be hard to win. Who Pete says, who signs the first vet min? I think that we've already had a few of them. DeAndre Jordan signed one with the Nuggets. Yo Ballin says, I heard Rui is signing with the Nuggets. I don't want him to leave. I don't think that's happening. Scouse here says Rockets should play it smart and take on bad money. Ryan here says, agreed, Sheldon. AJ Money says, do you think Miami lands Harden? No. If you're Philly and you're trying to win a championship with Joel Embiid, why the hell would you trade James Harden in conference to the team that was just in the finals? That doesn't make any sense for them. And it's like, AJ, I know, like, people have been floating this idea. It's not going to happen. Like, why would they trade? It's like if Boston all of a sudden traded Jaylen Brown to New York. Like why would Boston do that? You know what I mean? Has the Duarte trade been finalized yet? I haven't heard anything about it yet. I don't think it's been finalized yet, which is interesting. We're going to have to keep our eyes on that. Dead Devine here. This is a pretty funny one. Let's go back over to the notifications here. Bill Simmons with kind of a funny troll tweet. It says Dallas had to go 3 for 126 for Kyrie because there were at least 3 other teams ready to do 2 years for $25 million. So obviously he's talking about the mid-level exception. He's making fun of Dallas for giving him the max because Bill Simmons, like, once he hates a player, he can't ever say anything good about the guy anymore. So Kyrie Irving left Boston on bad terms, and now Bill Simmons hates him. Like, the most impossible challenge in the world would be to get right now Bill Simmons to say something good about James Harden or Kyrie Irving without saying something negative in the same sentence. Daniel Bridges says Harden couldn't handle Pat in Miami. He'd have to get into shape. It'd probably be really good for Harden if that happened. Actually, signing Van Vleet max is another toxic contract. Come on, Houston fans, this year's free agency is bad. Just try to make a trade by targeting on guys at Herb Jones level is enough. Now, to be honest, I would love, like, imagine if Houston just decides, hey, we're going to max out Herb Jones. Like, we're going to give him this huge poison pill provision and just, like, screw New Orleans. That would be sweet. That would be really good, actually, for Houston. Zach says D'Lo is one of those players like Poole, kind of, that we all know are good at basketball, but when it comes to contributing to actually winning high-stakes basketball games, this is the thing, dude. Like, watching the Timberwolves this last year was freaking painful. Rudy Gobert would set, like, the best screens. Rudy Gobert is one of the best screen setters in the NBA, and D'Angelo Russell could have literally just walked into a whole bunch of, like, 18-foot jump shots every single time. Wow, 2 years, 22. That's a little bit more than I was expecting. It's a little bit more than I was expecting. I think that he still fits though. Like, he shoots above the break threes. Like, it's a little bit more than I was expecting for him, but it's a little surprising to me. I think that he got that much, but like for D'Lo, with Gobert, he could have walked into a bunch of open jump shots, and then he's like, oh no, I'm going to try and put my defender in jail and use a hostage dribble for no reason, and then I'm going to slowly never get downhill and never throw lobs to Gobert. Like, it's pretty painful, honestly, watching D'Lo, because if you understand what should happen, like 60% of the time D'Lo does the opposite thing, even though he's very, 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 very talented. And if he was like just a one-on-one player, if the NBA was just a one-on-one league, D'Lo would actually be pretty good, especially offensively, but it's not. Zahn here says, what do you think the Mavs should do? Which is the best center available? Mavs probably aren't going to... I'd be kind of surprised at this point if the Mavs sign a center. I think they're probably going to keep... what's it called? Dwight Powell, which is not great. Lisa says, do you need a reliable mid-range shooter that could close games? That's what the Lakers need. Yeah, like that's what Hood Schifino can grow into. If you go watch Hood Schifino's game, like Hood Schifino thrived on mid-range jump shots at Indiana. So, like, not that you're going to rely on that, but like with Reeves there and Hachimura, like, oh my God, don't tell Hachimura to not shoot middies. That's like his bread and butter. That's all he loves. The Lakers are going to have a pretty good dose of mid-range shooting this next year, I think. Jack Green says Ross was our spark plug off the bench, which Ingles will be. No wonder Orlando continuing being a disaster because the front office is garbage. I think Orlando's going to have a pretty good year. I think they're heading in an okay direction, Jack. Paulo's good. Yep, here it is. And just as I had predicted, I said this. I think this is one of the more obvious like minimums. Free agent Yuta Watanabe has agreed on a deal with the Phoenix Suns. I love that. I love Yuta Watanabe for the Phoenix Suns. He's a tough, gritty defender, steps in, takes charges, rotates, willing to get dunked on, as we found out by Anthony Edwards putting him in the rim a few years ago. I love Yuta Watanabe. This is a home run this is a home run Bettman for the Suns, honestly. That's a really, really good signing for them. They need guys like Yuta Watanabe. When you have the top end talent players that they have, like you need players like that. Like I actually really, really like genuinely like that a lot for them. Which, you might think, oh, well, it's Yuta Watanabe. Why does that matter? Like if they filled out their roster with 12 Yuta Watanabes around their big three and DeAndre Ayton, whatever, big four, if you want to call it that, I wouldn't, but big three plus, like, if you had like 11 more Yuta Watanabes, that team would be darn good because Yuta Watanabe just does the right stuff. He's just good. Icy Dems wants to know, did the Duarte trade actually happen? Yes, but we don't have the news on it yet so far, so we're still waiting for some of that. But dude, I love the Suns getting Yuta Watanabe. That's really, really great. Blazers 100% trading Dame. Very interesting. Russell Thomas says because Jaylen Brown isn't that good. I think Jaylen Brown's pretty good. Usually all NBA guys are pretty good at basketball. Brock says whoever gets Miles Bridges wins free agency because he'll be gotten at a major discount. Mans was well on his way to being an all-star. Yeah, he's going to get like a massive, probably close to max deal. Hoop Heat says sources close to me say keep an eye out on Jonathan Isaac. Man, if the Mavericks, that's the player I would love for the Mavericks to find a way to turn whatever contracts into Jonathan Isaac. I would love that. Joe Mabe says, barring trade, I think it's wheels up for Kevin Pritchard to Florida golfing. I like that. M says, could Pacers still get Kuminga or more likely top it? It's hard to get Kuminga in Indy. If anything, this kind of points to them maybe not getting either of them, but they still technically have the money to absorb them into cap space. So realistically, either could still be possible. And Shake Milton is going to Minnesota, according to Adrian Wojnarowski. Let's go ahead and get that up on stream. Another Woj bomb here. And this one's a really big one. Shake Milton to the Minnesota Timberwolves. I did discuss with Dane Moore, who covers the Timberwolves. We talked about the need for a backup point guard. Looks like they're using Shake Milton here as somewhat of the answer. I don't know. I don't know. Lisa Tomlinson says, watch out for these young Magic. When I lived in Florida, they had Eric Gordon. Now they just have crazy young kids. They're going to be good. Talking about Kyrie being goated, thinking the earth is flat. Kyrie leads the league in bad takes. That's what he leads the league in. And I can say that because I'm a Mavs fan, so it's funny. Victor here says, hey, bro, shout out from Brazil. Oh, obrigado, gracias. What do you think about Gabe Vincent to L.A.? I like it a lot for the Lakers. Good contract. Affordable, nice player. Really good move for them. Molson says, Pacers are done, folks. We're going to escape to a first-round bounce and one more offseason of Tyrese Halliburton's career and patience with the front office. we'll see what happens. I think the Pacers are doing a lot of good stuff, though. They've got young players that can develop. I like Mathurin. I like Jarris Walker. Oh, wow. Okay. The Wolves have split up their mid-level exception. No, probably biannual is what I'm guessing. I'm guessing this is biannual. Which is interesting. Biannual exception for Minnesota. That's interesting. Milton getting that is very intriguing. I would have preferred just keeping Taurean Prince, to be honest with you, if they could have gotten him back. The Lakers have had a really, really good very good beginning of their offseason. Prince and Gabe Vincent brings toughness, timely playmaking, and scoring from the perimeter. I like this for them. You know, they don't get too like snipers. Neither of those guys are like elite shooters or anything, but they get guys who like they do a lot of different things. Like it's solid. I like this quite a bit. Yuta Watanabe to the Suns. Man, I love Yuta. Let's get some more Yuta hype in the chat. SMH says here, Suns for sure getting a ring. I don't know about that. I would probably slow down on that quite a bit. Yuta Watanabe is good, but defensive. Not sure what you were trying to go with there. He's a good defensive player, if that's what you mean. Caleb says, damn, Suns getting great value on vet men's. They're doing a good job. This is about as good as they could do. Now, the team's going to be still thin. There's going to be, like, actual flaws still with the roster. But, you know, I really like what the Lakers have done. The Suns have done well. Let's actually tweet this out here, too. In free agency, let's talk about what I like. Let's start with the Boston Celtics. This is in no order, by the way. This is in no order. So I like the Boston Celtics. I like the LA Lakers. I like the Phoenix Suns, since it's all men's. Well, I like what the Mavericks have done. Getting Kyrie Irving is good. I don't really like what Minnesota's done so far. I hate what Portland has done. I like the Washington Wizards. I think the Wizards have had a nice offseason so far. I don't like the Cavaliers. What they've done, the Heat, it's going to be tough for them to replace the guys that they've lost. What else do I like so far? I mean, tell me right now in the comment section. What else have I missed? Who else should I like? I like Orlando getting Ingles a good amount, so I don't mind that at all. Yeah, I know. Yeah, Zach. I like literally every time I see hidden reply, I swear to God, I click it. Bulls. I don't know if I would label the Bulls as one that I really like. I think the Bulls are fine. I don't hate it, but I don't love it. Draymond. Yeah, I like the Warriors. Yeah, Warriors had a good. Let's put that. Warriors keeping Draymond. And I'm going to put Jeremy Grant's agency fleecing Portland. That's what else I like. He got paid big time. And let's just tweet that out. That's good enough for me. I like that. I like that. I don't like so far the free agencies of who do I not like? Portland. Don't like what they've done so far. I don't like Miami Heat losing guys. That's just kind of how it is, though. It's tough for them. They were already destined to lose guys. Cleveland Cavaliers, yikes, overpaid. Those are the three that I don't like so far. So, not bad, though. It's not like any teams have like a preposterously bad one. I would say that probably the closest thing to that. So shout out to David for the follow, as well as Jesse, and also for the cycle. A huge shout out to all of you guys. But I think for the most part, teams have had like all the moves have made some sense. Like even Cleveland, like who I'd say is one of the worst ones. Like at least like I can say, well, they're deeper now. Like the team actually got better. Like that you could say that the price points aren't good. Shake Milton to Minnesota, is that a good move? I think it's an okay move. It's like a depth piece. I don't know. Biannual exception, I would have rather had Taurean Prince, but it's okay. It's like a half measure. Solve the point guard spot a little bit. Adam says John Moran having a backup now. The backup's going to be Marcus Smart. Marcus Smart's like their backup point guard. Here's a great question, too, on Twitter. Feel free to tweet me some questions on Twitter, too, if you guys want to, if you haven't already. Shout out to SoShow for the follow over on Twitter. Appreciate that. Let's go over to the mentions here. Better chance of signing Brook Lopez, Rockets or Spurs? That's a good question, AJ. Coming into today, I felt the Rockets were better positioned to do so, but if the Spurs pull it out, I wouldn't be like shook by it. In fact, like I feel like the more I think about it, the more I like it for them. Also, a huge shout out to Joe for the follow over on Twitter too. Huge thank you to you guys. Ben says it's a bunch of separate deals and not exactly free agency, but the Jazz got Collins and a first for Conley, Vando, and Malik Beasley. Yeah, this is good. I mean, you guys did a great job. Like this is the Danny Ainge special. He has done a very, very good job. Shock Universe says, I would love my Celtics to trade Jaylen Brown for Jalen Green and Kenyon Martin Jr. No, you would not love your Celtics to do that. The Rockets would love you to do that. Don't do that if you're Boston. Please don't do that. That would be pretty rough. Shout out to Mohammed for the follow. Huge thank you. Also, shout out to, again, Joe. Yeah, let's shout out Joe again. Make sure you guys go follow us on Twitter. Link is in the description, but it's also going to be right here in the comment section. So if you want it, I will send it to you right now. Here you go. It's in there. Go give us a follow. And also, one thing I really want to make sure you guys do is go join our Discord. We have a Discord where literally I'm in there. I talk about basketball with all the different people. We got over 200 users. I'm sure that number is growing quite a bit during today's stream. Go join the Discord. Again, the Utility Sports Discord is right there. Link's also in the description if you're curious about it. Go click that link, join the Discord, chat basketball all the time. So it's a really great place to be, to have some good time talking about basketball going forward. Yuta Watanabe to the Suns, really like it. Epic North, here you go. 76ers, any moves? At this point, the 76ers, they're probably working on executing a Mr. James Harden trade, which is good. That's what they should be focused on doing. Everything else is going to be pretty difficult to pull off in the meantime. Just looking at their team, like you kind of have to know what you're getting for Harden to figure out how to go from there. Soren, thank you for the follow over on Twitter. Huge shout out to you, Soren. So Show says, if I go into self-induced coma for a week, would the Hornets have done anything in free agency by the time I wake up? They'll keep their guys. Bridges specifically is the guy to watch. Why the Cavs? Overpaid them all a slight amount, I'd say. I just like, I don't know. Like, I think the players that they got are fine, and I think that it fits what they needed, but it just isn't great overall. Zach, thank you, Zach, for becoming a YouTube member. Zach the other day kind of teased saying maybe he'd become a member. Well, shout out to Zach for hitting that member button. And I do want to show you guys one thing real quick. Let's go over to profile real quick. Following. Go check out Armchair Scout. I'm going to actually share this link with you guys real quick. This is Zach's Twitter. He's just posting a couple of different things in there talking about, certain players and certain, pieces. I was his first follower on there. So I'm a big believer in Zach. I think Zach knows the game pretty well. So go give him a follow. I'd love to see that number climb a bit. He's at right now 5 followers, I believe. So let's see what that number climbs to, because I like his takes, I like his thoughts. Make sure you go give us a follow too at Utility Sports. Shout out to Ramon, shout out to Bryant as well for the follows. Really appreciate each and every one of you guys that has been hitting the follow button, and it's crazy. We're at 1,041. We just got another one live on stream, of course. So it's absolutely crazy. Again, Zach, thank you for joining as a member. Really appreciate that. Ryan says, join Discord and tell me why I'm brilliant for sticking to my Fred VanVleet not going guns. I like it. We'll see what happens, Ryan. You and I are kind of in opposition right now, but we'll see what happens. I do not mean Mikal. I mean Miles Bridges. Miles Bridges is a free agent. Mikal Bridges is not. I would love Mikal Bridges to Dallas. That would be sweet, but I don't ultimately think that's going to happen. So I wouldn't count on that. Okay, I just would not count on that happening. See, let's get the follows up here on. Oh, look at that, we're up to 6. We at least got one. That's 100. That's like a 20% growth right there. So that's at least good. Let's see if we can get him to at least 20 guys. Go follow him. Okay. Again, here's the link to that right here. Jeffrey says, do you think the Pacers make more moves? Ultimately, with the Pacers, I think that they're going to, like, they're in a position now, like they're going to have about $10 to $11 million. Like, they could still fit in the contract of one of Kuminga or Obi Toppin because they're on rookie deals. So we'll see what happens. But Norin, thank you for the Zach W. Let's get some more Zach W's in the chat. Let's get some Zach Dubs in there. Definitely deserves it after joining as a member. So huge shout out to him. Ben here says Niang was unplayable, bad for the Jazz in the playoffs, but still got time. Anyway, like, that's the thing. Like, for Cleveland, you have to remember, like, Cleveland's really thin. That team is not deep at all. They've got like 6 or 7 players. Yeah, how am I? I'm a jerk. I'm a jerk on the Discord. Yeah. Okay. Alec Larson says thoughts on 3-team trade with Cat Harden and another All-Star. For the most part, we're just kind of screwing around on the Discord anyway, just chatting. So I think the only thing is I got into one conversation with someone who told me the Suns were in a good situation long term. I did not agree with that. Ramon Ortiz says, I think Cavs did well, but they need to move Osman. And yeah, they it was pretty interesting, the fact that they kept him, but maybe that'll probably be part of the sign and trade around Strus, just looking at the money perspective. Soren here says Trey Jones back to the Spurs for 2 years, 20 is actually a great deal for the future, and using his $5.2 million cap hold now means the Spurs have over $41 million in cap space. They've got money. The only thing here with Trey Jones is, like, I would have liked it on a longer deal. Zach says, just reconciled my budget and did really well this month. Also, you deserve it. I really like the content. Well, Zach, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Besnick, glad I could answer your question. Kyle Cruz says, you still think Fred VanVleet to Houston? I'm trusting my sourcing on that. Again, I got my sourcing earlier today. I still feel good about it. Do things change? Like, possibly, but I'm going to stick with my my gut on it. Okay, that's what I'm going to do. Master here says, Rich Paul getting lots of bags for himself. Yeah, he made a lot of money today. He made a lot more money than I did, and I felt like today was one of the best days for Super Chats. I'm telling you, I didn't get $1 billion like he's probably been a part of. Washington Wizards are killing it this offseason. Their new GM and front office is straight cooking and seems to not be stopping. Let me endorse this because this is 100% correct, and I'm going to make it 1,000,000,000% correct, or whatever, how many numbers of zeros that was. I 100% agree. Miles Bridges doesn't deserve to be in the league. Lucas, I somewhat share that sentiment, but I don't want to focus on that too much. I have not read all 676 yet, but I have done a good amount of reading. Giovanni here says, I wouldn't mind Derrick Rose to Milwaukee to back up Drew. I don't know if you can count on Derrick Rose playing in the NBA today going forward, but like maybe on a minimum, sure, it's fine for Milwaukee. Slade says, who do the Nets think Mikal Bridges is? I think they think Mikal Bridges is like a low end 2. Lisa says Brooklyn still has a great team. Ryan says Zach is Little Sheldon Jr. and both brilliant, both have their own opinions. Yeah, like honestly, I feel like me and Zach agree on a lot of stuff, but even when we disagree, I don't think we're like far off in opinion even still. So it's interesting. Marco says we don't want to talk with Utah. Talking about the Mavs. Marco's a big Mavs fan, so shout out to Marco as well. Marco's been following on the Twitter for quite some time. Lisa Tomlinson says, and the Cavs picked up great shooters, and they still have $10 million. They don't still have $10 million. That's not true. That's part of the reason why they had money was because you were projecting them without LeVert. So the Cavs are pretty strapped on cash currently, which isn't bad. It's not, but like, and they got shooting. It's not bad for the team. I just think that they overpaid slightly. All guaranteed, no options. Nice. It's good. Thanks Tom for taking me in that as well. It's a good contract for him, and it's a good contract for the Suns. AJM says the Suns won free agency. I wouldn't say winning free agency is signing all minimums, but I think they've done well. They didn't make any massive mistakes, but Nick says, I don't know why you're hating the Blazers so much. They want to contend, and no big name players are wanting to go there. Grant was the best available option, wanted to stay with Dame. This is the thing. They were the 13th seed, and they're saying, like, hey, let's run it back. Like, yeah, we added some rookies, but let's run it back and try and contend. This is the issue. This is why I'm hating on Portland, is they're trying to contend with the team that just went 13th in the Western Conference. Williams says, did Middleton take a pay cut so Brook Lopez could be signed? Just guessing. I think that it opens up the possibility of that, but it also realistically for Milwaukee is they can fit some other players in on the minimum and not get into the tax. That's the other possibility there. So that's partially why he maybe took a pay cut. And just like Middleton hasn't had great years the last couple of years. So Nezaruni says, do you think the Grizzlies will do anything this free agency? They'll be aggressive in trades. They're going to try and talk about trades with other teams. They're not going to really focus on free agency as much. Flexer says Spurs have cap for a good bet, right? I think that they should make a move. One thing that I thought the Spurs would be a potential Kyle Lowry landing spot tonight, but now with the likelihood of Strus and Vincent just flat out being gone, it doesn't make as much sense anymore for the Heat to just go and dump Kyle Lowry. The whole reason of doing that and giving up an asset to San Antonio to get off of Lowry would have been to open up a deal to keep both Strus and Vincent, but that could maybe point to Miami having another plan centered around a Mr. Damian Lillard in Portland. The fact that they just openly let those two guys leave. Mr. Robot says Rockets free agency looking kind of boring right now. They still have the money. Nothing's changed. None of the players that they were projected to sign have signed. So it's really they're in the same position they were in 2 hours ago before free agency started. It's really, I don't know. I understand people are like, oh, well, free agency's on and they haven't signed. Just give it a little bit, okay? Just give it a little bit. Sammy wants to know, so who have the Suns added? The Suns have added, we should probably be keeping a list of this as it goes. Who have the Suns added? You guys got to make sure to answer. The Suns have added, so they added Keita Bates-Diop, who I like on a cheap deal. They added Drew Eubanks, who I like for them. They've added a lot of players. Who else did they add? Let me go to Shams here. Oh, they added Yuta Watanabe. I need to for sure mention that. I'm going to put a star by that one because he's my favorite. Star. Who else did they add? They added Drew Eubanks. And from Woj, let's see what else did. Oh, they kept Damian Lee. And Chemezi Metu. They added Chemezi. So they've gotten a lot of size, which is good. They needed a lot of size, so that's very, very good. Keita Bates-Diop. They keep Damian Lee. It's a pretty good collection of minimums. Now they're all minimums. It's not like it's great, but they're minimums. So you're doing the best you can on what you have to work with, which is not great. Ryan Hillier says you drop money here because, for example, he will read 300 pages and condense it for us. That's literally what I'm going to do. I'm going to read literally the entire CBA with this whole weekend. That's literally all my free time is going to go to. And then my other time is going to streaming, and then I will make a video on the CBA. So that's how it works here. Mohammed says, could D'Lo getting renounced open up $17 million for the Lakers to sign Brook Lopez? I don't think that the Lakers are going to have a pathway to Lopez. Although maybe they could actually. That's still something to watch for. We'll see what happens with Lopez. I'm very interested to see where he goes. Fred the Jig says, I love this deal for Orlando. Joe Ingles adds the veteran leadership we need. He has great playoff experience and can help our role players to accept their roles and not try to be stars. I think that's going to be good, having just a little bit more veteran presence from a guy who's been good in the NBA is definitely a good thing. Oh yeah, thank you guys for you guys were throwing some extra stuff in there. Fred here says, I think that if we somehow get Brook Lopez for rim protection, we win this free agency. I think you're talking probably about the Lakers, right? I think he'd be really good for the Lakers if they're able to get him, which is funny because they had him and then they let him go. So George, I'm not making that video tonight. I will make a winners and losers tonight, though. So we got a lot more video stuff coming out on the channel relatively soon here. I'm very excited about the future of the channel. And I love that, we're seeing some growth along the way, and we got an awesome community. I'm actually going to pull up the Discord quick because I just want to see how many people are actually in the Discord right now. I would love to see you guys all in there. Let's see how many people are we at now in the Discord. I'm trying to figure that out. I'm trying to see how to see it. Show member list. Here we go. 42 plus how many is down here now? $178. Okay, yeah, so we're over well over 200, which is awesome. So I'm gonna send in again here another link to the Discord. Please go join the Discord. That's somewhere you want to be to chat hoops. It's like literally the best place to be. Okay, we talk about basketball all the time. Tommy Beckett here with a great question. Thank you, Tommy, for being in here. Really appreciate each and every one of you. Again, we have over 1,000 people watching. Make sure you hit the subscribe button if you've enjoyed being in the stream so far. If you feel like, hey, we're keeping up with all the information, doing a good job, make sure to hit the follow button, okay? Where does Grant Williams go? For me, Grant Williams, there's a few options. I still think Houston makes some sense. I think that's been an underreported story that could happen is, a relationship and a reunion with Ime Udoka does go a long way in making some sense. I think that's something that we should keep our eyes on. I also think that Utah with Danny Ainge makes some sense. Now, I know they just got John Collins. They're kind of loaded in the front court, whatever, but it's a talent play, and Utah has money. Does it make sense? I 100% believe so. Staying in Boston makes some sense. Otherwise, pretty much a bunch of other teams like Dallas on a mid-level would love him, right? It would be really, really great. So we'll see what ends up happening, but I feel very, very confident in it. Kyle Cruz here says, do you think they'll ever come to a point if Mavericks don't get where they need to, Luka will want out? Yeah, I think that's a very real possibility at some point. AFRPA says, Kogi. Oh, yeah, Kogi stayed in Phoenix, too. Thank you for putting that in there, too. Landon here says, where do you think Christian Wood ends up? I think he ends up in Miami with the Miami Heat. Shout out to everyone for following. Tom Graham here says, Brook Lopez's free agent decision is definitely one of the larger dominoes free agents and teams are waiting to learn. There was an increasing word today that Houston's offer could even exceed the 2-year, $40 million figure that's been widely rumored in recent days. So Houston is seemingly trying to get a bunch of good veterans on short deals, which is exactly what I would expect them to do. Rick Luke here says, why Harden being trash in market all of a sudden? I don't know. People hate Harden. It's just what it is. Raph says, Rockets, please get Pat Bev and don't overpay on Van Vleet. I would like the Rockets getting Pat Bev again would be interesting, actually. Let's go over here too quick, and let's check out. I do want to go back quick. I want to just see. Hopefully, you guys went and gave a follow over here to Zach on his account. We're up to 7. That's good. Really, really good. Appreciate that for you guys going over there and hitting follow on that. Noah Edge here says, huge Mavs fan. I hope we keep C. Wood, let Powell walk, and maybe sign Matisse Thybulle. Very glad we kept Kyrie for now. Ryan Johnson wants to know if Strus is the real deal. Or is the deal real? I don't even know how to read this question. But the deal is real. 4 years, 64. It's going to be expensive. He's good. I don't know if he's $16 million a year good, but he's good. He's good. Julio Escobar says, what would you do if you were the Pistons? I probably wouldn't have traded for Joe Harris today, but they did. The Beast Dame says Harden traded to Mavs for Wood. Only in the Mavericks dreams. And trust me, I'm a Mavs fan. I would love that. Mavs should make a play for Dylan Brooks. They need that grit. I would like Brooks, but I don't ultimately see that happening. Just with where that's at. Alejandro Aponte says another year of cheap tickets in Orlando. I don't know. That team's going to get pretty good. As Paulo gets better, that team's going to be quite good. Ben says, do you see the Celtics doing anything else for tonight? Maybe Beverly. That's what I would watch for. Raph here says Strus hella overpaid. Yeah, I think he's paid quite a bit over what I would have given him. I probably would have given him like 11 a year. So maybe 11 a year. Ghost says, oops. I think, Ghost was trying to say something about what would I, and then he left it off. So Ghost, get your whole comment in there. Jeremy here says Lakers really need defense at this point. Yeah, they do. they'll probably look for a big, I would guess, someone who can complement them. Wow. Okay, this is a very good deal. I like that for New Orleans. So Herb Jones, 4 years, $54 million deal to stay with the Pelicans. Annually, that's, let's do the math on that quick in my head. I'm struggling off the top of my brain. 14 divided by 4, 13. That's what, $13.5 million a year. That's really, really good. $13.5 million a year for Herb Jones is a phenomenal deal. It's exactly where you'd want it to be. You avoid the whole unrestricted free agency status by declining his option, which they did the other day. This is really, really good for the New Orleans Pelicans. I love Herb Jones. He's just flat out a good player, and somebody who I think, for me, I was very happy with what my write-up was on him when he was coming out of the draft, of a guy that I thought was going to be an instant impact player. And sure enough, New Orleans drafted in the second round, and a couple of years later, he's now on a new 4-year, $54 million deal. The thing is, if you're a team like New Orleans, here's the other thing. I've talked about this a lot recently. If you think a guy's good and you're maybe think, oh, we might pick him in the second round, top of the second round, you should trade into the back end of the first so you get him for the 4-year rookie deal, first. That's what I would recommend doing. But Herb staying in New Orleans is great. Lyndon here wants to know, what are the real options for Harden? The Clippers or the Suns are the two premier options. Those are the two top-end options. And the one thing I have to say about Phoenix is they've added a lot of size, okay? Size. If there's ever a time to trade DeAndre Ayton for James Harden, it's probably right this very second. Now, I don't think that's ultimately going to happen, but I think Harden's going to be a Clipper. So Ryan Johnson says, thoughts on Portland. They overpaid Jeremy Grant, which is what I was afraid of coming into today. I was worried about them doing that. They did it. But I still like Portland's long-term direction with Scoot Henderson. I like Ryan Rupert in the second round. I thought Chris Murray's a good pick. I like Shane Sharp last year when they drafted him. All in all, they're great drafting. I just don't know if their own individual talent evaluation has been great. And that's been an issue in Portland for as long as I can remember. Think back to they matched the offer sheet on Allen Crabbe, which was ridiculous amounts of money. They ended up paying not Nick Batum, but there's just been players there that they've overpaid over the years, and it's really been just in-house guys that end up getting paid more than they should, which is, I keep clicking that button today, which has been part of the issue there in Portland for a while. But all in all, I don't think it's been a huge problem because, they've had Dame, so that's really been the most important thing. JD3 the Great says, great signing. That's a bargain price. I 100% agree. John here, what's going on with the Lakers? What other options do I have? Do they have, please and thank you? So the Lakers, it's really down to watching D'Angelo Russell because, people thought, oh, they're going to run it back. And then all of a sudden they decided to waive Bamba. They decided to decline the team option on Beasley. And because of that, they actually had an opening here to make something else happen. And they if they renounce D'Lo, they have ways to fit other guys in. So I think that's one of the important things to watch for sure. Muzz here says, thoughts on the Warriors. I like the Draymond signing for them. I think keeping him around, this team needs to try and win. They're positioned to win. That's really what they are. And I think, given the fact that they were able to keep him, they trade Jordan Poole, they got Chris Paul, whatever, the long-term stuff that's probably going to end up hurting long-term, but they're probably better positioned now to win next year than they were currently or before any of these moves. So they're in a good spot. Georgia, appreciate that. It says the most intelligent basketball mind on the tube. Appreciate that. Working my hardest. The funny thing is I don't even feel like I show all the stuff I'm actually the best at in basketball, which is X's and O's and creativity, play design. If you guys want a really good video to watch from the channel that came out in the last 2 weeks, go watch the movement shooters video. It talks about how as a coach you can use guys who are really good movement shooters to do a lot of different things. That's ultimately my favorite thing to talk about is the actual X's and O's of the game. and make things work that way. So I would say check out that video, but appreciate that, Georgia. And I'm glad Herb Jones got his bag too. I'm very, very happy about that. Mo Bamba, Guangdong Tigers. I like that, Rafa. That's a funny comment there. We'll see what happens with Bamba. I wouldn't mind him in Dallas on like a 1 year kind of prove it, whatever deal. Like, see if you can make it work at all. Nothing for 34 minutes from Sham. So we're still waiting here. There's going to be a lot of stuff that still has to come to fruition from the whole Rocket situation here. So that's really what we're waiting for. Ryan Johnson says he's looking forward to Summer League. Me too. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm going to be checking out all the games through the broadcast because I'm not going to be there in person this year around. Was there last year, but this year I've got other stuff that I've got to attend to a little bit more. Jordan Carrasco says Warriors need a good center. Sharon says, what about the Raptors? Raptors, it's all going to hinge on Van Vleet, which, earlier today I felt very, 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 very confident with him being a Rocket. The delay here, I'm not going to lie, is panicking me a little bit about like, is my sourcing wrong? Like, possibly. But I don't think so. I'm going to hold to it. That's what I've heard from my sources. So Jordan here says Taco Fall should go to the Warriors. Come on, he just needs to defend. Utah on Suns. Dang, I love Utah to the Phoenix Suns. Stain here says, what do you think the Heat will do now after Strus and Vincent? Look for them to try and position themselves for a Damian Lillard trade. Otherwise, you have to look at them for. Otherwise, you have to look for them to probably look for cheap replacements and basically do what they did with Strus and Vincent of find guys on the bargain bin and turn them into good players. Jake Fisher says, being told San Antonio is a team to monitor in the developing 3-team sign and trade talks that could bring Max Strus to Cleveland. The Cavaliers have been trying to find a trade for Cedi Osman this week, and that's exactly what I was talking about earlier when I said in a sign and trade, Cedi Osman's going to be the guy that's involved. So, like some of these things, like if you just know the cap picture of players, like it's pretty easy to put together pieces of, hey, this guy has to go here, this guy probably has to go there. Like the contract thing makes it really, really easy to understand what's going to actually happen, honestly. So sometimes even when you don't have sources on certain things, like you can still put 2 and 2 together to figure it out. JB Mixes says, really like what my Wizards did this offseason. Going to be a fun, bad season, 100%, which I like. Jordan Villa says, has anything happened after the Kyrie signing for Dallas? Not really. It's been pretty quiet here. A lot of like kind of, I think, anxious patience at this point. As people are like kind of like, okay, what's happening? Nothing happened, and like nothing's happened yet. Jason says, saw Zubats is available. What you think? I don't really think he's available. I think part of that is trying to position for a trade or make moves work if there's a potential option here to get one. Also, shout out to Meep again, my girlfriend. She just brought in chicken tenders for me, despite my like phobia and almost like deathly fear of eating on stream. I'm now in a position where I have chicken tenders, which smell really good, and I'm probably going to eat them. So let's get some meat pipe in the chat. Thank you, Amber. Appreciate it. Let's keep going on now here. Gary here says Raptors offering Fred VanVleet 4 years, $120 million. Where did you see that? I have not seen that report from anywhere, and I do not have sourcing there out of Toronto. So Stain says, appreciate that. Gerald says, do you think Reggie will move into Brown spot or Christian Brown? Brown would probably be the more likely of the two. I think Reggie has a very distinct play style that does not do what Brown does. Mr. Wah says Taco Falls on the Bucks Summer League roster along with Jabari Parker. That's solid for Milwaukee. Domir says, big W for the Bucks. One thing here, George, is I was going to say this about winners and losers is like a lot of stuff can change. Right now, not even like close to half the free agents are signed. So there's a lot of money to yet be spent, and there's a lot of things that change the overall picture of these teams, as I'm going to try and take a bite of a chicken tender on stream. Again, I hate that. Mike here says, do you think Dylan Brooks will get a deal? Yeah, I think so. I think Dylan Brooks is going to a pretty significant, like, mid-level exception somewhere. I thought the Cavaliers were going to be a team to watch for in that. Ultimately, we did not see that happen, though. Alejandro says, I don't see the Magic in the postseason this year. I think we are far from that. What do you guys think? Not with this team. I think ultimately the Magic are closer to the postseason than a lot of people would assume. But I would probably say still like a year or two out. Rain's here with a W, Amber. Felipe says, thanks, Amber. Brian wants to know chicken tenders from where. These are like store-bought frozen ones, but she's still a W. W girlfriend for sure. No Raising Cane's this time. We didn't order anything in this time around. They're darn good though, I'm not gonna lie. Zach says, I would love to see more X's and O's content, but understand why you probably don't do as much. Look, the X's and O's are what I love. To be honest, the one thing I found is like not as much people care about them, which is kind of sad. Like people care more about like hey, what's a potential trade, or what's your like free agency predictions, or what do you think is going to happen in the playoffs? Like, which I understand, but like the X's and O's are really the fun part for me. So we'll work there. As we continue to grow, hopefully there'll be like more of a strong base for that. I know you 1,000 people in here really do care about the NBA, so we'll probably grow there. James Lee says Gabe Vincent was the starter in the Heat's incredible run. Lakers got a good one. I think so too. Social Goat says Mavs, Dylan Brooks, and Mo Bamba. Let's get it. Wouldn't be mad about that. Would not be mad. Workable Manatee says there's still plenty of time left, but I can't see Dame staying in Portland right now. They haven't really gotten a lot of great stuff, that's for sure. Stain says enjoy your food, my man. We're trying here. El Blouses says he's here for the X's and O's. Okay, great. Well, hopefully we do have some support for it. We'll make it work. Jeremy says Warriors still need a big man. We'll see what they do. We do have a deal, and it's actually a return of a player. Let's go over here now. It's a Shams bomb. Let's go over to Shams Charania. Free agent Josh Richardson has agreed on a 2-year deal with the Miami Heat. Richardson returns to the franchise that drafted him in 2015. So it's a reunion. Remember, he got traded for Jimmy Butler. Crazy deal. You could argue the 76ers shouldn't have let that happen. But they did. So, very interesting. Josh Richardson to the Miami Heat on a 2-year deal with the organization. I'm interested to see what the money is on that, because if it's more than like $8 to $10 million, I'm not going to love it. Like, admittedly, I'm not a big Josh Richardson guy. Watching him in Dallas, I kind of bought in on the idea of, when they traded Seth Curry to get him, I was like, that actually makes some sense. Build a defense. Yeah, no, it's not worth it. But if you're Miami and you just lost Strus and Vincent, like, it makes some sense. Like, I can actually believe it. Jeremy Cole here says Warriors need Brook Lopez. Brook Lopez with the Warriors would be pretty interesting. I don't know if I see that happening, though. Jordan here says Suns are really going all out. Yes, they are, Jordan. Power Play says check the new formers. OKC to Warrior sources say. Not even sure what that means. Zach says, yeah, nitty-gritty basketball scheme content doesn't cast nearly as wide of a net for content. Like, what was it? Like about 10 months ago, I made an hour-long video on pick-and-roll defensive coverage and what like the Boston Celtics did with Ime Udoka. And it's kind of funny because like that video ended up getting like 300 views. I'm just like, what the heck? This is like one of the better videos I made. But 300 views. I think all the videos I make are pretty solid, but like the X's and O's ones are the fun ones, and I don't know, people just don't like see those as much, I guess. Brandon Andrews says, what do you think about Jay Crowder to Orlando? I think Jay Crowder to Orlando would be solid, but I just don't see a way that happens. He's going to stay with Milwaukee. Gerald says Durant and Suns meeting with Kyrie before signing. That probably made Devin mad. I'm sure Devin Booker's fine. Ryan says, bro, someone needs to keep an eye on Devin Booker because I'm pretty sure he's robbing people on the street. I'm not even sure what that means. Reigns Better Half says, how's this trade? Tobias to the Bulls, DeRozan to the Raptors, Siakam to the Sixers. That's a no from Chicago. That's a definitive no from the Raptors and the Sixers. I don't know. There'd have to be a lot more stuff in there. There'd have to be like a ton of picks. Quite Mysterious says, was the mid-level exception used on Vincent? Yes, it was. Now You Tripping For Real says, I was just talking about Josh Richardson, how much I loved him with the Heat, and he's back. I'm happy. You know, Richardson's solid. Like, if this is a fair price point, there's nothing wrong with this. If it's like $12 million a year, I'd be like, ooh, yikes. Like, I'd rather just have Gabe Vincent. Ryan says, I need a CBA video to understand how the Suns are getting all these players. So the Suns are getting these players on minimums. So the vet minimum exception is the reason that they're able to get these guys. James Lee says, I think Brown is not enough to replace Bruce's contributions. They need a wing replacement or guard. Well, remember, they drafted Julian Strawther. They, I believe, brought in Hunter Tyson as well, who can shoot. Like, they've made additions. This team has gotten better, actually. Now, losing Brown hurts, but they've gotten deeper. Brown's going to get a year better. Jamal Murray, I mean, they were comfortably the best team in the league in the playoffs. Like, they're fine to, like, dump down a little bit. Ghost said, who would replace Brown off free agency since he left the Nuggets? I think looking at the team, they already have the internal improvements there. But, like, with the taxpayer mid-level, could they, like, theoretically go out and target somebody? Like, I don't know, like a Malik Beasley. Does Malik Beasley sign for the taxpayer mid-level? I don't know. Malik Beasley doesn't do the same stuff as Bruce Brown, but his shooting would be a good fit next to Jokic. Like, you know, something like there's options out there. I don't know. Jordan, like, Niang signed, but Torrey Craig, I don't think he signed back with Phoenix yet, unless I missed something. Lonnie Walker could be interesting for Denver for that reason. Like, I don't know. There's ways to get it to work. Gary Bankston says, SI said Raptors offer Fred VanVleet Warrior $120 million an hour ago. Interesting. I'm back now, by the way. So if you're wondering what happened to my face, I took it off of the stream so that I could eat. I did not feel comfortable eating on stream. So Chris Perez says, what do you think happens with Reeves? I think Reeves will go out, look to get an offer sheet from a team, hopefully get a lot of back-end money and force the Lakers to match it, which is what I ultimately think will happen. Raph Production says Lopez and Şengün would be a nice front court. I think it would be good. Those two players, I think, could offensively play together still, too. I real quick do want to shout out all of the super chats from earlier today. Q-Dog, thanks for the 5 and the 2. Raul, thanks for the 5. Ryan became a member again, renewed up on his membership, and also sent in a good collection of super chats. So shout out to Ryan. You're going to see those pop up as we go through. Blue Gill with 2 super chats as well. Solid Jake, who's been watching the channel for a really long time. He's a big Kings fan, so shout out to him. Doug McMenamin with the 2. Thank you again so much. Texas Sports, thanks for the 5 earlier today. He's our Discord moderator, one of our Discord mods, so huge shout out to him. Dover Investment with the 5. Michael Orlando came in off the top rope with a $25 one. Ryan said added up with a 20 of his own. And then Nav jumped in with 10, said don't forget the breadsticks, which I loved. S.Y. Gray says here's some money for some soda today too. I got chicken nuggets, but we're planning on getting a pizza stream set up at some point here in the near future. Ryan added it up to 40. Brady says we need some sauce for the pizza, threw in 5. Brady Thompson then came in again with another 20 and said yes sir. Big J with another 5. Brady Thompson with another 20 because he was just absolutely going crazy for us today. Huge shout out to Brady again. Ryan said over the top with 2. Illuminati Gaming hit us up with 5. Brady Thompson came in with 10 and said one more, let's get it. So huge shout out to Brady again. And then Tom came in with 3. Really appreciate that again, Tom. Travis with the 5. Really appreciate that again. Jay Frontari with the 10 with some Blazers hype in there. Biggie Steve, Brock Nelson, Josh Hives. I think I even missed this one. Josh, holy cow. Thank you, Josh. This was an hour ago. Trailblazers are banking on Dame staying with the 50. So huge thank you to you, Josh, for that. Really do appreciate it. Harry Goat with the 10. Zach became a member today as well. He's another one of our Discord mods. and then Rick with the 279. So really crazy. A lot of awesome donations today. Really appreciative of everyone who hit that. But the super chats were absolutely awesome. The super chats were great. I was going through them just now. I don't know. I can't control the order that I find them on there. So I try to keep them in best of order as possible. Josh Bile says, do you think the Nuggets replaced Bruce Brown well with what he did, with what they did in the draft? Utility Sports, yes, I do. I think the Nuggets did a decent job setting themselves up with other pieces. Like Bruce Brown, like here's the thing, people are going to overreact and say, oh my gosh, did the Nuggets lose too much with Bruce Brown? Bruce Brown's a very good player. I think he's going to really help elevate the Pacers, but the Nuggets are built around Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic, okay? They've got the important infrastructure. Now, every little piece matters. Like, they're worse without Bruce Brown, yes, but it's not like they go from the championship team to a team that's a first-round exit, right? The team's still really, really good. Combat Man says the depth is deep for the Suns. I wouldn't go that far, but I think they did a good job today. AFRPA says teams are allowed to sign players to vet minimums to fill their roster spots. Exactly. Unspoken Hoop Knowledge says, do you think the Pacers will go trade for OG? If so, when do you think that trade would happen? Or do you think the Pacers would wait and try and sign him next year with free agency? Now, I think that's the more likely option now. Just looking at their cap picture, trading for OG becomes a little bit more difficult now because you can't just absorb him into cap space and give Toronto a massive trade exception if that's what you wanted to do. But like realistically, like they could still open up a pathway to Kuminga or to a few of the other players like an Obi Toppin, for example. Josh Perez says, let's go Mavs. Let's get some Mavs hype in the chat. I typically don't hype out the Mavs as much. So let's get some Mavs hype in there. Ryan says his $20 bang won the night. Yeah, it was crazy. He just came out of nowhere with that. Jordan Carrasco says Warriors should trade someone for more depth or a big. We'll see if they can get something done around Kuminga. That would be probably their way, Jordan, to ultimately make something work there. Unspoken Hoop Knowledge says, I don't know if OG is even available, though, and if he is, I feel other teams can give better packages than the Pacers. Pacers have all their picks, so they're lined up to do something, but I just don't know if I see that now with their cap space situation. Deshaun says, Kevin Love back to Miami. Is that a definitive? Remember, if you guys are seeing stuff on Twitter, make sure to tag me in it so that I see it too going forward. What do you think the Detroit Pistons do with their crowded backcourt of Cade, Ivey, Hayes, Sasser? Yeah, I agree with this, Bryant, of what Mike here said. Killian and Sasser as backups. Koo said, DC, let's turn this ship around. May take time, but I'm committed to you guys and turning the city up. I like that. That's sweet. Good job by Koo's there, hyping up everyone. Shout out to Just for following us on Twitter. Huge shout out to them. And let's also look at this one look at this tweet, does not exist anymore. Very interesting. That one got deleted. So we'll have to see what that was. But looking at Shams Charania, there's no reported money yet from him on that, but there's a lot of stories on Herb Jones staying with the organization. So good. It's good for him. Where is Schroeder ending up? I would think Schroeder would be back in Los Angeles, but with them going out and signing Gabe Vincent, that potentially puts that on hold unless they renounce D'Lo, keep Schroeder, and then target someone like Brook Lopez, which maybe that's what they're trying to do here. Martin, thanks for the follow on Twitter as well. Ultimately, I really like what the Pacers have done. Pacers have done a great job with Bruce Brown here. The deal that they executed for him was really, really good. Zach says, I'm really diving into the Kings Zoom action in my thread article on Jones, so I hope there's at least some audience for a little basketball strat. Dude, Zoom action is such a good offense. Like, I coach basketball, too, at the high school level. I literally run Zoom offense. Zoom is unbelievably good. Zoom action is really, really effective, and they have the personnel for it. You think about, someone who can be like your dribble handoff guy. They have one of the best in the league in Domantas Sabonis. You also look at the fact that they've got shooting off of that. Monk's a very good movement shooter, can set his feet well off the dribble. And then of course Kevin Huerter is really was the missing piece that they had to bring in to get there. So it was really, really good for them. Their Zoom action stuff is great. And they do a nice job cutting out of the corner too. Yasha Kuzman with the 5 here says, Blazers sign Brooks for mid-level exception, trade Anthony Simons to Brooklyn for Dorian Finney-Smith, Royce O'Neal, trade Nas to Detroit for Stewart. Any of this unrealistic? So Brooks for mid-level is, I think, solid actually. Anthony Simons to Brooklyn for Dorian Finney-Smith and O'Neal. That's probably doable. I don't know it depends on if Brooklyn's like actually interested in Anthony Simons. That's the one thing is like I don't know how Brooklyn individually feels about Simons, but like theoretically it's not a bad idea. And then Nas to Detroit for Stewart. I don't know if Stewart's gettable at this point. But free agent big man Kevin Love does agree back in Houston, back in Miami. John with the 20. Thank you so much, John, for the $20 super chat. Really do appreciate you guys. W John. Let's get some W Johns down in the comments section. Let's get some W Johns in there right now. Let's make sure you spell it right too. No N. No N or no H in there, not an N. There's obviously an N in John. No H in this one. Let's drop a W John in there for this $20 super chat. It's absolutely awesome to see. Huge shout out to him. But let's go and take a look at Kevin Love being back as well. See if we can find that right here. Daryl Morey and the Sixers when NBA free agency started. I'm just hanging around. I love that little Beetlejuice. Swagged up Johnson here. Here we go. Kevin Love will sign a 2-year deal with the second year at his option. So player option on it, second-year deal. Thank you for sending that in to Sean. Appreciate that. Here is the deal overall. So there you go. Kevin Love will sign a 2-year deal with the second year at his option. Sources tell AP. Huge shout out to that. We got some W Johns coming in. I'd like to see that. Definitely deserved. John, you're a legend for sending in the 20 like that. That's absolutely awesome to see. Let's go, John. Here's the question now from Unspoken Hoop Knowledge. How far do you think the Pacers could go next season with a healthy lineup of Halliburton, Mathurin, Bruce, Walker, Turner? I think that team could be a playoff team. Probably a first-round exit, but realistically, it depends on Halliburton's individual performance in the postseason as to like if they could be a surprise team. Like, because to me, Halliburton's the player who has all the skills to be like a top 10, 15-ish player in the world at some point because he's smart. A cerebral player can make a lot of things work even when, at other points in time, they're maybe at a disadvantage athletically or, physically, whatever you want to say. Like Halliburton knows what the hell's going on the basketball court. That's part of the reason I loved him out of Iowa State. I couldn't believe that he went below Killian Hayes in the draft. I could not believe it. I could believe. I actually mocked that in all my mock drafts back then. And I gave Detroit an F for taking Killian Hayes with Halliburton on the board. Obviously, it worked out okay for Detroit coming back and getting Cade Cunningham the next year, but there was no guarantee of that. So it's like, man, they end up kind of lucking out here a little bit with that. But I think the Pacers could be a playoff team. Either that or they're like, a fringe like 9 seed, 10 seed play-in team. Nothing wrong with that. Unspoken wants to know how come Halliburton and LaMelo haven't been extended yet. I think that the actual opening of that might be tonight at 9 p.m. Now that I'm thinking about it, 9 p.m. Eastern. So, or 11 p.m. Eastern. It's going to be like a couple hours. So we're going to see that in a couple hours. Now that I'm thinking back to like last year, it's like always the opening day of free agency, but it's late at night. So we're going to see that in a little bit. Gerald Troutman says, I think Luke and Kyrie was a bad deal. He needs shooters and big like Ayton or a defensive big. I think he needs an athletic big, and they got that in Lively. So we'll see how that ends up playing out. Lively's probably a couple of years away, but who knows? If Lively ends up playing really well, then it would be awesome for them. Awesome seeing that a lot of you guys have joined the Discord too. Really appreciate you guys. Power Play says, Warriors got Saric from OKC. Like Saric for the Golden State Warriors, kind of fills the role that Nemanja Bjelica played for them a couple of years ago. Not as much. Not quite as skilled, but solid player. John Lewis says, what's up with the Timberwolves? Can they still get DiVincenzo? P.S. I admire your commitment and hard work. Well, I really appreciate that, John. I've been live for 6 straight hours on the channel. The longest break I've taken has been a 30-second break so that I could go turn on my lamp. That's pretty much all I've done. All day long is sit here, stream about basketball, and it's been a lot of fun. So, John, thank you so much for sitting in here and hanging out with us today. And they can still get DiVincenzo. They technically have the money to do it. I'm guessing it was biannual exception in a deal. So we'll see what they end up doing. Although they did address card a little bit with Shake Milton, perhaps they go in a different direction. So we'll have to ultimately see what's going on with that. Let's pull up. I want to pull up something else on the stream here. Typically, we don't go to players as much. I do want to go over to Shams quick. Richardson's deal to return to Miami includes a player option in that second year, which is interesting. But we're going to go over to Kyrie Irving. I can find his account, which it never can because Kyrie Irving is weird. Either that or he blocked me. That would be funny, wouldn't it? I don't know if I can find Kyrie Irving. I'm pretty sure his ad is just at Kyrie Irving. Is that not his ad? 2-year, $6 million deal. Holy cow, the Heat got him for cheap. Let's go over to... I can't get Kyrie Irving up on stream. I don't know if I'm blocked or something. That would be kind of funny if I was. But let's go over to Mike Scotto here of the Hoops Hype podcast. And he's reporting here that the Miami Heat and Josh Richardson have agreed to a 2-year, $6 million deal. The deal includes a player option in year 2. So definitely a really good get for Miami here at the price. Definitely a solid addition to their team. A player who, you know, even if you're not the biggest Richardson guy, like, still makes some sense for the team at that price point for sure. So let's go over to messages. Zach here doing me a big favor here at this point. Okay, I'm not blocked. That's awesome. Look at this. I was literally searching Kyrie Irving, and I couldn't get it for some reason. But here we are, and he tweeted this right here. So this is what I wanted to show on stream. A little bit of Dallas hype with his new number in there, Dallas number 11, with the infinity logo, because Kyrie Irving likes to do that. Let's quote tweet that, and let's say let's equals how many wins. Let's do that. If you look at last season, it doesn't equal a lot, but I'm thinking the team's going to be better this year. That's what I'm at least hoping. If not, well, yeah, it's okay. I was the one who said it wouldn't work out very well, so it's okay. James Lee said, what is the most possible James Harden trade? I just don't like the Clippers trade, as the Sixers are still in a win-now situation that doesn't benefit them unless it's a Paul George swap. I think that the one to watch for would be one that includes a deal that includes Damian Lillard. Ryan says, if y'all exclude Brady, I'll send 50 if y'all can get 50 in 20 minutes. Okay. You guys hear that? So Ryan's saying if you guys send $50 of super chats in the next 20 minutes, we'll start right now, Ryan, from this point, 7:36 Central Time. If you guys can send 50, Ryan will match it. Okay. And if we can't count his Brady's 20, so we got to get 50 from right now. That's his little challenge for you guys. Yasha says, Rich, yeah, you're probably right that Stewart is getting bad for a little, but they got to do something to split up all them centers. Zach says Kobe projects as being useful in zoom action with his good catch and shoot ability and his really good processing and versatility with the ball in the action. Helps him get separation without a quick first step. I think the one thing too is, like, with the way that they cut out of the corner, like they fake their zoom action a good amount, and he's got like solid size and he's just smart, like being able to cut and understand, like, hey, this is where the opening is for me against this defense would be pretty good. Robert here says 7. Zay says 50 wins. Skirmish says 42-50. Fred says I can guarantee it'll at least be 1. You know, that's probably the best way to put it. Maybe you can guarantee 1. Maybe. Matthew says, what's up with Van Vleet? Nothing yet. Oh, my overpay. Holy cow. We got an overpay. Someone play an we need to have like an overpay sound on the channel. We need to figure out something for that, some type of audio, because this is one of those. Wow, 3 years, $51 million for Rui Hachimura. Printing money in LA, huh? I don't know. That's a lot of money for Rui Hachimura. If you would have told me this 4 months ago that Rui Hachimura signed for $17 million a year, I would have. There's got to be like some non-guarantees on this or something. Like, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money for Rui Hachimura. That's really a lot of money. I just don't know if I realistically see that as like a. Oh, yikes. That's a lot of money, guys. That's a lot of money for Rui Hachimura. Look, Hachimura is good. Hey, now you tripping for real. Welcome to the stream. Let's see. Probably have some type of message in here that you want me to read. I haven't seen it yet. Kevin Love back to the Heat. Norman Rad says 5:32 West Coast is the best coast time. Dude, the West Coast is probably sweet to live on. LBJ off 7 says, hello, everybody. Do we have news for EuroLeague MVPs Sasha Vezenkov and Sacramento? I have not heard anything Yet Unspoken says no bathroom breaks is crazy, and I forgot to go before streaming, so I've just been sitting here running the risk now for 6 hours straight. We're chilling though. We're chilling. King Gowdy says, do you think Brook Lopez will stay with Milwaukee? I don't feel great about that. And we do have another signing too, and it is the Lakers. Again, the Lakers are striking at this point with another signing. Let's go back over to Shams Charania now. Free agent Cam Reddish has agreed to a 2-year deal with the Lakers. I'll be interested to see if there's any type of option in this, whether it's a player option or a team option. And I'm interested to see what the money point looks like. But Rui Hachimura got overpaid. $17 million a year is pretty significant. Mark says, "What's up, Sheldon? Welcome to stream, Mark. Glad to have you in here." Zach, it's funny because I started the exact same thing and it wouldn't come up for me. So I don't know, but we're back. Zero defense. Probably talking about the you're talking about the Mavs. I mean, they can't really guard anybody. Mike here with 2. Mike sent in 2. So he's got to start it off toward that 50. We've got 16 minutes to go to get 48 more. So let's see if we can get there and hold Ryan responsible for his little promise that he sent. But who got overpaid? I think Rui Hachimura got overpaid. I think the Suns overpaid a little bit. Kendall Hughes here says, is the Pistons GM mentally handicapped? $30 million cap space, and he gobbles up an injured 30-plus-year-old white guy. Shaking my head. Well, Kendall, that's an interesting comment. He got 2 second-rounders, and the one thing is Troy Weaver has multiple times has talked about wanting to get a player who fits their roster. And I think you look at Joe Harris, shooting fits with a lot of guys. And I think the Pistons needed more shooting. I think he can be a solid piece for them. Now, I do think it would have been better to just keep their cap space open and play with flexibility off of that. But, ultimately that's what he ended up doing. So, I don't know. Gerard says cash. That's a lot of money though. They're printing money out in Los Angeles. The Lakers are, so that's a lot of money to give up. But let's see what Woj is saying here. Is Woj adding anything into this? Okay, the Spurs make a signing. We have news on San Antonio. Real quick, Cam Reddish to the Lakers is solid. It's like, I don't know. They have to figure out a lot of stuff. But really quickly here, let's go over to this. Boston Celtics showing strong interest in Terrence Davis. Very interesting to see. And then also, Woj here, Julian Champagnie is finalizing a new deal with the San Antonio Spurs. I like Champagnie. I think he's actually a solid player. So we'll see. I don't think he would have gotten more elsewhere. He had like 8 good games. I don't know. I don't know. He had a good playoffs, but I do want to point out that Hachimura shot 29% from 3 for the Lakers this season. So I don't know. And he's never played more than 57 games in a year. So he misses a lot of time. He's not really a good 3-point shooter. He's never averaged 2 assists a game in his career. I don't know. I don't know. Hachimura, $17 million for Hachimura is kind of crazy. Man, Hachimura is crazy. Rui proved himself in the playoffs. I'm just waiting for him to prove himself in the regular season. That's the issue, is for 82 games. Oh man. Yeah, toilet flush for an overpay probably is what we should do for a sound. That would be good in the future. We'll get a soundboard at some point. Zach says lots of player options to decent players this year. Yeah, I think teams are trying to separate themselves by being the team that gives them a player option and says, let's get them here. 12 wins, says Otto. Okay, that's probably a little low. I think the Mavs will win more than 12 games. James says Rui should have the same contract like Herb Jones. I think Rui should get paid less than Herb Jones. I would rather have Herb Jones. Kendall says, thanks for your opinion. Hope Harris can still shoot the long ball. I think he will. I mean, let's look at Joe Harris's stats over the last few years. I know he's had kind of some regression with how he shot the ball, but I think this past year he shot 42% from 3, but that's the thing, is that's regression for him. The years before he shot 46.5%, 47.5% from 3. He's been a pretty high volume 3-point shooter as well. So I mean, he's been really, really darn good for a while as a 3-point shooter. Oh gosh, I'm getting tagged in some stuff, and this is kind of my point here. Like with what I thought, if the Raptors are desperate and don't have any decent free agent targets left, the most they could offer Fred is 5 years, $233 million. I swear to God, if the Raptors offer this contract, could you imagine 5 years from now paying Fred VanVleet $53 million? Oh man, ooh, I don't know about that. That's a little problematic. Trevor says, as a Pistons fan, I don't see anything wrong with the Harris trade. I don't either. I think it's solid for them. They got second-round picks, and he fits. Ralphie here says, what would you think if Russ went to the Heat on the vet minimum? I would like it for them. Alan here says, NBA ready for the Kuzma Poole combo. They're gonna be fun. They're gonna probably lose a lot, but they're gonna be fun. Jay here says, is that Justin Champagne's brother? Never heard of him. Yes, they are. They're brothers. And here it is. It's reported, and I need to go to my profile. As I promised. Remember, I promised this earlier today. There's the deal, and it took a little bit of negotiation. Utility sources, says Zach. I like that. People doubted me. If you go in the comments, there are people who were doubting it. I wouldn't have just reported it to report it. Here it is. Free agent guard Fred VanVleet has agreed on a 3-year, $130 million contract with the Houston Rockets. Rich Paul and agent Erica Ruiz tell ESPN. Rockets land ex-Raptors all-star at his prime at 29 years old. Negotiation on the third year was an important part of the deal. A lot of money. It's a lot of money, but ultimately Fred VanVleet goes where I told you guys he was going to go. Check the thumbnail. The thumbnail of the video. Houston Rockets have agreed to a deal with free agent point guard Fred VanVleet 8 hours ago. 8 hours ago, I reported that. He was a Rocket. I knew he was a Rocket. Shout out to Steve TV and shout out to Chris Larson for following us on Twitter. Make sure you guys go follow on Twitter because sometimes I am a source, and I have sources that know what they're talking about. So, Fred VanVleet to the Houston Rockets. It's what I promised, and VanVleet to the Rockets is pretty crazy. So, Ryan, no! Ryan. I'm sorry, Ryan. Zach Aldridge says Fred VanVleet to the Raptors hype. To the Rockets here. Kyle says, I'm from Australia and slept in a bit. Being a Cavs fan, I'm quite happy with Niang, and I had heard that we got Strus, but then also heard that wasn't true. Do you know anything about it? So they are going to get Strus through a sign and trade. It's just going to take a little bit of time to get there. In Bamba. And as I said, I promised it. I need to go back down to this because I want to make sure, this deserves some credit. Okay. I'm a source. I beat Woj to it. Oh, man. Fred VanVleet to the Rockets says Bluetooth. Jugga says, I'm taking Rui's deal over Bruce's deal. I am not taking Rui's deal over Bruce's deal. No way. No way. Rockets are loaded, says Kendall. They definitely got better. Their team has significantly improved. Ryan says, wow, that's what's up. Penn City says $43 million a year for VanVleet is insane. It's a lot of money, but they had the money to go out and spend. So the Rockets did get better. NBA Stocks wants to know about Brook Lopez. I'm not confident enough to share anything on Brook Lopez. So the structure of the deal here: 40.8, 42.8, 44.9 for Fred VanVleet going forward. Which nicely enough, that doesn't bleed into any of Jabari Smith's rookie extension at some point, and it won't bleed into Amen Thompson's either. So it's not too bad. 4 years would have been a little bit more damning. 3 years isn't terrible. 2 years would have been my preferred situation, which is partially why I didn't include any of the years here, because I thought that there was a possibility for some discussion there, which ultimately there was. Ghost says, thank you, Houston. I hate that bump. James Lee says, I'd pay Brunson that $43 million, but Fred VanVleet, hell nah. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. Rui resigned. 3 years, $51 million. Trevor says, "What's the Rockets' rotation post Van Vleet? Sheldon, is Amen Thompson making it to the starting lineup? Who's leaving Houston? I don't think Amen starts right away." Zach says, "Not that I didn't trust you because I know you're smart enough to not put stuff out there like that without being confident, but genuinely happy for you that it came to fruition. Seriously, respect for that." Yeah, like that's the thing is you look at what I post. I'm not just going to post stuff to post stuff. So, like if I post something like that, I have a pretty good inkling. Now, does it mean that everything I post is going to be 100%? Like stuff changes. Like even when I posted that, I acknowledged that there was a possibility that maybe Van Vleet, like who knows, Toronto comes in and offers something that I wasn't projecting them to, and that my sources weren't projecting them to. But Rui's not worth $17 million. I don't think that's gonna pan out super well. $17 million a year for Rui Hachimura, 3 years, 51. Fred VanVleet is this year's version of the Jalen Brunson overpay, and how does he get 3 for 130, but Kyrie got 3 for 126? It's because the Mavs were unsure about Kyrie Irving. It's because Kyrie Irving does a lot of stuff off the court that limits what he's going to get. So I'm going to retweet this one again too, because we call it a utility bomb. I don't know. We could even use my last name. It's a wool bomb. Who knows? Am I the new Woj? No, I'm not the new Woj. I'm not plugged into all the sources that he has. He's got sources on sources on sources. I'm not the new Woj, but I did beat Woj to it. We have no true point guard other than Malachi Flynn. And it's going to be Scotty Barnes' point guard season, which is going to be interesting. I'm very curious to see what that looks like. But at least they have Grady Dick now to space the floor a little bit. Zach says Sheldon going to cost the Raptors a second-round pick. Breaking news early. I probably will. They're going to get slapped on the wrist. So sorry, Houston, but you guys are going to end up losing your second rounder in the future. Chris Larson says Fred VanVleet signing means Brook Lopez returning the Bucks is much more likely. Nobody else can offer the ridiculous overpay. No, Houston still has pathways. Is all I'm going to say on that. I don't feel comfortable to say where he's going, but don't rule out Houston for Lopez. Okay. I would not do that. They have the pathway and the money to do it. Future MLB pitcher wants to know who my source is. Should I leak my? No, that's not how this works. You don't do that. Brady Thompson says, "Gotta love the utility bomb." I like that. Shout out to Brady Thompson for being here today. He's hit us up with some awesome donations, and it's a Wool bomb. That's my last name. Woolman's my last name. So instead of Wojnarowski and a Woj bomb, it's a Wool bomb. John Blue says utility bomb might get the FBI on you. Honest to God, it might, honestly. Status says D-Lo probably waiving or signed and traded. Ryan Hillier says I'm mind blown. He's gonna get $43 million. He's getting a lot of money. But as I knew that was coming. Like the bare minimum, to be honest with, when I tweeted this earlier one out, the bare minimum that he was potentially going to get was 2 years, $82.5 million or something. It was going to be $82+ million for 2 years was like the bare minimum. So, and at that point, when I had the sourcing on that, I felt pretty comfortable with the idea that Toronto was not going to be able to beat that contract. And I had a good feeling that it could potentially grow up in years, and it ultimately did that. HBR2K says, "It's me, Heinz Reloso. I followed you on Twitter." Let's get out some shout outs for those who followed on Twitter. Here's Heinz. Thank you for the follow, as well as AI Mamba. We've also got Steve TV, who we talked about earlier, and Chris Larson. So thanks to all of those followers. Make sure you guys go follow on Twitter. Again, I'm the one who broke the news on Fred VanVleet signing with the Houston Rockets today. We did that 8 hours ago today. So even before noon Central Time, which was, 5-6 hours before free agency started? So realistically, I felt pretty good about the whole thing. Nickeil Alexander-Walker signed for 2 years, $9 million. So I keep seeing some of these other things. What is? I don't know what this is. Does anyone know what this is? I've seen like comments about this like 3 times today. Like, what is this? Does anyone know what this is? Like dropping dimes? I don't know. I've seen like 3 comments about it today, and I've never seen that before in my life, so I don't really know. King Nate, I've definitely seen. Oh, I clicked on your profile and exit. Whoops. Shout out to King Nate. Shout out to Howfly2 as well for following. I don't know what this is, Mark. So Owen, is there a team option on the last year? We don't have reporting on the last year yet, which let me see if we can go to Jackson Gatlin. I think he reports on the Rockets. Let's see. Does he have any information? He doesn't have any information on it other than 3 years, 130 million. So massive amounts of money. Zach Aldridge says, per my sources, Utility Sports, I knew Van Vleet was signing with the Rockets hours ago. That's a great comment there. Brian Bourne says, any Celtics news besides the Tingus Pingus extension? Nothing yet, other than the connection to what's it called? To Patrick Beverley. Elias TV, thanks for the follow as well. Really appreciate you. It's an Anon account. Like, I might sound stupid. What's Anon? Is that like anonymous? I don't know what that is. Who predicts stuff? Okay, I don't know. Who predicts? Is it like, I don't know. That's interesting. I'm not sure. Two says he's the guy that had like 3,000 followers yesterday and predicted a good amount of NBA free agency moves so far yesterday. He's had to deactivate his account because he thinks he's going to get suspended. That's weird. Combatman says, any news about Harden yet? Nothing yet of Harden. That's really, I think, the one thing that's going to start to materialize here pretty soon. But the Rockets, I think, the fact that I think the Rockets, as Harden opted in, kind of it proved to me too that there was going to be some real legitimacy here to Houston signing a different point guard other than James Harden, who, if you would have asked me 2 months ago who I thought the Rockets were going to sign today, it was going to be James Harden was going to be my answer then, which now it's completely different. Ghost says, at Utility, what grade do you give the Fred signing? I give an A++++. So Ghost wanted Van Vleet on a different team than Toronto. To be honest with you, 3 years, I'm going to give it a B. It's okay. They get better, but I don't know. It's a lot of money for Fred Van Vleet. Jason says, you have to think Clips and 76ers are working feverishly to get a trade done with neither of them dipping toes in free agency yet. Well, the nice thing is neither of them really had money to dip toes in free agency. So they're more focused. Again, here's the other thing. If you want some reporting on something, I'm going to tweet it out again. Let's just do it. Let me make sure this is shared, actually, because I want you guys to see what I'm working on here. Three-team trade between the Philadelphia 76ers. Again, this one I don't have firm reporting on. This is a framework to work around. Between the Philadelphia 76ers, LA Clippers, and Portland Trailblazers, which hinges on Damian Lillard doing what Harden did and asking for a new situation. And let's go ahead and share the picture in here. I did not want to do that. Let's get, I think it's this one, floated this last night, and let's tweet that out again. Just so you guys can see this, let's get this up on stream. This was the deal that, again, I floated as a 3-team deal that I do think makes legitimate sense in a pathway to opening the door for Portland to become Scoot Henderson's team long-term. They drafted their new franchise point guard, in my opinion, this draft. They get off of Damian Lillard here in this. They have other tradable pieces. Now, signing Jeremy Grant is questionable. And I think at this point, the Clippers, I think that if the Sixers are going to make a move and if they feel comfortable with the move, it's going to be on a winning move. And I think this is one to theoretically watch. I just got tagged and check their timeline. Okay. El Master Plus tagged me in something. Van Vleet, $130 million. Is he worth it? My answer to that, Eric, would be no. I think that's a lot of money. It's not worst contract of all time. No. Just remember, Ben Simmons is on a 5-year, $200 million deal. So it's not that bad. 3 years, 130. It's a lot, but I would have liked Amen to start. I think Amen Thompson's very smart. Maybe Amen Thompson starts at the 3. With Jabari Smith at the 4. Like, who knows? I wouldn't completely rule that out, but it's going to depend if there's a Dillon Brooks move coming for them. And I think Dillon Brooks is one of those players that I'm very interested to see where he goes. I do think that there's another thing too, and this is what Ryan was talking about here with an Embiid trade. If we go back to my profile here, I have to scroll down a little bit because I've been commenting a lot of stuff. But again, make sure you're following us on Twitter. This was me a day ago too. Situations you guys can hear that could come up as the Los Angeles Clippers are a team to watch. Where does Harden go? Talking about in one of my videos just the other day, talking about the Clippers being a team to watch for James Harden. But now ultimately, where was that? Where did I post that? I'm not exactly sure where I even shared that, but I posted about how Joel Embiid, like over a month ago, would be a name to watch for as a potential trade. Shout out to Tom for the follow. Shout out to Elias TV again for the follow. Huge shout out to you guys. But yeah, some of this stuff is like, I mean, like having an understanding of where players could potentially want to go and what they want to do, and then having some backup sourcing on that is pretty good. It's important to see that. A+. I don't think I gave it an A+. Ghost is trolling as a Raptors fan. He wanted him gone. Oh, Ryan says last stream you just said it. Georgia says, can you predict the next signing? I don't think I can. I don't think I can do that where I can just say, oh look, this is what's going to happen right this very second. But we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens with it. There's a lot of different things that can change for sure. So. It was Embiid for a bunch of picks, and it was talking about let's go over to the trade machine quick because I do want to talk about that like realistically as an option for what could happen. So let's go over to the 76ers and let's get the Knicks in here too. So, and you know what, we're gonna add the Clippers in, and this is under the idea. So remember, we have that 3-team framework where Dame goes to Philly and the Sixers will stay competitive. We also have the framework where the Sixers aren't able to get everything they want for James Harden. So he goes to the Clippers and, well, what? You get some of the young players. You get Morris, probably. You get, what? You get Terrence Mann to the Sixers, and then you get maybe Nick Batum. The money there should be relatively close. Yeah, 39 to 35, something like that. And then let's say Joel Embiid's like, yeah, no, I don't really like this. Trade me somewhere. Which, again, this hinges. Whenever you have a star player, it hinges on them asking out. But in this situation, we're looking at Joel Embiid asking out. So that's where RJ Barrett goes to the Sixers then. You look at Mitchell Robinson going to the Sixers and probably one other player like Obi Toppin to the 76ers. Again, money here checks out. Then for draft picks, we would see this 2024 go to the Sixers. We'd see 2024. Just basically all of the picks. Now, this is not up Daryl Morey's. You know, Daryl Morey doesn't love this. Daryl Morey doesn't want all the picks because Daryl Morey's afraid of drafting because last time he drafted, he took Sam Decker in the top 15 of a draft. He's kind of not good at it, which is why he doesn't value picks because he doesn't know how to really evaluate talent. He just knows who the stars are. That's pretty much Daryl Morey's entire MO as a GM and executive. But that's okay. Nothing wrong with that. So ultimately, what we would see here is basically 9 picks go out the door for Joel Embiid. They'd also get a collection of young players in Barrett, Robinson, Mann, and Toppin, and 9 picks, and they give up Embiid and Harden. Okay, maybe you could see Tobias Harris included into something like this. The money could realistically work. This trade proposal is flat earth level. Okay, you can say that, but I tweeted this over a month ago that James Harden wanting out will have some long-term ramifications for the 76ers if they don't do it right. If they don't like let's just say like theoretically there's no Knicks involvement here. Embiid's still a Sixer. Does Marcus Morris, Nick Batum, Terrence Mann move the 76ers to contender status? No. The answer to that is no. The team wouldn't be good enough. And that might come with some long-term fallouts with Joel Embiid. Everyone likes to assume he's going to be there forever. That's just really not how the situation works for that situation, honestly. So Morey drafted Maxey. Yeah, what's the timeline on that? Did he Morey to Philadelphia? I think Brand draft Maxey? When did they hire him? Was that before the 20? This is 3 years ago. So maybe he did. Maybe he did draft Maxey. I don't know. Perhaps. Maybe I'm wrong on that. I thought it was Elton Brand who drafted him. So maybe that's a good point, Nick. James Lee says probably DeJounte and Hunter. Hooligan who would need at least that to make the money work. I'm not sure what they're even asking about here, what they're talking about. Go says, come on, Masai, trade Siakam and picks for Scoot or Shea. It's time to let go of the pass and rebuild. You're not getting Shea. Good luck with that. The Raptors could try and trade their entire roster right now, and they might not get Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. That's 100% a promise. You're not getting Shea. Georgia says, Hawks sources have said DJ isn't available. DeJounte for trade after shopping him around. However, he could be dealt if Landry likes assets in return. I have not seen anything about them trading him. Zach says, as an NBA player with at least 3 years of experience, will sign to an NBA team that's existed for at least 10 years. Oh, okay. So his prediction is that of player signs. I like that. Utility, you should be tired. Been streaming for 6.5 hours. Yeah, we're just getting started here. I've had a great time streaming so far. Free agency going kind of the way I expected it to. Not too many shakeups. I think Cleveland was a little bit more active than I was projecting, but that's okay. Good for them. The Blazers give up Dame, get scraps in the worst end of a bunch of swaps. That's not. I don't understand how people have issues with this. Like I'm gonna. Oh man, people make me laugh. Honestly, let's go to notifications. It's an interesting comment there, and one that's just not correct at all. Fred VanVleet is making more than Anthony Davis, Luka Doncic, Trae Young, Pascal Siakam, Devin Booker, James Harden, Jamal Murray, Brandon Ingram, John Morant, DG, Zion, SGA, Donovan Mitchell. Always have respect for Fred, but it was time to move on. Remember, he just the same account. What was it? 20 minutes ago? 30 minutes ago? A little bit longer than 30 minutes ago, whatever it was, an hour ago. Said the Raptors could theoretically offer this. Oh man. Okay. That's a little off base, I would say. That's it's interesting. I don't know. Shout out to Mr. Rudy with the 5. He says, what are the Bulls doing? That team just keeps digging itself in a hole. Yeah, the Bulls are kind of stuck, honestly. I don't like the direction of the Bulls moving forward long term. Zach says sources the Raptors would like Shea Gilgeous-Alexander on their roster, but the Thunder hold him in high regard and aren't open to trading him. Yeah, that's the sources. I could tell you right now, I could have watched like 10 games last year and told you that. If I watched 10 Thunder games, I could have told you the Thunder aren't trading him. Preston Curry says, great content, Sheldon. Well, I'm glad you guys are appreciating it. Glad that you're subscribed to the channel too. Let's check how many subs we're at now on the channel. I know we're at 20,333. Sounds like a good number to me. Maybe we can get it higher though. Alfredo Rodriguez says, with the Lakers moves, what do you think about them signing and trading D'Lo to Toronto for Gary Trent Jr. now that VanVleet is gone? I like the idea of trying to sign and trade him to Toronto for Gary Trent. If you're able to do that, holy cow, the Lakers would be huge winners. That would be sweet, honestly, for the team if they're able to get that done. But shoot. I'm trying to get my co-creator in here too. I just saw his message to me asking for the join code. So I'm sending that to him right now. So just give me 1 second here. Let me know down in the comment section right now what I want to see. I'm about to take a 30-second break. Comment your favorite team and what you want them to do yet this free agency. Make sure to comment those things below right now. Would love to hear what your guys' thoughts are. I'll be back in 30 seconds. Going to try and get this set up so that my co-creator can join here. All right, we're back. Hopefully you guys can see us back now. And Chris wants to know, any chance of Lopez to the Blazers? I don't think so. Jenna says, Lakers, we need bigs. Okay, trading Barnes. I think this might be a Kings fan. James Lee says, just get a center to the Lakers. Power Play says, did you check Saric going to the Warriors? So far, everything I've heard is Saric will be a Golden State Warrior. Combat Man says, Rockets possibly try to get Harden back. Don't think that's going to happen. Rockets now are not in a spot to get Harden, but I understand the hope. Georgia here says Hawks sign everyone. That's a good idea. It'd probably be a good team building method if you could get everyone on your roster. Nate says T-Wolves trade Cap. Don't think that's going to happen, but definitely something to keep our eyes on. Key King says Thomas Bryant for the Kings or trade Davion and first round picks for OG and Anobi. I would like OG in Sacramento. Ryan says I want them to trade for a third pick and bank of MJ selling the draft, leaving them with Scoot. Giant here says, part of me wants to see Utah go out and try to make a deal for Dame, especially if he's still there by the deadline. Utah has a hell of a package to give. I'm not sure if they're going to do that, though, if they're going to be that short-sighted with stuff. On Twitter, too, here, let me go over to this. Texan for Life wants me to rate the signing. FVV to H-Town. This is the price, the grade I'm going to give it. B grade, very steep price, but it makes them significantly better. So I don't mind it. I don't mind it at all. Landon here says MFFL, get rid of Powell and get a real starting center. Hopefully they can do that. Roland says, I think that would be the ultimate challenge for Sheldon to help put together an expansion team like that in a place like Vegas or Seattle. Roland, that would be awesome. I mean, at some point I'm hoping I get some type of position with a team. But if I don't, I mean, I love what I'm doing right now. I feel like I've found a lot of really great people to talk basketball with, which is really, at the end of the day, I love this. This is the best thing I could ever do, is talk about basketball all day long. 6 hours, 41 minutes straight. And I don't have any plans of slowing down because I absolutely love it. Lakers says we need bigs and Schroeder back. Schroeder would be good back. It's funny, Lakers fans aren't mentioning D'Angelo Russell's name. That's not a surprise to me at all. Not a surprise to me in any way. Kingdom says OKC nothing. That's a very OKC type move right now, which is good. They're building their team very, very well. Henry says Rockets get Lopez. Brayden says Warriors sign role players. I like that. Trevor Newman says Pistons trade for Evan Fournier to get our pick back so we can trade future ones. Actually, pretty smart comment there. That's a pretty insightful comment. Flexorcist says Mavs, Dylan Brooks, Sixers, PG-13, or Dame. I don't think Paul George is attainable for Philly, by the way. No Gift says Bucks just re-sign Lopez and then try to get younger, more athletic with Derek Jones Jr. and Dennis Smith Jr. Trying to get all the juniors out there in Milwaukee. Combat Man says Rockets get bigs, Harden back, Ray Gonzalez, and teams you think should make a move. I think that we're still going to see more moves coming out of Houston. I would say don't rule that out at all is what I would say. I would say do not rule that out in any way, shape, or form. Mosen, actually win more games than losses. Possibility next year. Possibility for sure. Jenna says, what do you think the Lakers should do? I think the Lakers should go after Brook Lopez. If they could find a way to get that to be done, that'd be awesome. Unknown says, yo, way to go, my man. Appreciate that, Unknown. I know you've been supporting the channel for quite a while. Anamatokia says, those swaps are fairly meaningless. But yeah, I read it wrong. Blazers are busting up the seams with young players. Don't know those names outside Morris, but unless there's a young star in there, this goes in the garbage. Those first-round unprotected are 5 to 7 years out. This is the thing. When Kawhi and PG and Harden would all be 37 plus years old is when those assets convey. Better to get the far out assets than the near term assets. In my opinion, if I was building and I was trading a star, I would try and, like an older star, I would trade him somewhere and then get the future stuff. Get the way out stuff. If I had any level of job security, I'd feel really good about that and set the team up big time. Skirmish says, at Utility Sports, he's back. I don't even know what this guy is. I don't know. Julian Velasquez says, at Utility Sports, any chance D'Lo sign and trade to Toronto now since they have no guard? If so, who? Wait a minute. We got an update from Woj here. Okay, so it's on Van Vleet. It's interesting. He didn't even report any of the Van Vleet stuff at all. And so Shams just flat out beat him to it. Free agent Cam Reddish has agreed to a 2-year deal with the Lakers. That's really the last stuff we're on. Any chance D'Lo sign and trade to Toronto? Man, I just can't see Toronto doing that. There's something to me that just like screams Masai Ujiri does not want D'Angelo Russell. I just cannot see it at all. Yasha, I did not. I guarantee you, 100% promise I did not. Shiny Boy says, what about Dante DiVincenzo to Nola? The Pelicans don't need any contributors right now. I don't think that there's going to be any interest in them bringing in somebody for the short term. I don't see them doing that. Hassle-free says, I called the Ausar Thompson to Pistons on your stream day of the draft, my guy. You did, Hassle-free. That's true. 100% true, you did. Joe says, I want Pacers to trade Buddy. We'll see. I'm not sure if they're going to do that. Roland says, because Sheldon's got the brain that can do the stuff that he does, he would be extraordinary building a new team. I think the one thing that about my brain is I think I'm very creative. I think like my problem solving and solutions to like how to build a team, how to tear down a team and rebuild it up, I think would be very different than a lot of other people, which I do think at times like you say stuff and people would think I'm crazy because my ideas of stuff is, I think, somewhat different than a lot of other people, which is okay. There's nothing wrong with that. It doesn't mean those people are wrong. Sometimes I'm wrong, but like every GM's been wrong at some point too. So it's like Connor here says Celtics trade Jaylen Brown and Pritchard and Grant and picks to get Dame. And here, look at this. I'm joined by Austin Host. Look at what he's got on. I got a little bit of a background here. Just need to make sure to update you guys on this. That H-Town jersey he's rocking, he bought that himself, right, Austin?
Absolutely, I did. Very proud.
And he's a diehard Clippers fan. For years, he's claimed to hate James Harden. You know that's a number 13 James Harden jersey, right? That's an H-Town Harden jersey. And Austin, as a Clippers fan, I think he's like secretly going to hate the idea of James Harden getting traded to the Clippers, but he's going to like out loud hate it, but he's secretly going to love it. Austin, tell people what's your thoughts on Harden right now? How are you feeling about that whole situation?
Yeah, I just hope the Clippers make a move here pretty soon. I'm pretty excited. I think that James Harden addition would add a little more stability in the regular season because seemingly, Kawhi and PG can't play the whole duration of a regular season together. Therefore, the seeding wise, they tend to sit towards the bottom, and hopefully they don't have to deal with the play-in anymore. That's kind of my ultimate goal. So I think James Harden really helps elevate that regular season ceiling. Granted, they're going to lose some depth, but at the end of the day, I think when you are at the juncture that you're at with the LA Clippers and their future, the time is now. The Phoenix Suns are kind of in the same boat. They sold a lot of their future assets for now, and I think the Clippers have to really push their chips forward. They're still going to have, a pretty decent amount of depth even post-trade. So I think there's going to be a lot of things that are working in their favor heading into the season. So the fit's a little interesting with Paul George, Kawhi, and James Harden. A lot of those guys are going to be looking for the ball in their hands, but let's think about James Harden playing off ball with Kawhi being the ball handler, PG, and Harden being able to spot up on the wings. I think that's a dangerous recipe. All three of those guys can be, killers at the end of a game and really put away a team.
That's the thing too, is like with Harden, it's not necessarily the same Harden that we saw in Houston in terms of like being unwilling to just stand and spot up. Like he did more of that, like significantly more of that in Philadelphia. Now I don't think that's his preferred style, but with like the Clippers, Austin, you and I mean, we've talked about it for what, like 3-4 years of like, holy cow, this team needs like a true ball handler, like decision maker. I mean, and they've tried like Reggie Jackson, John Wall, Eric Bledsoe. They've tried everybody, right? Like, I mean, Bones Highland was playing like a significant amount of minutes in the playoffs this year. And then there's also the chance of Russell Westbrook staying. So for you, like, people are going to wonder about, this situation here, which is what most of the time out is. Thing is, are the Clippers willing to take the deep dive into the big tax? I think the answer to that is yes. You like, if you can sell Ballmer on like, look, Harden is the piece that we've been missing. Like, they're going to be willing to spend, I think. So for you, like, okay, let's put you in the GM chair, Austin, because you know the Clippers just about as well as everybody else. When it comes to, like, would you actually execute the trade if it's like Norm Powell plus Marcus Morris plus whatever other pieces to make it work, whether you're getting just Harden alone or Harden and Harris with other stuff going out? Do you actually like aggressively pursue it?
I think so. I think that with the team in its current roster construction, this has been a good team, but let's think about the actual infrastructure of the team. This has been pretty much the same team, plus minus a couple of different assets over the last 3-4 seasons that have not panned out and worked for the team. Therefore, there has to be some adjustments made. I think they're going to be able to find some of the depth that they lose, like, guys like Batum and, other players like that going out the door. I think it does make sense. Marcus Morris has fallen out of favor with the team. He's a tremendous shooter, but there's a lot of reasons to believe that he is not a tremendous fit because he is a ball stopper. The ball needs to find its way back into PG and Kawhi's hands, and he just doesn't allow you to do that. No matter how you explain to him how you want it ran, he is that guy that is going to take the shot regardless of who's on the floor, regardless of situation. There's never been a shot that he saw that he didn't like.
Here, we have a comment from Broad, and this is a really bad misunderstanding about James Harden. And I knew there was going to be a comment that came up about this, about spotting up. Harden went from 6% of his shots being spot up opportunities from the last few years to this year in Philadelphia. He shot 11% of his shots as spot up opportunities, and he's very, very good at that. Actually, from 2 years ago, he shot 32% from three, or 33% from three for the season. This past year, he shot 38.5% from three. And part of that is the massive adjustment to actually being a spot-up catch-and-shoot guy a little bit more. Again, he almost doubled his percentage of frequency on shots in that type of role and that type of capacity. So can he 100% fit off of Paul George and Kawhi Leonard and Russell Westbrook theoretically? Yes, he can. He shot extremely well from three this year, adjusted to being more of a catch-and-shoot guy. So I knew there was going to be a comment like this because people think about, okay, 2018, 2019 Harden, you never saw him do that. He's not that player anymore, for better and for worse, okay? He's not the same, like, oh my God, he's so explosive, nobody can stop him from bursting to the lane every possession. But at the same time, he's also more willing to, like, as an understanding of that of, yeah, I have to stand here and catch and shoot a little bit more off of other guys too. And I think when you have guys like Paul George, Kawhi Leonard, he's going to be willing to do that. He's a player who does defer. For someone who's averaged 36 points a game in the past, like, the fact that he went to Philadelphia, he's like, yeah, I'm going to set up Joel Embiid all the time. Like, that's impressive. And when he went to Brooklyn, he did that for Durant. He just understands, like, if I have great players around me, I'm going to play to set them up and play off of them more than I did in Houston. And it's really rare to find a player that prolific of a scorer to also being able to adjust their game. For me, I think that, the Clippers are the only team in the league, other like them and Phoenix should be the two teams that really aggressively pursue it. Because I think Phoenix would be separated from the pack then if they got Harden and they had like literally a true 4 all-star lineup. At all times, basically, would be absolutely crazy. I think Harden's connective ability as a playmaker, decision maker would be unreal there. But I think for the Clippers, it's like their chance of, oh my God, this whole Kawhi Leonard, Paul George thing hasn't panned out. We haven't made the finals. We haven't won the finals. I think Harden's the piece that maybe gets you there. And I know there's going to be people laughing at that too. But I think it'll be a really interesting thing. Austin, I want to get your thoughts. Has there been any free agent signings that have stuck out to you so far?
Yeah, so there's quite a few that have obviously happened today, none of which where you were really blown away about the caliber of player that had signed, other than, Kuzma, which is probably the highest caliber player we had seen sign, unless I'm missing somebody, misremembering. But the one that stuck out was Bruce Brown, because I don't know the general consensus on how people feel, but I think it's probably 90-10 that think that was an awful contract. We have to remember that this was a 2-year deal that Indiana had enough money for, in the fact that they had to try to pry him away from the NBA champion Denver Nuggets was a task on its own. Therefore, you had to pay up. You're not committing 4 or 5 years to a deal with him. It is a 2-year contract. Granted, it's a lot of money in terms of average annual value, but at the end of the day, Bruce Brown is a great connector piece. He is a hustle guy. He is one of those players that you need to have on your roster in order to make a deep postseason run. Every single year, there's one of those kind of guys in a rotation. However, Indiana's not obviously there at that point where they're super close to contention, but this is going to be a good fit for this team. And I think overall, it was actually a pretty good signing, despite contrary belief that was an awful signing.
Yeah, I do. I think the Bruce Brown one was really good. Like, I don't know if you saw this too, but there's a second-year team option on it even. So, like, if it really doesn't work, it's like, oh, well, it's just 1 year of cap space that we weren't going to use anyway. It's like, it's a huge home run for them. But I think it will work, and they might even keep him for that second year, honestly, if it makes sense for them to do that a year from now. I think it's really, really good for them. I want to know, did you see the Jeremy Grant one, Austin?
Dude, that was the worst contract of the day, actually. Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, because I'm sure there's a lot of people really praising that. I can't do it. The duration of it was way too long. 5 years was that the final number?
Yeah, 5 years, 160.
5 years, 160. Oh my God, bro! How the hell do the Trailblazers think that was a good idea? I don't know what they think they're doing. There's got to be another move here following. But now we have to open ourselves up to the conversation. What does this mean for Damian Lillard, and what does this mean for the organization? Are they planning on buying? Like, seriously, we have to ask ourselves, what are they at? What's their plan? I mean,
and that's part of the issue too. Is like they don't even have their pick this next year. They owe it out the door to, I believe, Chicago from the Larry Nance trade of all things. So they're in a spot. Like, I feel bad for Joe Cronin. He kind of, like, he was their assistant GM before, so I don't know. He was part of it, but like, they kind of inherited a crappy situation, but they've kind of made it crappier with some of their like decisions for like the current existing players. I think the one issue though is they've done they've drafted really well. I've liked all their drafts since they've gotten the new regime, but their other decisions have been poor. Like, Nurkic was an overpay. Jeremy Grant was a massive overpay. Like, Jeremy Grant in 5 years is going to be 35 years old, probably making like $40 million.
That's going to be, for 4 years of that contract, it's going to be viewed as one of the worst contracts in the league. But we need to refresh and take a look at the latest signing here with Dennis Schroeder making his way over to the Toronto Raptors. So let's take a look at that. Kind of a big deal here.
Wow. So the Raptors get a point guard. 2 years, $26 million for Toronto. There was a lot of questions about what point guard they could potentially get. Schroeder gets paid. It's not to the tune of $82 million or whatever it was. Reported that was the offer he turned down initially from the Lakers a few years ago. But 2 years, 26. It's a good offer for him. It's a competitive offer. It's probably more than I would have expected him to get, to be honest, $13 million. But obviously the Raptors, I think, like, this points to the fact that they were trying to really keep Fred VanVleet. They wanted to be good, but they ultimately got outbid with this, Austin. So they have OG Anunoby. They kept Gary Trent Jr., who opted into his player option, which I was surprised by. They have those two. They brought back Pirtle on a 4-year $80. They have Siakam going into the last year of his deal, and you have Scotty Barnes. Like, this team's like solid, but they're so Indiana Pacers like, where they're just okay.
nothing moves me about this team that they could make a deep run. They don't have that guy, that go-to. I mean, sure, they have a lot of very serviceable players, but at the end of the day, in totality, what does this team actually look like? Are they a team that's going to be a 6 seed? Is that what we see from them?
Like, maybe. That's the thing is, like, and I think that you were referencing, like, the Sabonis Pacers, right? Like, when that team was, like, you know, like an 8 seed that would get wrecked in the first round, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, that's kind of what I see here for Toronto, too, is, like, unless you get, like, some massive step for Scotty Barnes of, like, hey, he becomes, like, a true All-NBA caliber player. The one thing, I like Grady Dick there a lot. Like, it gives them, like, a shooter who spaces the court off of that. But, like, Schroeder's fine. Like, you look at the collection of their players, and you can't say that you hate any single player or whatever, like, that play. But, like, just overall, the entire collection of them it doesn't, I don't think, add up to the sum of its parts. Because the fit's a little clunky. Now, we'll see what Schroeder does. Like, he kind of fits the defensive scheme of, like, he's going to be a player who, like, plays underneath and get some tips, and he's going to create transition opportunities, which is important for Masai Ujiri. Those are the things he values in team building. But I don't know. I think Toronto's one of those teams that, like, other teams are just going to naturally continue to pass them as they get more high picks. I don't know. It just doesn't feel great to me either, like, the whole situation. Austin, let's do it. Let's talk about Van Vleet here. Which earlier today I reported that he was going to sign with the Houston Rockets. I felt very good about that. With him going to the Rockets on a 3-year, $130 million deal, I think it's probably best that Toronto didn't give him that.
Yeah. It makes more sense for Houston, to be completely honest. But I don't know how I feel about paying Van Vleet that much money. I don't know. I feel like he is one of those players that is a tremendous guy to have on a lot of teams. He's a fit everywhere. But in that same vein, to the tune of how much money they're going to be paying him, what's the average annual come out to?
Like 42 on that, I think.
$42 million. I'm sorry. I'm not there with Fred VanVleet. I'm absolutely not there. But if you're Houston, you are trying to be super competitive right now because you've had a lot of consecutive losing seasons. You look at the roster that they have, they needed to add some veteran leadership. They needed to add a guy that has been able to win consistently in his career. This is a guy that makes a lot of winning plays. So I don't disagree with the idea of trying to do it in, a really good way for them. They had the money to make it happen. I get it, but it's a little much for my liking there, a little rich for me.
Yeah, I think it's a lot for Van Vleet. I think you nailed it. Like, the nice thing is, like, with where Jabari Smith is and Amen Thompson, like, you're not going to have to their rookie extensions aren't going to overlap at all with this 3-year deal for Van Vleet. But then you look at Jalen Green's will. His contract will overlap 1 year if he does end up getting a big rookie extension, which we don't know yet at this point if he actually will or not. But you'd assume he's going to get paid decently. And I think, Houston might not even be done. They're probably going to go out here and spend even more money yet at some point, whether that's Brook Lopez, Dylan Brooks, both of them. I think that's an option. Now, I think, like, this is another question here is Siakam to Atlanta, I think, does make some sense to me after they moved off of John Collins. They opened up a trade exception, not one that you can fit Pascal Siakam into, but they've got flexibility to flesh out their team after a Siakam trade if they were to kind of tear down some of the pieces, send some of those middling contracts out in a deal for Siakam. They have some of those younger players that I think you could maybe entice Toronto with. Now, with them keeping, though, Pirtle and bringing in Schroeder, do you think that there's any chance that even Toronto would entertain a Pascal Siakam trade?
I don't think so. I actually don't believe so. Now, I get the idea of potentially moving him, but the other moves generally set it up on a nice platform of where they're going to go. And the Jakob Pirtle contract screams to me that they are going to try to run what they currently have. I guess it ultimately depends on the return, but I have a feeling that they would require a lot of players back that they feel would be better fits or could give them a little bit more than Siakam just by himself. So, I mean, trying to really construct this, I don't know that there's a pathway where it makes that much sense.
Right. That's the issue for me too, is like you're trying to put the pieces together. You maybe start with DeAndre Hunter as like the guy or whatever. You maybe throw in Sadiq Bey and AJ Griffin, like some of these young players who have value and would probably create some interest for Toronto. Like, again, we got 4 players in here that are relatively young, good, solid players. And then you throw in the contract to Rudy Gay or whatever to make the actual money work here. Get it like to a very close point. You see how close the money is.
I kind of actually like the framework of that a little bit, just with how you started there. I mean, if you're Toronto, you're kind of turning a leaf here, kind of, phasing away from that the championship team that you had built and going into a different direction. I don't hate the start there, because we also know that Atlanta is a little. I think they're a little excited, want to jump the gun, and want to, I think mix some things up. So this would be a good one to start with.
It's like an intriguing offer, right? Like, you get young players, you get 2 first-round picks, 1 from Sacramento next year, which has some protection backups on it. I'm not sure that would actually end up even mattering, because the Kings might just make the playoffs next year. We'll see what happens with that. Kings fans are going to definitely feel comfortable with that, and I think that's a safe bet at this point. But then you're also getting that 2029 future first. Like Hunter, I mean, he's pretty expensive at $20 million, but is a solid young player. I like Sadiq Bey. I really love AJ Griffin. And I think that would be really the fighting point here for Atlanta is, do we have to give up AJ Griffin or not? That's a lot to give up for Pascal Siakam. This is something that would this would revolutionize the Raptors, I think. But
I like, okay, now you've talked me into this Raptors trade. Yeah, I think that this makes a lot of sense for Toronto to do, less sense for Atlanta to make happen. And I think Atlanta quietly has built a underrated young group of players and assets to potentially move. And just seeing it all in totality in a package shows that they could be the next team to trade for a superstar. I think with the money that they have to match now seeing that actually physically highlighted here, it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, like and worst case too, like the other thing is, people like they could theoretically go out for something bigger than Siakam. Like if you replace DeAndre Hunter with DeJounte Murray, the salaries are very similar there for this upcoming year. Like maybe you could make something else work that's completely different than this framework. But they're a team to watch because, like you're saying, I think they have the flexibility to like actually go out and make stuff happen. But then if we go back over to Twitter, I do want to touch back on this situation. AJ, thanks for taking us here. Woj says Masai Ujiri moves quickly to replace Fred VanVleet in free agency, luring Schroeder to the Raptors. Like, to be honest, I don't think the Raptors really got that much worse. Like, it's going to sound crazy to say VanVleet's like a good player, but I think that sometimes, like when you're looking at team building, like I don't know.
Is it a little harsh to say he's slightly overrated?
I don't think so. I think like the big thing about VanVleet is like the numbers won't suggest that he's like a good player because he shoots so inefficiently and he shoots a lot of like deep range shots and whatever. Like and because of that, like there's things about team building that is going to be difficult with Fred VanVleet to like be like a top end team, I think. But we'll see how that pans out for Houston. But I think for like the Raptors, it's like, okay, as we transition to more like of a balanced offense of like, hey, can Schroeder just get us into more sets and we get to Scotty Barnes and we get to Siakam a little bit more? Like you're going to have a different shot arrangement. And it's like, yeah, you have one less guy who's I think you would consider lethal, as like VanVleet's a little bit more like deep range shot makery. He gives you different things than Schroeder, but it might not actually make the Raptors worse. It's a significant discount here, so it's really not that bad for Toronto, honestly. So Gwen here says Fred had to go. I'm happy. I know a lot of Raptors fans are actually pretty happy about the fact that the Raptors walked away from VanVleet today, which I think is honestly good for them. It goes to saying we got Flop God here. What other signings, Austin, do you want to touch on here that just kind of as we're recapping some of the signings so far today?
Let's start with the most recent one that just broke with O'Shea Brissett signing a 2-year deal. So right now with the Celtics.
It's a funny thing. So O'Shea, oh wow, okay. So yeah, we do have news. Okay, let's go over to Woj then. Okay, O'Shea Brissett, 2-year deal. Pacers fans, you guys are probably hyped to see Brissett get a contract somewhere. I think most Pacers fans knew it wasn't going to be back in Indiana, unfortunately for them. So Brissett goes on a 2-year deal with the Celtics. I'm guessing there's going to be some type of option in here. probably a team option. I'm guessing this is going to be pretty cheap money-wise. Brissett's a solid hustle guy. I don't know. Is there any news on a player on an option or anything? It's right there on the stream. I'm literally
don't refresh quick. You're gonna like this.
Let's go.
You're gonna really like this.
Yes, I am so happy right now. Oh my god, yes, I am so happy. Thank God. Oh my God. Austin's had to hear me complain about the Mavericks moving off from him for like the last 3-4 years now. Dude, this is so good. This actually just needed to happen. Dude, that I'm so happy, Austin.
That's a big signing there. Big signing. He's finally back. I had a feeling at some point he'd be back. Absolutely.
I'm so literally it felt like every time this year. I'm very interested to see what the money comes in on this. This could be like biannual exception or like breaking apart the non-taxpayer mid-level exception. Zach's happy for Brissett for sure, but I'm so happy for getting Seth Curry is so good. Like, I feel like every time I was talking about a team this year that would be like, oh, who could they fit in for like $4 to $7 million? I feel like I just every single time I said, oh, Seth Curry would be awesome there. Seth Curry, like, I was really hoping to get Seth Curry like back in Dallas, and the fact that actually came to fruition here, dude, I'm so excited to watch the Mavericks again now. Like, getting Seth Curry actually really moves the needle for me as like a Mavericks team building perspective, because they just after Seth, they couldn't shoot the ball anymore. After they let him go, they just haven't been able to shoot. So getting him's really good. Austin, I know you like Seth Curry a good amount too. I've really liked what Dallas has done this offseason for the most part, which is dangerous because I typically don't like what they do, at least in recent years. So now I actually do. So either I'm losing my touch or they're actually making good moves. There's really no in between. So what do you think about they traded down from 10 to 12, got off of Bertans, they get Lively, they traded to get Holmes, get 24, they get Prosper, and then they come in today, give Kyrie 3 years, 126, which is kind of risky, $42 million a year, and they get Seth Curry now. What's your overall takeaways on their offseason so far?
Yeah, I mean, if I were to give them an overarching grade, I would probably go with an A-. I think they did a lot of the things that they had to do going into the offseason. The draft, they did a very nice job. I think getting Richaun Holmes is actually one of the more underrated moves of the entire offseason that won't get talked about, but I think he's going to be a tremendous fit in Dallas, looking for some scoring punch there, a hustle guy. That's exactly what he's going to bring on a nightly basis, big energy guy. And looking as a whole, the fact that they were able to retain Kyrie was a big question mark for a lot of the time. It became a little bit more clear over the last couple of weeks that he might be actually staying, and that finally came to fruition today. But I think a lot of Mavs fans were sweating about the possibility of him leaving or him ultimately signing a disastrous sign and trade maybe for DeAndre Ayton. There are some people that would have really loved that, but I don't think that was the move that Dallas would have needed to make, especially with so many picks out the door and trying to rely on Luka plus DeAndre Ayton trying to win a finals is a little scary. Luka, and that's not a shot at Luka. It's just the fact that DeAndre Ayton as the number 2 guy, to me, doesn't get you anywhere near it. There's going to be people saying, well, hold on, they got to the Western Conference Finals with Brunson. Yes, but DeAndre Ayton is not that guy.
Yeah. I think with what they're doing, if Lively ends up panning out and Prosper becomes what I think he could potentially be, they were 16th and 17th on my board respectively. Lively fits a lot of the things Dallas needed. Now, they're not going to rely on him year one. I think, first of all, welcome everyone to the stream that's in here right now. BS3 Sports, glad to have you in here. Clearly, he's happy to have Seth Curry back with the Mavericks. Yes, Dennis Schroeder is a Raptor now at this point, but Dallas, well done getting Seth back. I just think, Dallas has really actually positioned themselves very well in what's been pretty tough to do. And I think one important thing, not a lot of people have talked about it. I feel like I've really been one of the only people I've seen actually mentioning this. The Mavericks, not only do they have guys who I think are somewhat tradable now in Hardaway, Richaun Holmes, I wouldn't say it's a super tradable contract, but if you're adding up salaries to get somewhere, you can throw him in respect. And teams are going to go oh my God, we don't want Richaun Holmes. They'll be like, okay, it's, we don't love it, but we'll take it. And then McGee, all 3 of those contracts are 2-year deals. So realistically, you could just run it with those guys. Hardaway's a depth piece, whatever you think. I don't love Hardaway, but I think he's okay. Richaun Holmes, like you said, I think can be a nice underrated piece for them. But realistically, they could leverage those into something like a Tobias Harris if they wanted to. I don't know if there's any, interest from Philadelphia's perspective to do that or not, but it's an option. There's like ways to get to money points that are important. And then the other thing is if you keep them, you go into next year, and this is the thing I really like, you go into next year with 3 expiring contracts that easily add up to a max slot value of those 3 guys. And Dallas would love to get rid of those guys if possible. And if the pick conveys this year in 2024, they'll have 2025 and 2027 tradable in a deal, which is really why it's important to me that Dallas could go into next offseason as big players for another big time player to add into the Luka Kyrie core without having to give up some of their other players, other young pieces potentially. And I think that's going to be really important for them. I love what the Mavs have done. I think that they were in a very tough situation coming in. I think right now it's really a great outcome for them. Nico Harrison, I think, has earned himself, not an extension, but at least he's earned himself a little bit of patience time from me specifically, because I've been probably harsher on Nico Harrison than anyone else. I was live here on the channel with thousands of people watching. I said the Kyrie Irving trade was a disaster. But if he maneuvers this correctly, maybe he could end up making it all work. And that's what I'm hoping for as a Mavs fan. It's great. Shakes here says, sorry to see O'Shea leave the Pacers, but happy for him. He got, a payday with the Celtics. I think it's a pretty good addition for Boston. Holistically, Flex says Mavs are really small. They need to make a move for big. Well, remember, they drafted 7'1" Lively, and they drafted, 6'8" Omax Prosper, who's super athletic. So you might be relying on those young guys a little bit too much, but and I agree holistically that they are small. They've been small for the last 7-8 years since losing Tyson Chandler. But at the end of the day, they are a little bit bigger than they used to be even now. So they've got some options. I think Deshaun here says the Miami Heat Jason Richardson deal was 2 years, $6 million. Did you see that deal too, Austin? Josh Richardson to Miami?
Yeah, I absolutely did. I 100% did. I mean, he's right back home. I think that this was the perfect homecoming for him, to be honest.
Yeah, and really cheap. I don't know. It seems like all NBA GMs are finally starting to think the thing I thought, 7 years ago when I said, man, I just don't like Josh Richardson that much. And then the Mavs traded for him. I tried talking myself into it like an idiot. Tried trusting the front office. Never do that. Don't just trust your gut. Don't trust the front office. If the front office does something you don't like, just trust yourself on it. Because for me, I tried to buy in. I hated it. Initially I was like, oh my God, Seth Curry's gone. Makes me super sad. Well, look at that. Richardson ends up back in Miami. Seth Curry ends up back in Dallas. Things are going swimmingly, I would say. I think things are going swimmingly. Brushy here says, let's do a recap of who's gone where. Let's see if we can get that pulled up. All free agent signings, NBA. Let's see if we can get something pulled up here. I think we're going to be able to.
I think a signing I want to talk about was Georges Niang and his 3-year, $26 million deal. That's one that I just I get that he's the last 3-4 years he's shot over 40% from three. I'm not there with him. I'm just not. Just not.
Cleveland had I don't know if you saw Cleveland's other deals, like Karis LeVert 2 years 32, and then Strus 4 years 64.
That Strus one is just that made me throw up.
They paid a lot of money. Shout out to Mark here for the 5. He says the question is, what do Mavs have for defense other than a rookie? And that's the hard question, right? Is how do they go about building a competitive defense? I think the one thing is, defense isn't necessarily about having one or two guys, unless you have Rudy Gobert, who's really one of the few, or Draymond Green, one of the few, hey, this is the Swiss Army knife, can build a whole team defense around one guy type of player. For the Mavs, it's going to be about effort and positional understanding of this is where I have to be at these moments. And I think a great example of that is Miami. Yes, Miami has Bam. Yes, they have Jimmy. But Miami could survive with smaller players on the floor, playing with Duncan Robinson a ton, because they were well coached. And can you trust Jason Kidd to do that? He did that his first year with the team, which is why they went to the Western Conference Finals. He didn't do that last year at all. So it's going to come down to what their attention to detail looks like. So much of team defense is just connectivity and being in the right spots at the right time. Are they going to do that? I don't know. But it's hard. You can obviously look at the roster and say, oh, they don't have the defensive pieces. Yeah, they're not going to be an elite defensive team. I can guarantee you they won't be. The question is, can they score 120 points a game and be a solid enough defensive team to win 45 out of those 82 games or 47 out of those 82 games? Then you get to the playoffs, you have Luka Doncic, Kyrie Irving. You can at least talk yourself into the possibility of going deep in the playoffs because of those two individual offensive talents. Like, again, and I've been very critical, Mark. This is a very good question. I've been super critical of the Mavericks. And I thought trading Dorian Finney-Smith away was bad. But, like, you still have Reggie Bullock. You have Maxi Kleber. Those are two good individual defenders. Not great ones, but good ones. Like, again, it's about coaching and trying to put them together in places to succeed. It's going to be tough. I wouldn't bet on them being a good defensive team. But are they good enough defensively to have their offense outscore the other team is really the question. And, like, to be honest, that's what Denver just did a little bit. Like, Denver, by the end of the year, they were very connected. Their team defense was phenomenal. Michael Malone's one of the best coaches in the NBA because of his ability to build a great team defense without, like, seriously good rim protection. The Mavericks are going to have some of those struggles. And is Kidd going to be able to pull that off? I don't know. I would probably bet against it, but again, they have the offensive firepower to at least be competitive. Ned here says all Mavs need to do is get some defense and not Dwight Powell. That's the other thing too, is depending on what the Seth Curry number comes in. Austin, do we have any update on that? Like what the Seth Curry number is?
I don't have anything yet. I'm kind of searching here. I'm not finding anything.
Because if we do get a little bit, like if this is like biannual exception and they still have their non-taxpayer mid-level, maybe that becomes a Dylan Brooks, which, you know, you maybe don't love, but it's a defensive player. Or, you know, maybe it turns into center XYZ who can protect the rim a little bit or something. So, you know, there's some options out there that the Mavericks could look to do. Look at that. Texan for life. I'm turning him into a Mavs fan here a little bit. Happy for Mavs fans today. It's all working out. We'll turn the hate machine back on tomorrow. I like that, Texan for life. Make sure you guys join our Discord too. I'm going to send a link to that here. We are in there chatting basketball all the time. So I'm going to send that Discord link. Would love to have you guys all join that Discord. The Twitter growth has been awesome today. I don't know if you saw it, Austin, but we are up over 1,000 followers on Twitter now even. So
love to see it. Love to see it.
Absolutely crazy. So shout out to everyone here. Pretty nuts, honestly. So 20,000 subs on YouTube, over 1,000 followers on Twitter. It's just crazy. So a huge shout out to everyone in here. It's been absolutely great. Central Powers here says, I guess Rocket signing Van Vleet completely rules them out for the Harden conversation. It 100% does. Austin, do you think that there's like, I want you to expand here a little bit on, I'm going to keep looking for a free agency tracker, Austin. I want you to expand a little bit on Harden and where he could potentially go.
Yeah, I think kind of looking at James Harden, there's some clear and obvious landing spots. We've already highlighted the LA Clippers. You know, the Phoenix Suns are another team that definitely has to be in that conversation as well. So looking at that, those are the two biggest teams, in my opinion, that are going to have to make a move. Miami's been in that conversation, trying to get another guy with Jimmy Butler, which I think that could potentially make some sense as well. But I think those are probably the three biggest teams that you're looking at right now. There's been so much speculation throughout the past year that we've seen with James Harden returning back to Houston. Still has all of his ties there, still works out at their facility, which we find to be incredibly odd, which that I still don't understand that. But overall, I think that does take them out of the conversation. The Rockets have done a nice job building a core. However, that core has not been able to win. Therefore, they're trying to bring in some veterans. Fred VanVleet makes a lot of sense in terms of trying to provide a little bit of stability, potentially in the locker room. The mindset's got to change. There's been no guys that have been able to be that true veteran voice. You know, John Wall had talked about it during the Stephen Silas era. That was a complete disaster there. I mean, they always say, you know, that the prison is ran by the inmates. And that's kind of how it felt with the Houston Rockets, because these guys were just running the team with no clear direction, no clear focus on the end result of winning. They were trying to get their foot, you know, their toe in the water, if you will, trying to find a winning groove, and they just were not able to find that at any point. They weren't able to get into a nice winning streak. If anything, we always saw losing streaks constantly with the Rockets. Van Vleet provides a different level of leadership and just stability within an organization because he's seen what winning takes, right? He's been around a lot of veteran players. He's been around some of the best. You look at his year with Kawhi, that I think helped mature him as a player and also instilled some confidence in him on his process and what he's doing can really, potentially get you to a championship. Now, take that with a grain of salt because this team still overall is not even close to being ready yet. Amen Thompson, Cam Whitmore are going to be phenomenal additions to this team. I think they're going to be great. They're going to be so good for this team. But at the end of the day, there is still some question marks that I have about where Houston currently stands and what's that timeline going to be in terms of when can they be super competitive. I don't think that they're super far out, but I mean, probably in the next 2 years, we should start to see some drastic improvement because of Amen Thompson, because of the progression of some of the younger guys already on roster. To me, that Houston's kind of an interesting team moving forward. But I kind of went off of the tangent of the whole James Harden saga. I just think that the LA Clippers do make the most sense, and that's not even me being a biased Clippers fan. I think it just makes the most sense in terms of what he can bring to an organization, what he can bring to a team, and what a team can offer in terms of assets that might make some sense, whether that's a straight up trade with the 76ers or not. There's been a lot of discussion from people saying that Paul George has to be included in a package for James Harden, and that's just not true. That is not true in any capacity. All these quote, these hypotheticals are saying, hey, Paul George has to be on his way out, and that is not the case. I think they have enough to make that happen.
Yeah, the Clippers aren't doing it to trade Paul George for Harden. That's not their goal. The goal is to form a big three, if they're doing it, in my opinion. And in all of the mock trades we've talked about, that's kind of played itself out. Arturo says, hey, man, congrats on Mavs free agency. Yeah, definitely very happy with how it's gone so far. Says, can you give your thoughts on how my Spurs are doing so far? Seems like they're taking it slow with Wemby. So they brought in Julian Champagnie. I like that. Kind of solid, underrated player. Not a lot of people know who he is. I think he's a solid piece. But then outside of that, you look at the fact that this is a realistic thing. I talked about this for months on the channel. As soon as they won the first overall pick, I said, look, San Antonio, there's two options. They could go out and spend and try and win right away, which is dangerous and risky because you might lock yourself into contracts and players who don't fit around Wembanyama as smoothly as you would like. Or you could wait a year, be patient, not really commit yourself to a lot of money, get some archetype players in there of hey, let's add a shooter, let's add, a big who can rebound a bit, do some certain things, and you could test literally everything around Wembanyama on a short 1 year process of let's see what works. And this is the opposite of what the Mavericks did when they committed to Porzingis around Doncic is the Mavericks push their chips in. The Spurs, I think, are going to be patient. They're going to wait it out, and they're going to see, okay, let's see how good Wembanyama truly is. Let's see what we think we need to add around him before we commit to something before he's even played an NBA game. And there's a lot of pressure when you get a generational player like Wembanyama, just like how the Mavericks have been under a lot of pressure since getting Luka Doncic. Pressure is a good thing. That means you're a team that's ready to compete. The Spurs being patient here, going against the grain of that pressure is really, really smart for that organization. I think that they're doing a really good job so far, not committing to anything stupid or ridiculous. I would like to see them get Kyle Lowry if possible as a salary dump, get them closer to the salary floor. You get a competitive winning player in there who, again, is not a long-term money commitment. And you might even get an asset from Miami for taking him in. So ultimately, I think those are some of the options. And like Big Mike's saying here, I think just being patient around is just probably the best actual situation. Flexorcist here says, well, that Milton deal is great for Minnesota. I see scoring potential in him. So here's Minnesota's moves today, Austin. They get Shake Milton, 2 years, $10 million with a team option in year 2. They get Nickeil Alexander-Walker, 2 year, $9 million deal. And they bring in Troy Brown Jr. on a 2 year, $8 million deal with team option for year 2. So it almost looks like they broke up their mid-level exception into 3 players, which if you look at their cap table long-term, there's going to be some issues starting as soon as next year. What do you think about Minnesota, the fact that they moved off of Taurean Prince to get this done today?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't really love it. I think Minnesota's made a lot of questionable decisions. I mean, extending back to the Gobert trade, which looks really bad now, but at the time, a lot of us were actually mildly positive towards that trade, and myself included. I was even more than mildly positive. But now I will accept the fact that I was very wrong about it. But I mean, just looking how they split this up, I mean, Shake Milton is fine. The fact that they got Nickeil Alexander-Walker back, that's also fine. Troy Brown, I don't care. That doesn't move the needle at all in any capacity. I don't know. I don't love it. I really don't. I think there's got to be some other moves that they're making in order to roll into next season, because they cannot roll this team next year. Good luck.
Yeah, I think, like what you said, I agree with. And I think one of the most interesting teams, I know you feel very strongly about this team now, Austin, Washington. Michael Winger, former Los Angeles Clipper front office executive, now, of course, the president of basketball operations for Washington. They've been probably the most active team in the NBA over the last 2 weeks since Winger got the full-time job there in Washington. And I think they've made a lot of excellent moves, and I know you feel very strongly about that too. They kept Kyle Kuzma here today on what I think is a tradable deal. 4 years, $102 million, $25.5 million a year. The cap's going to jump in about 2 years to a pretty significant margin, I think. So you're looking at Washington having a player who's about to enter his prime, probably going to put up some massive individual numbers there in Washington with Jordan Poole. The Wizards are probably going to be bad. They're going to be a fun bad. But what do you think overall about everything Washington's done with Beal, Porzingis, and now Kuzma ultimately sticking around in town?
Yeah, I mean, they've made a lot of positive moves moving forward here. Kyle Kuzma is one of those players that, you had some questions on if he was actually going to return with the Wizards with the previous regime. Yes, it was likely. With Michael Winger coming in, I think that was much more in question considering the roster configuration and what they decided to do here. But they did see this as an opportunity potentially to lock down a guy that they saw that for sure could be very productive for the next, they deem 4 years. However, I think this is one of those tradable contracts. As you mentioned, the cap's going to jump. This deal is going to look more of what in today's dollars is an $18 million deal that is super movable and can be nicely matched in a trade for a potential star. Kyle Kuzma is going to have a couple of nice years here. He's going to be productive. He is going to be a big trade asset for true contenders, because we know Washington is not going to be one of those true contenders. However, I think when you look at it here, a tremendous value contract, in my opinion.
Also, I have a question for you. I'm putting you on the spot here a little bit. Let me see if I'm not sure if I'll be able to find it quickly or not. Here, oh, here it is, actually, perfectly right here. Worst contract: Jeremy Grant, 5 years, 160, or Rui Hachimura, 3 years, 51.
Oh my God, bro. Yeah. This was not it.
This was bad. Like, I hate the Grant one because of how long it is, and it's just naturally more expensive. But oh my God, like Hachimura shot 29% from three this year for the Lakers. Like, and he has 3 years, 51. Well,
if you want to talk about a team trying to justify a trade, this is it. This is it. The fact that they're like, oh yeah, we got Rui, man, he really helped us, and then you reward him with a 3 year 51. Like, oh, come on, that was terrible. Yeah, I mean, in totality, I think the Jeremy Grant one is the worst, followed by Hachimura being very close, because he's a worse player, but the duration's shorter. The money's crazy though. I don't like it at all.
17 mil is pretty unreal for him. And like here's the thing too. People are going to say, oh well, he was important in the playoffs. Like this is what they're committing $17 million to. Hachimura, once he got to the Lakers, averaged 9 points a game, shot 48% from the field because he's always been a solid 2-point shooter, really good mid-range shooter. But he shot 29% from three, averaged less than an assist a game, averaged less than 0.3 steals a game. Like, so if you're looking from the traditional, like, what is Hachimura? Is Hachimura better than Jared Vanderbilt? Like, the answer to that's probably no. And, like, I don't know. Jeremy Grant's is crazy. Like, I know Rui was good in the playoffs. I understand that. But really a lot of that hinged down to the fact that, again, in the playoffs, you're looking at typically low volume, a low amount of games. He shot relatively well on catch and shoot shots. Like, he had that crazy first game against Memphis that kind of, I think, shifted a lot of people's perspective on Rui Hachimura. That's not who Rui Hachimura is. Hachimura 4 months ago was considered a player that Washington wouldn't even consider re-signing on a rookie extension. Okay, that's what he was. He got traded for 4 second-round picks because the Lakers had no youth anyway, so they figured, let's go try and get somebody. They got a former lottery pick, Hachimura, like, credit to his agency, because this is like, yeah, I agree. Grant's contract is worse because it's significantly bigger and longer and more expensive. But Rui's a great player. I'm wrong. Okay, that's here's the thing. If you go through the league right now and you rank the top 200 players, I could almost guarantee you Rui Hachimura does not make your list. I could guarantee it, probably. Like, unless you're just really wrong about Rui Hachimura. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I just don't really like Hachimura. Yeah, this guy thinks we're dumb because we don't think Rui Hachimura is great. Go ask Washington what they thought about Rui Hachimura. I'll take Rui over Kuz. Oh my God. Okay. What skill set? And by the way, the only answer that's acceptable that Rui's better than Kuzma at is pull up jump shots in the mid range area. Like, sick. You got a 15-foot shooter. That's really great. Regal says Rui showed what he can do. Other teams are going to offer high due to his playoff performance. Again, guys, this is the issue. The Lakers. How many playoff games did the Lakers play? Like 15, 14 games. That's what you're basing this 3-year contract off of, is a 14-game stretch. Players all the time go up and down in all the time go up and down in 14-game intervals.
Oh, we do have some breaking news, so let's head over to Shams here quick.
We are going to head over to Shams. Is it significant?
This is rather significant name-wise, but in actuality, it doesn't really matter too much.
That's always the fun one. So is when they're
this is one I was not expecting.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying about not actually significant, but name-wise it is. People are going to be stoked about this. Derrick Rose is your next Memphis Grizzly. The one thing I'm going to say about this, D Rose to Memphis, actually is solid for them because they needed a veteran. They need somebody, and it also makes sense because that's where he went to college. He went to college in Memphis, so it's pretty good. But it's a mentoring thing, like Best of Worst is saying here. I think it's actually pretty solid for them. I'm assuming this is a minimum. Again, it's probably not going to lead too much to encore production, which for a minimum, maybe this is your Udonis Haslem type player. Austin, what's your initial takes on it?
Yeah, I mean, I think Derrick Rose can be a little productive here. They're going to need some scoring punch with Ja's suspension. That's something we do have to monitor too. They're going to be looking for a guy to score the ball. Let's take a look at Derrick Rose's splits here. I'm going to go ahead and pull that up while we're working on this. Last year, the only average. So he played in. Okay, here we go. Here's a quiz for you. Hold on. When is the last time that Derrick Rose had played over 35 games?
Oh boy, over
totality. Hold on, let me make sure I have
this over 30. My guess is this last year he got a lot of DMP CDs. My guess would be it was the year that he got traded from Detroit, where he got sent from Detroit to New York.
And that would be correct on that one.
Yeah,
that is correct.
He doesn't and this is, people are going to say, well, Rose is an injury prone and doesn't make the team better. Probably not. But the thing is, the thing about Rose is you're getting him here to be a bench, hey, he's a voice in the locker room type of player. I'm guessing. If Memphis is counting on him to play a ton, I don't know about that. But
yeah, no, I think this is a good signing. I think absolutely.
Yeah, that's the thing. For Memphis specifically, they really badly needed some voices. So now you think about where they were. They go from, Tyus Jones into now Marcus Smart and Derrick Rose for vocal leader roles. I kind of like that for them. I think overall they've had a pretty good offseason, pretty good period just in general. People I think are really sleeping on how good Marcus Smart's going to be for the Memphis Grizzlies. Marcus Smart's a perfect fit into that organization. We're kind of getting grit and grind 2.0. Austin, what for Memphis next year? Obviously, Ja's going to be suspended for 25 games, at least 25 games. Where do you think Memphis could end up? When it comes to through those first 25 games, are they good? Are they solid? Are they bad? And then where do they end up going from there after that? Once you assume that Morant comes back,
I think they'll be. Through 25 games, they're probably going to be near that 500. No, they're going to be a couple games over 500. I mean, they play well even without him.
Yeah.
Their team's deep enough. Desmond Bane is insane. Like, this is a good team. This is a really good team. I actually like this Rose signing quite a bit, especially during that duration.
The more I've thought about it, the more I've actually liked it. Which, like, to be honest, there wasn't a lot of teams where I would have felt like Derrick Rose moves the needle at all. But I actually think Memphis is like the one that makes like actually a lot of sense. So I think they did a pretty good job here finding him. I actually like that signing quite a bit. Dustin here says, how does everyone feel about Shake Milton and Troy Brown? Make sure you guys leave some comments down below for Dustin and Austin. If you also want to touch on this, I'm going to send out a tweet real quick about Derrick Rose.
I'll try to touch on this one a little bit. Troy Brown's one of those players that, early on you deemed that he was quote a little bit of a bust. He's been able to kind of rewrite how people view him. He shot better this past year. Shake Milton's another one of those guys. In those games he was starting, he was averaging over 20 points a game, mainly because of actual, just having the ball in his hands, higher volume. Doc Rivers just giving a lot of confidence in him to be able to go out and score the basketball. So when given the opportunity, Shake Milton could be a pretty efficient, or I should say effective scorer, not super, super efficient. But at the end of the day, I think those are two signings that actually make some sense for the Minnesota Timberwolves. But we have to remember, with the subtraction of Taurean Prince, you're leaving a lot of minutes on the table from last year that he was absorbing from that wing spot. I don't think Troy Brown will fill those minutes as effectively as Taurean Prince did. So therefore, overall, and you had brought back Nickeil Alexander-Walker, who was already on roster. I have some question marks about this team. I really do. And I don't think Shake Milton and Troy Brown moved the needle a ton. The fact that they guaranteed McLaughlin's contract, dude, what in the hell was that?
Yeah, I don't understand that either. Yeah.
What the hell were they thinking? He sucks. He's one of the worst players in the league, and I want people in my mentions right now. Tell me otherwise, bro. He doesn't know what color the hoop is. I can promise you that. Why? Because when he drives, he is not even looking at the hoop. He's not a threat to score in any capacity, puts zero pressure on the rim. He's not that good of a shooter. There are so many negative things about him, and he'll be that feisty little defender every once in a while, but 60%, 70% of the time he's getting back down, and he can't stop anyone because he's 5'11", bro. I can't. God, does that make me mad? I hate Jordan McLaughlin. I'm sorry. I can't do it with him. Comment section, light me up. Tell me I'm wrong.
Shout out to Felipe Hernandez here, says, had you pulled up on the second monitor at work? Love to hear that. Now at home, pulled up on the main. Appreciate your insights. P.S. Go Spurs, go. Let's get some Felipe hype in the chat right now. Make sure to go down and comment W Felipe. I would love to hear some of the hype in the chat for him. He definitely deserves it.
Dude,
Felipe,
he's a two-monitor guy at work. I have a lot of appreciation for that.
That's what we need. We need more two-monitor guys.
We upgraded, though. He's got us up on the main at home. Yeah. Are you kidding me?
Dude, we're a main monitor type of channel now at this point.
Dude, he's got us on the Samsung monitor. He had us on the Acer before. Now he's got us up on the Sammy. Like, are you kidding me? This is big. This is when you know that you've made it, that Felipe's got you on the main one.
That's what I like to hear. JD3 with the W Felipe, W Spurs. Let's get some Spurs hype in the chat for sure. Huge shout out to Felipe again. Thank you so much for the 5. Your guys' super chats today have been absolutely unreal. And it really does go a long way in helping us keep doing what we're doing here. Dustin says, you're right. J-Mac needs to go. So
yes.
Luckily, Dustin agreed with you. Dustin, ball. I trust you for that with the J-Mac questionability. And he's also in the W Felipe, W Spurs. Welcome everyone to the stream. Crazy that, we've been live on the channel now for almost 8 hours and we're still at 1,000 people watching, which just goes to show how diehard of basketball fans you guys are. It says a lot about you. It's absolutely awesome to have you guys here. Justin saying Rose went to Memphis College. Yep. Tweeted about that earlier on. Definitely makes a lot of sense. Oh boy. Legion Hoops, Austin. They posted a picture of Morant and Rose, and they called it Guns N' Roses.
Oh wow!
Wow, that's their nickname.
That's whoever thought of that so quickly, man. I'm impressed.
Let's get Guns N' Roses down in here, and then Deshaun here saying the Seth Curry contract was for the biannual. This means that they still have their non-taxpayer mid-level exception. Yes, that's 100% correct, Austin. And this is what I was really hoping to see is if they got him for the biannual. I was telling people that they'd be kind of surprised that Seth Curry was going to sign for very, very cheap. And biannual cheap is very, very good for him. And I good for the Mavericks. I mean, and about what I thought he could get, maybe a little bit more. I thought maybe from a taxpayer mid-level team, but ultimately it's very, very good. And it keeps Dallas's flexibility open to add even more players to their current roster and rotation. Nico Harrison, I think, is really nailing it this offseason. AJ Analysis says, please 76ers keep Jalen McDaniels, excuse me. I hope that they do too. We'll see what happens with him. Ice Cube says, did Dame get traded to the Knicks? No, we have no Dame news yet, although I wouldn't rule out a potential trade to Philadelphia. Austin, I was talking to you about that a lot yesterday. Something that I feel, let's get it up on stream. I think it's worth sharing again. We've shown it a couple of times, but I'm sure people are going to be interested in seeing what that theoretically could look like. And here's the mega deal, Austin, where we see Dame, Powell, Covington, and then 2 swaps going from Philly to Portland. We get Tobias Harris and James Harden in LA, and then we get Morris, who Austin's going to be devastated to see go. Austin's the biggest Mook fan on the planet. Austin, the other day I found a Mook Morris burner, a Mook Morris hype group chat or something on Twitter, and it had 1,000 followers. And I swear to God, if you're not the ringleader of that, I don't know what the hell's going on. But Mook goes to Portland. Batum goes to Portland. Man, who's really the highlight player here, plus Coffey, Brown, Boston, Preston, and then 3 first and 4 pick swaps. I think it's actually a really competitive offer for Damian Lillard. That's better than what Miami can offer. It's not as good as what Brooklyn could theoretically offer, but I'm not sure if Brooklyn's going to go all in on offering that. What's your overall thoughts on this type of framework of a deal?
I think it definitely makes some sense. Now, the thing that I had seen, there's a lot of people that were not happy about the return for Portland, saying that they got screwed. I don't know where they got that from, because that is a pretty sizable offer, and I think it's a lack of awareness on some of the players that are included in this deal. The 100%. Other thing that you have to look at in totality is the fact that there are there's 8 Clippers players that go out the door, whatever. I mean, that's half of your roster in one trade for one guy, and several picks going out is a little bit scary, especially with James Harden's, if he ends up getting hurt. But the fact that Tobias Harris could be coming back too, I think is going to be good. I don't like Tobias Harris in his contract. I like Tobias Harris actually in this, considering you form a quote big 3 with a Tobias Harris and Zubats. That's a pretty formidable starting 5. And then you're going to have to really make some adjustments on the fly with that bench. Because
there's going to be a lot of Bones Island run with this.
There's going to be a lot of Bones Island if he doesn't get shipped off in this. I think more realistically that maybe Bones Highland goes instead of Kobe Brown. So then you hold on to Kobe Brown here. And yeah, wow. Oh my God, but they have some work to do in free agency, trying to figure out how many min guys that they can get.
Yeah, they do it. They would be like Phoenix with what Phoenix is trying to do. It would be tough for the Clippers, but the one thing about them, they do have Jordan Miller from Miami too, who maybe they do keep those rookies instead with Brown and Miller, like you're saying. I don't think the Knicks are stupid enough to take Harden. In fact, I think the Knicks are actually very, very smart right now. Do we have Dylan? Is there a Dylan Brooks to the Knicks? You guys have to keep tagging us on Twitter if stuff's happening. I don't think that there's any. I don't think that happened.
I did not see that. I think that's just a generic comment saying that he's going to go there.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think. I'd be pretty shocked if Brooks went to, if Brooks went to the Knicks. Austin, I also got tagged in a fake Wojnarowski tweet. It was a parody account of Woj, and it was a Marcus Morris extension with the Clippers.
That's awesome.
I was like, what the? Think about it. Someone spent time out of their day to make that account and then tweet about Marcus Morris.
Yeah, this slow day at the office, apparently.
Ned here says Tim Hardaway has to be gone from the Mavs at this point with the Seth Curry signing. Not necessarily, but like it maybe points to that as a possibility at some point down the road here. Priest here says, I'm disappointed in McNair and the Kings organization. Austin, what do you think on Barnes? So they gave him 3 years, 54. It just feels like every single moment when Barnes might be on the way somewhere else, whether that's via trade or via free agency, the Kings just like, no, we like him. We're going to keep him. What's your thoughts on 3 years, 54 for him?
I just don't like it.
Yeah, that's
honest. I don't. I mean, he has done such a nice job for himself, and he has to be a hell of a self-marketer. Yeah, because he gets everyone to buy in that he's that guy, and he's just, quite frankly, not.
He's made a lot of money in his career. You think about what Dallas gave him a few years ago, then Sacramento's just continued to re-up him every single time they've had the opportunity. So
he's almost up to your career on earnings here. He's very close.
That's awesome. I'm not you, but Dustin here says, I'm waiting to see if Karl Anthony Towns gets moved because I think time move on this Anthony Edwards team now. And honest, what will be the best trade for Cat? I don't think Cat gets traded this offseason. I think if they would have moved him, they would have moved him on the draft night or by now today. With the moves that they're making, they didn't sign any big men today. They've been focused on guards and wings. Actually, just mostly guards, the other thing that tells me, Austin, is that they see Kyle Anderson playing small forward for the team next year, which I don't know if I like that. I think Kyle Anderson is best as a 4, but when you have Nas, Gobert, and Cat, you're going to have to play him as a 3. So, I don't know. It's an interesting thing, but ultimately I think Cat will be on the roster to start the year next season.
Right. I mean, but you have McDaniels in the starting rotation as for a good majority of it. Yeah, there's going to be some times when he's off the floor that Kyle Anderson's going to be your 3. But, yeah, ideally having another 3 would be beneficial.
Rafi Antonio says, any news about Brooke? Talking about Brooke Lopez, nothing yet. A11 Gravy wants to know if Russ signed. I think Russ is going to wait to hear what happens with Harden here. I think the Harden situation is going to impact where he potentially lands. Did you see Javon Carter's deal?
Yeah, he signed $20 million over
3 years, 20. Yeah, it's pretty good contract for him, right?
I mean, he did well for himself. Now, that's a little rich for my liking. I like Javon Carter, which is just a tad rich for me. But once again, I only like minimum guys.
This is an all-time great comment here from Zach. Hopping back in the stream to share this, my girlfriend called me a nerd for saying Blake Griffin was still a Clipper when we were talking about how long we've been together. Me and Austin, it was Super Bowl week. We were at a Super Bowl event together as Blake Griffin got traded, and we looked at each other and said, holy, what the heck is happening here with Blake Griffin as he got dealt to the Detroit Pistons? That's awesome. That's such a long time ago now.
Wow. Yeah, that's really, really good.
That's shout out to you, Zach, for that awesome little tidbit. That's a funny thing. I'm glad you jumped back in here to share that because that's honestly a hilarious little situation. Carter here says, trade Cat, we have to. I would like to, but I think the Wolves would be best off moving him, but I don't know ultimately if they're going to be able to do that. Phantom of the Rock Opera here says, do you think the Şengün comparison to Joker is a joke? Here's the thing. I love Şengün. I really love him. They have similar play styles. They have some similar strengths. Jokic is like the fully souped up, this guy is like the best player in the world type of talent. Can I trust Şengün to be that? The answer is probably not, right? You're basically setting him up for unrealistic expectations to live up to. It doesn't mean I think Şengün's bad. I think people look at everything with you're either on this side or you're on this side of the conversation. No. You can think Şengün's not Jokic, but I think Şengün's really darn good still. It doesn't I mean, it's just hard. I think if you're comparing them play style wise, yeah, they're similar, but they're not the same player. Şengün's more athletic than Jokic. I think there's a little bit more that Şengün can do in some ways, but he's not as skilled of a shot maker. He's not as skilled of a post-up player yet. His passing's still not on the same level as Jokic, even though he's good at all of those things. It's just you're asking him to be an MVP level player. That's really difficult to do in the NBA. It's just hard to be that. Cool Breeze wants to know, Austin, wouldn't this be such a great turn of events?
Oh my gosh.
Trade Karl Anthony Towns for Wiggins and Kuminga, where it's funny because they traded these two players, Wiggins and the pick that became Kuminga, for D'Angelo Russell. Austin, what's your thoughts?
Anything to get Andrew Wiggins back on this team.
No. Austin is the biggest Andrew Wiggins truther on the planet.
I still believe he can be Maple Jordan. I'm still there.
Oh man,
this guy's a champion. Just want to put that out there.
Yeah. Ring finger, kiss it.
Yeah, facts.
Free says, "What's your guys' take on Van Vleet signing? Curious. Too much money, but I gave it a B grade because I do think that like since it's not a 4-year deal, it doesn't like lock you in too long to him. Like 2 years from now, he'll become expiring. Like it's not the end of the world. Now, is he the right player to give $130 million to? I'd probably say no. Is he overpaid now? Yes, but as a player, that's what you want to be. You want to be overpaid. That means you got the bank. And for Van Vleet, like I still think there's like tangible things that he does that significantly helps the Houston Rockets up to this point. So I'm very, very happy about it. Jeff here, oh my gosh. Russell Westbrook to San Antonio, Austin. Is there a better way to get Wembanyama's career started?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's a seamless fit there.
If this happens, I would maybe buy everyone in the chat a jersey right now. Like I can't see any way. I'll have to use Austin's bank account to do it, but I just no, Jeff. Not trying to laugh at your suggestion here, but I don't see any way that it equals that happens. AJ analysis. No, J-Mac does not equal Jaden McDaniels. J-Mac equals Jordan McLaughlin. I guess some people outside of Minnesota might not know that. So. Roland says, Sheldon, I've been with my girlfriend so long, Tim Duncan was still playing. Look at that. That's a pretty long time ago. Shout out to you, Roland. Norin says, I bet Şengün is better than Sabonis this year. He ran out of gas last year because he played too much in the summer. That's a take. Sabonis was an all-NBA center this year. So you're looking at Şengün probably being a top 5-6 center if you believe that, because you could argue, hey, maybe Bam, maybe Rudy takes a step back forward again. Like if they coach him right, which they didn't last year at all. I mean, I don't know. I like Şengün's talent. Don't get me wrong. Again, I don't want it to be an all or nothing thing. I think there's things he's very, very, very good at. Zach here with an Austin W for loving Wiggs. Dude, Wiggs is like the perfect litmus test of, hey, does this guy actually know ball or not? Because if you like Wiggins, you know basketball. If you hate Wiggins, you probably heard ESPN say his contract sucks. So it's like that's just kind of how it is. Caden here says, any update on the Max Strus deal? Austin, have you seen anything else on Strus?
No, I actually haven't seen physical details on his. I'm
going over to Alex Golden, who he covers the Pacers. I haven't seen anything yet from him. Let's go over to let's look up Strus and see if we're getting anything latest on him at this point. But here's a tweet with some of the best available free agents still at this point. Let's go ahead and put this on stream. I think this will be a good thing to show. I haven't looked through these myself yet, but this is from Legion Hoops, so I'm going to trust that it's pretty accurate. Free agents still available. Brook Lopez, Austin Reeves. As we go through this, let's give some predictions. You shoot out a team. We don't have to explain it too much. Maybe just like a quick 1-sentence explanation. Brook Lopez, what do you think?
I think we should flip this around. We need the wizard to actually do this. Let me prompt you with this, and then I'll give my reaction.
Okay. For Brook Lopez, half of me says Houston. The other half of me says Los Angeles Lakers in a deal where D'Angelo Russell would get renounced. I don't know. Let's go with Houston. I'm sticking with Houston.
Okay, Houston. I think I like that. I think a little bit more of a building block piece here in terms of trying to get some veteran stability. I think that makes a lot of sense. Austin Reeves.
Lakers, and that's why I feel like D'Angelo Russell would be somewhat renounceable. With the addition of Gabe Vincent today, I like that for them. And then Austin Reeves, that's probably your long-term backcourt for a little while here for the Lakers, who are trying to build a competitive team around LeBron still at this point.
I'm going to go, okay, now I'm going to say Dillon Brooks, but I'm going to answer this one. I think he's going to be a Dallas Maverick.
Dude,
I really think that. I think they could use another perimeter defender. Dillon Brooks is going to work out. Him and Luka together, bro, I mean, menaces on the court. I mean, you get those two going. I think that makes a lot of sense.
So I like that. The one thing I'm going to say here, with the way that Houston's free agency was set up, I think that Dillon Brooks will be in Texas, is what I believe now. The thing is, I don't know which team yet, because like you're saying, I think Dallas does make a lot of sense. But when you're looking at Houston, with Van Vleet on his contract, they can still afford to give Brook Lopez something along the lines of 3 years, $60 million. They could match the years, give him a massive amount of money, probably overpay him, but get him in on what is like probably starting at like $17, $18 million the first year. And then they could squeeze Dillon Brooks into that mid-level exception too. If you're Dillon Brooks and you get offered a mid-level by Houston, and a mid-level by Dallas, which one do you take?
I think Dallas all day.
See,
all day. I'm signing with the greatest organization in the world then.
Austin is stupid high on my Dallas Mavericks for literally no reason at all as we missed the playoffs this past year. Let's jump down, Austin. Let's skip to the next one to D'Angelo Russell, and we'll go back up to Grant Williams. What's your thoughts on D'Lo?
D'Lo, God. I think D'Angelo Russell is going to be a Miami Heat.
I like that.
Yeah, I think they're going to look for some more scoring punch. They've lost some pieces. They're going to make a quick pivot to a guy that they're going to try to redeem. This feels like a Victor Oladipo story.
I'm gonna tweet something, or I'm not gonna tweet it, but I'm going to put it in the comment section here. This is what's gonna happen, I want to be the one that gets ahead on this nickname here. If D'Angelo Russell goes to Miami, he's gonna go from deloading, where everyone trolls him about still loading and not being the player that everyone thought he was gonna be, to deloaded, because the Heat will just be like, oh yeah, we have D'Angelo Russell, now he's gonna be a great player all of a sudden, and he's gonna impact winning for the first time in his career. Like, it'd be crazy if he goes to Miami. He'll end up being pretty good, honestly. I like that as a landing spot a lot, Austin. Let's go. Let's hop back up to Grant Williams. Let's start with you here, and we can get back to the way we were doing it.
Yeah, Grant Williams is kind of an interesting one here. Man, I'm trying to think in totality who actually makes the most sense here. I'm going to go with the New York Knicks. I think the New York Knicks are going to pull the string on something, and I think Grant Williams could kind of fit what they're doing, because we already know right now they're trying to move Obi Toppin. With Obi being on the way out, I think in addition of Grant Williams makes some sense.
I don't even think I've thought of Grant Williams to New York, but I actually do like that as like a fit to their team. That's actually pretty solid, especially if they do make an Obi move, which would be interesting. For me, I'm going to land on part of me just wants to say freaking Houston for every team. Or for every player. I'm gonna say Utah here as a landing spot, which I don't know if I love it. We kind of know where Strus is going. Oh God, the next one's not a fun one to talk about. Christian Wood.
Yeah, Christian Wood, man. I'm trying to think about a team that needs a little bit more size here. I'm trying to piece this together. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go on a whim here. I'm gonna say that Toronto tries to make that a reclamation project here.
Interesting, Justin. Thanks for the follow as well. Really do appreciate that. Toronto is interesting. I think crazy story. Dallas makes it seem like they hate Christian Wood. Oh, this guy, we're gonna effectively tank his value, make him seem like a terrible player. We don't want to play him, and then they sign him to a 4-year, like $20 million deal, something like stupid cheap. Could you imagine? Probably won't happen, but would be interesting. Is there any other players on this list that like really interest you, like guys that are like actually important or impressive?
I think there's a couple guys left that we should highlight, because I don't want to talk about Jeff Green. I'm going to be honest. A couple of guys that actually are worth talking about is Malik Beasley, and we've talked about Malik Beasley at length. He's one of those volume shooters that can get really hot and can be a very effective scorer. Now, at the end of the day, what team is going to provide him with the most opportunity to do that? We have to think about a team, I think, honestly, that is borderline tanking, but not actually. We need to think of a team that it's going to give him some sheer volume here. Who's going to give him some shots?
For Beasley?
Yeah, what about the San Antonio Spurs? As weird of a fit as Pop is to Malik Beasley, there's going to be some shots to be had. I think that makes some sense.
I like the floor spacing. The other thing is, what if he just goes back to Utah, like where all the players at the Lakers, the people love to praise the Lakers. I thought it was a good deal for them but they're like, oh my God, Rob Pelinka should get Executive of the Year because he rebuilt this team. Like, he got Malik Beasley, Jared Vanderbilt, and D'Angelo Russell, and who knows how many of those guys are on the team next year. Here, Yasha says Grant Williams to Dallas. Dude, I would love that if they pulled that off. Dylan Brooks to Portland, not mid-level exception. Okay, that's a weird prediction because you're going to have to get some type of sign and trade there with Memphis, which would be interesting. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get that done or not, but they do have interest in trying to build up their defense. They do need another wing, so Portland, I do think, actually does make some sense. Ken Gowdy here says Wood to Minnesota gives us size off the bench. Yeah, that's what Minnesota needs is more size. They need another forward / big man in there. I think Minnesota would be a very weird fit for Christian Wood. Jerome here says maybe Brooke Lopez could be landed at Lakers Nation. I think that's a possibility. Cheryl here wants a recap. Let's go through real quick. We're just going to highlight some of the deals. I'm just going to read through them very, very quickly. So let's get to the first one here. The night started with Draymond Green, 4 years, $100 million with Golden State. Dennis Schroeder, 2 years, 26 with Toronto. This is in no order, but Julian Champagnie goes to the Spurs. Cam Reddish to the Lakers, which is interesting. Van Vleet to the Rockets, 3 years, 130. Hachimura with the Lakers, 3 years, 51. Kuzma stays with the Wizards, 4 years, 102. Herb Jones up with the Pelicans, 4 year, 54. Really, really great deal for them. Minnesota gets Shake Milton, 2 years, 10. Yuta Watanabe to the Suns. Joe Ingles to the Magic, which was a pretty solid signing. Vincent to the Lakers. Trey Jones to San Antonio. Kristaps Porzingis. Austin, I don't know if you saw that. Porzingis' extension, 2 years, $60 million.
Such a great extension. A great extension. I can't. There's some people that did not like that. Dude, phenomenal extension for him.
The nice thing is if it doesn't work out, you didn't lock yourself in super long, and like it's not a crazy price point like $40 million or anything. I think it's pretty good. Cam Johnson, 4 years, 108 to Brooklyn. Jakob Poeltl, 4 years, 80 to Toronto. Chris Middleton, 3 years, $102 million to Milwaukee, which is interesting. Kyrie Irving, 3 year, 126 to the Mavs. Reggie Jackson, 2 years, $10 million back to the Nuggets. Javon Carter, 3 years, 20 to the Bulls. Cavs keep LeVert. They also get Max Strus, 4 years, 64. They're working on a signing trade right now to get that actually done. They also brought in George Niang on a 3 year, 26. Jeremy Grant gets the Jeremy Grant's the highest actual number this offseason so far. 5 years, $160 million, which is pretty crazy to think that he's got more money now in the bank than Kyrie Irving from this offseason. Bruce Brown, 2 years, 45. So all in all, pretty good. Kobe White signed a good deal, 3 years, 40. Trey Lyles signed, I think, 2 years, $16 million with the Kings. Pretty good. Don't hate that. Like all in all, I think it's pretty good for all these teams. Austin, what's your thoughts on those? Any of those stand out?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've kind of covered all of the ones that we wanted to talk about. Of the ones that were not very good. 2 years, $6.5 million for Derrick Rose.
Is that from Shams?
From Shams.
Okay, let's get that up on Twitter here so we can showcase that. Let's go over to Shams.
God, that's a pretty reasonable deal. I mean, 2 years, 6.5 for a guy like that.
Yeah, like someone who has a ton of experience in the NBA, has been in a bunch of different roles, was of course a predominant number one player at one point, and now is really, I think, transitioned to like a good vet, like a good, Udonis Haslem role player. And I think if you need him to for like spot minutes in a game, can he go out there and get you a bucket? Yeah, probably. Still, you can't rely on that every night. You can't rely on that for many minutes a night because of his body and the way his body breaks down. It's just the reality. But like Memphis doesn't need that. This is really good for Memphis, and I really, really like it. Shout out to Graham Christie here as well, who's a member on the channel. Thank you for the 10. He says, very Spurs free agency. Still hoping they go after DiVincenzo and Yurtseven. Resign Mamu Kelishvili. Love Reeves, though it won't happen. Davison, Reed, Harper, Jr., Hayes, or Smith Jr. also interesting. Go Spurs, go. Graham, I like it that you have all of these two-way guys from last year, guys that are under the radar, like Harper Jr., who I really like. I really like Ron Harper Jr. Dennis Smith Jr. would be very interesting too. I think Yurtseven would be another interesting grab. Austin, okay, let's put you in the shoes of, you're playing GM here for the San Antonio Spurs. You just drafted Victor Wembanyama. You're on top of the moon. You got City Sissoko in round 2. What are you doing with like $40 million cap space? And here's the thing: you have to spend 30 this year. You have to spend 30. Now it doesn't have to be long term, but you have to spend 30. What are you doing?
I'm sending a lot of either 1 or 2 year deals. Just trying to, like you had highlighted earlier, getting a fit around what's going to work around Wembanyama. Or to be honest, I'm taking a big swing then, and I'm hoping to flip for an asset. I think that makes some sense too, because timeline-wise, a lot of the guys that remain aren't going to necessarily be some of the timeline guys you'd hope to have. So in my opinion, I would hope to go that route. Have a guy play very well for the first part of this season, and eventually flip for a first round draft pick at the trade deadline, knowing that I'm not going to be that competitive throughout the course of the season to the point of where we're going to be in postseason striking distance.
Like here's the thing, people talked about the Bruce Brown trade in a really negative way. Like think about if San Antonio was the team that gave Bruce Brown that contract, with a team option, and at the deadline, that's a very tradable player because teams would be like, oh, look at what he did last year for Denver. Like at the deadline this year, do you think that theoretically, if the Mavericks are pushing for something, they could, maybe it's 2027 first and Tim Hardaway and JaVale McGee for Bruce Brown? Is that a realistic package?
I think so. Yeah, I don't see why not. There's a lot of not even just the Mavericks, but there's a lot of teams that I think would. They always get into a mode where they skid, they lose 6 out of 10 right before the deadline, feel they don't have enough, and then they make an impulse buy on a player of that caliber. And I think that while beneficial, sometimes it's okay, you're not even close to that championship window, but you just want to add a little bit more.
Right. And then the thing is with a big contract like that at 20 something million, you can, especially on a short, if it's a team option or you can get out of it, you could eat any contract in the league then essentially that you wanted to get assets to do it. So for Dallas, it's a double-edged sword of, hey, we're getting better with Bruce Brown and we're getting off of Hardaway's contract next year and McGee's contract for next year. They could look at that as a huge positive. And for the Pacers now, if the Spurs had done that, the Spurs would definitely be willing to trade him if it wasn't working out great, or even if it was working out pretty well. They're like, oh, well, we only have him for 2 years. We don't really know if the timeline actually fits Victor. Let's just flip this into an asset, and then it opens up, potential avenues down the road. That's the thing is that's a genius move for Indiana. Again, I just want to praise that because really I think Kevin Pritchard's doing a great job. The only thing I disagree with was drafting Walker over Taylor Hendricks. I like Taylor Hendricks more, but I could see why they would take the other guy. I could see why they'd take Walker. So I think that they've had a really, really good past couple of drafts. I think they've had a really good collective decision-making process since Rick Carlisle became the coach there. Matt W. says, there's a lot of chatter in Dallas local media about Hardaway Jr. being moved by midnight. They're desperately wanting to move him to sign a wing. That wing would theoretically be the guy, Austin, you talked about as a Maverick, potential Maverick. Dylan Brooks, I think, would be the guy there. And you look at Seth Curry, you get more of that offensive, hey, here's our spacing, here's our shooter. Let's now turn around and turn THJ into a defensive player. What's your overall thoughts on that, Austin? If they move THJ and then they turn around to something.
Yeah, I think Dylan Brooks is a player that you have to certainly watch moving forward for the Dallas Mavericks. They're going to get Grant Williams or Dylan Brooks. I actually think that's a lock to happen. Now, I think that's a little bit of a bold proclamation at this point, but one of those two guys, they need one of those defenders. So absolutely think that Dylan Brooks, I'm stuck in the headspace that he's going to be a Maverick, but I also think that it makes sense for Houston. But I wonder about this culture they're trying to build in Houston. Does a guy like Dylan Brooks really help that? No, probably not. There's a lot of players that don't like him, as well as the media doesn't like him, fans don't like him. But at the end of the day, I mean, he is going to help out a team. And I think he's actually criminally underrated because of some of his on-floor antics.
Definitely. Well, Austin, thanks for joining here today, too. It's been fun having you in for some of the NBA free agency discussion. We're going to make sure that we are cleaning up the chat. So don't worry, guys. We'll make sure to take care of it. Crunch time, don't be spamming. All right. Thanks again, Austin, for hopping on. It's fun. I'm going to keep going on the stream for just a little bit longer, guys. Shout out to all 1,100 of you. Make sure to go hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. It's been a lot of fun having all you guys in here for live discussion today and everything. I'm going to check how many likes we are on the stream right now. It looks like we're at nearly 600. We got to get that number up to 700-800, guys. Come on. We've got almost 1,200 of you watching right now. I'm sure a lot of you haven't hit the like button. It just lets us know we're doing a good job. Austin, any closing thoughts you got here?
No, not at all. Thanks to everybody for supporting us here. Had a lot of fun doing this, and hopefully we can continue to stream some more when Sheldon and I aren't working, which it's always obviously tough trying to work full-time jobs and keep this up for you guys. So make sure that you are hitting that subscribe button. Yeah, go to my personal, man. Look at those 71 followers. Look at those 71 followers.
I just sent it into the chat right now. Go give Austin a follow on Twitter. Go hit his personal up. Look at this guy. Look at him.
Yeah, look at that Bud Light in my hand.
Yeah,
before it was what it is now. Okay, so
he's ready and he means business. And for our, we got a lot of Minnesota people in here. Look at that. Austin's already repping you guys. He's got the nice Minneapolis city skyline. He's repping the Minnesota.
Let's also throw some hype for the Utility Sports Plus guys. We are trying to get that to 1,000 subscribers in the next month. That is our goal. That is going to be covering the NFL, the MLB, college football, all of the other sports outside of the NBA. We'll maybe cover some NBA on there too, but that is our Plus channel. So make sure, let's get that sucker to at least 1,000 subs because we just started it up. So make sure that you hit that subscribe button on Utility Sports Plus.
There's the link to it right there as well. Make sure to go give Austin a follow. I'm going to go refresh on his Twitter right now. Go ahead, hit the follow over there. Look at that, +5 followers there in a second. So Austin, Austin's going.
Come on, Chad, hype me up, bro. Hype me up.
We're getting some Utility Sports hype. Ooh, Bluetooth in here with a Bud Light with a little bit of a throw up emoji. We'll get that changed for you, Bluetooth. I'll take that into After Effects and get some editing.
I'll make sure to get the Coors on my updated picture there. So.
Yeah, there we go. Look at that. Austin's ready. You guys are ready. Make sure to go give him a follow again on his personal. And then also go, like I said here, and like Austin was saying, go subscribe to Utility Sports Plus as well. Go click on that channel and make sure to hit that actual subscribe button over there too, because we're trying to grow that. I already see that channel is growing. Look at that, already 6 subscribers in the last minute. So you guys can keep
6 subs. Okay, we might have to do a little quick proposition here. If we get to 100 here in the next 5 minutes, I will down a Coors live.
He will chug a Coors live on the channel.
I will chug the Coors live. I gotta take off the Harden jersey though. Don't want to get that.
No, with the Harden jersey. Okay. With the Harden jersey, okay?
I'm not shotgunning. If you guys want to see a shotgun, it's not going to happen. I'm telling you right now.
You guys heard it. So make sure, again, go hit that subscribe button over there on that channel. Gained another sub already, which is awesome. I'm glad to see that. Shout out to everyone in here today, too. Just a reminder, subscribe to Utility Sports here as well if you guys are new. I know 1,000 of you in here. A lot of you have been watching for a long time. But I really do appreciate you guys and everything that you guys do for the channel. It really does go a long way. So really appreciate you guys. Looking at some of the best free agents available. Actually, let me edit that quick because some of these guys are no longer available, but some of them are. So Van Vleet, again, goes to the Houston Rockets. We expect them to make some more moves, whether that's Brook Lopez or Dillon Brooks. We will see. But ultimately, we've had a good deal of signings today. Austin Reeves is still out there. We haven't talked too much about Reeves, Austin. Do you think he just sticks with the Lakers?
He's sticking with the Lakers. There's no way that he ends up going anywhere else. He is going to be a Los Angeles Laker.
That's what I think as well. Now, interestingly, they can give him a Gilbert Arenas type contract, which is when he used to play for the Warriors and then got signed by the Wizards. We could see him get paid pretty decently. With a $12 million a year deal for the first 2 years and then $30 million a year after. Definitely something to definitely something to watch for is just what that number actually comes in at, which I'm very, very intrigued to see. But really do appreciate each and every one of you. Are you laughing at Zach's comment here?
Shout out to Zach for that one. I'm all here for that. I think if we get to 100, Sheldon's got a shotgun too. I think that's the case.
Yeah, there we go. That's what we need. Look at that, 86 followers over there on the personal. Absolutely.
Oh man, Utility Sports Plus 65 currently, boys. 65. I gotta go check on the personal, man. I'm gonna have to actually start tweeting now that I'm developing an audience.
Yeah, look at that. You're growing big time here, so you gotta go.
Shout out to Ethan Jordan, bro. Thunder up, man. Sacramento proud. I'm not sure what you're a fan of, but I'm here for it.
I love to see that. Also, if you guys haven't already, heck, we might as well throw in mine too. Go over here to 3S Woolman. Go give it a follow to this one. Shout out to that. Go give it a follow over there. My personal too. Make sure to go hit up Austin still as well. I wish I could show both of them at the same time. Is there a way to do that?
Simultaneously.
Yeah, we'll just go back to Austin. That's what I like to see.
I also, if you guys do follow me, I want you to troll me in my DMs. That's really good.
Yeah. Troll Austin. Troll Austin.
Yep, troll me. Let's keep it up. I mean, we're almost to a hundo. We're almost to a hundo on both of ours. So let's make that happen.
Dude, we're growing. Look at that. Just saw that one go up one. We are just cracked.
We got the whole squad repping us here. Look at the camaraderie with this team, bro. We're at 90 on mine right now. We're getting there. We need 10 more, boys. 10 more. Oh, Jeff, he's only got hold on. Zach's only got the nice beers. I'm sorry. Some of us have Keystones and Coors. Okay, we don't have the craft beers.
Yeah, not everyone's got big money like that. Well, Austin, the thing is, he's got big money like that. So don't let his little act fool you here on any of that. Jeff here says Reeves will save 6% of his salary if he signs in Texas instead of California. That is true. Jeff here says Reeves to San Antonio. So, Jeff, you're trying to talk him into going to the Spurs. The issue is the Lakers, since he's restricted, can match everything for him, which is what I would ultimately expect. Ned here says Grant Williams for Tim Hardaway Jr. in a sign and trade, speaking it into existence. Shout out to everyone who's following over on the personal as well. I know we're growing both on both of our personals, Austin. Let's do a little refreshy here.
Yeah, a little refreshy, buddy. We're at
up to
94's in techie.
Austin, should we do a follow for follow on our personals? What do you think about that?
I'm proud of this team. I'm proud of this team and where we're getting at this point, because a hundo is a pretty monumental mark here.
We're growing. Look at that, 1,000 on the utility sports one too. Let's go check out Shams Charania, and maybe he should brag about his $2 million. That's a little bit more than our 90.
I would flex my 95 of our guys versus 2 million of his guys, bro.
Yeah, especially
I would take this army.
I'm sure all 95 of our guys follow him as well, but it's okay. I like it. I like our group. I fight for our group. Addison here says James Harden to the Bulls for Zach. I just don't see that. I don't think that. Austin, do you think there would be any way that Philadelphia would consider that?
God, I don't know. Actually, that's not terrible. I think they would actually consider it, but I don't know. I mean, maybe they feel that Zach LaVine would make some sense, but I don't see that being entirely like. I've been seeing a little more traction on that though. Aston's got a really good point here though.
If they did that, I would think that they must believe that Maxi's a true point guard, organizer, does everything for your offense type of player. I don't know if I believe that. I think listen, LaVine's very good, Maxi's really great. I don't know. It doesn't move me. But
I'm 99 followers. I got to go to the fridge. Boys. Chat, we're getting there. Who's going to be one hundo?
Get to the fridge. Everyone get to the fridge.
All right, let's get some fridge hype in there. Hold on.
Let's get some fridge hype. Let's get some fridge hype in the chat. Also, go click that link as well. That's my personal in there. Let's get some fridge hype down in the chat. Austin's grabbing a core. So let's get some fridge hype in there. Zach says, "Oh, I'm pretty broke. LMAO. I'm in college. That's why my slightly nice beer is like $25 for 12 are off limits for shotgun."
Let's go.
We're with the cores. We're with the cores.
We dropped down to 98, bro. The chat don't want to see it.
They're trying to edge you, Austin.
That is. Now I'm gonna unfollow Jeff, bro. What is good?
Time to unfollow.
I'm gonna have to go put this back in the fridge. That's tough.
Jeff just wants you to have to drink a warm beer on stream.
I think you're gonna have to rethrow the link in there. People are forgetting how to get there. Fridge. That's a fact. God, I take our guys over any guys.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie. This team, bro.
We're getting that fridge.
Okay. God, we gotta ask ourselves, if we were to create an NBA roster of our chat, bro, who would make the starting 15, or excuse me, the actual roster of 15, and who's your starting 5?
Okay, so Jeff here, he's got to be the 6th man. Doesn't this just scream 6-man vibes?
Jeff, he's kind of gritty though. He's got some grit to him. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of like the edginess, but yeah, I think that makes some sense. We got a lot of starters in the chat though.
Zach's our organizer for sure. Zach's our organizer. He's our point guard. I don't know. We're gonna have to do some work on that. Maybe we'll release our little mock draft of subs or something where we're looking at building a rotation.
I loved it. Oh God, I wish I could swear on stream, bro. I would be right there right now. Hold on.
Let's see, Austin. Austin, you got to do it. We're at 102. There we go. Let's see it happen. Austin is Mr. Chuggy right on the channel.
Jeez, I should have shotgunned it.
Oh, man.
I'm
going to throw one of these in there. I'm going to throw one of these in there for the old time's sake. No one's going to know what that means. But
right.
Nedge with a W, Austin. I like to see that. Unspoken says, when can Tyrese Halliburton get extended? Because I keep seeing different things. I was sure the Pacers would come out with the news. He's extended right when the time for it began, but I have no clue. I think it might be in 7 minutes. I'm not sure. It could either be in 7 minutes or an hour and 7 minutes. But I think at some point here, it's coming relatively soon. Brady Thompson with some W's. Norin says, so can Austin hoop pretty good? We should watch a 1v1. Dude, Austin. Dude,
here we go.
I'm telling you.
Hold on. Let me talk. Sheldon is a G League level player. And he has never, ever said it live. But now that I have a couple of beers in me, I'm going to say it live.
Don't listen to him. Just do what the guys are telling you and chug. No, I'm taking Austin. Zach says I'll take on that floor general role.
Boys, chat. Here we go. Big dubs.
Jenna's here says Miles Bridges to the Heat. Let's talk about Miles Bridges quick, Austin. What's your thought on Miles Bridges to the Heat?
Miles Bridges to the Heat, man. Sensitive subject. I think in terms of an actual culture, he needs to go there. 100%. If you want a guy to kind of find his way, it makes a lot of sense. And I think he would be dangerous there. Definitely.
Look, this is an all-time great comment right here from Zach.
Dude, Zach is on one tonight. Zach is absolutely on one, Chetties.
Zach's been going crazy. I'm going to drink my Starbucks because I'm a little baby, but
yeah.
Jeff here with the W for you. Unspoken says, let me bet on Sheldon. I've seen him hoop, especially since I follow him on Insta. I'll bet on Sheldon, but I'd love to see it. Should we get on?
Hold on, chat. Let me get in my bag here quick. Now we're going to do some player comparisons, and I'm just going to generically speak from the heart here. If you look at Sheldon, he's actually James Harden, can really score in isolation, playmaker, likes to flop. You know this guy. He likes to draw his calls. Slap himself on the forearm and yell ah. Me, I'm trying to think of a guy that has. I'm like Patrick Beverley. I'm just running around doing nothing, bro. I'm absolutely doing nothing when I'm out there. So,
dude, no, you're doing a lot, Austin. I'm going to throw in here too, Austin. I'm not even asking for consent. I'm just doing it. So just so you're aware. So now you're just stuck with this. I'm sending in the Instagrams too. If you guys just want to go follow, whatever. My account's usually private, but I'll allow you guys to hit the follow button if you guys do want to. Now, whatever you want to do. Let's talk a little bit more about a couple of free agents too as we kind of go into this. But Austin, with some of the remaining free agents, is there anything like that you'd really like to see like happen or get done? Of like, I want this guy to go here. Is there anything like you feel like really strongly about?
Hold on. We have a trade. Let's Shams. Let's get her done quick.
Oh boy. Okay, we have a trade to announce. Holy cow. Okay. Here it is, Austin. Break it down here.
Okay, so we have Monte Morris heading to the Detroit Pistons. Now, this is something that we knew was coming in the Michael Winger era. There has been a lot of speculation on him being traded to the Minnesota Timberwolves due to the connection with Tim Connolly, and there was a lot of momentum heading that way, but the Detroit Pistons decide that they want to make a splash here. I like this personally. I thought there were a lot of teams that were bidding for Monte Morris. He makes sense in a lot of different places. So overall, I love this for the Detroit Pistons. The Wizards are likely going to be getting some assets here. We got to figure out who's on the way back. Hold on 1 second. I'm getting a call from Shams right now. Just 1 second.
Is it Wiseman?
Yeah. I am still alive here. I'm still in a live stream right now.
Austin's going.
I will be in the parking lot before 7 a.m. My chat wanted me to down a Coors while I was on the stream here, so I had to do it for my fans. I've gained in one, I want to say 1 hour.
Is Wiseman going
minutes,
back?
I've gained like 50 followers on Twitter. Yeah.
Bagley, maybe. We're waiting to hear what the actual compensation is on a deal here now at this point. Austin's got the connections. He's on the phone with Shams right now, I guess. Constantine says, I'm wishful thinking. Okay, so we don't see anything back yet. I wonder if it's going to be one of those bigs. Okay, so we have seen a couple of deals here now. Let's go back over to the Twitter here. Let's go to the notifications. Robert, thank you for taking us here. So here's the deal. The LA Clippers announced a trade sending cash considerations to the Pistons for the draft rights to Balsa Kobravica. We'll see if that ends up turning into anything or not. But Austin, your Clippers made a trade. You sent cash to the Pistons for draft rights to a player who might not ever play in the NBA. But
what in the hell just happened?
That's okay. That's okay.
Well, what do you mean that's okay? That's not okay.
The amount of people that don't know how to read swap rights.
It's crazy. Yeah, man, that's nuts. Okay, well now I'm going to have to...
ZP felt really nice here, sending that to me. Oh, man. I wonder what the Monte Morris trade is. We still have no actual compensation on that, right? We're still waiting on a Monte Morris deal.
Correct. Yep. Still waiting on that one. That's a big one.
Dennis Smith Jr. to the Spurs would be an interesting signing. Cesar Ramirez, this Monte Morris trade has to signify Killian Hayes is being moved. Maybe that's who's going back, actually. Killian Hayes. Patrick says Clippers are trading cash while they still can use it. Yes, because with the new CBA, they won't be able to moving forward as long as they're an apron team. Definitive one says Jeff Needham, you've been trolling all day, and what? Jeff's been chill. Georgia says who y'all taking, Sheldon Woolman or Wemby? Sheldon's better than Wemby. Is this your burner, Austin?
It's what I've been literally saying this whole time. I'm glad other people. Hold on.
Chris here, who's got a sweet profile picture, says, "Yo, if Dame's not a Blazer, what is the most realistic spot Dame will play on, and how would you think it'll impact the Blazers plus the team he lands on?" I think the Sixers are a team to watch for Dame, and I think ultimately it'll be good for the long-term future of Portland because they'll be able to kind of rejuvenate a rebuild, which is good. And then for whatever team Dame goes to, assuming he'd play with Embiid or potentially Mikal Bridges in Brooklyn, the team he'd be on would be really, really good. And we are still waiting on on the Duarte details still too. So you never know if this trade's even going to get reported or not. But what we do know is Monte Morris is a Detroit Piston. So very interesting. Overall, just the fact that the whole situation as it's playing out. Let's see. Sources tell me the Indiana Pacers have traded for Obi Toppin.
What?
This is 2 minutes ago. I don't know who this is. Anil Gogna. He's got 1,600 followers, director of strategy and cap specialist. Let's see. Does he have other reports?
I don't believe that to be true.
I don't know either. Austin Law, I would say don't trust this as a source fully yet. I would wait until we hear something a little bit bigger, more definitive from like one of the Pacers accounts specifically would be probably best to wait. Because I don't know. This seems not accurate to me. I feel like we'd have firmer reporting on it. But we'll see. Maybe something does come to fruition. Maybe not. Cowboy season wants to know what I think about the Mavs offseason. So I'm a Mavs fan. I think the Mavs have had a very, very good offseason. LeFou here says Monte for a second-round pick. Wow. Okay. This is the deal. Atlanta analyst, thank you for tagging us in this. Pistons are trading a future second for Morris per sources. Gives Detroit a veteran guard and another expiring contract. A couple of things. Detroit is well positioned to next year have a ton of cap space. Not sure if there was someone who's going to if they're going to be a huge player for a big time name or anything. But it's interesting. Morris helps them this year. He can get out of his contract long term. It only costs them a future second. Remember, they got 2 seconds today for taking in Joe Harris. So that would have been my guess already at the situation is, hey, look, they got Joe Harris today. Austin, what do you think of Detroit so far? They get Joe Harris. They did something similar last year, taking in Burks and Noel. What do you think about getting Harris and Morris this year?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of like that. I think that I like this Monte Morris move. I don't know about you, but like just initially right away, I think Detroit's making some positive moves towards winning. Joe Harris being a big contributor there and getting basically 2 shooters here with Monte Morris and Joe Harris. I like where Detroit's actually trending a little bit. I know that you've had a little bit of pushback in the past, and do you feel Troy Weaver has, kind of written some of the wrongs here in, kind of turning the corner on his team building?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like, especially to begin his tenure, like he screwed up so hard the first draft, like specifically drafting Killian Hayes over Tyrese Halliburton. And if you go back to even, I think that was one of our earliest videos on the channel was like a reaction to that. Like I gave that an F. It was terrible. But since then, Troy Weaver's done some good things. He's traded Jeremy Grant, drafted Kate Cunningham, drafted Jaden Ivey, drafted Jalen Duren. And now, like, getting guys who fit, Joe Harris, like, ultimately, and like the thing about Monte Morris is, this is probably going to be surprising to people. He's a career 39% three-point shooter. Like,
yeah, absolutely.
That's pretty impressive. And he's always top 5 in the NBA in assist-to-turnover rate. Like, this is a guy who, with Marcus Sasser, like, that's probably your backup backcourt. Now, I don't know what happens with Killian Hayes. Who knows if he gets traded somewhere? I don't really know. But overall, I think it is very interesting just in general. That we could see a bunch of different things happen for Detroit where, look, they're taking in short-term salaries. They're helping some other teams out, building up good rapport with these other organizations, helping them out with what they're trying to accomplish. The Wizards, Austin, what do you think about this? Getting only a future second for Monte Morris. Like, why don't the Minnesota Timberwolves make this move instead?
I don't know. God dang, that sucks. That sucks that they actually didn't do that. So, man, I felt like that could have helped out that second unit tremendously instead of, I mean, even in tandem with the Shake Milton deal, I felt that could have worked.
Yeah, like I don't know. I like it for Detroit. I think for Washington, like it's another step in asset collection, and like this also tells me, like, look, Washington just really doesn't care about being good this year, which they shouldn't. Right now, like Austin, if you pull up the NBA standings quick, like think about. Like, if you had to pick which teams are going to be the 5 worst teams in the NBA, like, it's pretty hard to pick those 5 teams, which makes it pretty easy to be, like, one of those teams if you want to. I think that's what Washington's doing. Now, 2024 is not a phenomenal draft class, but still getting the first pick or the second pick is still valuable.
So let's try to lay it out quick, though. I mean, you have to figure Washington could be there. I think the Hornets are there.
I don't know if the Hornets are there. Like,
I don't know, dude. I don't know if they've done enough this offseason to really get to where they need to be.
They'll have LaMelo back, which is like
LaMelo will be back, but God, it's Steve Clifford.
Yeah, I know that. Like, the funny thing is, I'm fighting you on this a little bit, but like in my way too early mock, I put him 4th.
I don't think it's that outlandish. I really don't.
I don't think so either.
And you know how much I like the Hornets. I do.
Yeah, you are a Hornets truther.
Yeah. I don't know. It's actually kind of an interesting prompt. Who are going to be the worst teams? Because
so like what I think. Man, this sounds crazy. So remember, Chicago brings in Javon Carter. They keep Vucevic. Like, Austin, you know where I had the Bulls in my way too early mock.
You had them 3, didn't you?
I had them 2nd.
Okay.
Shout out to Travis. Let's get some Travis hype down in the comment section. Let's get some Travis hype in there right now. Guys, I think I'm losing my mind. I've been live for 8.5 hours, and I feel like I could go like another 8.5 if I needed to. Probably won't, but Travis here sends $20 in saying, what do you think about this trade idea? DeRozan, Ball, because he's never going to play again, and make the money work. Their first-round pick next year, oh boy, Chicago giving up their first. And the Blazers' first-round pick next year for Simmons, Sumner, Mills, Sharp. Holy cow. Well, Travis, thank you for the 20. That would be, I don't think that's going to happen. I think if anything, the Nets would give the Bulls assets in this to get this for Ben Simmons. Ben Simmons right now is viewed as a negative contract currently. Austin, what's your thoughts here? Like, again, Travis, thank you so much for the 20. Really do appreciate that. Austin, what's your thoughts on like the Bulls just in general, as I was talking about them as a potential top 2 pick in the draft?
Right. Yeah. I mean, looking at the Chicago Bulls, I think they're one of the harder teams to actually pinpoint on where their trajectory is and what their future is going to look like. A trade idea. Let me just reread this again. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. This is tough. This is tough. We're going to play again, make the money work. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. It's kind of tough to project here. Hold on. I have some work-related things I need to take care of. So
okay. Yeah, no worries. Just wave back to me when you're ready. So, everyone, what I want you to do right now, we got 820 awesome people in here. Comment your favorite team below. I want to hear who's all in here. So, even if you've been commenting earlier on, I want to make sure you're still in here. Comment your favorite team. Let me know who you're a fan of. I would love to see who's all watching, what's going on, what's the news. And what's the situation looking like right now? Huge shout out to everyone. Patrick, you're funny here too with that's the Starbucks socket. It really is. This has kept me running today. Let's get some more me pipe in there too. Definitive here says Blazers. Dustin's a big time Wolves fan. Love seeing all the comments are flying in. Reginald, here's a Lakers fan. Rockets fan for Corey. Nick is a Pacers fan. Thanks, Nick, for being in here. Thank you to everyone who's in here right now. James Lee's a Lakers fan. Hamza Khalil here says Rockets. The Wizards created. Okay, let's get this pulled up too. Woj finally reported on it. Want to make sure that we are staying up to date on all of this stuff. So let's get over here to Woj. Let's see what he has to say. Compensation update. The Wizards are trading Monte Morris to the Pistons for a second-round pick. Sources tell ESPN. Wizards will create a $9.8 million traded player exception, a TPE there. We got a lot of Pacers fans. Joe Bell, welcome to the stream. As a Wolves fan, Austin, you're good to be back, right?
Right now I'm grinding, trying to work here. So you guys, you keep going here. I need to finish this up.
So going on, Bryce here is a Pistons fan, Jazz fan for Jeff. Glad to see that. Pacers, Charlotte, Kings, Pistons. Awesome. Glad to see that. Palms is a Pistons fan. Reginald, Lakers fan. We got a lot of awesome stuff in here. Jenna's is a Lakers fan. Ray with the Mavs. Love to see that. Let's get some hashtag MFFL hype down in the chat. Carl Johnson's a Minnesota fan. Celtics, Kings, Jazz for Ben. Shout out to Ben. He's got a really good front office who's running things very, very well. Awesome to see. We got a lot of great stuff. Jesse says Wolves and we fumbled. Clearly he's not super happy about how the free agency period has gone for Minnesota. 704 Kalen says Charlotte. Zach says Bobcats. For those of you who don't know, Zach's a big time Pacers fan, but hyping up the Bobcats a little bit. Maybe some Vancouver Grizzlies love next, or some Supersonics love would be sweet. TLGS is a Spurs fan. John Turner says, what do you think about Niang and Strus to Cleveland? A little overpriced. I think they paid a little bit too much to get them. We'll see if that sign and trade for Strus comes to fruition or not. But ultimately, like those two players fit what they needed. They needed shooting and they needed wing play. So it's good for them. They got better, but I don't know if I love it from the price per year standpoint. Shout out to everyone who is still leaving their messages in here too. Really appreciate it. Mavs are killing. I completely agree, Kevo. I've loved everything the Dallas Mavericks have been able to do. Jerusalem Warrior here says here in Toronto, so Raptors, but Doncic is my favorite player. Doncic is a lot of fun to watch. Cowboy season, of course, a big Mavs fan. John Turner says, John Turner, like I said, I'm going to get to all the comments, so make sure you're just patient here. You got some Lakers hype here from Real. I like the profile picture, pretty sweet one. Down there, Kevo's hashtag MFFL. Love seeing that. Nick is a Dallas Mavericks fan too. I didn't realize we had this many Mavs fans. I know I'm a Mavs fan, but I typically talk about all 30 NBA teams. So it's cool seeing that we got some Mavs fans in here too. Again, if you guys haven't already, go give us follows on our personal Instagram. I'm checking now to see if I have any follow requests. I'm going to be putting all of them through currently. There's some clips of me playing basketball on there and everything. So I see some of you guys have started requesting to follow me. So I'm going to go ahead and put all of these through. Shout out to Matthew, Keto, Ozzy, and Flash Gritty Savage for the follows over on Instagram. Shout out to you guys. If you guys want to see me playing basketball, there's some clips over there on that. I'm a little bit of a hooper. I wouldn't say like a high-end athlete, but I can play. I can play a little bit. Make sure to go give us a follow. Give Austin a follow too. Kevin Sanchez says, I'm happy that Troy Weaver is being patient. I think Troy Weaver is doing some nice things here. Mark says the Shanghai Sharks and the Vancouver Grizzlies. I like that. Shanghai Sharks. Bluetooth says LA Lakers since 84. Big Homie says Clippers. They make me mad though. Well, you're about to get James Harden, Big Homie. So we'll see what comes to fruition out of that. But I think ultimately you guys are in a pretty good spot long term. Walter Ellis is going to be playing for the Detroit Pistons in Summer League. Definitely some hype there from that. He's a Grand Canyon University player, so that's cool. Zach Aldridge says, new thread on breaking down Sheldon's film. Yeah, you're gonna have to overlook some of the turnovers because I'm a little bit of a turnover-prone player. I like to play with some flashy passes in there, but it works out typically. Freem here says, bro, I'm surprised the Warriors haven't made a trade. I'm not super surprised. We'll see what they do, but I like them keeping Draymond Green long-term. Is definitely very, very good for them from that perspective of like just keeping your team competitive and trying to win in the short term around a player like Steph Curry. That's what you want to do. You want to be the team that's trying to win right now, and that's how they're really well positioned. Shout out to everyone who's been watching on the channel. I've had a lot of fun so far today. Chicago, Taiwan Leopards love Dwight Howard. That's sweet. Big Homie says, what's going on with Russell Westbrook? I think that we're just being patient here with him on what is potentially going to end up kind of hinging on where James Harden goes, and if he ends up returning to the Clippers or if he goes to the Chicago Bulls in free agency. Georgia Bulldogs just hit the follow button over on Instagram. Let me go over there and turn a couple of these through as well. Georgia Rays, thanks for the follow. Zach Aldridge, thanks for the follow as well. Appreciate that a lot. So huge shout out to you guys. Patrick says, Dre deal means Kuminga moves, right? Please, Pacers send a 1, 2, and a player. Please, Patrick, I think has been the lead dog in the clubhouse when it comes to trying to force Kuminga to Indiana. It would be really sweet to see Kuminga playing with the Pacers, though. I think he'd end up having a really, really nice role. I want to go through and thank some of the super chats again today. Just a huge thanks to everyone. Q-Dog sent in 7 today, 5 and a 2. Rahul sent in a 5. Ryan sent in a whole bunch of super chats. So did Blue Gill. Solid Jakin sent in 5. Huge thank you, Jakin, for that. Doug McMenamin sent in a 2. Really appreciate that. Texas Sports with a 5. Dover Investment with a 5. Michael Orlando came out of nowhere with 25 and says, have you eaten today? Get some pizza. And then Ryan here with a 20 says, added up. Nav threw in 10 himself. SY Gray threw in 5. Ryan threw in 5 more. Brady Thompson threw in 5. And then he decided to follow that up with a 20 and another 20 with the huge bang out of nowhere like he's Mike Breen. Big J52 says, sup, bro, shout out the commitment you give to the community. Any news on Kuz staying with my Wizards? And luckily, I think 20 minutes after that comment, Kuzma ended up staying with Washington, as I confirmed what happened beforehand. Ryan here says, over the top with another 2. Illuminati with 5. Brady with 10 more. He said, just one more, let's get it. Came out of nowhere again. Tom with the 3. Travis with the 5. Jay Frenteri with the 10. And then we saw Biggie Steve, Brock. Josh Hives hops in with the 50 here. And then you see Harry Goat, and then Zach joins as a member, which was awesome to see. Rick joins with the 3. Yosha with the 5. John Lewis with the 20 out of nowhere. That was awesome to see too. Mike Sullivan with the 2. Mr. Rudy with the 5. Mark Huckton with the 5. Just crazy to see all the support today. Felipe with 5. Yasha with the 2. Graham Christie with the 10. And then ultimately the last one, Travis Doyle with the 20. So a lot of awesome super chats that go a long way in helping support the channel. A lot of really, really great support. Georgia boy, let's not be spamming though in the channel, right? He wants to know about the Hawks seemingly. And also, here we go. Sal Cali with the 5. He sends in a Y. So a huge shout out to him as well for jumping into that donation log and saying, here, let me contribute a little bit more. Huge thank you, Sal, for that. Really do appreciate you for sticking around with us today. Steve of all trades, master of some, wants to know, can Morris defend? I'm about Monte Morris. He's not the best defender, but I think Marcus Sasser around him is going to do a pretty good job. That one goated kid says, shout out, please. Well, here you go. There's a shout out for you in front of 780 people. Ethan Jordan says, Thunder fan since 2016 and Kings fan since the Sabonis trade, and definitely riding with them from here on out. Great fan base. Dude, the Kings got some really, really crazy, awesome fans. Big homie James says, Boston Celtics need to sign Russell Westbrook. We'll see if that comes to fruition or not. Let's see here. Jenna is here, says, how do you feel about Gabe Vincent, Taurean Prince, and Cam Reddish? The Lakers have had a very good free agency. I don't think Rui Hachimura was a good deal. I think they overpaid him. But getting Vincent on a very good deal, Taurean Prince on a good deal, and Cam Reddish presumably on a good deal means that overall I think they still had a good free agency, even including that Rui Hachimura situation. Definitive One says, you deserve all the love, Utility Sports. You do a lot for us Hoops fans. Love you, Brody. Sal Callie with another 5. He says, no problem, bud. You did an amazing job today. Well, we're going to be live tomorrow on the channel too, so I'm very, very excited for that. Kevin here says, you think Gabriel Procida has any real potential in the NBA? I think so. He's extremely athletic, really good transition player. We'll see if he grows into anything, but I think he is a player to watch for. Was a second-round pick last year, so we'll see. Justice here says, been following for a little over a year. Big fan. Really appreciate you, Justice, for that. And Jovel wants to know my thoughts on the Wolves signing thus far. I think a little lackluster. Nickeil Alexander-Walker, getting him back is good. Don't know if I love the Troy Brown Jr. thing. It's okay. It's not bad. And then getting Shake Milton, again, individually not bad. But I think, really for Minnesota, the thing I'm looking at is opportunity cost. They had a chance here to bring in a $12 million-ish player, and they decided splitting that up along 3 guys, which I think depth is important for them. But I don't know if I trust the depth at all specifically. Brady Thompson says, happy with the Monte trade. Glad Killian didn't get traded. Number 7 will get retired. Well, Brady, thank you again for the 5. You see Brady hopping back in with another donation. That's absolutely crazy. Brady, of course, is a diehard Pistons fan, so glad to see him back in here. He's a big believer in Killian Hayes. I'm hoping for those Pistons fan it works out for them long term. Kingdom says, great stream so far. Looking forward to tomorrow. I am too. I'm excited. I'm going to turn around, probably sleep, try and save my voice a little bit going forward, so that tomorrow I can actually talk the whole time again. TLGS says, did Lakers take themselves out of the running to match Frost and Reeves? No, they are still in a spot to do that. That Blackfish says Joe Harris was the last one from the 2018 Nets. I know. Now he's out in Detroit. Definitely a sad situation. Preach here says, so James Harden is rumored to go to the Clippers. If the team's healthy, what do you think the Clippers can do in the playoffs? They could win it all. The Clippers, if they get Harden without having to give up PG or Kawhi, they're in a spot where they can legitimately win the title. Now, are they going to do that? I don't know, but that's not what I wanted to do. Didn't like that one for a second. But they'd be dangerous enough to win a title. Now, does that mean I'm guaranteeing it? No. But I think that they'd be dangerous enough for sure. I'm trying to figure out which one I want to use. That one's good enough. Justice says, is there any chance Minnesota would trade McDaniels? Definitely not. McDaniels is not attainable right now, really. Zach says, why time do you think you'll be live tomorrow? I think probably 11 a.m.-ish. I don't know. It's gonna kind of depend on how the rest of the night goes and everything. I mean, I got to record a video yet tonight and edit it and everything, so I might be in line for a pretty long night, so I might sleep in a little bit tomorrow. I'm not sure. We'll see. We'll see. Joe Cooper here says, you hear anything about Sasha Vezenkov agreeing to your $14.5 million room exception with Kings? I have not seen anything about Vezenkov. Let's see if we can maybe do a little bit of searching here on Vezenkov and see if we can get anything on Sasha, who is a former EuroLeague MVP, high-end player. I don't know if this is true or not. Room exception. I'm not sure if that's true or not. So we'll see. We'll see what happens with Vezenkov. I'm not certain on that. Jess here sending in some cerveza for Austin. That's awesome. Love to see that. Let's go back over to Woj here. Nothing new from Woj yet at this point. Janice wants to know what time I'll be live tomorrow. Also, when are you ending today? Please stay late. I'm not sure how much later I'm going to stay. I might end up calling it wraps here pretty soon because I've been, off work all day. I'm sure my girlfriend would love to spend some time with me. I'm sure she's just been hanging out there watching TV. So I feel a little bad that she's just been hanging out there. So I want to make sure I spend some time with her today too. So probably won't be on for too much longer. No worries, Zach, too. If you can make it, you make it. If not, I understand. But I'd love for you guys to be in here if possible. Tyrese here says, Austin to the Spurs, 4 years, $110 million. Talking about Austin Reeves. He actually can't sign up to 110. I think the max he can get is 4-year 94 or something. I'd have to check my math on that, though, again, too. Norman Rad says Blazers could get Rudy Gobert for a Bud Light. Minnesota needs to drink that and think about how much they gave up for him. So that's a funny one. Do you know any chance? Do you by any chance know news about Micic? For Micic, I don't know exactly what's going on with him. Let's see if we can find that out right now, because right now this time of the year it's the hardest to figure out if they're going to be able to get him over from OKC, who people are seemingly still waiting for him to possibly come over, but Micic is going to be a guy to watch for sure if he gets moved or not. Jenna says, I will for sure be there tomorrow. Glad to hear that. Patrick says, I greatly appreciate the time you streamed for today. Sheldon, enjoy the time with Amber. Amber's the real MVP. Let's get let's get Amber in here. Let's get some hype for her. She definitely deserves it. She is definitely the best. So let's get some Amber MVP hype down in the chat for sure. She deserves it. She's the best. She lets me live my life, live my dreams out, specifically here, talking hoops for now almost 9 hours. We're probably going to stay live for another 5 minutes or so. I'm at 8 hours and 54 minutes. So let's get to 9 hours, and then that's probably where we call the stream today. But Jenna's here with a W for Amber. Glad to see that. Splash Prod saying Desmond Bane and 2 second-round picks for Jaylen Brown. I don't think that's going to happen. I'd be pretty surprised by that. Jerusalem Warrior says, is D'Lo still on the Lakers roster? He's been here in Toronto doing some workouts. Yes, go be with Amber. Thanks for all your efforts today, including today, Sheldon. Jerusalem, for sure. Love it. Thoughts on Dewey Santos this year? So Santos, I need to refresh myself on Santos too. There's all these draft stash guys that end up going all over the place. For some reason, I only looked up Santos like that. So last year he was drafted. I think he was drafted. What was he? Yeah, he was 55th pick in 22. Ended up playing in Santa Cruz. So we'll see if anything ever ends up materializing with him. But I don't know. It's hard for me to see Golden State playing a bunch of young guys. It's part of the reason why they traded for Chris Paul, I think. Carl Johnson said sign and trade Lopez to Minnesota for Rudy. Norm with the Amber MVP hype. Cheers, Amber. Let's get some more of that Amber MVP in there. I'd love to see that. Let's get Nick's here asking show of hands who will be here tomorrow. Let's see if we can get a good number of people in the stream for tomorrow. I do want to share a couple of things with you guys too before we go. So there's going to be a few different things to talk about in here. Things that I want to talk about, or let's see, I'm just going to put a few different videos in the chat down below, things that I think you guys would probably enjoy watching. So I'm going to set this up in a way that you guys are going to be able to just look at some of these situations or some of these videos after the stream. If there's anything you want to watch, again, there's no pressure, but if there's anything in here that you think you might want to watch, I'm going to just send a couple links in for, hey, do you want to see who the NBA draft winners and losers were, in my opinion, which is really what I love to cover the most, draft winners and losers. I love talking about the NBA in general, but the NBA draft is really, really fun to me. So I'm going to send in a couple of links, probably just 4 of them. Actually, let's do 5. One of them is an X's and O's video, which is really good, I think. I put a lot of work into that video. It's on movement shooting, so I'm going to share that link as well with you guys. Hopefully this is very, very clear on how I'm laying this out. So let's get that, and then we're going to share this one as well. Let's get the shareable link here. Mock expansion. So we've got some great options here. I'm going to share them all now. This has all of the different things. Okay, so we've got Harden trades. Let me send this last one in here too. This is mock expansion because that one for some reason got broken up, which I don't understand as to why. But Harden trades, talked about that one. That was a video that came out this morning. Worst futures, which is covering kind of the teams with the most struggling futures going forward. There's 3 teams I talked about: draft winners and losers, which I think is important to look at. X's and O's, movement, shooting. Let's get the shareable link to that one again too. Nedge here says Amber MVP and can't wait to be here tomorrow. Glad to hear that, Nedge. Really appreciate you guys all being in here today. Here's the movement shooters video too, if you guys want to check that out. But a huge shout out to Nedge. Dustin saying he's going to be in here. Yeah, he's from Brazil. Yeah. So shout out to Santos. Norman Rad says draft plus UDFA winners and losers. Sent that in. Let's see. Brock here says, do you think the Thunder will make a splash this year in free agency or continue holding off? I think they're going to continue holding off, Brock. That's a great question. Will Viter live up to the hype? I don't know. TLGS says, Amber is my spirit animal. Love to see that. Really appreciate each and every one of you guys. Patrick saying he's going to be here tomorrow. So is True Sports Love. 76ers move on, please. Norenrad says, Meep. Graham Christie says, get some rest and put in some quality time, buddy. Great content today, both of you. Really appreciate you guys a ton. Pete Duranzo says the Celtics are in win now mode. What changes do you think the Celtics need to make by building around the Jays and Porzingis? Just getting a guard. Get Patrick Beverley in there. I think he'll definitely go a long way in helping get there. And again, I love seeing all the Amber hype too. She deserves it. She's literally the best. So she's 5-time MVP. She's pushing for championship number 6. She's trying to tie up Jordan right now. We'll see if she's able to get there. But her and I've been together for 2.5 years now at this point, which is crazy to think. But she's literally the best. I'm just so stoked on her. So huge shout out to her. And then what's my take on Andre Jackson Jr.? Good player. Andre Jackson Jr. is a very good player. I liked him as a pickup in the draft, and I think he's a smart, intuitive guy. If you get a player like that in the second round, it's a huge win. I think he's, honestly, a little bit of a Bruce Brown type player, which is good. And we just saw how much he got paid today. Janice here says, what do you think the Lakers need to win the title? I think that they need a little bit more shooting. That's really something that'll go a long way. Dustin says, tying the GOAT in championships. We are now 5 seconds away. 4, 3, 2, 1. We've been live for 9 hours on the channel today. Huge shout out to you guys. Perfect time. Some bot gets in here right as I say that, so I'm gonna have to get rid of that. Amber MVP, she surpasses Michael Jordan. Love to see that. Huge thank you again, everyone. If you are new, make sure to leave a like, subscribe to the channel for more. Really do appreciate each and every one of you. Remember, we're gonna have a video coming out tomorrow morning with my free agency winners and losers through day 1. Maybe tomorrow, maybe tonight even. Who knows? We'll see what happens. But huge thank you. Make sure to subscribe for more. Really appreciate each and every one of you. For Ostro here, do you think Dante DiVincenzo will be going to the Knicks? To answer that question, let me pull it up real quick here. Let me get it. This is this is an element for a thumbnail I have. So if that answers your question, let's get that up on stream. If that answers your question, yes, I ultimately think he will be going to the New York Knicks at some point. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. But again, huge thank you to everyone who's been here on the channel. Dustin, they went with Shake Milton. So I think that they got their backup guard that they were looking for. Anthony Davis off the Lakers, says DL. I don't think that'll happen. Gina says, where do you think Dante DiVincenzo is going? I think it's going to be the Knicks at this point. That's what I would have to guess. Honestly, again, thank you to everyone for all the super chats today. It was absolutely awesome. All the love and support was crazy. So huge shout out to everybody. Really appreciate you guys, and we'll catch you in the very next Utility Sports video.